As a useless summoner, I actually summoned a six-winged angel, and I even awakened the divine plunder talent, allowing me to plunder the attributes of monsters I kill. But my classmates all say I'm a fool, yet they don't know that after tonight, the world will undergo datafication, and animals will undergo mutations. Huskies evolve into hellhounds. Roosters evolve into undead fire phoenixes. The entire blue star turns into a playground for the gods. In the previous life, this Shu Yeqing also evolved into the Tiangang divine dragon after swallowing a divine talent stone, leading to the destruction of the entire city. At this moment, I look at the floating divine talent stone ahead with a complicated expression. In the previous life, my good brother died in the mouth of a beast trying to save me. My childhood sweetheart sister was turned into an unconscious slave for my sake. I survived in the apocalypse for 10 years, and finally closed my eyes in unwillingness. Upon waking up again, I unexpectedly found myself reborn 10 hours before the gamification. Just at that moment, a piece of information appeared in my mind. I discovered that the divine talent stone is currently being absorbed. Player detected to have not activated the data panel will automatically initiate body datafication. Waves of heat flow through the body. This is also Qin Shen, the reason why he dares to directly absorb the talent stone, even though the will of the gods has not truly transformed the blue star, becoming a game field. But if one can obtain these divine items, it will also initiate the early start of one's own data process, which is much easier than accumulating experience points by killing monsters. Soon, the familiar interface appeared in front of Qin Shen. Congratulations to the player for awakening the divine talent, Plunder. Congratulations to the player for triggering a double awakening, awakening the divine talent, and the lucky double divine talent. What luck is this? The quality of talent ranges from ordinary level to divine level with 6 levels. Acquiring a holy level talent is already enough to become a figure who can go down in history. As for the divine level predecessors, there are no more than 100 people in the entire blue star, and the concept of double divine level talents is unheard of. Excitedly, Qin Shen checked the talent introduction. Divine talent, Plunder, can obtain random attribute values by killing enemies, and the upper limit of acquisition increases with the advancement of professional levels. There is no upper limit after reaching the 9th rank of the profession. The current upper limit is 10 points. The initial luck value of the divine talent, luck, is 0 and can be released actively. The cooldown time decreases as one's own luck value increases. After active use, the following 2 states can be obtained. 1. One's own luck value will reach the maximum, lasting 1 minute, with a cooldown time of 1 day. 2. A probabilistic event will definitely be triggered once, with a cooldown time of 1 day. I saw the attributes of the 2 talents. Qin Shen couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, "Let's not talk about the lucky talent for now, but the plunder talent. It is enough to create an unparalleled powerhouse." Don't be fooled by the current increase in the upper limit of just 10 points. This is because he has not changed professions yet. He can increase by 10 points even without reaching level 0 of the professional level. It's twice the attributes of an ordinary person. As for the talent of luck, it can be said to be equally abnormal. Although the initial luck is 0, after being actively released, it can increase one's luck to the maximum value. There are just too many things that can be done with this. For example, the moment of killing the boss, or the moment of opening a box, many things are influenced by luck. With maximum luck, it is enough to make his gains far exceed others. The second probability event is bound to occur, which is equivalent to directly changing the nature of probability and turning it into a certainty. Take the instant death attribute for example, it will definitely trigger instant death, enough to allow him to kill any boss with a single blow. Repeatedly looked at it several times. Qin Shen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and opened his own attribute panel. Name Qin Shen, level unlocked, occupation unlocked. Attributes, Physique 1, Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 2, Mental Power 5. Not much different from his previous life. Many people can't even reach the lowest attribute value of 1 point. Is 1 point the lowest value that the system panel can display? But if the attribute reaches 2 points, it means you will far exceed ordinary people in a certain aspect. Qin Shen is just like that. The intelligence attribute of 2 points from his previous life led him to choose the path of a mage, but he failed to seize the early growth period and ended up being no different from others. With a mental attribute of 5 points, the most suitable option besides being a healer is to be a summoner. The biggest problem for summoners is that learning summoning spells requires a high amount of mental power. This makes the summoner's other attributes not high, leading to their own weakness and lack of attack power. But Qin Shen is different. With a talent for looting, he could easily become a hexagon warrior. Moreover, summoners have an advantage. As long as their attributes meet the standard, they can learn most spells, whether they are mage, priest, or warlock. They are truly versatile in combat. Determined, Qin Shen stood up, ready to kill a few weak insects to fully utilize his looting talent. Looking at the motionless snake corpse on the ground, he felt regretful. The game had not yet started, so this large green snake wouldn't drop anything. Otherwise, such a boss would definitely yield a hefty reward. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If the game officially started, this large green snake wouldn't have just these attributes. It's hard to say who would die then. Qin Shen shrugged with a smile, picked up the steel pipe on the ground, and walked towards the mountain. Along the way, he killed several insects, and his attributes underwent a dramatic change. His total attribute had reached 17 points, surpassing even the world's strongest sports champion. It's impossible for them to have his current attributes. 3 days ago, the precursor to the anomaly had appeared. Many large animals began to attack humans frantically. The Chinese authorities had already started to relocate citizens. Qin Shen walked while considering his next plan. Returning to the city, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Shen went straight back to the previous campsite. Before he even entered the camp, he saw his homeroom teacher, Qin Yuro, in a dispute with someone. Qin Shen's gaze slightly narrowed. He had some impression of that man. The man who caused Qin Yuro's death in the previous life is the school's headmaster. Director Phone, I think I've made it clear. I'm not interested in you. Qin Yuro's refusal echoed in the evening breeze. Qin Shen's footsteps paused slightly, hidden behind the broken arm. The angry headmaster immediately slapped her, shameless. Let me tell you the truth. The Doomsday is coming, and I, Feng Hai, am the chosen one. In the future, I will be superior. Ordinary women like you won't even be worthy of begging at my feet. The headmaster's face twisted and he reached out to tear Qin Yuro's clothes. Suddenly, there was a dull sound. Feng Hai froze, slowly falling to the side. His body twitched slightly and soon became motionless. Qin Yuro looked up and saw a familiar figure standing in front of her, holding a brick. She exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect her student to kill Feng Hai like this. Qin Shen looked indifferent. Such things were all too common in the previous life. Once tonight is over, who would have the time to care about others' life and death? But Qin Yuro's actions indeed caught him off guard. You need to leave here quickly. I'll say I did it later. Anyway, he was trying to harm me, so it's self-defense for me. Qin Yuro was already incoherent, continuously pushing Qin Shen to leave. Teacher, it's okay. We'll leave the body here. It will be eaten by the mutant beasts before dawn, and no one will find it. But it's not suitable to stay in this camp any longer. Later, you pack up your things, and I'll call Shui Hongbao and Zhao Yunmao to take you to another place. Saying this, Qin Shen took Qin Yuro's hand and walked towards the camp. And Yun Meng, who hadn't rested yet, spotted Qin Shen at the first moment and immediately ran over to him, throwing herself into his arms. Most of the people known by the little girl have already died. Qin Shen is her only reliance in this city. The girl trembled and cried, causing Qin Shen's heart to tremble. Too many people have died recently. It's no wonder he would feel so uneasy. The fat guy in the distance also noticed the commotion here and immediately got up with a joyful expression, walking over. How's your body feeling? Qin Shen let go of an Yunmeng and asked the fat guy. Of course. The fat guy tapped his chest, looking excited. You don't know, this afternoon a mutant rat sprang out in the camp and pounced straight at Zhao Yunmao. The two of us killed that big rat, shocking everyone in the camp. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the two of them with a smile and asked, do you want to go with me to hunt down a few more mutant beasts? Upon hearing his words, both of them brightened up. Ming, tell me the truth, is there any benefit to killing these mutant beasts? You must have killed a lot today. Fatty immediately came over and asked quietly by Qin Shen's side. What's the rush? You'll know at 12 o'clock tonight. Now come with me to find some monsters to kill, Qin Shen smiled. Then let's set off now, and Yu Meng Xian was very excited. It seems that killing that mutant rat in the afternoon has stirred up his blood, and now he just wants to kill more mutant creatures to avenge his parents. It has stirred up the hot blood in his heart. At this moment, he only wants to kill more mutant creatures to avenge his parents. After leaving the camp, the four of them aimlessly searched for beasts. Qin Shen kept calculating until everyone had killed 3 or 4 mutant beasts, then they stopped. After that, they found an unoccupied house to rest. At 12 o'clock, a faint golden light flashed in the dark night sky. In everyone's mind, a majestic voice couldn't help but sound. Ants of the Blue Star, I will bestow upon all living beings a chance to change their destiny. Whether you can defy fate and ascend to the divine realm depends on your luck. Then came the familiar system prompt sound of Qin Shen. Blue Star datization began, Blue Star reconstruction in progress, and the novice secret realm is being generated. Announcing to all the creatures of the Blue Star, the gods have descended. All creatures can obtain player status. Please figure out the specific method on your own. The novice secret realm has been successfully generated. In cities with a population of 100,000 people, novice secret realm entrances will appear, and players with player status can operate them. The novice secret realm will last for 1 month. The introduction was very brief, not even repeated, and many people didn't even hear the content clearly, still looking bewildered. At this moment, a new voice rang in Qin Shen's mind. Target detected, sufficient experience points accumulated within the specified time, player identity successfully obtained. Please choose your profession. As soon as the voice fell, a panel appeared, densely listing a large number of basic professions. Qin Shen didn't rush to choose, but looked up at everyone, who had all obtained player identities. The crowd nodded blankly, and at this moment they understood the significance of Qin Shen leading them to kill monsters everywhere. Then choose your profession based on your attributes and inner career inclination. Qin Shen paused suddenly and said, well, you probably don't have any talents, so just choose based on attributes and preferences. But according to the team setup, it's best to have a tank and male output. As soon as he finished speaking, and Yunmeng weakly said, I think I have a talent. Before Qin Shen could respond, the chubby guy next to him also said, it seems like I have a talent too. Qin Shen's gaze turned to Qin Euro, looking at him expressionlessly, you don't have one too, do you? Is that talent you mentioned the thing in the talent bar? Qin Euro said somewhat fiercely, I do have a talent called Healing Heart, it's an epic one, able to increase the healing effect by 10%. Qin Shen didn't know what to say anymore. There were only over 1,000 talented individuals in the entire county, and 3 had appeared around him. Except for in Yunmao, the other 2 were from his past life. They didn't even have the chance to obtain player status. It's hard to imagine how many talented individuals like them in the past didn't even know their own talents and died prematurely. My talent is extraordinary, it can enhance physical attributes, restore 100% of health, and provide a 10% counterattack effect. Xue Hongbao said smugly. What's there to be proud of with just extraordinary talent? I have divine talent, and Yunmeng proudly raised her head. My talent is called Divine Emperor's Body, currently at the intermediate level. Can gain 5 points of intelligence attribute with each level up, and also provide 100% fire resistance, and 100 points of fire element affinity. Each level up can also increase spell power by 1 point. Pangzi and Qin Shen both took a sharp breath. As long as they changed to become fire mages, they would definitely become a formidable force, not to mention gaining 5 points of intelligence attribute with each level up. You should know that ordinary people only have 1 point of intelligence, not even close to his leftovers. So, let's choose our professions based on our respective talents. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shen looked at everyone and said, and Yunmeng should be a mage, and Pangzi should be a warrior. Qin Laoshi is a healer, forming the traditional warrior-mage-healer combination. After speaking, he once again looked back at his own profession selection panel, without the slightest hesitation. He directly chose the summoner profession, and then 3 cards appeared in front of him. Qin Shen didn't rush to open it, but instead activated his innate desire, feeling a mysterious force enveloping his body, making everything around him seem cheerful. The next second, 3 cards were slowly turned over, and a sacred golden light shone in his eyes. Surprisingly, there were 3 divine quality cores. Excitedly, Qin Shen looked at the first core, Elemental Summon, boosting the attributes of all elemental summons by 100%. Each summoned elemental creature increases his own elemental damage by 10%. Every 1 point of mental power increases spell strength by 1 point. The intelligence requirement for learning skills is converted to a mental power requirement. Just by looking at the first professional core, Qin Shen couldn't help but take a deep breath. With this core, he could completely transform into a magical powerhouse like in Yumeng, wielding the power to destroy the world. Unfortunately, this talent didn't align with his plan as a hexagonal warrior. Can only be used as a backup. Clearly not wasting any time, his gaze continued towards the second professional core, Multiple Summon. When using summoning spells, the number of summoned creatures doubles, and they can inherit 10% of all summoned creature attributes. Having a large army isn't bad, but unfortunately, these inherited attributes cannot be used for learning skills, and there are no skills. Even with higher personal attributes, it doesn't have much combat power, and it's not as useful as the elemental summon from earlier. Qin Shen quickly dismissed this core and continued to look at the third one, Fate Summoning. At each stage, you can obtain the ability to summon a hero from the River of Fate to be your partner. The hero will permanently exist and cannot be altered. They can wear equipment and grow with the player's level. You can additionally inherit 50% of your own attributes and gain one of the hero's skills. This is it. Xin Ling didn't hesitate at all. He immediately chose this core profession. With the talent of Plunder, he doesn't lack attributes at all. Once the hero inherits his attributes, they also have the potential for unlimited growth. Not to mention that he can also master the hero's skills. The red core profession slowly merges into his body. Qin Shan glanced over. There were only a few seconds left for the lucky blessing. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the newly obtained Fate Summoning. In an instant, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in front of him. Qin Shan seemed to see a river of fate flowing in front of him. Dazzling golden light shimmered, and the sound of murmuring voices filled his ears. The pitch-black spatial crack was gradually covered by the golden light. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long, shapely legs with flowing golden hair. Pure white feathers danced in the air, and an exquisite face that could captivate anyone appeared in front of Qin Shan and the others. Archangel Gabriel has seen the Lord. Seeing Qin Shan summon an angel, the three of them looked over one after another. Feeling the gaze of the three, Gabriel furrowed his brow, but said nothing, continuing to size up the person summoned from the river of fate before him. Hurry up and choose your profession core. Do we still need to go to the novice secret realm? Qin Shanshin coughed and said. Then he turned his gaze to Gabriel, whose name, race, and life value were that of the holy angel, with 480 life points. Mana value 270, attack power 44, skills, Sword of Holy Flame, Eye of God's Punishment, Light of Healing. Qin Shan swallowed his saliva. The attributes and skills of the holy angel were truly magnificent. Not only did it have healing skills, but the damage was also divine damage, not to mention the various resistances and defenses. The damage value at this stage was enough to kill all enemies instantly. Summoning pets had their own consciousness, not to mention such powerful creatures as the holy angel. Therefore, for a moment, Qin Shan didn't know how to greet him. Hello, Master. Gabriel will serve by your side. Seemingly noticing Qin Shan's embarrassment, Gabriel smiled sweetly, giving people a feeling of warmth and blossoming flowers. Please guide me in the future. But this time, you are really too dazzling. Could you wait in the summoning space for a while? Qin Shan said awkwardly. Of course, Gabriel will follow your wishes. Then, a golden light flashed on his body, and he disappeared in front of everyone. Wow, Ming, what level of profession core did you get? You even summoned an angel. The chubby guy asked excitedly. Don't ask about the level of cores, and don't easily tell others. Your talent is the biggest secret for every player. I don't know how much money there is. I told my friends my information, and then I was sold out. Knowing your talent and professional core makes it easy for others to find ways to target you. It's not that I don't trust the fat guy, but I'm afraid he might talk too much and reveal secrets. At this time, and Yun Meng and Qin Yuro have also chosen their professional cores. After hearing Qin Shan's words, they all responded. Now, this series of changes has made them realize that the world has really changed. Let's go, the novice secret realm has opened. We don't have much time to waste. There are definitely many people currently looking for ways to obtain player identity. The method of obtaining by killing monsters is only valid for 1 hour after the game arrives. After that, in order to obtain it again, you must use the professional scrolls dropped by the monsters. It's as difficult for ordinary people to kill monsters as it is to climb to the sky. Not to mention the drop rate of professional scrolls. Most people can only choose to buy from players in the end, and the price is not something ordinary people can accept. Several people nodded in agreement. After all, the entrance is in the central square. Let's go now. Everyone is on the way and familiarize themselves with their own attributes. After some preparations, everyone left the room. With the choice of profession, Qin Shan's Plunder talent has also been enhanced. He can now obtain 200 random talents. After some thought, he ultimately chose Gabriel's Eye of Divine Punishment. Although he is entangled in the powerful destructive power of the angels, auxiliary skills are equally important. The Eye of Divine Punishment can see through all falsehoods, allowing him to avoid lurking monsters or player ambushes, and discover things that are difficult for ordinary people to find. Its function is far superior to the angelic swordsmanship. Stop, it's not clear what's behind this door at the moment. Everyone, don't enter rashly. Several people have just arrived outside the entrance to the secret realm. They saw many law enforcement officers blocking people from entering the secret realm. We'll find a chance to rush in later, and then, taking advantage of the few people now, see if we can pick up any tasks. After that, we'll meet at the village entrance, said Qin Shan to the other three. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. It's a good thing they came early. In the previous life, the entrance and exit of the secret realm were quickly sealed off by the police, delaying for a whole day before they couldn't contain it and had to completely open the new player's secret realm. Fortunately, they arrived early, and the police personnel had not completely gathered yet, unable to completely guard this huge gate of the secret realm. Many people had already entered through various gaps. Forcefully break in. I have a player identity. This newbie secret realm is open for us. Why won't you let me in? A big man shouted in the distance. Let's go. Seeing everyone's attention being drawn by that big man, Shin didn't hesitate and, with the three others, rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Some law enforcement officers noticed them and wanted to come and intercept, but it was too late. The four of them rushed into the entrance of the secret realm and disappeared in front of everyone. The scene changed, and when their eyes regained brightness, Shin was already standing in a quiet village, with bright sunlight in the sky, like a paradise. But if you look towards the village from the outside, you will find many huge black rabbits attacking the village, and some players are fighting against these rabbits. Mingda Shin turned his head and saw Fatty standing outside the Joshur gate, waving at him continuously. On the other side, and Yunmeng and Shin Yuro also heard Fatty's shout, and the group quickly gathered. Shin led them towards the village's blacksmith shop, wanting to go out and kill monsters, first getting some weapons. The sound of iron striking resounded in everyone's ears. They curiously looked around, their gaze scanning over the weapons. At this time, there was no one behind the counter. Directly behind was a huge forge, where a man with explosive muscles on his upper body was continuously hammering in front of the forge. From a distance, the embryonic form of a long sword could be seen. You can look around. As long as you have money, you can buy any weapon in the shop. The big man glanced at the heavy objects in the shop, seemingly unsurprised by their arrival. Shin looked down, they were all unattributed blank weapons. Picking up a long sword from the table, the corresponding attributes immediately came into view. Roughly made common quality, attack power plus 10. Durability 10 points, selling price 2 silver coins. After the advent of the game, the currencies of various countries are no longer of any use. Gold, silver, and copper coins have become the mainstream for trading. Yes, at this time, players don't have any usable currency in their hands, so naturally, they can't afford these weapons in the shop. Boss, I'd like to have 4 long swords and a shield. Can we make the trade with this? Shin said, taking out a gold bar from his package and placing it on the counter. These are what he looted from a gold shop on the way. In total, he looted over 20 gold bars and a pile of gold and silver jewelry, all lying in his package. The boss, upon seeing the gold bar, grinned and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get the goods for you." Although currency has lost its value, gold bars are universally accepted as a hard currency. You are my first customer here. I'll throw in an extra long sword for you, the blacksmith shop owner said with a sly smile. Shin, not one to refuse, accepted it with a smile and handed out 3 longswords to the others. Whether a warrior, mage, or even a priest, without skills in the early stages, they can only rely on hacking with a long sword. This is also the reason why spellcaster classes have a difficult starting point. Shortly after, they arrived at the village entrance and received a beginner's task from the guard. Task: protect Dawnlight Village. Please kill 20 black magic rabbits to ensure the peace of Dawnlight Village. Task reward: Guardian token, 100 experience points, and 2 silver coins. Since there's no team at the moment, the task requires each of us to kill 20. While there aren't many people around, let's quickly complete this task. Just then, a black rabbit charged towards the village. A player launched an attack at it, but the black magic rabbit leaped and kicked him hard. The 1.8-meter tall man was kicked several meters away and lay on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. Pangzi took a deep breath, his face showing a look of fear. Ming, I really need to take the lead. Remember to hold your shield tightly, increase the defense tower. Shin reached out and pushed Pangzi. Whoa, Pangzi exclaimed. Seeing the black magic rabbit right in front of him, he had to charge forward, holding the shield and colliding with the black magic rabbit. Pangzi took several steps back, but surprisingly did not fall. This scene left him stunned. Don't stand there, attack quickly. Shin and the others have already charged up. The long sword in his hand wildly stabbed towards the black magic rabbit. The black magic rabbit, under attack, became increasingly violent. It kicked out with both legs, but at this moment, Pangzi finally came to his senses, holding the long sword and charging up again, blocking the black magic rabbit's attack. Under the 4-person attack, the black magic rabbit finally fell to the ground. Shin picked up the fallen ashes of the black magic rabbit. Next, I will help you complete this task, and then I won't be with you. You 3 should team up and quickly raise your levels. The reason Shin didn't summon the Archangel just now was to see if Pangzi could withstand the black magic rabbit's damage. Since there's no problem, the few of them can level up here. As soon as he heard that Qin Shen wanted to solo, Pingzi asked in confusion, Ming, this magic resistance is so strong, can you handle it? Qin Shen smiled at the three of them and summoned Gabriel from the summoning space. The conditions are simple now, so I can only give you this long sword. Qin Shen handed over the inferior quality long sword. You're too kind. Having a sword is already enough. Gabriel took the long sword and thrust it towards a charging black magic rabbit. The long sword pierced through, a scorching feast, burning the black magic rabbit into ashes directly. The three of them looked at Gabriel in shock, as did the surrounding players. They were all surprised. They were originally wondering where so many beautiful angels had come from, only to see him instantly kill the black magic rabbit with a single sword. Qin Shen smiled, then looked at the three people with a serious expression. You've seen it too. Gabriel's strength is too strong. If you bring him along, you won't get any experience points. It will slow down everyone's progress. I'll help you collect the ashes of the black magic rabbit. After completing the mission, you'll be able to level up to 1. It will also make it much easier to deal with these monsters. Most importantly, you need to try to adapt to combat. The monsters ahead are getting more and more dangerous. We need to adapt to combat as quickly as possible. Adapt to the new world in order to survive in the future. Since there weren't many players fighting for monsters, Qin Shen quickly gathered 20 ashes and leveled up to level 1. He let Gabriel continue to kill monsters with the other two, while he took the ashes back to complete the mission. Qin Shen, holding the protective token given for the mission, returned to Dawn Village and walked towards a thatched house. The thatched house seemed particularly inconspicuous, but this wasn't a game made by humans. Everything that exists must have a reason. Even inconspicuous weeds are an indispensable part of maintaining the entire ecosystem of the secret realm. As the guard over there said, you can learn skills. Qin Shen walked into the house and placed the Guardian certificate on the table. This is the greatest use of the Guardian certificate. Hand it over to the bookstore owner, and you can obtain professional skill books, as well as the most basic exploration and collection techniques. The old man looked at him deeply. The guard wouldn't tell you these things, but what you said is correct. This thing can indeed allow you to learn some basic skills from me. You are the first player to come to me with a Guardian certificate. I can give you a choice, to upgrade this return skill book to a silver level. Hearing this, Qin Shen's heart suddenly stirred. For the street professionals, silver level skills and equipment are already considered the limit. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Qin Shen's mouth. Is this your limit? The old man was slightly stunned, seemingly not expecting that Qin Shen would even look down on silver level skills. He stared quietly at him for a while. For the silver level skill, the task is to hunt down the level 7 boss, Jungle Giant Ape, outside the village within 3 days. If I remember correctly, it should be a bronze level boss. Qin Shen's face turned a little pale. There aren't many bosses in the beginner village, and the same age giant ape is considered average among the bronze level bosses. However, with his plunder talent, after 3 days, plus Gabriel's attributes, he didn't know what terrifying place he would reach. In just a short while, he had already accumulated more than 30 attribute points. His own strength had also undergone a rapid and substantial growth. The old man was exhausted for a moment, but he didn't expect the other party to be so ignorant of death. In the depths of the jungle, there is a silver-level demon leopard. If you can bring back its body in a day, if you bring back its body, I will upgrade the reward to gold level. This gave Qin Shen the impression that the silver level is already the ceiling for novice players, and the gold level is a super high reward, impossible to go higher. Qin Shen's task list also added a bright red task, indicating the difficulty of the task it represents. Hunt and kill the demon leopard in the dark forest, with a task reward of 10,000 experience points. Professional gold level skills. The artist Qin Shen left the bookstore happily, heading to the village entrance to meet with the fat man and others. After accumulating almost enough imprints, he continued for a while until he plundered nearly 100 attribute points before stopping. After taking the 3 people to the bookstore to study skills, he returned to the only tavern in the Morning Light Village and extravagantly spent 40 silver to open 2 rooms. He went to sleep immediately. Although it was clear in the secret realm, it was already 34 o'clock in the early morning. The time will have to wait until the next day to synchronize with Lanqin, and after resting at the tavern, he will also gain the benefit of being energized. The next morning, Qin Shen, with a 20% experience bonus, walked towards the dense forest in the distance. He was not in a hurry to complete the task. Although Gabriel is powerful, his own strength is still too weak. With just a casual skill, he could be killed directly. Moreover, the cooldown time for the lucky talent hasn't arrived, so Qin Shen won't engage in unprofitable transactions. Although Gabriel is only at level 2, his various attributes have already reached 60 points. Coupled with the attribute extension given by Qin Shen, he can basically kill monsters within level 5 in seconds. Killing monsters one by one with such powerful attackers is really a waste of time. Thinking this, Qin Shen walks deeper into the jungle. Just then, a huge, bizarre giant bird flies towards Qin Shen, but it is cut down by Gabriel standing next to him. This is a level 3 dark pressure, a creature residing on the outskirts of the dark forest. Qin Shen ignores the body on the ground and continues deeper with Gabriel. He remembers that deep in this forest, there is a group of monkey monsters. In the previous life, it can be said to be the nightmare of countless players. No one knows how many monkeys are in the treetops. Most importantly, this group of monkeys has long-range throwing skills. Not only is the damage extremely high, but it also has a certain probability of stunning. Once stunned, even the strongest player can only be trapped. Before truly entering Monkey Mountain, Qin Shen already hears the calls of those monkeys. Those monkeys are usually in the trees. Be careful not to be surrounded. Qin Shen reminds Gabriel beside him. Gabriel can fly and has the eye of divine punishment. Those monkeys hiding in the trees have nowhere to escape. Gabriel nodded, then suddenly his expression changed, and he flew towards the branches above, where a monkey monster was hiding. With a swipe of his long sword, the monkey monster was instantly defeated. I actually gained 120 experience points. It seems to be the double reward for killing higher-level sand monsters, Qin Shen murmured. Killing higher-level sand monsters comes with an experience point boost. At level 3 or above, you can get a 100% experience point bonus. Not only that, the loot dropped by the sand monsters will also be enhanced. I hope this Monkey Mountain can give me some good drops. Qin Shen felt a slight sense of anticipation. The two continued forward and encountered many monkeys. Gabriel quickly dealt with them with a single sword strike each. With the experience boost and the bonus for killing higher-level monsters, Qin Shen quickly reached level 3. Gabriel's attributes skyrocketed again, and his attack power reached a terrifying 170. Suddenly, a figure flickered ahead and let out an angry roar towards Qin Shen. Looking up, it turned out to be a huge monkey, the size of an orangutan. Qin Shen was taken aback. This was the level 7 bronze boss, the jungle giant ape. Around him, there were many monkeys calling out one after another, which made his expression slightly serious. He wasn't afraid of too many monkeys surrounding a single jungle giant ape. It would be easy for a few activated monkey monsters to take him down in an instant. Using the angel's sword directly, Qin Shen said to Gabriel in a deep voice, "It's best to take them all out in one go while these monkey monsters haven't had a chance to attack yet." Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Gabriel also did not hold back. The divine power surged within him, and a massive golden sword appeared in the sky. Gabriel was bathed in sacred light. With a cold gaze, he scanned the bodies of the monkey monsters around him. The jungle giant ape roared and swiftly pounced towards him. Perfect, I'll test my current strength. Qin Shen glanced at Gabriel, who was still casting spells, then charged towards the Monkey King with his sword in hand. With his talent for plunder, although his attributes were not as high as Gabriel's, they far exceeded those of most ordinary players. His strength attribute of 38 points made him unafraid of the Monkey King. The moment he collided with the Monkey King, Qin Shen's arm went numb, and the sword almost slipped from his hand. In his previous life, he was just a lousy mage and had never learned how to use a sword. He could only swing the sword at the Monkey King. Fortunately, his own attributes were sufficient, totaling 48 points of attack, almost severing the jungle giant ape's arm. The pain in his hand made the jungle giant ape roar, further igniting the bloodlust within him. His attention was completely drawn to Qin Shen. He swung his arms, wanting to charge at Qin Shen again, but then he saw the smirk on Qin Shen's face. The sword of the Archangel, with the majestic voice of Gabriel, dazzling light shone throughout the entire Monkey Mountain. In the distant Morning Light Village, many NPCs raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the dark forest. The dazzling golden light on the horizon was so dazzling in their eyes. Could it be that he can really complete the mission? The bookstore owner was stunned, murmuring as he looked in the direction of the dark forest. As the golden light dissipated, Qingming's gaze fell on the few drops on the ground. Excitedly, he ran to the side of the giant ape's corpse and picked up the only 3 dropped items. However, when he saw the only bronze-level dropped item among them, he couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out to be a summoning skill book for the jungle giant ape. Wow, if you can't beat them, join them. Compared to this skill book, the remaining 2 items are quite ordinary: a staff with an attached magic ball, a bag with 8 slots. He threw the long sword in his hand into the backpack, took the brand new staff, and finally looked a bit like a mage. The monkey monster's staff has a skill attached to it, releasing a wooden energy ball that deals 10 base damage to the target. and 30% spell power damage, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the staff's attributes. 10 seconds to cast, shooting out a 10-point base value energy ball, not much different from scratching an itch, but he could help the new mage master his first spell, which made this staff extremely valuable. It could probably fetch a good price. The new mage mastered his first spell, giving this staff significant power. It could probably be sold for a good price. After learning the skill, Qin Shen summoned the giant ape, a slightly smaller gorilla, to appear by his side. The summoned beast, Jungle Giant Ape, has 1,200 health points and an attack power of 110. Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction, knowing that these attributes can easily crush the monkeys here. As night fell, Qin Shen's level finally reached level 6, and the Plunder talent was also fully stacked. At this time, he was leaning against a tree, looking at his own attribute panel. Name, level 6. Constitution 56, Strength 60, Agility 44, Intelligence 57, Spirit Power 69, Health 350, Mana 415, Attack Power 60, Spell Power 114. The attributes provided by the Plunder talent have all been maximized. If he wants to continue improving, he can only wait until he advances. Moreover, Qin Shen doesn't have any equipment yet. He will truly be invincible in the entire novice secret realm once he puts on a set of top-quality equipment. Next, it's all about the magic spirit leopard. I hope it drops some good items for me. Killing it is not difficult, but finding the magic spirit leopard is the key. Qin Shen silently calculated the time, waiting for the lucky skill to refresh at 12 o'clock. This time was indeed a bit tense. The two walked deep into the dark forest. Suddenly, Gabriel flew towards a large tree in front, but before he could get close, a deep blue figure leaped out from the treetop. A cold light flashed, and this magic spirit leopard didn't even have time to suffer before it was struck down. "Your sword is getting faster and faster," Qin Shen exclaimed. "Thank you for the compliment," Gabriel replied with a smile. However, soon the expressions of the two turned serious. Qin Shen even began casting a spell, summoning the jungle giant ape. Only a hint of concern emerged in the surrounding darkness, accompanied by the low growls and howls of wild beasts. Giant figures emerged from the darkness, rushing towards Qin Shen. The forest wolves, lurking in the dark depths of the forest, are the most dangerous creatures, even more terrifying than the elusive spirit leopards and the powerful music valley, because these are a group of creatures similar to the monkey monsters. Once they appear, there are at least hundreds of them. Without protecting the master, Gabriel shouted to the jungle giant ape by his side, then engaged in a battle with the wolves, brandishing his sword. Qin Shen fought the forest wolves with a staff in one hand and a long sword in the other. His attack power was far inferior to Gabriel and the jungle giant ape, but he could withstand them due to his high basic attributes. With one sword strike, even if he couldn't kill the forest wolves, he could still send them flying with his attacks. Moreover, he was constantly honing his combat skills by observing Gabriel's moves. Combat skills cannot be compared to mere abilities. A nimble assassin can even manipulate another high-level player without using any skills. Compared to Qin Shen and Gabriel, the jungle giant ape is much more straightforward. Every forest wolf that pounced on Qin Shen was slapped down by him. After a brief fight, more than a dozen forest wolves were killed. At this moment, there was another loud howl in the woods, and the wolf pack paused. Qin Shen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a larger forest wolf slowly walked out of the forest, snarling at Qin Shen. Qin Shen smiled faintly at Gabriel. "The jungle is actually protecting me. You go ahead and use the angel's sword." Facing the wolf pack, once Gabriel is held back, even he will be in danger. It's best to deal with the Wolf King as soon as possible. The Wolf King didn't give them much time to communicate. After a brief pause, it charged towards Gabriel. The wolf pack was intelligent, and among the three, Gabriel was undoubtedly the biggest threat. "We can only hold it back to deal with the other two." Qin Shen frowned slightly and had the jungle giant ape intercept the Wolf King. He then fought the oncoming forest wolves. Gabriel's angel's sword required a brief casting time and couldn't be interrupted by the Wolf King at this critical moment. Fortunately, the casting time for the angel's sword wasn't long. In the next instant, the dark sky was covered by a holy light, and a massive sword energy cleaved down from the sky. The holy light dispersed, and the entire dark forest returned to tranquility. Besides the jungle giant ape, there was no longer a fox by Qin Shen and Gabriel's side. The angel's sword is indeed the best skill for monster grinding. Qin Shen couldn't help but marvel at his soaring experience points. The drops from the Forest Wolf King are better than the Jungle Giant Ape. In total, 2 bronze-level items were obtained. Wolf King's Ring, bronze quality. Attributes include increased attack power and food, strength, and physical damage. It also has a special effect of causing bleeding, with a 20% chance. Inflicts 30% of attack power as damage per second. Charge skill book, bronze level, for the warrior profession. Charges towards the target, causing damage equal to the sum of physique, strength, and agility, and stuns the target for 1 second. Qin Shen thought for a moment and handed the ring to Gabriel. He was the main force in battle. Qin Shen was just a side character. Seeing the ring handed to him, Gabriel's face turned slightly red. In the darkness, Qin Shen couldn't see Gabriel's expression clearly. Little did he know that for their kind of Western race, a ring held a special meaning. Even though he knew Qin Shen didn't mean it that way, it didn't stop Gabriel from thinking in that direction. After packing everything up, Qin Shen took Gabriel and continued walking towards the depths of the forest. They walked for a long time and only occasionally encountered the moonlight tiger, a spirit beast, in the forest. Compared to the forest wolves and spirit leopards, the moonlight tiger is the true overlord of the dark forest, with formidable attributes that even rival some bronze-level mini-bosses. Someone has been found. Gabriel suddenly stopped in his tracks and stared at a conspicuously taller tree in the distance. The two of them slowly retreated to a relatively safe location behind them and hid. Once this demon spirit leopard ran away, who knows how long it would take for them to find it again. The two of them quietly waited under the tree. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and the cooldown for their lucky talent was almost up. But not long after, the demon spirit leopard actually moved, walking towards the deeper part of the jungle. This unexpected change made the two of them look at each other, but they had to get up and follow. Watching it catch a dark duck, Xingming couldn't help but sneer silently, thinking to himself, "Eat up, and then we'll send you on your way." At that moment, a breath that made Qin Shen feel palpitations came from deep within the forest. The demon spirit leopard, which was eating, also stopped and let out a low growl towards the depths of the forest. A nearly 5-meter-long silver tiger slowly emerged, and its terrifying aura made Qin Shen feel extremely uneasy. It was actually the only golden-level leopard in the dark forest. Silver Moon Tiger King. The demon spirit leopard was obviously no match for it. As the Silver Moon Tiger King approached, it slowly backed away with its food in its mouth. But the Silver Moon Tiger King obviously had its eyes on the food in its mouth. How could it easily let the demon spirit leopard take it away? It let out a series of low growls. Seeing this scene, Qin Shen's heart stirred slightly. He nudged Gabriel with his shoulder and said, taking on two at once to make them die within a minute, "Are you confident? It's a bit challenging, but worth a try." In the distance, the spirit leopard seemed to be struggling. It dropped the food in its mouth and began to slowly retreat. Suddenly, a giant ape roared and charged out of the forest, leaving both the spirit leopard and the Silver Moon Tiger stunned. The spirit leopard turned to look and saw a massive jungle giant charging towards it. The spirit leopard was completely caught off guard. How could there be a cabinet coming out like this? The spirit leopard was just about to dodge when it was scooped up by the giant ape and thrown towards the Silver Moon Tiger. Roars echoed throughout the entire jungle. Both the Silver Moon Tiger and the spirit leopard expressed their anger. They didn't expect that a wild beast of bronze level dared to attack them. The Silver Moon Tiger knocked the spirit leopard to the ground with a single paw and glared at the jungle giant with fury in its eyes. At this moment, the jungle giant, completely oblivious to its own safety, charged towards the Silver Moon Tiger. It stopped in front of him, shouting Huanglong River lineage, all with Bluetooth, while making various mocking gestures towards him. The Silver Moon Tiger King was extremely angry. He didn't expect a mere bronze-level beast to dare to offend him. The majesty of the Jungle King resounded through the wind. Even at a distance, Qin Shen could still feel the thunder in his mind. The Silver Moon Tiger King in front of him has already pounced towards the jungle giant ape, but the latter, who was well prepared, evaded at the first moment. The magic spirit leopard lying on the ground suffered instead. Just as it stood up and before it could run away, it was struck by the Silver Moon Tiger King, crashing heavily into a large tree in the distance, causing the colossal force to make the towering tree collapse. The magic spirit leopard, heavily hit, angrily climbed up and directed a defiant roar at the Silver Moon Tiger. After being repeatedly attacked, it also accumulated a great deal of anger. The Tiger King responded with a roar of its own. He saw the jungle giant ape swiftly climbing up a tree, constantly shuttling through the jungle. The Silver Moon Tiger King is not adept at fighting in the trees, so it vented its anger on the magic spirit leopard. The magic spirit leopard is evidently not as strong as the Silver Moon Tiger, but its agility is clearly more nimble, maneuvering around the Silver Moon Tiger. Launching the occasional sneak attack, it has also left quite a few scars on the Tiger King's body. If the Silver Moon Tiger King were just a silver-level boss, but its strength is evidently already somewhat too powerful. It has attempted stealth attacks several times, but has been unable to inflict significant fatal injuries on the Tiger King, only able to slowly chip away at its health. However, the Tiger King's casual strike could potentially leave it lying on the ground unable to get up for quite some time. The jungle giant ape hidden in the treetops reappeared, holding a thick wooden stake, and smashed it towards the Silver Moon Tiger King. As the Silver Moon Tiger King was about to pursue the spirit leopard, he was struck by the stake, which knocked him to the ground, allowing the pursued spirit leopard to escape. He turned back to look at the fallen Tiger King, then glanced at the jungle giant ape leaping in the trees, and charged towards the Tiger King once again. The attacked Silver Moon Tiger King was furious and immediately engaged in a fight with the spirit leopard. However, with the intervention of the jungle giant ape this time, several of his attacks were in vain, and the spirit leopard managed to successfully ambush him, leaving numerous wounds on the Silver Moon Tiger King. Time's up, it's your turn. Gabriel nodded, slowly raising the long sword into the sky, and the holy light once again appeared in the sky. Roar the Silver Moon Tiger King and the Demon Spirit Leopard King both stopped, their gazes alert as they focused on the new figure that had appeared. They sensed a great threat emanating from Gabriel. However, the preparation time for the angel's sword did not take long. In the moment of hesitation between the tiger and the leopard, Gabriel had already completed his spellcasting. A huge holy sword descended from the sky, instantly causing the already heavily injured Demon Spirit Leopard King to fall. While the Silver Moon Tiger King did not die, it also let out a painful roar, a large wound appearing on its back with the remnants of holy fire still burning. First, pick up the equipment, look for those golden level ones, maybe there's something you can use, take it to kill the Tiger King. Qin Shen quickly said. Before the words had even finished, Gabriel had already rushed towards the scattered items on the ground. At level 6, Gabriel had an intelligence of over 170 points and a spell power of nearly 350 points. The angel's sword could deal close to 10,000 points of damage. However, the Silver Moon Tiger King was a golden level boss after all, with terrifyingly high health points. Even after being struck by the sword, it still had 1/3 of its health remaining, which Qin Shen had not anticipated. Roar the Silver Moon Tiger King roared in anger, slowly getting up from the ground, wanting to charge towards Gabriel. But at this moment, Gabriel had already picked up a long sword next to the Demon Spirit Leopard King's corpse and charged directly towards it. From a distance, Qin Shen could clearly see the golden light emanating from the sword. Holy flame! In just an instant, the sword in Gabriel's hand was covered with holy flame, piercing into the Tiger King's wound. Roar! A cry of pain came from the Tiger King as it raised its claws to swipe at Gabriel, who easily dodged it. In its heavily injured state, the Tiger King's attacks were chaotic and lacked any strategy, making it easy for Gabriel to avoid being hit as long as he remained calm. Not only that, the jungle giant ape in the tree had finally jumped down, swinging a huge tree trunk towards the Tiger King's head. Bang! Fortunately, it triggered a stunning effect, causing the jungle Tiger King to fall to the ground. Gabriel naturally did not miss this opportunity, thrusting the long sword into the tiger's belly, creating a large wound. With its internal organs spilling out, the Tiger King was now in a critical state of bleeding, destined to not survive much longer even without further attacks. 30 seconds left. Qin Shen looked at the remaining time of his lucky buff. The Silver Moon Tiger King had already recovered from the stun. As a golden level boss, its resistance was extremely high, and the stun effect of 2 seconds only lasted for a moment. But now, it was struggling to launch effective attacks, especially with the unhealable wound on its abdomen. Lying still on the ground might allow it to slowly recover due to its powerful attributes, but any significant movement during battle would only hasten the loss of its health. Kill! Gabriel shouted, wielding the long sword and attacking again. In the Tiger King's current condition, delaying for a while would naturally lead to its death. But Gabriel knew very well that Qin Shen's lucky time was running out, and they didn't have time to drag it out. Bang! The result of the urgent attack was that Gabriel had to endure the Tiger King's counterattacks. Each claw strike took away hundreds of her health points. Qin Shen watched anxiously. Although Gabriel had thousands of health points, she was not a boss after all, and naturally couldn't compare to a golden boss like the Silver Moon Tiger King. Fortunately, the Tiger King's remaining health was low, and Gabriel was not easily hit. Roar with a deafening roar, the Silver Moon Tiger King finally fell slowly. This was its final skill, Tiger Roar. It could cause wide-ranging sonic damage to surrounding units and stun them for 2 seconds. Unfortunately, the Silver Moon Tiger King was too severely injured to mount an effective counterattack, even after killing the jungle giant ape and controlling Gabriel. In the end, they had to wait for Gabriel to wake up, and then he was slain with a single sword strike. Got it! Qin Shen exclaimed excitedly, the ground filled with light enough to drive any player crazy. Successfully killed the final boss of the newbie secret realm, Silver Moon Tiger King, gaining 1000 experience points, and the title reward Newbie Village Dominator. The system prompt in his mind caught him off guard. He didn't expect a title reward for killing the Silver Moon Tiger King. Before the newbie secret realm closed, only a few players had reached level 9, let alone killed the final boss. Qin Shen excitedly opened the attribute panel and glanced at the title, which had only 2 effects, +1 reputation in the newbie village and +2 luck. The reputation in the newbie village is useless, but luck is very useful. Finally, my luck is not 0. Qin Shen was thrilled. Checking the cooldown time of the luck talent, he found no change. Oh well, let's go see the drops from the 2 bosses. Before he could get close, Qin Shen's eyes were drawn to a dazzling white light among a pile of light. White common items, silver equipment, and platinum equipment, all shining white, but with significant differences that could be recognized at a glance. The common items had a dim light, the white light of the silver equipment was grayish, and only the platinum equipment shone brightly and dazzlingly. Wow! I can't believe a golden boss dropped a platinum equipment. Qin Shen excitedly rubbed his hands and picked up the platinum item first. Platinum Ring, Platinum Grade, Introduction, a ring made of pure platinum, truly living up to its name. Effect 1, Luck +3, Effect 2, contains 200 storage spaces, similar items can be stacked. Effect 3, automatically pick up items dropped within 10 meters. Effect 4, does not occupy the character's jewelry equipment slot, never wears out, cannot be looted. Effect 5, Platinum Guard, creates an energy shield with a value of 10,000 plus level *100, defending against all damage, shield needs 24 hours to recharge. Holy cow! Amazing! Qin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Although this was an auxiliary equipment, its value was undoubtedly huge. Adding luck, storage capacity, a guarding skill, and the ability to automatically pick up items, this ring could be called an artifact at this stage. Just the automatic pickup function alone was enough to drive countless players crazy. Moreover, this ring did not occupy an equipment slot, essentially giving Qin Shen an extra piece of equipment, a 200-slot storage bag, and a 24-hour cooldown guarding skill out of thin air. Such equipment would be invaluable even in the late game. What a great start! Put it on, put it on! Qin Shen immediately put it on his finger. Auxiliary equipment like this generally had no usage requirements, and the non-lootable property meant he didn't have to worry about the ring being stolen. In the real world, all items naturally dropped upon death, so the non-drop attribute had no meaning. But non-lootable was different, as thief skills couldn't steal it. After putting on the platinum ring, Qin Shen moved all his belongings into the ring, including the items waiting to be picked up on the ground. Mom won't have to worry about my inventory being full anymore. After storing everything in the platinum ring, Qin Shen carefully examined the loot from this trip, which included a platinum ring and 2 golden grade items dropped by the Silver Moon Tiger King. Necklace, Jungle Guardian, Gold Grade, Requirements, 0 th tier class Spirit +30, Intelligence +20, HP +500 Skill, Jungle Guardian, increases own evasion by 30%, doubles effect when in jungle, lasts 15s, cooldown 1 hour durability, 30 out of 30 Skill Book, War Roar, Gold Grade, Requirements, Warrior Class, Constitution 30, Strength 30 Skill Effect, Roar loudly, causing nearby enemies to be stunned for 2s and dealing, Strength plus Constitution, *300% damage, also increases nearby friendly units attack by 5%, lasts 180 s. Skill range, base range 10 meters, increases by 1 meter per 10 Constitution. Mana cost, 100, cooldown 10 minutes. Awesome! Qin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't even have a piece of bronze equipment, yet he could directly equip a gold grade one. Looking at his own attributes, with the Plunder talent, there was no possibility of insufficient attributes. He immediately put it around his neck and his HP sword. The HP bonus from just a necklace was already higher than his total HP. Master, this longsword also just dropped. At this moment, Gabriel, who had rested for a while, flew over and handed the longsword in his hand to Qin Shen. It was only then that he realized that the Demon Leopard King also dropped a gold-grade item, which was the longsword picked up by Gabriel earlier. Longsword Gallbladder, Gold Grade, Requirements, 0 TH Tier Class, Strength 50 Attack plus 200 Critical Rate plus 5% Critical Damage plus 20% Special Effect, Gallbladder, plus 50% in Strength Confrontation Durability, 100 out of 100. Wow! They say as brave as a bear and as daring as a leopard, but I didn't expect to get the gallbladder of this Demon Leopard King? Qin Shen joked. But undoubtedly, this long sword was extremely powerful and perfectly matched the attributes of a gold-grade weapon. 200 points of attack power was a height that most players in the 0 TH tier could not reach. Moreover, the requirement of 50 basic strength was also unattainable for most warrior players. Although gold-grade equipment was strong, not everyone could use it. You should keep this sword. I said before that I would give you a good sword, and this gallbladder is perfect. After reading the properties of gallbladder, Qin Shen handed it back to Gabriel. Holding this sword, he could only use it for brute force, not as effective as in Gabriel's hands. And for a summoner, Gabriel was the main combat force, while he was just a bystander, as long as he could stay alive. Thank you, Master. Gabriel thanked him. Having a good weapon would greatly enhance her combat power. You're welcome. You need to be strong to better protect me. Qin Shen smiled. Besides the Jungle Guardian and Gallbladder, the last gold-grade item was the Warrior's Skill Book, but he was a summoner and couldn't learn this skill, so he had to leave it for Fatty. Damn, I don't even have a gold-grade skill yet, and it's really cheap for him. Qin Shen's tone was full of resentment. But when will he ever use these 30 points of constitution and strength? Who cares? It's not my fault that he's useless. After looking at the gold-grade items, the next ones were the silver-grade items dropped by the Silver Moon Tiger King and the Demon Leopard King, with a considerable quantity, but most were dropped by the Silver Moon Tiger King. Helmet, shoulder armor, chest armor, wrist guards, leg armor, boots, cloak. But why is it a warrior set? Qin Shen looked at the complete set of armor in front of him with a feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears. The full set of silver armor, with attributes comparable to gold-level equipment, was meant for warrior-class professions, but he, a summoner, needed cloth armor. Tiger King set, silver armor, constitution plus 100, strength plus 100, agility plus 50, spirit plus 50 HP plus 500, defense plus 100, magic defense plus 50, attack plus 50 movement speed plus 5, physical damage reduction 10% set bonus, 6 pieces all attributes plus 50, HP plus 1000. Physical damage reduction plus 10% set skill, 6 pieces Tiger Roar, deals strength asterisk 500% damage to enemies within 10 meters, and stuns for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Gabriel, this set of silver battle armor belongs to you now. Qin Shen tearfully handed it over, and Gabriel accepted it gratefully. However, when this silver armor was truly worn by Gabriel, Qin Shen's eyes lit up. This armor is really something. Her golden hair hung behind her head, shining brightly in the reflection of the silver armor. Her charming face hidden in the helmet, revealing a bit of a white jawline and delicate collarbones, was incredibly alluring. The close-fitting silver armor perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Whether it was the fullness in front or the mysterious area under the battle skirt, it was full of temptation. Compared to the previous 3-point style, Gabriel was now more beautiful and captivating, arousing the conquering desire in men. Indeed, true sexiness is not about exposure, but about revealing just a little, yet igniting one's passion. Qin Shen couldn't help but sigh in admiration, quickly averting his gaze as Gabriel's beauty was becoming difficult to look at directly. Of course, compared to the majestic appearance and battle armor, Gabriel's attributes were now terrifying. Her total HP soared to 7,990 points, her attack power reached 900 points, and her defense of over 400 points was despair-inducing, enough to make her invincible in the novice village. Really, uncultured, besides damn, I don't know how else to describe it? Qin Shen sighed, Gabriel's attributes had become so powerful that she could even consider completely defeating the Silver Moon Tiger King now. In contrast, Xin Shen's attributes were lacking, except for the jungle guardian he just put on. His entire body was almost like a blank slate, lacking in attributes. Of course, these attributes referred to equipment attributes. With his plunder talent, his base attributes far exceeded those of ordinary players wearing equipment. Fully armed is not as good as laboring with bare hands? Xin Shen shrugged helplessly. Apart from the complete Tiger King set dropped by the Silver Moon Tiger King, there were not many silver-level items left. Xin Shen only found 2 pieces and put them on. In addition, 2 special scrolls dropped. Although they were only silver level, their value even exceeded that of gold level equipment. Occupation Scroll Archer, grade, silver, occupation core, 60% below top grade, 39% excellent, 1% top grade and above, team scroll, grade, silver, maximum team size, 10 people, team bonus, for each additional person near the team leader, all members gain 1% experience, team range, 10 kilometers, TSK, occupation scroll, team scroll, now everything is complete. Looking at these 2 scrolls in his hand, Xin Shen was excited. Occupation scrolls were the only way for ordinary people to become players in the future, with the highest level being gold. The probability of obtaining a top grade or higher occupation core was 1%, but the probabilities for below top grade varied. Bronze, silver, and gold level occupation scrolls corresponded to top grade, excellent, and top grade cores respectively. The silver level professional scroll has a 39% chance of drawing a core above the super product, while the bronze level has a 39% chance of drawing a core above the excellent product. As for the gold level professional scroll, there is a 39% chance of drawing a core of the best quality, which is considered the ceiling of professional cores. With such a silver level professional scroll, it's still a popular archer profession. In the future it will exceed the price of the top platinum equipment. Xin Shen sighed in his heart, looking at the team scroll next to him. This is a necessary item for teaming up, otherwise, like the fat guys now, they can only distribute experience points based on the damage they cause. This is extremely unfair for many professions, especially for priests and other professions, whose overall leveling efficiency is also very low. But with the team scroll, not only will the experience points be evenly distributed, but there will also be additional team bonuses. In addition, the team leader can also make additional adjustments to the distribution of experience points, allowing some lower-level teammates to share more experience points. Originally thought I could have a team scroll, but unexpectedly I got a silver level 1 for myself. It's a pleasant surprise. Xin Shen exclaimed and immediately used it. Then he opened his personal panel, and a team option suddenly appeared. Clicking on it would show his name hanging alone inside. In addition, there are many settings such as inviting teammates, kicking them out, distributing drops, and distributing experience points. Of course, the most important thing is to give this team a nice name. Born in the village of Morninglight, why not call it the Morninglight team? No, that sounds like selling stationery. How about calling it the Dawnlight team? Xin Shen muttered. As someone who was bad at naming, he directly used the name of the newbie village. Suddenly, the empty team name on the team panel finally had a name. Next is to go back and complete the task, and then bring the fat guys into the team. Xin Shen nodded, closed the team panel, and got up to collect the bodies of the 2 bosses. The main things have been sorted out, and the remaining ordinary items can be checked on the way. There is not much time left for the task now, so it's better to return to the village first to complete the task. It was already late at night, and there were not many people leveling outside. Xin Shen returned all the way and finally saw the village after nearly an hour. It was already past 1 in the morning. Without delaying, he ran towards the bookstore. Arriving outside the bookstore, Xin Shen was slightly surprised. Along the way, except for the tavern, most of the other shops had already closed, but unexpectedly, there was still a faint light coming from the bookstore. Could it be waiting for me, he wondered, then pushed open the door of the bookstore slowly. The courtyard was empty, with no one around, but the house was still lit. It's cold and damp outside, come in, an old voice sounded in the house. Xin Shen was slightly stunned, then smiled. It seemed that his guess was correct, the old man was indeed waiting for him. Without thinking too much, he stepped into the house. The bookstore was much brighter and larger than he had imagined. Rows of bookshelves displayed various books. By the window, there were several tables and chairs, and the old man was sitting at a long table, sipping tea slowly. Don't bother looking, due to the rules, you won't understand the content on them. Come and sit down. Sensing Qin Shen's curiosity about the bookshelves, the old man's voice slowly rang out. Qin Shen nodded, not feeling conflicted, and walked straight to sit opposite the old man. I didn't expect you to actually complete this task. Impressive. The old man looked at Qin Shen quietly, his tone full of admiration. So? Do you already know that I have completed the task? Qin Shen asked curiously. The old man shook his head. Guessed it, there have been 2 flashes of holy light in the forest, which cannot be produced by creatures in the dark forest. And now that you are here, it is enough to explain everything. I knew it. Qin Shen nodded and muttered. It's said to be a game, but everything must follow rules. Even if the old man is an NPC, he couldn't have known that he had defeated the demon spirit Leopard King. But reasonable speculation is possible, the strong holy light, and his return at this time. You are much stronger than I imagined, the old man said to Qin Shen. No. You should say, my strength exceeds your imagination. Qin Shen said lightly, raising his hand to take out the Silver Moon Tiger King's corpse. The huge body filled the entire corridor, even pushing the nearby bookshelves. The strong smell of blood permeated the room. The old man's face was full of shock, trembling as he stood up, looking at the corpse in front of him in amazement. You are right, your strength is truly beyond my imagination. It's hard to imagine that someone could kill this Tiger King on the first day. The old hands gently stroked the corpse, not caring about the strong blood scent emanating from it. Qin Shen's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. It seems that this old man is not an ordinary person either. Which bookstore owner can remain so calm and composed under the pressure of a golden-level boss, even if it's just a corpse? Alright, put it away, it's your spoils of war. After a while, the old man turned back, sitting back at the desk. His shock was obviously not because of the Tiger King's powerful aura, but because of Qin Shen's ability to kill the Tiger King at this stage. Qin Shen nodded and put the Jungle Tiger King's body back into the ring. He was still waiting to learn the gathering skill to break down the materials. I am surnamed Li, and the people in the village call me Master Li. When Qin Shen sat back down, the old man sat down slowly. Chinese surname? Qin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly. Such an obvious Chinese surname is not common overseas. Master Li nodded slowly and said, We are all souls from ancient times, blessed by the gods to exist briefly in this mysterious realm. Qin Shen was shocked, he was not aware of such things in his previous life. It seems that only a few strong individuals can know this information. Which dynasty are you from? Qin Shen asked curiously, but the old man shook his head. Apart from knowing that I am from China, I can't remember which dynasty I am from, and I can't even remember my memories from my past life clearly. Qin Shen frowned slightly, wanting to ask more, but the old man had already taken out 3 books and placed them in front of him, and the system prompt sounded timely. Congratulations on completing the task hunting the demon spirit leopard, gaining 10,000 experience points, obtaining skill books summoning Firebird, advanced gathering, insight. A warm flow rose from within him, his experience points were full, and his level had increased to level 7. There should be no suitable leveling places left in the village for you. Young man, you have enthusiasm, you might consider climbing the mountain peak to see the outside world. Believe that this summoned beast can give you some help. Master Li pointed to the top book summoning Firebird, while his empty left hand pointed upwards. Remember, don't trust it. Qin Shen, who was initially excited, suddenly had a slightly condensed gaze, quietly looking at Master Li for a while before silently nodding and storing the 3 skill books in his storage space. It's late, go back. And rest, I should also go to sleep. Seeing that Qin Shen understood, Master Li had no intention of keeping him as a guest and walked towards the inner room. Qin Shen stood up, took a glance at the old man's stooped figure, and silently walked out of the study, carefully closing the door behind him. Walking on the quiet village road, his heart could not calm down. Looking up at the sky, the countless stars seemed so unreal. The gods are not to be trusted. Qin Shen murmured in his heart, which was the words Li Fuzi did not finish. But the entire game was created by the will of the gods, so if the gods are not to be trusted, then what should be believed in? Perhaps, I should go outside the village to take a look? Qin Shen said softly, his gaze sweeping from the dark forest in the distance, but ultimately returning to the surrounding mountains encircling the village. The entire Morning Light village was located in a mountain hollow, with only a gap leading to the dark forest, making up the entire novice secret realm with these two maps. But Li Fuzi's words tonight were clear, instructing him to climb over the surrounding mountains and see the outside world, so what would be out there? This was something that no one had ever done in their past lives. The towering cliffs were not something that their group of new players could climb over. Even the most skilled rock climbers could not overcome it. So, is this the purpose of giving me this summoned firebird? Qin Shen thought to himself, taking out the skill book from the ring. Summon Firebird, Gold Grade, Learning Requirement, Spirit Power 40, Summon a Firebird for battle, with skills, Flame Breath, Fire Rain, Level 3, Flame Body, Level 5, Summon Beast Aptitude, Life Aptitude, 6, Attack Aptitude, 1, Magic Power Aptitude, 7, Defense Aptitude, 1, Magic Defense Aptitude, 2, Speed Aptitude, 3, Summon Beast Growth, 30, Cooldown Time, 20 minutes, Summon Consumption, 150 mana points, then 50 mana points per minute, casting time 5 seconds, impressive. Qin Shen nodded, the gold grade summon beast was far superior to the bronze grade like the jungle giant ape. Just looking at these aptitudes, it was likely that the damage it caused after being summoned would be no less than Gabriel's. However, this time Qin Shen felt no joy at all, only feeling as if there was a hidden hand controlling everything behind the scenes. What did he want to do? What was his purpose? Qin Shen took a deep breath. Why think so much? As long as I am strong enough, I can handle whatever comes my way. With that in mind, he decisively learned the skill and took out the other two skill books given to him by Li Fuzi. Insight skill, Gold Grade, Perception +5, can investigate enemies within 2 ranks lower than oneself, can detect stealth skills within Gold Grade. Advanced Gathering skill, Gold Grade, can gather relatively fine materials within 2 ranks lower than oneself. Insight skill and Gathering skill are both universal skills, with no learning requirements, but they are essential for all players. The former can assist players in investigating the attributes and related information of targets, while the latter is the main source of player income. After all, drops are unreliable, but gathering is guaranteed to yield results. Without gathering skills, precious materials like those of the Silver Moon Tiger King can only be reluctantly abandoned. But precisely because of this, it is easy to obtain ordinary skills, while high-grade skills are as difficult as reaching the sky. These two gold-grade universal skills are even comparable in value to the brilliant diamond-grade professional skills. In the future, many Tier 5 or 6 experts can only use the most basic gathering and insight skills, showing how difficult it is to obtain these two fundamental skills. I don't want to think about all those messy things, just looking at the rewards for this mission, it's beyond imagination. Qin Shen chuckled lightly, learning the two skills one after another. Suddenly felt that my 5 senses had been enhanced a lot, everything around seemed to become clearer. This was a sign of enhanced perception. However, this feeling did not last long. Qin Shen suddenly felt a burning sensation in his eyes, as if millions of needles were piercing into them. Ah! Qin Shen covered his eyes in pain and cried out, kneeling on the ground. There were many resting police officers nearby. Some woke up from their sleep cursing, while others looked at him with concern. Hello? Are you okay? A middle-aged police officer came to his side and asked with concern. However, Qin Shen ignored him, groaning with his eyes covered for a while before gradually recovering. Slowly lowering his hands, he saw the police officer next to him looking tense, feeling as if the sharp gaze of this policeman could see through him. This feeling made him feel very strange. Usually this kind of gaze only happened when he was looking at criminals, right? However, Qin Shen lowered his eyelids, slowly sat up, and smiled at him. Thank you. I'm fine. Just had a nightmare. There were many people sleeping outdoors around him, so saying this wouldn't raise suspicion. That's good, the officer nodded, pointing to a wall not far away where his teammates were resting. We are resting over there. If you have any trouble, just call us. Okay. Thank you. Qin Shen nodded in thanks. The officer went back and after saying a few words to his companions, lay down to rest again. However, at this moment, Qin Shen's heart was in turmoil, his gaze fixed on his skill bar, still echoing the system prompt that had just sounded. Detected that you have learned the skill Eye of Divine Punishment, currently fusing with the skill Insight. Fusion successful, congratulations on acquiring the new skill, True Eye of Prediction, please check the skill effects yourself. The introduction of the True Eye of Prediction appeared in Qin Shen's sight. When he saw the grade of this skill, his whole body trembled. True Eye of Prediction, Heavenly Grade, Perception plus 20, can investigate targets within 8 ranks, has the ability to see through all illusions, can detect stealth skills within the Heavenly Grade, can oppress surrounding enemies, reducing all attributes of same rank enemies by 10%, after activation, can choose to simulate a skill within the Heavenly Grade of a target, lasting 24 hours, with a 30% chance of directly learning the skill after the duration ends, cooldown of 1 month. Wow, so powerful. Too powerful. Qin Shen murmured, perhaps no one would have expected that he had already mastered a heavenly grade skill that could be considered against the heavens at rank 0. Perception plus 20, immunity to stealth within the heavenly grade, with just these 2 effects, I can already ignore all stealth classes, no longer have to worry about being ambushed. And being able to investigate targets within 8 ranks, the whole world will have no secrets for me. The power of the True Eye of Prediction was truly beyond Qin Shen's imagination. And this process was irreplicable. After all, the Eye of Divine Punishment from Gabriel was not an ability that ordinary people could master. Not only retaining the effects of the Eye of Divine Punishment, making it even more powerful, but also having the opportunity to learn a skill once a month. Even with only a 30% chance, I can learn a skill in about 3 months. If I find a boss, learn 1 or 2 ultimate skills. Qin Shen thought excitedly. Not to mention anything else, the power of the tiger roar from the Silver Moon Tiger King was comparable to a golden grade skill, and the good things on a boss were much more than on a player. And in the future, every player would have 1 or 2 unique skills, all evolved from their core skills. When the time comes, as long as he learns the core skills of these people, won't he be a master of all trades? Just thinking about it is really exciting. Qin Shen couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the True Prediction Eye after fusion, the Advanced Collection Technique did not change much. But the Golden Level Advanced Collection Technique, placed within the Collection Technique itself, was already an extremely extraordinary existence. At least in the previous life, players with Golden Level Collection Techniques were few and far between. Qin Shen contentedly closed his attribute panel, then went to the blacksmith shop and tailor shop for a stroll. With the Advanced Collection Technique, he had already disassembled the bodies of the Silver Moon Tiger King and the Demon Spirit Leopard King, obtaining a pile of high-level materials. After processing by the tailor shop and blacksmith shop owners, he could obtain several pieces of silver and golden level equipment. It's a pity that weapon forging still requires ore. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the mine tomorrow. Back at the tavern, Qin Shen thought helplessly. He found the waiter, handed over the remaining meat, and asked the chef to prepare breakfast for him the next day. Of course, there was also a hefty processing fee. After the stroll, he had spent all his money, so he needed to figure out a way to make more. With everything settled, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Qin Shen didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the fat man's room to sleep. Just as Qin Shen and the others peacefully entered their dreams, a fierce conflict was erupting at the entrance to the secret realm. A large number of players gathered outside the secret realm entrance, demanding that the authorities open the secret realm for everyone to enter. Why are you guarding the entrance to the secret realm? This is a new player's secret realm for everyone. You police have no right to restrict our entry. Yes. Let us in quickly. The mutated animals outside the city are becoming more and more powerful. If we don't level up quickly, we won't be able to beat those animals. We will all die. Exactly, you police control the entrance to the secret realm, but batches of you police officers are going in. What benefits are inside that you're afraid we ordinary people will get? The crowd's words put immense pressure on the stationed police officers. During the day, they could fire warning shots to scare off the crowd. But at night, they organized more and more, clearly belonging to different factions. However, they couldn't actually shoot and kill people. They were police officers and couldn't turn their weapons against the people they were supposed to protect. Listen to me, what's the situation inside the secret realm? None of us know. Our law enforcement officers are investigating inside. Within 3 days at most, we will definitely give everyone an answer. The chief police officer holding a megaphone shouted loudly, trying to stop the rioting players. But at this moment, under the incitement of some people with ulterior motives, the crowd had lost their rationality. You're talking nonsense. It's been a day. If there was real danger, you would have come out already. But after a whole day, has anyone come out? Has anyone seen anyone injured? Don't listen to them. Let's charge in together. If they dare, they should shoot and kill us all. The angry crowd launched an assault towards the secret realm. With only a dozen police officers, they couldn't resist and were quickly dispersed to the side, with everyone rushing towards the secret realm. Tens of thousands of players. Do they really think they can stop us with just a few police officers? Let's go, let's also see what this new player's secret realm is like. In a collapsed building nearby, a well-dressed man stood quietly on the intact second floor, watching the scene. When he saw the crowd completely break through the defense line, he stood up and led the people around him towards the secret realm. If Qin Shen were here, he would surely be surprised. These people had managed to level up to level 1 even though they couldn't enter the secret realm. Ha. They've really angered the masses. Let's go and see too. In another building, a burly man laughed heartily. He was accompanied by a dozen or so people, all dressed in military uniforms with serious expressions, but their levels had also increased to level 1. Both the man in a suit and the military man were doing fine, but in a certain underground warehouse, a thin and gloomy-faced man was dining on exquisite Western food. The area around him was filled with corpses and blood, some women were naked and trembling in fear in the corner, even the henchmen who could still move normally had nervous and ingratiating expressions. Boss, the entrance to the secret realm has been breached, should we go take a look? A henchman asked nervously. The man raised his head, his bloodthirsty gaze sweeping over him. Let's go, a cold, hoarse voice. You get these ingredients from? Qin Euro asked curiously, but her hands were not slow. Qin Shen looked at their actions and smiled, eating heartily from his own bowl. I told you, materials collected from the wild, just a bit higher in quality. Seeing this, Qin Euro stopped asking more questions and enjoyed her food in peace. A table full of rare dishes didn't last 15 minutes before they were all devoured by everyone. Qin Shen looked at the feast, a full tiger meat banquet, and the increase in attributes was significant. Constitution and strength both increased by 10 points, life value increased by 100, life recovery increased by 2 points. Most importantly, life quality increased by 0.1 and luck by 1 point. Hidden attributes and quality are extremely difficult to improve, even with golden level cooking, the probability is very small. So refreshing. The fat man leaned back in his chair, exclaiming with satisfaction. If I could eat such a feast every day, wouldn't I become super powerful without needing to level up? And Yunmeng's face was rosy, filled with contentment. It would be great if that were the case. After enjoying the meal, let's hurry up and level up. Don't forget we still have 6 hours of experience bonus. Qin Shen said, looking at them with a smile. Besides the permanent effects of the meal, there were also several temporary effects, with experience bonus being just one of them. Yes, let's level up. We can't waste time. Excited by Qin Shen's words, the three immediately planned to go out and level up. Wait, sign this. Stopping the group who were about to leave, Qin Shen sent them a team invitation. Team function? The three were surprised but chose to accept without hesitation. Yes, I used a team scroll yesterday. Remember, experience sharing can only be done within the line of sight, but communication can be done within 100 kilometers. Qin Shen nodded, explaining. Naturally, teaming up is not unlimited in range. The higher the level of the team scroll, the wider the communication range of the team channel, but experience sharing must be within line of sight. Of course, line of sight doesn't mean you have to see each other, but it's calculated based on unobstructed conditions, roughly a range of 1 to 2 kilometers. Amazing! There's even an experience bonus? If we fill the team with 10 people, we can have a 10% experience bonus, right? The fat man exclaimed excitedly. These past 2 days, leveling up had been a headache for them. They had to ensure that each person dealt a similar amount of damage, otherwise, each person would receive varying amounts of experience. But with the team scroll, it was different. He could pull monsters with peace of mind, Shin Yuro could heal without worry, and Yunmeng could output damage with her eyes closed, greatly increasing efficiency and safety. You three are the only ones who need to know about the team scroll for now. Don't spread the word, especially to others. With the current disaster looming, trust is crucial. Only those truly trustworthy can be brought into the team, otherwise, it will lead to disaster in the future. When you are leveling up outside, you should also be careful and not easily trust others, Shin Shen reminded, fearing that many people would request to team up once they knew they had a team scroll. It would be inevitable to encounter awkward situations, but he didn't mind, while Fatty and Teacher Chin might be troubled. Don't worry. No matter who comes, we won't tell anyone, Shin Yuro said softly. Although it was a reminder for them, Shin Shen's words revealed his trust in the three of them. This made Shin Yuro somewhat anxious, as she saw it as the student's trust in the teacher, and she silently made up her mind to live up to that trust. Shin Shen, don't worry. I have the tightest lips. And Yunmeng said, running her finger across her lips as if zipping them shut. Even if Fu Shitong comes, I won't say anything. Fatty also assured, patting his chest. They didn't think as much as Shin Yuro did. Shin Shen treated them well and trusted them, so they naturally trusted him. That's good. Shin Shen nodded with a smile. He dared to bring them into the team, so naturally, he trusted them. This conversation was just a concern that they might easily trust others outside. After all, in the previous life, Shin Yuro died because of this. As for Fu Shitong, the class flower mentioned by Fatty, she should still be outside the secret realm, right? After all, it's not easy to obtain a player's identity. Also, I got some equipment and skills yesterday. You guys can take some, and Fatty, you can sell the extras at a stall later. Remember to only accept gold coins, I don't have much currency left. Shin Shen poured out a pile of unused equipment from the ring onto the table, dazzling the three of them. Wow, so many things. And skill books too. And Yunmeng exclaimed, immediately picking out a skill book she could use from the pile of items. She was a mage, and skills were crucial for her. Currently, she only had an energy ball from the bookstore owner, but the basic damage was too low. However, as Shin Shen brought out the items, she found a fire-based skill book, Small Fireball Technique, which had much higher damage than the energy ball. I also have one, it's Charge. A green skill. Shen Ge is awesome. Fatty shouted excitedly, almost kissing Shin Shen. Excited for what? I have a Golden Warrior skill book here, it depends on when your attributes meet the requirements, Shin Shen said, taking out the book War Roar, causing Fatty's eyes to widen. Dad! Give it to me! I want it! Fatty immediately knelt beside Shin Shen, shamelessly begging. Get up, wait until your attributes meet the requirements, what if you die, wouldn't that be helping the enemy? Shin Shen pushed him away with a look of disdain. You make a good point, but I feel like my innocent heart has been hurt. Fatty fell to the ground, clutching his chest, and the two girls couldn't help but laugh at the funny scene. Don't forget to sell the extra stuff, or we'll end up sleeping on the streets tonight. After dividing the items, Shin Shen reminded Fatty once again before they each set off on their leveling journey. Despite being mentally prepared, the terrifying crowd outside the tavern still made them feel a bit overwhelmed. The dense crowd made it impossible to move, and once they joined, they had no choice but to go with the flow. Hey! Don't push! I'm going to the blacksmith's. Move aside. Creepy guy, dare to touch my butt again, I'll report you to the police. You old hag, 200 pounds of fat, who here is blind enough to touch you? Silver bell breastplate, 5 gold coins each. Damn! Who's the idiot? Who has 5 gold coins now? I don't even have 5 copper coins. The noisy voices made Shin Shen's head ache, but he had to admit that there was indeed a hint of the taste of an online game in it. Ultimately, players were just ordinary people who had gained extraordinary powers, and they all came from a peaceful era. Most people had not truly realized the difficulties of future life. After much effort, Qinshen finally made his way through the crowd to the mountains near the southern part of the Morning Light Village, where the only mine in the entire newbie secret realm was located. He wanted to craft weapons, and relying solely on the materials from the Silver Moon Tiger King and the Magic Spirit Leopard King was not enough. He also needed to find some genuine ores. There are rare cold iron ore essence in the mine. Either waste energy to dig it out, or go find the miner king's corpse at the deepest part. The owner of the blacksmith shop really thinks highly of me. Walking into the deep mine, Qinshen couldn't help but chuckle. This was an abandoned mine, very spacious inside, and many players wanted to come here to mine and earn their first bucket of gold in life. Unfortunately, there were also many monsters inside. Even the lowest level black eye rats had strength above level 2. Therefore, many players only dared to stay outside the mine to look around, and no one could truly venture in, as even the outskirts posed significant dangers. Qinshen summoned the jungle giant ape to follow him carefully as he walked towards the inside, avoiding the gaze of most players before summoning Gabriel. There is a strong dark aura here. Just summoned, Gabriel frowned and said. It's a death mine, there are many dark creatures inside, so of course the death aura is strong. Qinshen laughed and walked towards the depths of the mine with Gabriel. The monsters on the outskirts of the mine were mainly level 2 black eye rats and level 5 shadow bats. But once you entered the depths of the mine, the enemies you would face were the undead miner zombies. These zombies generally had levels above 6, high defense, and their attacks carried corpse poison, making it extremely difficult for ordinary players to deal with. However, in the depths of the mine, there was a certain chance of digging up cold iron, which could be handed over to the blacksmith shop owner to have a chance to directly craft bronze-level equipment. Therefore, the mine would be a favorite place for many high-level players in the later stages. Bang! With a sword strike, Qinshen joyfully picked up the dropped cold iron ore after killing a mine zombie. With 6 points of luck, he was no longer a zero-drop loser, at least catching up to the average level of the masses. And such a piece of cold iron ore was worth 1 gold coin in the later stages. Master, the dark energy over there is very strong. If nothing goes wrong, the King of the Dead should be over there. Gabriel stopped at a fork in the road, pointing towards one of the passages. Well done. Qinshen nodded in satisfaction and continued deeper into the mine behind Gabriel. The most troublesome thing about the mine was its dark environment and complex passages inside. It was already considered good if you could avoid getting lost, let alone finding the boss. But with Gabriel, who had a self-illuminating effect, not only could he light up the way, but he could also sense the darkness and lead directly to where the King of the Dead was. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Qinshen and Gabriel were already standing in a huge underground chamber, with the nearly 3-meter-tall King of the Dead awakening from its slumber. Gabriel, it's up to you. Without hesitation, Qinshen released Gabriel and summoned the jungle giant ape to protect himself. The attack power of the mine's King of the Dead was not high, not even comparable to the Wolf King, but its health and defense were enough to make most DPS players at this stage feel desperate. Moreover, it had a 30% damage reduction from its rotting skin. Not only that, its toxic corpse poison was what made people feel most desperate. The poison damage of 1% of its maximum health, with its tens of thousands of health points, meant over 100 damage per second, and it could also stack. Basically, except for warriors, other melee professions cannot get close, and you need to have multiple healing professions in the back to be enough. Yes. Gabriel didn't say much, bowed slightly, and then killed towards the Lich King. Gabriel raised his sword, aimed at the Lich King's forehead, and stabbed with his sword. Roar! Just at this moment, the Lich King completely woke up, roared towards Qinshen, and was directly pierced through by Gabriel. Isn't this too ruthless? At least let others finish their tough talk, right? Just poking at others' mouths, how can they talk? Hearing the Lich King's abrupt roar, Qinshen couldn't help but feel a bit sour. If he were stabbed while talking, he might suffocate, right? Indeed, the Lich King, who was attacked, seemed to have some unfinished business, and his movements became awkward, and soon he was stabbed in the throat by Gabriel again. The stinky green corpse fluid splattered, covering the Lich King's neck and mouth completely. 2 consecutive hits struck the Lich King's vital points, taking away more than 2,000 points of his health directly, while his corpse poison could hardly affect Gabriel. Gabriel's early defense growth value is truly enviable. Qin Chen sighed. A 0th tier warrior profession has a defense growth value of 0.3, but Gabriel's defense growth has reached 1 point at this time, a whopping 70% higher. It is precisely because of this, coupled with Gabriel's extremely high attribute values, that her dual defense appears extremely terrifying. Roar. After suffering several attacks again, the Lich King finally regained his strength, but the rapidly decreasing health bar left it with slowly, as if responding to Qin Chen's words. Summon creatures have spirits, although not like the beasts controlled by beastmasters with real life, they also have their own consciousness. Then I'll trouble you. Qin Chen pats its neck and jumps on. The firebird's large size makes flying with him effortless, its wings spreading out slowly, nearly 10 meters wide. Chirp. The fierce wind blows the surrounding vegetation in all directions. The firebird soars into the sky, heading towards a distant mountain peak. All the players still in the village see the soaring firelight and are amazed. Wow! A phoenix appears. What? There's a phoenix in this newbie village? Could it be a hidden quest? Phoenix, look at me. If there's a quest, come to me, don't bother others. Get lost. With your strength, can you handle the quest? It's better for me to take it. What do you think? With such a big phoenix, if we roast it, will it taste great? Roasted phoenix? Are you sure it's not for its high-temperature bath? Can't it be steamed or stewed? Chicken stew with mushrooms? Tisk, you'll need a bigger pot for that, otherwise, it won't fit in one pot. Makes sense. While the people of the Great Food Empire are discussing steaming or stewing, Qin Chen is already riding on the back of the firebird soaring into the sky. It must be said that the flames on its body are quite useful, at least Qin Chen doesn't feel any strong wind, instead feeling enveloped in warmth. However, ascending without any safety measures still makes him feel very nervous and excited, afraid that he might lose his grip and fall. Fortunately, the flight of the firebird was relatively smooth, without any fancy maneuvers like a 360-degree aerial roll, as it swiftly approached the mountains surrounding the Morning Light village with Qin Chen. Ha! Is this the upper limit of reaching the secret realm altitude? Qin Chen murmured as he looked at the sky. The secret realm, like the universe, was enveloped by a space barrier resembling an egg. At this moment, Qin Chen could already see the stars above, seemingly shrouded in endless darkness, starkly different from the peaceful tranquility of the village. This feeling was very strange, unlike on Blue Star, where there was a certain transition from the atmosphere to the boundless starry sky. Here, it felt like a world truly cut off, with clear boundaries. Can I fly out directly? Qin Chen wondered, as the altitude rose, the air slightly thinning but not yet to an unbearable extent. But if he really rushed out, would he be burst by the internal pressure in the vacuum? Forget it, better not take unnecessary risks. Quickly dispelling the dangerous thought in his mind, he directed the firebird to fly towards the mountains. Although the peaks were high, they definitely did not exceed the limit of the world barrier. With the firebird, Qin Chen easily crossed the mountains and arrived in a completely new world. Here? Qin Chen's expression changed slightly. From the moment he leaped over the cliff, the scenery before his eyes had suddenly changed drastically. The lush forest, peaceful village, and the idyllic world of birdsong and fragrance had disappeared, replaced by desolation and darkness. The intense sense of tearing made him extremely uncomfortable, and the countless undead creatures moving below made Qin Chen extremely shocked. Undead catastrophe? Are they from here? Qin Chen exclaimed, causing the firebird to hover in mid-air, staring in astonishment at everything before him. After the novice realm ends, the entire realm will turn into a divine crystal, and then a large number of monsters will come to seize this divine crystal. Different cities encounter different monsters, and what New Jiang County encounters is this endless group of undead catastrophes. But why? Why are they outside the novice village, and what kind of connection is there between the two? Qin Chen was full of doubts, originally thinking that these monsters would spawn directly around the city, but now it seemed not to be the case. If they were originally in the secret realm, what kind of relationship did they have with the Morning Light Village? Were they originally coveting the divine power of the village, or were they already in cahoots with the village? Gods can't be trusted. Suddenly remembering Li Fuzi's warning, a flash of insight passed through Qin Shen's mind. Whether real or fake, I'll wipe out all you ghosts, and see if the undead catastrophe will still come. Coming back to his senses, Qin Shen said solemnly to the endless undead creatures before him. Only those who had experienced the disasters of the past life could know how many lives were lost in this undead catastrophe. If he could truly stop the undead catastrophe here, it would undoubtedly save countless lives. Of course, Qin Shen did not act recklessly but summoned Gabriel. Go test the strength of these undead creatures. Qin Shen said in a deep voice. Purify the darkness, my duty cannot be shirked. Gabriel said solemnly, drawing her sword and descending towards the ground below. With Gabriel's appearance, the holy and sacred aura shone brightly like the sun in the darkness. All the undead creatures couldn't help but look up, converging towards Gabriel's rapidly descending figure, making Qin Shen's heart tense. He knew Gabriel's strength was very powerful, but like ants biting an elephant, he also worried that she might fall into fear. But as the two sides clashed, he found that he had overestimated himself. Even when facing a group of first-tier monsters, Gabriel's strength remained strong. May the holy light above aid me in banishing the darkness. Gabriel shouted, a holy flame appearing on the long sword in his hand as he swung it towards a white bone skeleton in front of him. Bang! The huge bone frame was instantly shattered, the holy flame still burning the not yet extinguished soul fire. Gabriel, with the light attribute, had a natural restraint effect on these undead creatures. Even though he couldn't achieve instant kills like before, his attack power was still terrifying. Kill! Gabriel didn't stop, sweeping out with courage, shattering a large number of skeletons around him. Even if these skeletons quickly reassembled and attacked again, it only meant Gabriel had to strike again. White bone skeletons of levels 10 to 12, with over 1,000 health points. Even with level suppression, they can't withstand Gabriel's two swords. They are weaker than I imagined. Qin Shen thought to himself. There is attribute suppression between different grades, and this suppression is very terrifying, reaching up to about 10 times. But judging from Gabriel's current damage, although weakened, it was still very slight, far from reaching 10 times, not even once. Of course, on one hand, the uniqueness of 0 tier to 1 tier, and on the other hand, due to Gabriel's holy attribute's suppression effect on undead creatures. To be precise, 0 tier is not considered a complete professional level, 1 tier is the beginning of all professions. So at 0 tier, you can use professional scrolls to refresh your profession and professional core, and the advancement task is not as difficult as going from 1 tier to 2 tier. Similarly, the weakening of 1 tier creatures against 0 tier creatures is not so obvious. Combining the relevant information learned from his past life, Qin Shen already understood the current situation. In simple terms, these undead creatures are just higher in level and attributes, and what he is most worried about, level suppression, is not a problem. May the holy light above dispel the darkness. At this moment, Gabriel in the field ascended again, summoning a huge sword of the angel. More and more undead creatures gathered around, not just melee skeleton warriors, but also many skeleton archers and skeleton mages closing in. She didn't want to be surrounded, nor did she want to fight the succubi who were coming from behind, so the large-scale angel sword naturally couldn't be retained. Boom! The power of the holy light condensed in the sky, countless undead creatures below looked up, gazing at the light that filled them with disgust and fear. Bathed in a divine light, Gabriel was like the sun in the darkness, illuminating the whole world. Slash! Gabriel shouted sharply, the huge sword of the divine light fell, and countless undead creatures were directly vaporized. A massive amount of experience points allowed Qin Shen to level up again, and even after reaching level 8, the experience continued to soar, visibly increasing by a large margin. Killing higher-level enemies grants experience rewards, and killing enemies of higher tiers will only yield richer rewards. The super-large angel sword directly swept away the dense undead creatures. Even some higher-level undead creatures with thick health who managed to survive were also left in a severely injured state. I didn't expect this to be a leveling sanctuary. At this rate, I might reach level 9 today, right? Xin Shen thought as he looked at his experience points. It takes a whopping 48,000 experience points to go from level 7 to 8, and an even higher 72,000 points to go from level 8 to 9. If it were in the gloomy forest, it would take at least a day or two to level up. Unexpectedly, just one round of the Angel Sword here had already propelled him to level 8. Although there is experience gained in the mine, the speed of leveling up can only be described as shocking. I have a rough idea of the strength of these undead creatures. Now it's time to see how many monsters are here and how strong they are, Xin Shen thought to himself. He summoned Gabriel back, rode the Firebird, and ascended into the air again, surveying the entire dark area. To avoid being sniped by long-range monsters, this time they flew very high, even hiding in the clouds, only vaguely seeing some scenery below. Is that the Black Tower? As they delved deeper, Xin Shen gradually discovered buildings standing among the undead, towering black towers reaching tens of meters high. He was not sure of the purpose of these black towers at first, but soon realized that the undead creatures resided around the black towers, which were built around the mountains outside of the Morning Light Village. It seems that the number of undead creatures is not as many as imagined, only stretching less than 10 kilometers. What is truly shocking is the vast area surrounding the entire Morning Light Village. Xin Shen thought to himself. Wanting to land near the Black Tower to take a closer look, he was stopped by Gabriel. There are many powerful auras near the Black Tower. We could easily be surrounded if we approach recklessly. Gabriel said solemnly. Then forget it, let's just take a look from afar. Xin Shen nodded. Looking from a distance, these tall towers were made of a black ore, emitting a faint blue light from within. It seemed to be some kind of energy being operated under the control of some undead creatures. What's that? Xin Shen suddenly stopped and looked towards a towering black tower in the distance. Unlike the ordinary black towers, this black tower appeared even taller and more majestic, almost reaching half the height of the mountains. Figures were moving within the tall tower. And there were even flying banshees around the perimeter. If they hadn't been flying high with Gabriel, hiding in the clouds, they would probably have been chased by them by now. Not daring to linger, the two quickly flew away, as being caught by a group of banshees would be a skin-deep experience. I remember banshees are magic monsters above level 15, and they have a form of void that can resist physical attacks. Xin Shen frowned slightly. In the previous undead calamity, these banshees only appeared in the later stages, causing great casualties to the players. Indeed, the monsters of the undead calamity all came from here. Could this black tower be a portal responsible for sending these monsters to the Blue Star? Xin Shen thought to himself. After circling the entire Morning Light Village, a total of 3 giant black towers were discovered, each emitting a powerful aura, with corresponding undead creatures surrounding the perimeter. As for the ordinary black towers, there were 32 of them, with their specific effects unknown, but most likely housing mini-bosses inside. In the previous undead calamity, how many mini-bosses appeared? I can't remember some of them. Xin Shen carefully recalled, but the time was too distant, and he can only recall the despair and helplessness at that time. Wait. I remember among the golden level bosses, there was a Banshee Queen. It directly caused nearly a third of the players to die. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, the scene from his memory flashed by, showing countless players dying tragically, sending shivers down his spine. It seems that these black towers are closely related to the undead calamity. Xin Shen said in a deep voice. If there are golden level bosses stationed in the 3 large black towers, then the smaller black towers should house silver level bosses. After facing 32 silver tier bosses, 3 gold tier bosses, countless bronze tier bosses, and endless undead creatures following the completion of the beginner's secret realm, they were now confronted with the undead catastrophe. Not to mention their small county of Xinjiang, even in those big cities, nearly half of them were not defended, with countless players and humans dying tragically. Gabriel, give them one more strike of the Angel Sword, and then we should head back. Glancing at the time, it had already taken more than 2 hours to go around in circles, and to clear them all would undoubtedly require a lot more time. However, the Angel's Sword every hour had caused his experience points to skyrocket. With the final round of the Angel's Sword falling, his level also rose to level 9. But just as he was about to check his upgraded attributes, a rare system announcement unexpectedly sounded in his mind. Global announcement: Chinese player Qin Shen has been promoted to level 9, initiating the Blue Star leveling event, lasting for 1 week, exclusively for level 9 players to participate. Experience points exceeding the current level will be converted into experience points. After the event, the top 10 players with points will receive rewards. Global announcement: Chinese player Qin Shen has been promoted to level 9. Global announcement: Chinese player Qin Shen has been promoted to level 9. The consecutive 3 system announcements left Qin Shen stunned, not to mention the global players. Leveling event? What is this? Did they have this in the previous life? Return to the village. Qin Shen immediately ordered, recalling Gabriel back into the summoning space, riding the Firebird back towards the Morning Light village. Along the way, he had already opened the level leaderboard in his personal panel, with his name lonely at the top, and the experience points behind him were 0. Is it because I just reached level 9 and haven't had time to fill up the experience points? Qin Shen thought to himself, looking at the rewards behind. He couldn't help but gasp. 3 points of divine power, a first-tier platinum level skill book for the profession, a first-tier platinum level weapon for the profession. This is really driving people crazy. What is divine power? That is the power only gods can wield. For players, the greatest effect of divine power is to enhance their aptitude. 1 point of divine power can increase any of his aptitudes by 1 point, which has an extremely profound impact on any player. Moreover, to create weapons of heavenly and divine quality, one must also have the assistance of divine power, something that even the gods envy. As for the platinum level skill book and weapon behind, not to mention, just look at his summon Firebird, and look at the radiant sword in Gabriel's hand. These are only gold level skill books and weapons, but they are already enough to affect the balance. But, in the previous life, I never heard of any level leaderboard. Is it because I didn't meet the triggering conditions? Qin Shen wondered, but he had already received messages from Fatty and others in the team channel. Damn! Shen bro! Is that you? The first level 9 player in the world? Shen bro is awesome! Fatty shouted excitedly. Qin Shen bro! I saw it, you're level 9, ah! And Yunmeng's scream also rang out, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Qin Shen, well done! Qin Euro praised, but also worried that she would slow down Qin Shen's pace. You don't need to worry about us, focus on leveling up yourself, strive to take the global first place. That's right. Qin Shen bro, hurry up and level up, I saw the reward for the first place, so tempting. Teacher Qin is right, Shen bro, hurry up and level up, if you can get the first place, it's stronger than anything. Hearing Qin Euro's words, Fatty and Yunmeng came to their senses, urging Qin Shen to quickly level up and gain experience. Seeing the words of the few people, Qin Shen's heart warmed, and he replied to them with a message. Upgrade quickly, after reaching level 5, I will take you to level up together and strive to make it to the top of the rankings. After sending the message, Qin Shen closed the chat channel. At this time, the Firebird had already returned to the Morning Light village and landed in the forest by the cliff. The players were all stunned by the recent system announcement and did not notice anything unusual here. Even if they did, no one would focus on the Firebird. Everyone was immersed in the lively discussion of the level rankings. Damn! Who is Qin Shen? I just reached level 2, and he's already at level 9? Is he cheating? I'm from the police, I entered on the first day, and I'm only at level 3 now. Damn! From the police? You have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you blocking the entrance to the secret realm, would I still be at level 1 now? Exactly. Let's get him. Qin Shen is amazing, he's giving face to our country. Come on, brothers, let's dominate this level ranking list. Wake up. Only players above level 9 can make it to the list. It's a question whether you can reach level 9 in a week. Right, isn't he too amazing? How did he reach level 9 in just 2 days? Maybe he owns this game? Walking on the road in Morning Light Village, Qin Shen heard the players' discussions. This announcement was of a global nature, even beyond the scope of China. He didn't expect to cause such a stir. Not to mention New Jiang County, probably the whole world was discussing his name. Fortunately, only his name was revealed on the rankings. There were thousands of people named Qin Chen in China. As long as he kept a low profile, he didn't have to worry about being recognized. Passing through the crowd, Qin Chen arrived at the bookstore. Thanks to the global announcement, there weren't many players submitting tasks in the bookstore, so he didn't have trouble getting in. Come to the inner room. While thinking about how to talk to Li Fuzi in the courtyard, he heard a familiar voice. Qin Chen hesitated for a moment, then walked past the crowd towards the inner room. The courtyard was crowded, and no one noticed him. Entering the familiar study, the noise in his ears immediately quieted down. A figure similar to Li Fuzi outside slowly raised his head and smiled at him. Li Fuzi? The one outside? Qin Chen was surprised. Just a little magic, otherwise, do you really want this old man to come over and make a fuss? Li Fuzi smiled faintly, looking at Qin Chen and nodding in satisfaction. You've reached level 9 in just 2 days, not bad, not bad. Do you know about this leveling event? Qin Chen was truly surprised this time, not expecting Li Fuzi to know about it. Ha ha! It's a global announcement. It didn't say it's limited to you players, but only you can participate. Li Fuzi said with a smile. I see. So this event can be activated as long as a player reaches level 9? Qin Chen asked tentatively, as he had never heard of this in his previous life. Not exactly. Li Fuzi shook his head. A player needs to reach level 9 within 3 days for it to work. I see. Qin Chen nodded. This explained why he hadn't heard of any leveling events in his previous life. It was because no one could reach level 9 within 3 days. With this in mind, Qin Chen was suddenly shocked. If there was such a setting but no one could achieve it, did it mean that the strength of Blue Star players was lower than the gods' expectations? After all, if the gods had such a setting, it meant it was achievable. And if they didn't meet the main god's expectations, would it lead to some kind of bad consequence? It definitely will. Qin Chen thought firmly in his heart. The gods wouldn't be charitable, they must have some demands. In this situation, if the value demonstrated by the Blue Star humans does not meet the expectations of the gods, the resources invested by the gods will inevitably decrease, or even be abandoned. This is still good. If there is more than one game world like the Blue Star, then the Blue Star players will fall further behind. With his thoughts diverging, Qin Chen's inner turmoil grew stronger, and many things were not to be pondered upon. Xiao Qin. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. There is always a solution to everything. Seemingly sensing Qin Chen's inner unrest, Li Fuzi spoke up to comfort him. Hearing this, Qin Chen took a deep breath, coming back to his senses from the shock within. You are right. There is always a solution to everything. Qin Chen nodded, taking out a black heart emitting a foul smell from the package. What is this? Li Fuzi, who had always been carefree, suddenly trembled all over, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at the heart, his old hands even showing a slight tremor. This is something I obtained by hunting down a corpse king in the mine. It seems to be able to open a small secret realm deep in the mine, but can only be entered once. So I wanted to ask you if you know anything about this secret realm? It would be helpful to me. Qin Chen explained, realizing that Li Fuzi should be familiar with this heart, perhaps even acquainted with the corpse king. Indeed, as Qin Chen's words fell, Li Fuzi sighed after a brief silence. Was it Wang the blacksmith who sent you? This kid, he can never let go. He is a miner in the village, surnamed Zhang, usually mining for Wang the blacksmith. The two have always had a good relationship. Later. Li Fuzi paused here, shaking his head helplessly. We are all souls favored by the gods, able to be reborn in this small world, but for us, this place is both a place of rebirth and a prison that confines us. Zheng the miner, in the mine, dug out a passage leading to the outside world, thinking he could escape with everyone, but was he not successful? Qin Chen asked curiously. One could say he succeeded, but also consider it a failure. Li Fuzi sighed and shook his head. Among his drops, besides this heart, there should be a diary, right? A diary? It seems there is indeed one. Qin Shen was taken aback, opened the ring space, and took out a decayed and blurry diary. The Corpse King had dropped many things, and after a quick look, he had not yet had time to organize them. The Corpse King's heart and this diary were among the more special items. Zhang the Miner. Li Fuzi picked up the diary, his eyes filled with reminiscence and sorrow. Then a faint light shone in his hand, which slowly stopped after a few seconds, and he placed it back in front of Qin Shen. I have already unsealed the seal on it, but don't rush to open it, otherwise you may attract some unwanted attention, which is not good for you. In that secret realm passage, you can avoid these gazes. Wait until you officially enter before opening it, everything you want to know will be inside. However, that secret realm, your current strength is still lacking, the dangers in the passage are not much different from those outside the village. Hearing this, Qin Shen's heart suddenly sank. This was actually a secret realm above level 1, no wonder no player could pass through it. I was outside the village. Qin Shen wanted to tell Li Fuzi about what happened outside the village, but before he could speak, Li Fuzi raised his hand to stop him. Xiao Qin, some things cannot be spoken of, but there is a saying in China, one force breaks 10,000 laws, let the demons and monsters come, I will cut them down with one sword. After Li Fuzi finished speaking, he pushed the diary on the table towards Qin Shen once again, then picked up the book he had not finished reading and continued to read. Thank you. After sitting quietly for a moment, Qin Shen put away the diary and thanked Li Fuzi. Coming out of the bookstore, the crowd outside was still in a heated discussion about the leveling event. However, Qin Shen paid no attention and walked towards the blacksmith shop while pondering. Although Li Fuzi did not explicitly say it, the implication was already clear. The undead creatures outside the village, no matter what their plans were, just needed to be eradicated. One force to break 10,000 methods, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there were, they were all just gestures in front of absolute power. As long as all those black towers were toppled, all plans would fail. As for the secret realm deep in the mine, perhaps we can only wait until the leveling event is over, or at least have the strength to topple the large black towers. Qin Shen thought to himself. According to Li Fuzi, the monsters in the secret realm were no weaker than those outside the village, so it was inevitable that there were gold-level bosses above Tier 1, which was almost equivalent to the large black towers in strength. Encountering Tier 1 monsters in a Tier 0 novice secret realm, it's no wonder no one has heard of anyone clearing it. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly, already arriving outside the blacksmith shop. He handed over the cold iron ore and cold iron essence to Wang the blacksmith, and he could clearly feel the trembling in the other's hands. Li Fuzi was right, he would enter the mine, he would kill the Corpse King, it was all guided by Wang the blacksmith. Come back in 3 days to pick up your equipment, I will definitely forge the strongest weapon for you. Wang the blacksmith said in a hoarse but firm tone. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Shen nodded, not saying much more, as many words could not be spoken clearly under the gaze of the gods. Don't worry. And, thank you. Wang the blacksmith took the materials and turned into the backyard. Coming out of the blacksmith shop, Qin Shen sent a message to Fatty and the others, then entered the dark forest once again. It was already night, and his lucky talent was about to refresh. There were still some bosses in the dark forest, perfect for him to farm equipment. Along the way, he also sorted out the drops from the Corpse King boss and put on a bracelet. Summoning bracelet, silver grade, requirements, intelligence 20, spirit 10, magic power plus 20, casting speed plus 10%, summoned beast all attributes plus 5, summoned beast attack power plus 20, durability 2020. I remember, the Wolf King in the forest is also a silver grade boss. And the Blackwater Python King, but that level is a bit low, the equipment dropped is probably not that good. I'll use the lucky talent on the Wolf King, and just kill the Python King, then take the materials for processing. Qin Shen thought to himself, already arranging these bosses clearly. As for those bronze grade bosses, they didn't provide much improvement for him, so he left them for other players. If you eat the meat, you have to let others have some soup, right? Roar advancing under the cover of night, he soon arrived at the territory of the Blackwater Python King. Its level was not high, being only around level 5, weaker than the Monkey King in Monkey Mountain. However, the Blackwater Python King's strength was not weak, being a rare silver-grade boss, much stronger than the Jungle Giant Ape. Not only that, the Blackwater Python King was also a poisonous snake, with toxins between its teeth even more potent than the Corpse King's corpse poison. Therefore, players had discovered the Blackwater Python King early on, but it was only slain by someone as the secret realm was about to close. "Let's take it down in one go," Qin Shen said. He summoned Gabriel, Firebird, and the Jungle Giant Ape, and charged forward. Not to mention Gabriel and Firebird, the Jungle Giant Ape with attribute bonuses from Qin Shen was already comparable to a silver-grade summoned beast. Roar! The Blackwater Python King roared in anger, pouncing towards the Jungle Giant Ape on the ground, only to be knocked down by a punch. Bang! After all, it is a silver tier boss. Its huge snake body smashed into the mud, while its tail curled towards the giant ape. At this moment, Gabriel in the sky had already charged over with a sword, a cold light flashed, and the sword in his hand had pierced its vital point. Roar! A roar sounded out, the thick snake tail fiercely slammed the ground, and Qin Shen could feel the vibration under his feet even from a distance. Chirp! The Firebird swooped down, its flaming claws grabbed the raised snake tail and lifted it into the sky. After flying dozens of meters, it was thrown towards the ground and simultaneously spewed a mouthful of flames. The Blackwater Python in the sky had nowhere to dodge, and Qin Shen even smelled a faint aroma of roasted meat. Slash! Before the python could land, Gabriel, who was chasing after it, thrust out his sword, almost cutting it into two pieces. Bang! The python fell to the ground. Its health had already been reduced by more than half after the attacks, and at this moment, the Jungle Giant Ape charged again, grabbing the snake tail and swinging it around. Boom! The snake head smashed into a nearby tree, and the thick trunk broke with a sound. The Blackwater Python also fainted under this intense impact. Before it could wake up, Gabriel and the Firebird struck again, completely harvesting its remaining life. A silver tier boss, pressed to the ground and rubbed by the bronze tier summoned beast, the Jungle Giant Ape, until death. It didn't even use a few skills. TSK. I would call you the most pitiful silver boss. Qin Shen sighed, but his actions were not slow. He happily picked up the dropped items and casually threw a gathering skill over. The Blackwater Python dropped a piece of silver tier equipment, but it was not for the mage class, it was leather armor for the agility class, which could only be kept as a spare. There were still a few usable bronze tier equipment pieces. In addition, a bronze tier professional scroll was obtained, but it was for the crafting profession. Boss, the sound came from this direction. Did someone provoke that big python? Just as Qin Shen was sorting out the loot, he suddenly heard voices in his ears. Turning his head, he saw a group of people rushing out of the forest, wearing mismatched equipment, looking somewhat out of place. Police? No. This is the military. Qin Shen's gaze slightly narrowed, scanning the military uniforms that some of them had not changed out of. He immediately understood their identities. And when they saw Qin Shen, they were also stunned. Especially when they saw Gabriel and the Firebird next to him, they were even more shocked, their powerful aura instilling fear in them. Who are you? Why are you here? What's going on with them? A young man in leather armor shouted loudly. The military life had made them accustomed to speaking loudly and even appearing somewhat fierce. Qin Shen frowned slightly, not expecting to encounter players here, considering the high level of monsters nearby. However, seeing their levels and combining them with their identities, it was not surprising that they could come here. Does it concern you? Qin Shen said in a displeased tone, admitting that the other party's commanding tone was indeed very annoying. What's your attitude? Upon hearing this, the other party immediately became angry. With their ranks, where did officials not have to be polite to them? However, before he could continue to erupt, he was reprimanded by the middle-aged man leading them. Xiao Zhang. What's with the impatience? He is not your subordinate. Change your attitude. Apologize to him. Leader. His face was full of defiance, but seeing the man's gaze, he dared not retort, and could only glare at Qin Shen with resentment. I'm sorry. Sorry, he didn't mean it. You must be a summoner or something similar, right? Is this your summoned beast? The middle-aged man asked in a friendly tone, but it seemed that he had been in a high position for years, naturally carrying a dignity that ordinary people did not have. However, Qin Shen did not answer his question, but looked at them with a positive tone and said, "There is no military department in Xinjiang County. You just arrived recently, with the rank of a senior officer, Wang Guozhu." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the crowd. They didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. "Who are you? An official from Xinjiang County?" Wang Guozhu asked solemnly. He could tell from Qin Shen's tone that it was not a question, but a statement. But Qin Shen still did not give a direct answer. Instead, he took out a few things from his ring and placed them on the ground one by one. "Interested in making a trade? Equipment, skills, and professional scrolls. Of course. I only accept in-game currency. Leader. That's a bronze-level leather armor. And skill books." The young officer from before exclaimed, looking excitedly at the equipment and skill books Qin Shen had taken out. On the other hand, another deputy officer beside him looked at the professional scroll with a look of joy. "Boss. It's a professional scroll. It can grant ordinary people a profession." Although they were military personnel, not everyone had obtained player status. After all, experience points could not be obtained by killing monsters with firearms. Therefore, many of their comrades were still ordinary people, and the demand for professional scrolls was high. However, Wang Guozhu looked at Qin Shen with a slightly narrowed gaze, his expression becoming more serious. "Who are you exactly? How do you know my name? And why do you know we need these things?" Faced with Wang Guozhu's questioning, Qin Shen instead smiled lightly. "Who are you? Isn't it hard to guess? Xinjiang County is just a small county. You, a battalion of people, are on a mission here. Do you really think everyone is blind? As for these things, equipment, skills, professional scrolls. Who wouldn't want them? Who doesn't need them? It's just that I have a large quantity. Ordinary people can't handle so much goods. It just so happens that you ran into us, right? As for who I am? You should have already heard of me. My surname is Qin, and my single name is Yang." As the words fell, even Wang Guozhu was stunned, not to mention the young officers from before. "You? What's your name?" Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. They never expected to see the real person so soon after hearing the name from a system announcement. Is this for real? The number one player in the global ranking is actually in their village? I really didn't expect this. After being stunned for a while, Wang Guozhu shook his head with a bitter smile. He originally thought that Qin Shen had some kind of backing, otherwise, how could he personally have so many high-level equipment and skill books? But if it was Qin Shen, the number one in the rankings, then it was different. This was already beyond their comprehension. And that's why he somewhat believed that Qin Shen really intended to trade with him. After all, with so much in used equipment and skill books, how long would it take to sell them one by one? Even if he had the patience, wasting so much time wouldn't be worth it. It would be enough for him to level up several times, right? Are you really Qin Shen? How did you level up? The young officer next to him asked in shock, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. When the game comes, everyone has their own secrets. Inquiring recklessly is a very rude behavior, and can even be considered provocation. Qin Shen said with a slightly stern expression and a cold tone. This was indeed a fact, but people today did not have that awareness yet. You? After all, they were all experienced in officialdom. The other party had already said so much, so even if they were unhappy, they wouldn't continue to ask further. All right. What he said is right. Everyone has their own secrets. Who comes up and asks this and that right away? Wang Guozhu regained his composure and sternly reprimanded those around him. He is called Zhang Hongyu, a bit impatient, but not a bad person. If you are in danger, he will definitely risk his life to save you. Wang Guodong defended his subordinate to avoid leaving a bad impression on Qin Shen. After all, regardless of anything else, Qin Shen's current strength level is there, and there will inevitably be times when he needs to seek help from the other party in the future. It has nothing to do with me. I am just here to trade. Qin Shen said in a formulaic manner, pointing to the things on the ground. White quality equipment is uniformly priced at 2 silver each, and I have 33 pieces here. Bronze quality equipment is 50 silver each, and I have 4 pieces here. In addition, white quality skill books are 10 silver each with 4 books, and bronze quality skill books are 1 silver each, 2 gold. If you want all of them, I can give you a discount, a total of 5 gold for everything. As for the class scrolls, the price varies depending on the different classes you need. Upon hearing Qin Shen's prices, the people who had not yet recovered were stunned again, not because they thought it was expensive, but because it was cheap, too cheap. Although white quality equipment in the blacksmith shop is also priced at 2 silver each, that is the lowest price, with weapons costing 3 to 5 silver. And the white quality weapons in the player's hands are even more expensive, generally around 10 silver. As for bronze quality equipment, not to mention, it is currently in a situation where it has value but no market, with the occasional piece appearing in the village selling for 7 to 10 gold. Compared to these, the prices of Qin Shen's equipment and skill books are really like cabbage prices. Is this too cheap? Wang Guodong frowned and asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen smiled. People are like this, they can't believe things that are too cheap. Interesting, it's rare to see someone bargaining in reverse. Just some white equipment, by the time the newbie secret realm ends, I estimate that even this price won't be needed. As for now, even if it's really worth a fortune, do you think anyone can afford it? The few people looked at each other, and upon careful consideration, it was indeed the case. Currently, players have scarce currency in hand, mainly relying on selling materials obtained from shops. Not to mention bronze equipment costing 10 gold each, even 1 gold coin is something no one can afford. Only group organizations like theirs or forces can gather a few gold coins, and they have to use them sparingly. The kid sees things clearly. Wang Guodong nodded in appreciation, but soon looked embarrassed. However, my currency here is also limited. Instead of equipment and skill books, how about we trade for some class scrolls first? Class scrolls can grant player identities, which is what the major forces are truly lacking at the moment. If they can truly have enough players, the equipment, skill books, and even class scrolls they can obtain will increase exponentially. Unfortunately, upon hearing his words, Qin Shen shook his head and looked disdainfully at the group. Class scrolls, can you afford them? One sentence directly shut everyone down. Although there was no clear price, even the lowest level white quality class scroll currently could sell for a sky-high price equivalent to a set of seaside houses, and they might not be able to afford it. The key point is that unlike equipment, this item does not have to worry about depreciation in the short term, so Qin Shen does not need to rush to sell it. I have 3 white quality life class scrolls and 1 white quality combat class scroll that I can offer you on credit. In exchange, you will help my camp 3 times. How about it? Qin Shen looked at the other party and said, the former Wang Guodong in his past life was a well-known figure in Xinjiang County. He relied on the military strength of his camp to integrate all the major forces in Xinjiang County, and after the end of the newbie secret realm, he led everyone to the nearest city of Gowning. In the country. Even if there are reinforcements, who will come here? This won't work, that won't work. Are we really just going to wait here to die? Didn't you hear what he said? The more populous a city is, the more opportunities the game will provide. Staying in Xinjiang County, with just this population of hundreds of thousands, may not be enough. So relocation is inevitable, right? What else is there to discuss? But who knows if what he said is true or false? Everyone had different opinions, but Wang Guodong just stared blankly at Qin Shen's departing figure and spoke up. After a while, he turned around, his stern gaze sweeping over everyone. All right. You all heard the announcement when the novice secret realm opened. This kind of thing shouldn't be false. But the relocation of the entire county is not a small matter. Let those who have not yet obtained player status outside make more preparations, move around the county institutions, and try to mobilize the people. It would be best to have a specific process and plan. Since we have to go, as Qin Shen said, the sooner the better. As soon as the novice secret realm ends, we will set off. Wang Guodong spoke, and no one dared to refute him anymore. The military's discipline was the first lesson they needed to learn. After speaking, Wang Guodong looked in the direction Qin Shen had left once again, deep in thought. Perhaps, as the other party said, he should also make preparations early, at least to have the initiative in his hands. The deal with Wang Guodong was just a little trick left by Qin Shen for himself. After all, if a crisis really occurred, he would be the most reliable one in the entire Xinjiang county. Once again entering the depths of the dark forest, Qin Shen's goal this time was clear: to defeat the last silver-level boss in the novice secret realm, the forest wolf boss. By defeating it, he would have cleared out all the silver-level bosses in the novice secret realm, leaving only some bronze-level bosses for others. However, the forest wolf boss was not easy to kill. Although it was only silver level, its difficulty was no less than that of the golden level Silver Moon Tiger King. Because it was a group-type boss and could summon minions. With thousands of wolves, it shouldn't be hard to find. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Qin Shen walked with a troubled expression deep in the dark forest. He had already killed many ordinary magic leopards and silver moon tigers, and even wiped out a group of forest wolves, but he had yet to encounter the largest group of forest wolves. Master, can releasing those few forest wolves really attract more of them? Gabriel flew beside Qin Shen, curiously asking. Previously, she had released a few forest wolves according to Qin Shen's instructions, saying that escaped forest wolves would attract more. Of course, wolves are very vengeful animals. Let's see if those wolves can bring us the largest wolf pack. Qin Shen nodded. This was also the most troublesome aspect of forest wolves. If he couldn't kill all the forest wolves attacking him, he would have to temporarily leave the dark forest, or he would easily encounter another wolf pack attack. Higher-level forest wolf bosses would die in front of the Blackwater python for the same reason. When some big shots were surrounded by wolf packs, they naturally had to call their subordinates for support, gradually escalating the battle, and then it became a big battle between players and wolf packs. Almost suddenly, Qin Shen and Gabriel's footsteps paused slightly, showing a look of joy on their faces. Looking in the direction of the sound, a large number of forest wolves were approaching them, with the continuous howls of wolves echoing in their ears. However, after listening carefully for a while, the joy on Qin Shen's face gradually faded. It's just a small group of wolves again. Let's release a few as before. Qin Shen said helplessly. The number of the small wolf pack was around 100, and the leader was only a bronze-level wolf king, which did not pose much pressure on Qin Shen. Even without Gabriel's help, he could handle it with just the firebird and the jungle ape. It seems that the few forest wolves released last time don't have much influence. I can only contact these small tribes. When will I be able to find their main tribe? Qin Shen sighed. Before the wolf pack could launch an attack, the firebird and jungle giant ape by Qin Shen's side had already rushed out and engaged in battle with the wolves. Suddenly, the jungle giant ape roared, attracting the attention of all the forest wolves. Meanwhile, the firebird in the sky continued to spew flames, directly igniting the nearby trees. I wonder if there is a saying in the Morning Light Village about setting fire to the mountains and sitting in prison. Qin Shen thought to himself. Fortunately, the secret realm seemed to have special rules of protection. The flames in the dark forest were difficult to spread, usually only burning nearby trees and refreshing the next day. This was why Qin Shen dared to let the firebird go out and set fires freely. Animals have a natural fear of fire, so the flames did not persist for long on the wolf pack. With the death of the leader, they quickly began to scatter and flee. Qin Shen did not pursue them but picked up the drops from the wolf pack and continued to walk deeper into the forest. Perhaps the previous fire had attracted the forest's attention, or maybe those forest wolves could really find the largest wolf pack. Half an hour later, Qin Shen, accompanied by Gabriel, was finally surrounded. The densely packed wolf pack shone with green eyes in the darkness, looking extremely eerie. Do you think they can also tell time? It just passed midnight, and the skill cooldown is over. Qin Shen said to Gabriel with a smile. However, at this moment, Gabriel was already standing in front of him with a sword, his face showing a serious expression. There are a large number of wolf packs. Please be careful, Master. Gabriel reminded in a deep voice. The difference between hundreds and thousands of wolf packs was significant. Just like in ancient battles, the more people there were, the stronger the collective force. Even the most powerful martial arts master could not withstand a large army. The sheer number was enough to make one shudder. At this moment, as the wolf pack around him gathered more and more, Qinshan couldn't help but feel immense pressure, similar to the feeling in the land of the undead during the day. He dared not show himself hiding in the clouds, as once discovered, he would be engulfed by countless undead creatures. A loud wolf howl sounded, and the entire wolf pack moved towards Qinshan. Gabriel raised his sword and swiftly killed a forest wolf, but more wolves immediately pounced. The jungle giant ape roared and swept away the wolves around him with a single palm. With the increase in level and attributes, the jungle giant ape's size had grown larger. What was once a 2-meter-tall giant ape was now around 3 meters tall, with arms thicker than Qinshan's body. With a single swipe, the less than 2-meter-long forest wolf was sent flying. Ignoring the situation around him, Qinshan continued to cast spells and summoned the firebird. When the scorching firebird took off, the wolves surrounding Qinshan couldn't help but tremble, a natural instinctive fear of fire. However, it was only a moment, and the flames that could not harm them were not enough to make them retreat. Go! Find the Wolf King and take him down, Qinshan ordered. The firebird flew into the dense forest, setting it ablaze once again. However, the forest wolves had no way to deal with the firebird flying in the air. They let it enter their ranks and head towards their Wolf King. The Wolf King roared in anger, forced to reveal itself from the wolf pack and engage in battle with the firebird. However, the continuous spewing of flames made the Wolf King feel somewhat helpless. As a ground creature, it was difficult to attack the firebird flying in the air. Even with the long-range attack method of Wind Blade, it was hard to cause significant damage to the firebird. It could only let the flames spew on itself, wearing down its own vitality. This discovery made the Wolf King furious, as it began to shuttle through the jungle, evading the firebird's attacks while continuously using Wind Blade to counterattack. Both the Wolf King and the firebird had high health points, making it difficult for their battle to end quickly. At this time, Gabriel dared not leave Qinshan's side. There were too many forest wolves around, and relying solely on the jungle giant ape was not enough. He had to stay by Qinshan's side, constantly slashing the surrounding wolf pack. As for Qinshan, he continued to use his gathering skills, collecting materials while avoiding the wolf corpses from blocking his vision and hindering his movements, becoming a live gatherer. Howl in the distance, the forest wolf king gradually began to falter. Facing significant casualties within the entire group, it started to consider retreating. With limited long-range attack capabilities and properties not much stronger than the firebird, except for having more health points, its attack power was far inferior. Unable to use most skills properly, it was no match for the firebird, and as time passed, its body was already charred black. We can't let it escape, Gabriel, Qinshan shouted as he saw the surrounding wolf pack starting to retreat. Upon hearing Qinshan's words, Gabriel immediately began to summon the Holy Light, preparing to wield the Sword of the Angels. At the same time, the jungle giant ape also abandoned protecting Qinshan and roared as it charged towards the Wolf King. Roar! The firebird swooped down, blocking the Wolf King's path, and without hesitation, pounced on the approaching enemy, biting the firebird's thigh. Chirp! A painful screech sounded as flames surged on the firebird, dealing a significant amount of damage to the Wolf King. Feeling the pain, the Wolf King had to release its grip, but also managed to tear a piece of flesh from the firebird's leg. However, this brief delay brought a sense of crisis upon it. The dark sky had unknowingly brightened as if it were daytime, with a dazzling light shining down, followed by an endless eternal darkness. Howl! The Sword of the Angels directly slaughtered more than 2/3 of the wolf pack, and the remaining forest wolves also lost their will to fight, dispersing under the call of some powerful forest wolves. The noisy forest quickly returned to calmness, with only the still burning embers remaining. Qinshan approached the corpse of the forest wolf king, picking up the dropped items on the ground and using his gathering skills. With the blessing of his lucky talent, this round of the Sword of the Angels could be considered quite fruitful. Not only the forest wolf king but also the hundreds of fallen forest wolves brought Qin Shen a great harvest. It's a good thing I have the platinum ring for automatic pickup, otherwise, my back would probably break here. Looking at the almost full platinum ring, Qin Shen couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of forest wolves, not counting the gathering, had a drop of about 2 to 3,000, and if it weren't for the stacking storage of similar items in the inventory, there wouldn't be enough space even for a few more platinum rings. Returning in the direction of Dawn Village, Qin Shen sorted through the gains of this trip along the way. With the extreme luck talent, the harvest of this trip far exceeded the total drops from the Tiger King and Leopard King before. Of course, this referred to drops below the gold level, as the Forest Wolf King was only a silver level boss, normally dropping silver level items at best. However, this time he still exploded a piece of gold level equipment, but unfortunately it was not suitable for his use. Wind Chime Bracelet Gold Level, Requirements, Intelligence 50, Spirit 10, Intelligence plus 30, Spirit plus 20, Spell Power plus 100, Casting Speed increased by 10%, Special Effect, Chime, 5% chance to trigger the Chime effect when using spells, restoring 10% of own mana. Special Price, Wind Chime, increases own spell power by 200 points, casting speed by 20%, doubles the trigger rate of Chime, lasts 15s, cooldown time 10 minutes. Durability 10 out of 10, Spell Power, Casting Acceleration, Mana Restoration, with Burst, truly the best equipment for mages. Taking it out is definitely more valuable than Courage, but... Qin Shen sighed and shook his head. The equipment was very good, but not suitable for him to use. Instead, several pieces of silver-level equipment made up his outfit. Although not a complete set like the Tiger King set, it still caused a drastic change in his attributes. Name, Qin Shen, Level 9, Basic Attributes, Constitution, 82, Strength, 81, Agility, 82, Intelligence, 188, Spirit, 188, Detailed Attributes, Health, 1552, Mana, 1340, Attack Power, 96, Spell Power, 466, Physical Defense, 43.4, Magic Defense, 37.6, Tenacity, 10, Critical Rate, 0%, Critical damage, 50%, attack speed, 10.2, movement speed, 13.2, evasion rate, 15%, casting speed plus 10%, experience, 12280/120000, equipment skills, summon goblin, can summon a rare goblin to assist in battle, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Jungle Guardian, increases own evasion by 30%, effect doubles when in the jungle, lasts 15s, cooldown 1 hour. Apart from the gold-level Jungle Guardian and a bronze-level Summon Goblin summoning ring, the rest has been replaced with a set of silver-level equipment. His current equipment is considered the peak in the entire newbie village. At most, he can only hope for results crafted by some blacksmiths and tailors. Not to mention, if this equipment can't even pass the mine dungeon, then the difficulty is really no joke. Qin Shen sighed in his heart. These attributes, not to mention new players, even among Tier 1 players, can be considered at the T1 level. If he can't pass this, basically there is no hope of passing. A wolf howl came from below. Qin Shen raised his head, but he was already about to leave the dark forest and encounter other leveling players. This is his new summoned beast, the silver-level summoned beast Forest Wolf King, also the most useful item among all the drops for him. Summon Forest Wolf King, Silver Level, Learning Requirement, Summoner, Spirit 30, Summon a Forest Wolf King for battle, with skills, Bite, Wolf Howl, Level 3, Summon Pack of Wolves, Level 5, Summon Beast Aptitude, Life Aptitude, 6, Attack Aptitude, 5, Magic Aptitude, 0, Defense Aptitude, 2, Magic Defense Aptitude, 1, Speed Aptitude, 3, Summon Beast Growth, 20, Cooldown Time, 20 minutes, Summon Cost, 100 mana points, then consumes 30 mana points per minute, casting time 5 seconds, alright? Alright. Don't be nervous, you are the Wolf King. Qin Shen stroked its neck to calm it down. The 3-meter-long Wolf King, at this moment, was acting like a big dog towards Qin Shen, and Qin Shen gave it a very fitting name, Wang Kai. Although rustic, it is extensive, with profound meaning, enduring for thousands of years. Wu the Wolf King hummed softly, then ran towards the direction of Morning Light Village with Qin Shen. Qin Shen felt the forest wind blowing around him, very satisfied with Wansai's attributes, especially its skills, which made its value far surpass that of ordinary silver-level summoned beasts. The Wolf Howl and Summon Pack of Wolves, the former being a status skill that can increase the attack power of surrounding allies by 20%. The Summon Pack of Wolves can summon 2 ordinary forest wolves with 40% of its own attributes to assist in battle, with the quantity increasing as the skill level increases. At full level, the Summon Pack of Wolves can summon up to 12 ordinary forest wolves, truly forming an army by oneself. Qin Shan sighed in his heart. For any profession, the advancement of skill levels has a miraculous effect of turning decay into magic. The advancement of summoning arts level can improve the aptitude of summoned beasts, master new skills, and even have the possibility of advancement. Just like the Firebird, after reaching level 3, it can master the group attack skill Fire Rain, greatly increasing the Firebird's group damage output. Qin Shan no longer needs to rely solely on the Angel's Sword to grind monsters. It's a pity that skill proficiency is so difficult to improve. It takes 1 minute of summoning battles to gain skill proficiency, and after 2 days, I've only raised the Firebird in Jungle Ape to level 1. Helplessly shaking his head, he looked at the long proficiency progress bar behind him and sighed. Passing through the crowds of people leveling overnight, Qin Shan finally returned to Morning Light Village, without recalling Wangkai, treating it as a dog walk. Although summoned beasts have no life, they have their own consciousness. The awakening of self-consciousness is particularly important for the advancement of summoning arts, which is also the difference between summoning arts and other professional skills. He called Wang Wodong and asked him to arrange for someone to buy equipment tomorrow morning, then returned to the inn to open a room, not waiting for the fat man and the others, and went straight to bed. He gave the 3 of them a death task during the day. They must reach level 4 by the end of the day, only then could they accompany him to the Undead land to grind monsters tomorrow. Otherwise, if the level difference exceeds 5 levels, they would not be able to share team experience. The next morning, he woke up to see the 3 of them sitting in the hall with dark circles under their eyes, looking exhausted. Hey! Not bad. All at level 4? Qin Shan greeted them with a smile, sat in the only empty seat, and started eating breakfast. We're exhausted. I feel like I'm going to faint from casting Fireball. And Yun Meng said with a bitter face. As the only main DPS in the team, she currently only mastered the attack skill Fireball, so she kept casting it non-stop. At least you're casting Fireball from a distance. I was getting beaten up all night. The fat man, who was eating voraciously, raised his head, his eyes filled with weariness and fatigue. You both worked hard, eat more. Any plans for later? Qin Yuro comforted with a smile, then looked at Qin Shan. I'm going out to take care of something. I'll be back to take you leveling later. Qin Shan took 2 buns and walked out of the private room, but the fat man and Yun Meng were already wailing. Leveling again? Don't worry, this time you can AFK and sleep. I'll power level you. Qin Shan laughed. He turned and entered another private room, where Wang Guodong's people were already waiting, 1 woman and 4 men, ready for action. Hello? My name is Xia Yun, and I was arranged by Captain Wang to trade with you. With Qin Shan's entry, the girl in the mage robe stood up and saluted before speaking. No need to be so formal, I'm not from your military department. The items are here. Have you prepared your storage equipment? Qin Shan shook hands with her. After all, she was a military officer. Her hands were not as soft as those of ordinary girls, but not as hard as those of men, but very powerful. Release his hand. Qin Shan poured out the contents of the ring onto the table, leaving the few people in the room stunned by the array of equipment and items before them. This? This? The people in the room widened their eyes in disbelief, with Xia Yun even exclaiming in shock, his face showing incredulity. They had been in the novice secret realm for a day now, and they had rarely seen even white-quality equipment, let alone bronze-level gear. Now, what Qin Shan brought out filled the table, with nearly half of it being bronze-level items, dazzling the onlookers. I've already negotiated the price with your commander. Just take the stuff back with you. Qin Shan said. Wang Guodong definitely couldn't afford this batch of equipment, so Qin Shan allowed him to pay later, within 7 days. The integrity of the military personnel was trustworthy. He wasn't worried about them defaulting on payment. Most importantly, he didn't have time to stay in the Morning Light Village selling equipment. It was foreseeable that he would acquire even more items while leveling up in the land of Undead, and besides selling to the shop, he needed a stable channel for selling goods. Alright, Commander Wang has already informed me about this. Thank you for your help as well. Xia Yun expressed his gratitude. Hearing this, Qin Shen smiled. Although it was a transaction, the help these equipment provided to Wang Guodong was significant, and this expression of gratitude was a form of affirmation for him. In return for this gratitude, I'll give Commander Wang something extra. Tell him he owes me another 10 gold. A yellow scroll was placed on the table. After everyone read the attributes on it, they were all stunned. Qin Shen had already turned and left the room. The group looked at each other in surprise, and Xia Yun hurriedly called Wang Guodong. A bronze-level teaming scroll, selling it to you for 10 gold coins. I'm really giving you a good deal. After glancing at the closed door, Qin Shen left the tavern and went to a tailor shop and a weapon shop. He handed over the materials from the Forest Wolf King and then returned with the 3 well-fed companions, heading towards the cliffs surrounding the village. Damn! Chenggu, what is this? Undead catastrophe? And why do I see question marks everywhere? The chubby companion asked in shock. Led by Firebird and Gabriel, the 3 crossed the mountaintop and were instantly shocked by the desolate land before them, much like Qin Shen had been the day before. No one had expected that beyond the Morning Light village, which seemed like a paradise with birds chirping and flowers blooming, there would be such a desolate place. Don't move from here. Those are all first-tier undead creatures. I'll go get Enyun Meng and Teacher Qin. Qin Shen said, placing the chubby companion on a cliff before returning to the village to bring Enyun Meng and Kinyaru over using the same method. The terrifying land of undead shook the hearts of the 3, making it difficult for them to connect the scene before them with the Morning Light village behind them, like a disaster from the heavens. Brother Qin Shen? This. After Blue Star fell, could it also become like this? Enyun Meng covered her mouth, asking in disbelief. Each city on Blue Star was under attack by mutated beasts, and it was hard to imagine what the fate of those cities that didn't survive would be like. Like this? Undead are also one of many creatures. This situation can only be described as a possible existence of possibilities, right? Qin Shen pondered and said. What would happen after a city's destruction depended on the types of monsters surrounding the city. However, most cities were surrounded by only mutated beasts, so this situation wouldn't occur. But there were always people who liked to court death. Xinjiang County? It won't become like this, right? Kinyaru grabbed Qin Shen's arm, looking nervous. This. Don't worry. It won't. Qin Shen paused, then reassured her. In fact, this group of undead natural disasters did break through Xinjiang County in their past lives. The only fortunate thing is that a large number of people had already been evacuated in advance, which allowed them to survive. However, this kind of thing definitely cannot be told to them at this time, and Qin Shen will not give this group of undead another chance to appear. So, Shen Ji, you said you would take us to level up? Is it these first-tier monsters? The fat man asked tentatively. Otherwise? Qin Shen smiled and nodded towards Gabriel beside him. She and the Firebird had already rushed towards the group of undead creatures. Chirp, the Firebird's flames shot out first, directly killing a level 10 white bone skeleton with flame damage reaching 4 digits. The skyrocketing experience points stunned the fat man and the others. Even Enyun Meng couldn't deal out this kind of damage. The base damage of the Firebird's flame breath was only 100 points, but it couldn't withstand the Firebird's high spell power. With Qin Shen's attribute boost, the Firebird's spell power had reached 1,670 points, elevating the 100-point base damage to several thousand points. Not to mention a level 10 white bone skeleton, even higher level monsters couldn't withstand the Firebird's flames. Damn! Summoners are so powerful? Is it too late for me to change my profession now? The fat man, with a look of shock, looked at his shield and felt the urge to throw it away. Exactly, its damage is so high, it feels much more powerful than me. And Yun Meng also exclaimed, feeling that her spell damage probably didn't even reach 1/10 of the Firebird's. Forget about attack power, when this flame comes down, I don't think any player can withstand it. Shinjiro nodded, the damage was beyond their imagination. Shinshin smiled and ruffled in Yunming's hair, making her hair messy. My equipment is just a bit better, here, I'll give you an equipment too, turning you into a turret. Shinshin said with a smile, handing her the wind chime bracelet he had obtained yesterday. Such a beautiful bracelet! And Yunmeng exclaimed joyfully, the exquisite bracelet immediately catching the attention of the two women. Damn! Shen Ge, a gold-level equipment? The fat man exclaimed in shock, looking at the bracelet's attributes and staring at Qin Shen as if he were a monster. They hadn't even obtained a few bronze-level equipment, and this guy was already pulling out gold-level equipment to impress the girls? Was this too much? And Yunmeng was even more shocked by the attributes of the bracelet. Such strong attributes, compared to it, white-grade equipment is so inferior. And Yunmeng sighed as she looked at the bracelet's attributes. The fat man and Shinjiro, who saw the bracelet's attributes, nodded in agreement. How is this inferior? It's clearly trash, okay? The fat man said with envy. Now do you see the gap between us? Shinshin looked at them and laughed, taking out all the equipment he had prepared for everyone from the ring, the silver light dazzling the three of them. Damn! Shen Ge is awesome. From today on, you are my idol. My dad. My god. The fat man hugged his equipment and kept shouting towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen. This. Shinjiro didn't know what to say anymore. This set of equipment had already exceeded her imagination. In comparison, and Yunmeng was more direct, shouting and jumping onto Qin Chen. Ah! Qin Chen Gij. I love you. And Yunmeng shouted wildly, completely unaware of restraint. Alright. Hurry up and change, then rest well. When you wake up. Qin Chen's voice trailed off, and suddenly a dazzling light appeared in the distance. Turning to look, it was Gabriel's sword of the angel descending. The huge divine sword appeared for the first time in the eyes of An Yunmeng and the others, the vast holy light shaking their hearts. They were surprised for the first time to discover that players' skills could be so powerful. If the fire breath of the firebird only brought them damage in terms of numbers, then this angel's sword truly made them feel the unmatched power of heaven and earth. Oh my god! Shinjiro covered her mouth, looking shocked. This? Is this the angel you summoned before? It's too strong, isn't it? The chubby guy also exclaimed. Gabriel's power even made him lose interest in the equipment he had just obtained. Yes, this is too amazing. And Yunmeng also exclaimed, not even noticing that she was still hanging on Qin Chen. Now I know why you can level up so fast. The speed of these monsters, it's hard not to be fast. Shinjiro said incredulously. Do you really think this skill can be used indefinitely? It has a long cooldown. Shinshin laughed, patted An Yunmeng on the back, and let her down. Then he cast another spell, summoning a white-quality goblin from the summoning ring. When the green-skinned dwarf came out, his thief-like eyes darted around, especially when he saw An Yunmeng and Shinjiro, his eyes lit up. What are you looking at? Arrange everything properly. Qin Chen took out a reclining chair from the ring and said. Wow, the goblin exclaimed as he took the chair from Qin Chen's hand and proceeded to arrange it. He was summoned through equipment and not considered Qin Chen's own summoned beast, so he had a time limit and could not enjoy his attribute bonuses. With his white quality attributes and qualifications, he would be useless in battle if sent out, so he could only stay by their side and do some menial tasks, contributing to everyone's good life. Wow! Is being a summoner this comfortable? The chubby guy looked at the little green-skinned goblin bustling around him, even kindly handing him a drink from the tavern. Eye-catching, able to fight, can be a mount, and can also be a servant. Isn't that the legendary life secretary? When there's work, the secretary does it, when there's nothing. Comfortable? Look at his attributes, can he be sent out to battle? Shinshin smiled helplessly, revealing the goblin's attributes. He then summoned Wine Kai and the jungle giant ape to join the battlefield. When the chubby guy and the others saw the goblin's attributes, they were stunned. Really? These attributes? What can he do? As a white quality summoned beast, a level 9 goblin only had over 300 health points and over 20 attack points. When the tank is not strong enough and the output attack power is insufficient, apart from summoning to disgust the enemy, it is practically useless. This is a white quality summoned beast. Bronze level ones are a bit stronger, but without the summoner's blessing, they are not much different. Qin Shen explained. A goblin with these attributes, even if 4 or 5 were summoned, would just be cannon fodder. Well, the difference is quite big. The chubby guy scratched his head, looked at Gabriel who had returned, and still found it hard to imagine such a big gap between them. Master. Gabriel, who had just wielded the angel's sword, had returned to Qin Shen's side, took the platinum ring from his hand, and went back to clean up the battlefield. Alright, you guys rest well now. You were tired all night yesterday, and today you have nothing to do, just wait to level up. With everything settled, Qin Shen said to the three of them. However, they looked at each other with a hint of hesitation. Qin Shen, should we go back to the village and level up on our own? And Yunmeng twisted her fingers, looking reluctant. Yes. Shen, if you're going to level up, you can't let someone else take the lead. It's a waste of time to bring us along for leveling. The chubby guy also spoke up. Just, Qin Shen, it wasn't easy for you to take first place. With your strength, you can continue to lead without needing to carry us and slow you down. Upon hearing the words of the three, Qin Shen was first stunned, then smiled confidently. Look at the leaderboard. Besides me, is there anyone else who has reached level 9? And rest assured, I will only bring you up to level 9. Whether you can make it to the leaderboard after that depends on yourselves. This amount of time is not enough to shake my position as the top level. Hearing Qin Shen's confident words, they looked at the empty level leaderboard. A day had passed, and only Qin Shen's name was still displayed. The three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright then. Reaching level 9 is enough, the rest we will handle ourselves. Don't worry, I don't have so much time to keep leveling you up here. The three of them slept soundly until the afternoon. However, in the land of the undead, there was no day or night, and without looking at a clock, one could not tell the actual time. It was a scene of perpetual doom. What? I just slept for a while, and I'm already at level 6. The chubby one rubbed his eyes, sat up, and looked at his level with a hint of surprise. Not bad. I'll try to get you all to level 9 today. Qin Shen said. The chubby one smelled something delicious, looked up, and saw Qin Shen busy nearby. Oh my! Are you BB Qin here? The chubby one exclaimed, standing up and walking over to Qin Shen, who was roasting an unknown piece of meat on a skewer. What else would I do? It's so boring to just wait here, right? Qin Shen said matter-of-factly. In an era without smartphones, what else could be better than barbecue to pass the time? True. The chubby one nodded, took the skewer and started eating, muttering as he ate. But we came here to level up. Can we really barbecue? It feels weird. And this is the land of the undead, with this rotten smell, aren't you scared? Then why are you eating so happily? Qin Shen glanced at him lightly. Well, I'm hungry, I slept all day. The chubby one felt no embarrassment, eating voraciously while chatting casually with Qin Shen. By the way, why isn't this meat buffed? Did you skimp on it, Shen bro? Sorry, I'm a summoner, not a chef. It's good enough that it's cooked. Ha! Not to criticize, but you need to practice your cooking skills. How will you impress the ladies in the future? I'll give you the fire, will you roast it? Forget it, I have to take responsibility for eating, who has time to roast? And Yunmeng and Qin Euro woke up, had something to eat, and then joined the chubby one to team up and find some lone monsters to challenge. With the equipment provided by Qin Shen, their attributes were among the best in the entire newbie village. Teaming up to deal with some lower-level skeletons was not a problem, and it also helped hone their combat skills. In the land of the undead near Qin Shen, after a day of large-scale cleansing and purification, the number of undead creatures had noticeably decreased. There were rarely large groups appearing, only sporadic ones occasionally spawning. Gabriel wanted to use the angel's sword to grind monsters, but he had to go to a more distant place to lure them, and he even needed the help of the Firebird and the Forest Wolf King. I'm going deeper to take a look, you guys stay here to gain experience. If you encounter danger, just call me on the team channel. The next morning, Shinshin said to the three who had already reached level 9. After a full day of monster hunting, not only had they reached level 9, but Shinshin's experience bar was also full, and his level on the leaderboard finally had over 50,000 points. In addition, the chubby one and the other two also appeared on the level leaderboard, causing a huge sensation worldwide. The list only has 4 names, all of which are from Huaxia, and it seems like they might be part of a small team. This makes people wonder. Everyone is saying that Qin Shan and the others have found some kind of bug or have a special way of leveling up, and they are calling for him to reveal it. But at this moment, no one can find them, and no one would have thought that there is a whole new world outside the newbie village. As for Wang Guodong, although he is also surprised, he will not willingly expose Qin Shan. The military's integrity can be guaranteed, and they will also support things that are beneficial to Huaxia. Qin Shan. Be careful. Qin Euro reminded him with concern. There are not many undead creatures nearby, which is perfect for them to practice, but if Qin Shan wants to continue leveling up, he must go deeper. It's too dangerous to bring them along, and it's hard to ensure everyone's safety. Don't worry. Be careful yourselves and don't get surrounded. Qin Shan nodded, waved to the others, and headed towards the nearest black tower. He was going to try his hand at the first black tower, and clearing out the nearby undead creatures was the first step. Next, he would gradually advance towards the black tower and erode it bit by bit. After a day of fighting monsters, he found that the undead creatures here do not respawn as quickly as those in the dark forest. But it seems like this place is a breeding ground for undead creatures, as new ones are hatching from time to time. Fortunately, the hatching speed is not fast and does not affect his actions. If I can clear them all out, even if they eventually come near Xinjiang County, at least the numbers should be reduced, right? Qin Shan thought to himself as he saw the shadow of the first black tower in his line of sight. He had roughly estimated before that the distance between each small black tower was about 10 to 20 kilometers, not too far. If it weren't for the dense undead creatures, you could even see them with the naked eye. But it's not easy to push forward, not to mention the terrifying number of undead creatures along the way. The Black Tower seems to have a certain bonus effect on them. The closer to the Black Tower, the more health these undead creatures seem to have, and the faster they seem to spawn. Qin Shan frowned as he looked at the undead creatures. Compared to before, the health of these monsters has increased to around 100 to 500 points, and the closer they are to the Black Tower, the greater this increase becomes. At the current rate, the creatures inside the Black Tower should have a health increase of 1,000 points. Gabriel said, knocking down a ghoul that approached. Her attack power was not low, but it was difficult to kill instantly, usually taking 2 to 3 strikes. On the other hand, the Firebird's powerful fire breath easily dealt with these enhanced undead creatures. Let's go in and take a look, give it a try. Qin Shan used the most basic universal spell, Energy Ball, to harvest a low-health skeleton. The jungle giant ape is perfect for charging in such a situation. With its strong vitality and defense, plus its huge size, it roared and charged into the group of monsters, sweeping away a large number of undead creatures with its arms. Although none of them died, and not even much health was lost, the enemy's formation was completely disrupted, and the momentum was there. The jungle giant ape continued to charge forward, with the Firebird and Gabriel following behind. This time, they did not choose to clear out all the undead creatures but instead pushed towards the Black Tower, with a large number of undead creatures gradually surrounding them from behind. If only I had some wide area spells. Qin Shan sighed as he looked back. Unfortunately, the Firebird summon was only at level 2, and it would take a few more days to reach level 3. The improvement of skill proficiency becomes more difficult with each level, even with Qin Shan's high intelligence of 8 points, which can increase the speed of proficiency acquisition by 80%. If it were other players with lower intelligence, the speed of skill improvement would only be slower. For example, for a general magic spell like the Energy Ball of the magic system, releasing it only earns 1 point of proficiency. To go from level 0 to level 1, you need 1,000 points of proficiency, and it grows exponentially from there. Wanting to increase skill levels is not an easy task for anyone. Roar as Qin Shen continued to approach, new undead creatures emerged from the Black Tower and roared angrily towards the group. It's a stitched monster. Qin Shen stared at the 5-meter-high rotting flesh mountain in front of him with a difficult expression, feeling a hint of helplessness. This is an advanced undead creature, naturally bronze level, with qualifications and growth that cannot be compared to ordinary white-grade monsters, except for the additional attribute bonuses of the boss template. And such stitched monsters, 5 of them appeared at once, like an insurmountable obstacle blocking Qin Shen's path. Roar the jungle giant ape continued to charge forward roaring, but this time it was easily blocked. With a casual swing, one of the stitched monsters knocked the jungle giant ape away, just as easily as it swept away other undead creatures. This silly thing, doesn't it see how much bigger others are compared to it? Qin Shen couldn't help but shake his head. The size of these stitched monsters is over 5 meters, with all kinds of organs inside their fat bodies emitting a foul stench. In comparison, the 3-meter-high jungle giant ape looked like a child, with no advantage in size. Holy light, purify the darkness. Gabriel raised the sword of holy flame high and charged towards the group of stitched monsters. Chirp on the other side, the firebird also attacked, spewing out flames, but surprisingly, it couldn't take down the monsters instantly, facing resistance for the first time due to their strong output capabilities. Puff! Gabriel's holy flame was still very powerful, but unfortunately, the stitched monsters were too large, and the holy flame only managed to leave a scratch on their bodies. Meanwhile, on Qin Shen's side, surrounded by undead creatures breaking through, he had lost the firepower suppression from Gabriel and the firebird. Go! Qin Shen shouted to Wankai beneath him, while calling back the jungle giant ape that had been knocked away. Awu upon hearing Qin Shen's command, Wankai howled and pounced towards a white bone skeleton. Although it didn't have the same powerful attack as Gabriel and the firebird, just one swipe could scratch off a significant amount of blood. Most importantly, it had to navigate through the group of monsters with Qin Shen and the jungle giant ape to ensure Qin Shen's safety. Gabriel, use your ultimate move. Seeing the pressure increasing, Qin Shen had to shout to Gabriel ahead. Gabriel, who was entangled with the stitched monsters, immediately stopped, and a dazzling holy light appeared in the darkness. After a brief incantation, countless undead creatures were purified amidst their wails. Let's go! Charge in one go! Watching the undead creatures around him being cleared out, Qin Shen rode Wankai and rushed towards the Black Tower. At this point, he was only a few hundred meters away from the Black Tower, which loomed large in front of him. As the undead creatures blocking the way were cleared by the holy flame, the Forest Wolf King swiftly arrived under the Black Tower in just a few breaths. Where did these ants come from, daring to intrude into the Black Tower? A hoarse voice echoed from the Black Tower. Qin Shen looked up but saw no one. Instead, a large number of white bone skeletons rushed out of the Black Tower again. Unlike the ordinary white bone skeletons outside, this group of white bone skeletons seemed more intelligent, even forming neat formations. Not only that, there are also a large number of skeleton mages and skeleton archers among these white bone skeletons, making the troop more well-equipped. Charge in! Qin Shen shouted loudly. At this point, the jungle giant ape was already of little use, only able to stand in front of Qin Shen to block some attacks for him. Gabriel charged at the forefront, continuously thrusting his dagger, either killing enemies or blocking arrows. Qin Shen's eyes lit up at Gabriel's swordsmanship. This was not a skill, but pure combat technique, something he had always wanted to learn. However, it was clearly not the time to study swordsmanship now. Riding on his mount, Wankai, Qin Shen forcefully charged towards the gap created by Gabriel. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Even in the midst of intense battle, he couldn't help but shiver. The chilling sensation in the Black Tower was beyond description, making Qin Shen feel goosebumps all over. This is really bizarre, he couldn't help but think, while his gaze quickly scanned the Black Tower. Although the heavily defended Black Tower was tall, it was not very large, tapering from bottom to top, with the section where Qin Shen was located surprisingly a downward staircase. Fortunately, the staircase was not long, and the situation inside could be roughly seen. The spacious hall of hundreds of square meters was much smaller than expected. In the center was a hexagram magic array, with a shimmering blue gem at each corner. What is this? Energy gem? Shen was slightly stunned, and the information about the gem quickly appeared before his eyes. Energy gem, silver grade, can provide up to 1000 energy points, remaining energy points 53/1000. The energy gem had only one function, to provide energy, commonly used in various magic arrays and magic devices, which humans could not directly absorb under normal circumstances. The placement of the energy gem was obviously intended for use on the magic array in the hall. "Bold ants, I will dismember you and turn you into skeleton specimens," an angry voice rang out. A lich mage in a black robe was standing in the center of the magic array, seemingly conducting some kind of ritual, with several green lights connecting the magic stones at the 6 corners. "He is charging the energy gem." Gabriel spoke out, but couldn't stop. Many undead creatures on the surrounding stairs and corridors were all charging towards Shen. "Who are you? What is this black tower used for?" Shen signaled to Gabriel, then loudly questioned the lich mage in the hall. "How dare you? Ignorant ants, you are destroying the great gift of the death god. You should not exist in this world, destined to forever lose the chance of reincarnation." The lich mage sternly rebuked, his tone full of reverence for the so-called death god, while pausing the supply of energy to the gem and slowly standing up. Under the black cloak was a bone structure no different from a skeleton, with a skull shining with a blue soul fire. Lich Mage, Silver Grade, Level 15, Health 27900/27900, Mana 3214/8000, Attack 305, Spell Power 865, Defense 80, Magic Defense 160, Talents, Summon Undead, Corpse Explosion, Shadow Arrow, Life Drain, Undead Army, such strong attributes. Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment he saw the opponent's attributes, Shen's heart had already begun to waver. But when he saw the remaining mana of the opponent, he couldn't help but pause, as if there was still a chance. As a mage-type monster, the Lich Mage's strength was entirely in spells, but to charge the energy gem, he had already consumed most of his mana. As long as he could deplete the remaining mana, this would just be a high-health large monster. "Gabriel! Clear out the ordinary undead creatures first!" Shen shouted loudly, summoning the firebird that was still outside the black tower. The firebird's size was too large to fly through the narrow gates of the black tower, but that didn't stop it from being summoned directly inside. "Chirp!" the firebird screeched, spewing flames towards the newly summoned skeletons and bone warriors. The space inside the black tower was limited, and after the initial focus fire from outside, there weren't as many undead creatures inside as imagined. There were only a little over 100, quickly being cleared out under the attacks of the firebird and Gabriel. Of course, their health points were rapidly decreasing as well. With a large number of skeleton archers and mages focusing their attacks, the firebird's health had already dropped by a third in just a few seconds. If they couldn't quickly kill this group of undead creatures, let alone defeating the undead mage boss, even surviving would become a problem. Fortunately, Gabriel's attributes were strong enough that the attacks of these ordinary monsters couldn't truly break through her defenses, and the small amount of forced damage could be healed through the holy light. The real threat came from the undead mages. With over 800 spell power, any random spell could take away hundreds of Gabriel's health points. "Hurry up! Faster!" Shen's movements were continuous, launching energy balls that created moderate damage. As for Wang Kai and the jungle giant ape, they were blocking the entrance of the black tower, preventing the outside undead creatures from rushing in. If they were caught in a pincer attack, they would be in big trouble. "You blasphemers, become my nourishment!" After a long battle, it seemed that the boss in the hall was angered. With his hoarse voice, a green energy beam connected to the firebird. "Chirp!" the firebird, which was spewing flames, let out a painful cry as its health visibly plummeted at a rapid pace. "Damn it!" Shen cursed softly and without hesitation chose to dismiss the firebird. In less than 3 seconds, the life draining of the undead mage had depleted the remaining health of the firebird. If the dismissal had been delayed any longer, it would have likely died. Although the death of a summoned creature seemed to incur no loss, Shen had vaguely heard in his past life that summoned creatures had souls. It was best not to let them truly die, as summoning them again would result in an entirely new soul. While it didn't affect their current strength or attributes much, their personality, memories, and more would be reset, making it very difficult for subsequent advancements in summoning spells and levels. Gabriel, be careful. Qin Shan reminded Gabriel. With the dismissal of the Firebird, all firepower was now concentrated on Gabriel, but her automatic healing skill allowed her to hold on for the time being. From the beginning, Qin Shan had instructed her and the Firebird to target ranged units primarily. Although there were still many undead creatures remaining, they were mostly melee skeleton warriors now. Qin Shan glanced back, dismissed the jungle giant ape with low health, and waited for the cooldown of the summoning spell to end. Bang! Gabriel smashed the last skeleton archer, then turned her gaze to the remaining few skeleton warriors. Ignoring the shadow arrows from the undead mage, she bravely harvested the life of the skeleton warriors despite the high damage. Qin Shan glanced at her opponent, who still had over 2,000 mana points. Simple shadow arrows couldn't truly deplete her mana, and her own recovery speed was enough to compensate. Gabriel, go attack the boss. Qin Shan shouted loudly, summoning the jungle giant ape again, which had finished its cooldown, to stand in front of him. Upon receiving Qin Shan's instructions, Gabriel abandoned the few remaining skeleton warriors and charged towards the undead mage, stabbing it without hesitation with his flaming sword. Ah! It's the holy light! Damn you, dog of the radiant! The undead mage exclaimed angrily, waving his staff in an attempt to drive Gabriel away. However, with his over 300 points of attack power, he couldn't break through Gabriel's defense, and instead was struck down by Gabriel's sword, rolling on the ground. At this moment, Qin Shan summoned a goblin from his summoning ring. Despite its low-quality attributes, it trembled in this environment but had to follow Qin Shan's orders and move towards the battlefield. Move all the bodies and bones over there and pile them up. This was the command Qin Shan gave it. The undead mage's corpse explosion could detonate bodies within a certain range, causing more damage with more bodies, so he had to prepare early. As for the few remaining skeleton warriors, with his and the jungle giant ape's strength, they were more than capable of dealing with them. Wiping them out was just a matter of time. Life. Flow. After being repeatedly stabbed by Gabriel, the undead mage also became enraged and once again used life drain to try to extract Gabriel's life force. However, Gabriel was not an easy target. With a flap of his wings, he flashed behind the undead mage and struck at his hooded head with a sword. Losing sight and suffering a heavy blow, the life drain spell was immediately interrupted. The undead mage turned angrily to attack Gabriel, only to be met with another sword strike to the face. If he were not undead but a beautiful woman, his face would have been completely disfigured by now, consumed by rage. The undead mage perfectly demonstrated the vulnerability of mages in close combat. Without a significant number of life-saving spells, being engaged in close combat was a nightmare. Die! Die! You damn birdman! The undead mage shouted angrily, his staff surging with a strong undead energy that spread out from him. However, after the grand display, nothing happened. He was stunned, looking around in confusion. Damn it! Where are my bodies? Oh, sorry about that, they were in the way, so I moved them for you. No need to thank me. Qin Shan pointed to a pile of bodies in a corner. Seeing the bodies that had been moved, the undead mage was furious. If anger could kill, Qin Shan believed the undead mage's health bar would be rapidly decreasing. In reality, it was decreasing, but not his health bar, rather his mana bar. Over 1,000 mana points. Qin Shan thought excitedly. After casting a series of spells, the undead mage had lost over 1,000 mana points, especially with the failed corpse explosion spell that consumed 500 mana without any effect. Without bodies, he couldn't resurrect undead creatures to fight. Now, aside from Shadow Bolt and Life Drain, he had no other means of attack. But Gabriel's speed was extremely fast, and with his high combat skills, the pure mage was no match for him. The damage from Shadow Bolt was limited, and Life Drain was easily interrupted. The undead mage seemed to be in a state of slow death, but Qin Shan remained cautious. You! Drown under the onslaught of the undead plague! As his health decreased, the undead mage roared. No longer caring about Gabriel's holy flame, he desperately used his remaining mana, the staff emitting a gray-white glow, spreading death throughout the Black Tower. This should be the final undead plague. Qin Shan thought to himself, checked the cooldown of his skills, and began preparing a summoning spell. A lot of time had passed since the entanglement with Gabriel, the cooldown time for the Phoenix summoning spell had ended, and the undead mage's health was now less than 5,000. If Gabriel still had the angel sword, perhaps he could have taken him out in an instant, but now he could only watch as the opponent used powerful skills. Without a doubt, this was his final skill, the undead catastrophe. Qin Shan saw his remaining over 1,000 mana points instantly drained. The once empty hall was suddenly filled with clusters of grayish-white mist. As the mist dispersed, skeletons holding swords, bows and arrows, or staffs appeared in Qin Shan's sight. The sound of a phoenix echoed once again in the Black Tower. Shortly after these skeletons were summoned, the blazing phoenix flew out again, spewing scorching flames towards the skeletons on the ground. Don't mind these undead creatures, focus on taking down the undead mage. Qin Shan urgently shouted, continuing to cast spells to disperse the jungle giant ape and summon it again. The phoenix, engulfed in flames, lunged towards the undead mage, bringing him a lot of damage with the terrifying high temperature, especially the burning damage after incineration, which even high-level magic defense couldn't resist. No! 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 The god of death will come. Death shall prevail. The undead mage shouted the name of the god of death, and as Gabriel's final strike fell, it harvested his last bit of life. However, there was still a difference between the undead mage and the summoner. The undead creatures he revived would not disappear because of his death. Qin Shan handed the platinum ring to Gabriel, and after she picked up all the loot and energy gems around, he chose to leave without hesitation. Retreat! Qin Shan regained his senses, recalled the now critically low health Huankai, and summoned it again, riding it out all the way. The secrets in the Black Tower were not something he could explore now. This battle made him realize that with his current strength, he was not enough to explore the Black Tower. If the undead mage's mana had been higher, as long as he used the undead corpses to cast Corpse Explosion a few times, they would have to completely explain themselves inside. Even if they managed to kill him in the end, they had to retreat because they couldn't clear out too many undead creatures. Master! This way! Gabriel shouted, leading Qin Shan towards the direction where the monsters were weak after leaving the Black Tower. They had not cleared out all the undead creatures around when they entered, so naturally they were surrounded when they came out. However, leaving was much easier than entering. There was no need to investigate the situation or worry about have grade requirements, so basically, as long as your attributes meet the standard, you can learn them at Tier 0. However, summoners only have 5 summoning slots at each stage, and Tier 0 is not even considered a formal professional level, so the summoning slots are shared with Tier 1, making it very tight for summoners in the early stages. After all, the grade, qualities, growth, and other aspects of summon creatures are fixed and can only be gradually improved as the summoner's level and skill level increase, which is also the awkward position of summoners. High-grade summoned beasts are rare and difficult to obtain in both the early and later stages. Low-grade summoned beasts are very weak, like the goblins summoned by the summoning ring, who are not even qualified to be cannon fodder besides serving tea and water. Therefore, most summoners can only choose a low-level summon beast and then work hard to level up its summoning skills, in pursuit of a slight chance of advancement. However, this method requires too much time and energy, and not every summoner can live to see their summon beast grow up. Let's see if there are any suitable summon beasts to look at. For now, the main thing is to raise the level of summoning the Firebird. Closing the attribute panel, Qin Shan already knew what he needed to do next. He had to temporarily set aside the Black Tower until the Firebird mastered the wide-range Fire Rain spell. Only then could he have a stable area of effect skill to clear out the undead creatures summoned in the Black Tower, even burning the corpses to avoid the threat of Corpse Explosion. After checking on the situation of the 3 friends, Qin Shan returned to the village of Morninglight. The equipment piled up from the Lucky Talent burst needed to be cleaned up at the blacksmith's shop. These equipment were all above Tier 1, not usable by current players, and could easily cause trouble, so it was safer to take them to the blacksmith's shop, even if the price was lower. He then went to the bookstore again and met Li Fuzi. I found this in the Black Tower. Can you make use of it? Qin Shan took out the energy crystal and placed it on the table, looking at Li Fuzi for an answer. It's just a carrier for storing energy. What use do we have for it in this small village? But you can try using it at the altar. Altar? Are you talking about the altar in the dark forest? Li Fuzi smiled but did not say anything, yet Qin Shen already understood that he had guessed correctly. There was an altar in the dark forest, although he didn't know its purpose yet. However, opening it required energy, and these energy crystals were the source of that energy. Using the enemy's resources to defeat the enemy? It was quite interesting to think about. Thanks. Qin Shen thanked him and left after a few casual words. Buying enough food, he returned to the land of the undead to continue his leveling journey. However, unlike his friends, who were leveling up, Qin Shen needed to increase his skill proficiency. If he didn't raise the Firebird summon to level 3, he had no intention of entering the Black Tower again. The countless undead creatures there would take forever to kill one by one. Shen Ge, there's a newcomer on the leaderboard. 2 days later, the fat man suddenly shouted in the chat channel. Qin Shen paused, opened the leaderboard, and saw an English name behind a few people. This was the first time someone other than the 4 of them had reached level 9 since the leaderboard was introduced. More Edward? Never heard of him. Qin Shen shrugged. In his past life of 50 years, he had never left China, let alone met players from other countries. But that was probably because of his low status. It was said that some strong players had successfully made contact with players from other countries and even participated in exploring certain secret realms together. Unfortunately, such things were beyond the reach of ordinary people like him, and he had never even heard of them. However, reaching level 9 in such a short time was still very remarkable, causing quite a stir internationally. It could be imagined that players worldwide were discussing the leaderboard fervently at this moment, as this was the first non-Chinese person to make it onto the leaderboard. However, Qin Shen was indifferent to this name. It was already the 3rd day since the leaderboard was opened. Could he reach level 9 at this speed, let alone compete for a ranking? His score was already in the tens of thousands, and his friends were halfway to level 9. It was definitely not a problem for them to reach full experience and score before the 7-day ranking ended. So, even if it reaches level 9, it's useless if it's not enough to get full experience points, and then you won't get ranking rewards. Qin Shen replied in the team channel, then turned and returned to the Morning Light village. 3 days later, the equipment he had commissioned the blacksmith to make at the tailor shop was all ready. This is a cloak made from silver moon tiger skin and magic leopard bone powder tanned. You can try it on. In the tailor shop, the boss handed a tiger skin cloak to Qin Shen. Tiger skin coat gold grade, introduction, a cloak made from the leather of a gold grade silver moon tiger king, majestic. Requirements: Strength 10, Intelligence 35, Spirit 20, HP plus 500, Defense plus 10, all attributes plus 10, Toughness plus 5, additional effect, Intimidation, reduces damage by 10% for enemies within 10 meters. Durability 100/100, impressive. Qin Shen exclaimed, the attributes of the tiger skin coat were exceptionally powerful, and very suitable for him. However, before he could put it on, the boss took out a black hat and placed it on the tiger skin coat. This is a hat made from the fur of the most active magic leopard's belly, with powdered tiger king eyes dried and ground in. Reaching this level is somewhat beyond my expectations. Starry Sky Hat, Gold Grade, Requirements, Intelligence 25, Spirit 35, Intelligence plus 20, Spirit plus 50, Mana plus 500, Mana Regeneration plus 20, 10% reduction in skill cooldown time, Durability 100 out of 100, Qin Shen couldn't help but gasp. If the tiger skin coat gave him strong survival abilities, then the Starry Sky Hat would elevate the recovery abilities of magic-based professions to the extreme. Whether it was a priest or a summoner, this hat would be enough to drive people crazy. Truly custom equipment, I am very satisfied with these 2 pieces of equipment, thank you so much. Qin Shen put on the 2 pieces of equipment, expressing his gratitude to the tailor shop boss. No need to be polite, if Master Li has taken a liking to you, helping you is also helping ourselves, the boss said with a smile, obviously aware of Master Li's commission to him. Walking out of the tailor shop, Qin Shen headed to the blacksmith shop. Compared to the tiger skin coat and starry sky hat, he only had one weapon, but when he saw the staff, his gaze could no longer be diverted. Cold Iron Staff, Gold Grade, Introduction, made from the essence of cold iron, mixed with magic leopard bone powder, spirit stone powder, and soul dust, forged through refining, with the effect of communicating with spirits. Requirements: Strength 10, Spirit 60, Attack plus 20, Spell Power plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Summoning Spell Cooldown reduced by 30%, Mana Recovery Speed plus 20, Special Effect, Double Summoning. When casting a summoning spell, there is a 10% chance to summon an additional identical summon, maintaining the mana cost of the summoning spell increased by 400%, durability, 200/200, amazing! These attributes are comparable to a core profession. Xin Shen exclaimed. He still remembered the divine profession core, multiple summoning, he had seen when choosing his core profession. Although the effect of this staff was definitely far inferior to a real profession core, it was only a 0-grade gold grade weapon, and to have such an effect was already extraordinary. It's a pity, the level of the magic leopard is a bit low, and there are no higher grade spirit stones to be found in the Morning Light Village. Having this is already the limit, otherwise, with cold iron essence as the main material, a platinum grade equipment would be out of reach. Master Blacksmith Wang sighed and shook his head. It's okay, this is already good enough. Not to mention the attributes, just this special effect alone is no worse than platinum level equipment. Xin Shen comforted with a smile. He was not wrong in saying this. Just the double summoning feature alone was enough to last him a long time, even when he reached the second or third tier. After all, it was just a weapon, and attributes could be stacked with other equipment. He could summon the summon beast and then switch weapons. As long as you like it, Wang the blacksmith nodded with a smile. Limited by materials, this staff was the strongest equipment he could craft in the beginner's secret realm. Walking out of the blacksmith shop, Xin Shen looked at his satisfied outfit and nodded. Most likely, his attributes would not change much before leaving the beginner's secret realm. Name: Xin Shen, Level 9, Basic Attributes, Constitution, 92, Strength, 91, Agility, 92, Intelligence, 198, Spirit, 248, Detailed Attributes, Health, 2152, Mana, 1840, Attack, 96, Spell Power, 536, Physical Defense, 43.4, Magic Defense, 49.6, Tenacity, 10, Critical Rate, 0%, Critical Damage, 50%, Attack Speed, 10.2, Movement Speed, 13.2, Evasion Rate, 15%, Casting Speed plus 10%, Experience, 120000/120000, Special Effects, Intimidation, Double Summoning, Skills, Wind of Agility. Summon Goblin, Jungle Guardian. It's a pity that the Goblin Ring is only bronze level, and I still can't find a suitable replacement. He shook his head helplessly. It's not that he hadn't dropped a silver level ring before, but none were suitable for him, and overall, this ring was still better. But there's still one problem. Once the double casting is triggered, the fivefold mana consumption might be a bit too much to handle. Xin Shen frowned slightly at his mana and walked towards the tavern. The summoning of the Firebird required 50 mana per minute, while the Wolf King, Ape King, and Green Mulberry Butterfly each required 30 mana, totaling a high mana consumption of 140 per minute. If the double summoning of the Firebird is triggered, an additional 400% mana consumption would be 200 points, resulting in a terrifying 340 mana consumption per minute. With his current mana regeneration rate of 65 points every 15 seconds, if he were lucky enough to trigger the double summoning of another summon beast, the balance would be completely disrupted. Boss, is my tiger bone wine ready? Xin Shen asked the tavern owner as he entered. Normally, brewing wine would not be this fast, but with extraordinary strength, the production speed of many life skills had been greatly increased. You've come at the right time. I was just about to go to the wine cellar. Wait here, the owner laughed and walked towards the wine cellar. Xin Shen took a seat without hesitation, and then asked the waiter for a menu, carefully checking the dishes listed. Since his attributes were not enough for cooking, Xin Shen had planned to use some cooking that could enhance mana recovery speed. Prepare 10 steamed silver fish and 10 refreshing teas for me, to go. Thank you. After looking around, Xin Shen handed the menu back to the waiter. Steamed silver fish and refreshing tea were the only two foods that could restore mana, together increasing mana recovery speed by about 10 points. Although not much, every bit counted, and the rest would have to rely on mana recovery potions. Of course. Please wait a moment. The waiter replied with a smile. Soon, the owner came over with several pots of wine, the tiger bone wine that had just been taken out of the wine cellar. The quantity is not much, but they are all the essence of tiger bones. Take a look, the tavern owner said with a smile. Tiger bone wine, gold level, *10, introduction, made from the tiger bones of the gold level silver moon tiger king combined with many Chinese medicinal herbs. It has the effect of strengthening the body. After drinking, all attributes +10, maximum health +200, health recovery speed +10, valid only once a year when first consumed, only effective for players with total attributes below 1000, very good, thank you. Qin Shen said gratefully, then picked up a pot and drank it. The wine bottle was not large, estimated to be about 2 liang, and because it was medicinal wine, the alcohol content was not too high. However, after all, it was wine, and there was a burning sensation in the chest after drinking it in one gulp, but soon felt a warm flow spreading throughout the body. Feeling satisfied with the changes in his attributes, Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction and put away the remaining tiger bone wine. Not only the tiger bone wine, but anything that can permanently increase attributes has many restrictions. Once a year is considered good, and many things can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Upon returning to the land of the undead, Qin Shen gave each of his companions a bottle of tiger bone wine, instantly astonishing them. Especially in Yunmeng and Qin Yuro, who were originally thin-blooded magic professionals, after drinking a cup of tiger bone wine, their basic health points almost doubled, almost catching up to some poorly equipped warriors in the Morning Light Village. Brother Chen, it seems like everyone's leveling speed has increased, the top 10 on the leaderboard are already full. Fatty said to Qin Shen with a flushed face. In just a short time since Qin Shen returned to Morning Light Village, players reaching level 9 sprouted up like mushrooms after the rain, and within an hour, the top 10 spots on the leaderboard were filled. Qin Shen took a look and saw that they were mostly foreign players whose names he couldn't pronounce, but the name of a 6th-ranked Chinese player caught his attention. Ling Yun. A faint killing intent rose from Qin Shen, but he quickly suppressed it. Don't mind them, you guys are 3 days ahead, as long as you quickly max out your experience points, your ranking won't escape. Turning off the leaderboard, Qin Shen said calmly. However, the others felt the change in his emotions. Fatty wanted to ask, but saw that Qin Shen had already turned and left. I still need to work on my skill proficiency, you guys take care and stay safe. Summoning all his beasts, Qin Shen continued to hone his summoning skills, but he had already opened the level leaderboard again, staring blankly at that familiar name. Ling Yun War God, a name known to all in ancient China, he was the number 1 player in China and the god of war who single-handedly defended the entire imperial city. Unfortunately, his glory lasted only a short 10 years before he disappeared during an exploration of a secret realm, leading to the change of rulers in the imperial city to a new lord named Ling Tian, his son. 50 years later, in the fiery battle of the city's destruction, Ling Tian faced off against An Yunmeng. Forget it, these things are still too far away for me. I hope this ranking list can change his fate a bit. Qin Shen sighed helplessly. He had no feelings towards Ling Yun, and even had a hint of admiration, but his son was not like him, a hero. The killing intent Qin Shen had previously emitted was also due to his thoughts of the other's son, Ling Tian, who grew up in the end times and had almost lost his humanity. The days of honing skill proficiency were quite boring, so Qin Shen returned to Morning Light Village halfway through and brought a notebook and pen. Write down some major events you remember in a notebook to prevent forgetting. Time flies by, and 3 days have passed. The summoning spell of the Firebird has finally reached level 3, and not only that, the summoning spell of the Forest Wolf has also reached level 3, mastering the Howling skill. Qin Shen stood up and looked towards the distant black tower. It was time to destroy it. Shen Ge, are we not waiting anymore? After all, the leveling event ends tomorrow, and you can also get the rewards, the chubby guy asked with a hint of worry. They knew about Qin Shen's last entry into the Black Tower. The terrifying number of powerful monsters almost prevented him from coming back. No more waiting, the leveling rewards are all tier 1, even if you get them, you can't use them. There's no need to wait any longer. Qin Shen shook his head, continuously summoning and dismissing until he summoned the second Firebird. Chirp, continuous phoenix cries echoed in the sky. The dim sky turned into a bright red. A large flame rain fell from the sky towards the dense undead creatures on the ground. Roar roars echoed one after another. Qin Shen rode on the back of a firebird, flying towards the Black Tower. With Gabriel. This time he chose the same Black Tower as before, wanting to see if the undead mages he killed would respawn, and what the Black Tower would become. Another wave of fire rain, clear the passage. Qin Shen ordered the 2 firebirds. Flames rose again, but this time the target was near the Black Tower. A large number of undead creatures turned into ashes under the fire rain, and Qin Shen also found a foothold. A Wuwine Kai was summoned and ran towards the Black Tower. The undead creatures he had cleared almost all respawned, and many more undead mages appeared in the Black Tower. However, these undead mages were not the silver tier bosses from before, just ordinary monsters, but they had bronze tier attributes, very powerful. They seemed to be conducting some research, wanting to advance to the silver tier, and Qin Shen's appearance undoubtedly disrupted their plans. Roar, several huge stitched monsters rushed towards the entrance of the Black Tower. Some nearby skeletons were knocked flying. The narrow space of the Black Tower seemed a bit crowded. Dark beings, accept purification. Gabriel shouted, charging forward with her sword. Compared to the stitched monsters, her size was insignificant, but her powerful attributes were unmatched by these bronze-tier monsters. Her strength could even send them flying. Roar, the stitched monsters roared in anger. Gabriel's sword could cut open their bellies, spilling intestines and rotting flesh all over the ground. But the narrow space of the Black Tower made it difficult for them to unleash their full power. They could only line up and take turns on the passage, unable to withstand Gabriel's strong attacks. This was the first time they were at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation of strength. They probably didn't expect that the slender figure in front of them hid such immense power. Roar, a stitched monster behind, swung an iron chain, trying to hook Gabriel, but ended up stumbling and crashing into the monster in front. At the same time, Qin Shen dismounted from Wang Kai and let it pounce on the monster ahead. An angel and a forest wolf king directly took down these stitched monsters one by one. Not only that, with their huge bodies blocking the way, the rear skeleton archers and skeleton mages and other ranged monsters could not effectively attack, only watching helplessly from behind. Chirp, at this moment, the firebirds outside the tower landed and walked in from the gate. With their wings spread out, it was difficult for them to fly in, but that didn't stop them from becoming ground-walking birds. After entering, the phoenix spread its wings again, and a large swath of flames condensed and fell within the Black Tower. In just over 10 seconds, all the undead creatures in the entire Black Tower were burned to ashes, none of them able to move anymore. Few indeed. Mastering the fire rain finally made up for the lack of firepower. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed in his heart. He casually disintegrated the stitched monster blocking the way, obtained a pile of undead materials, and then stepped towards the center of the Black Tower. Master, this should be a teleportation array. However, the destination of the teleportation is unknown. In addition, outside the teleportation array, there is another layer of array, which seems to be connected to the entire Black Tower. Standing in the center of the hall, Gabriel observed carefully for a while before speaking. A combined teleportation array? Qin Shen looked at the array depicted on the ground, feeling a chill in his heart. Without unexpected events, the function of the Black Tower should be to connect all teleportations and then send all the undead creatures in this undead land to the Blue Star. Such arrays are definitely not unique to the Morning Light Village secret realm. I believe that such an array exists in all novice secret realms to invade the Blue Star world. Furthermore, this Black Tower is made of black magic crystals, not only sturdy but also with extremely strong magic conductivity, a material commonly used in the construction of most mage towers, making it difficult to destroy. Gabriel spoke again, with a hint of seriousness in her tone. Wouldn't the sword of the angel work? Qin Shen asked with a serious expression. It could, but it would probably take several attempts to completely destroy it, and there are quite a few Black Towers here. Gabriel didn't finish her sentence, but Qin Shen already understood her meaning. If it takes several attempts for the 1-hour cooldown angel's sword to completely destroy it, even if they wait until the secret realm closes, they won't be able to clear all 32 Black Towers, not to mention the 3 large Black Towers. Actually, we don't necessarily have to destroy the Black Tower completely. We just need to destroy the arrays on the ground. As long as there are no high-level undead mages coming over, it will be difficult to recreate the arrays. Gabriel thought for a moment and spoke again. This method is good, let's do it this way. To completely destroy the two arrays on the ground, ordinary skills are definitely not enough, at least the fire rain won't do, they still need Gabriel's angel's sword. Boom! Under the cover of holy light, the entire Black Tower trembled, suffering severe damage inside. Many decorations were shattered, the floor cracked, and the array depicted on the ground was destroyed. Let's go! To the next Black Tower. Qin Shen didn't linger anymore, leaving the Black Tower and flying towards another direction. There are a total of 32 Black Towers in the Undead land, surrounding the Morning Light Village and even encroaching on the dark forest outside. It wasn't until Qin Shen took a stroll outside that he realized the dark forest was also surrounded by cliffs. Essentially, the entire Morning Light Village and the dark forest were a closed-off space, with no other way out except flying out. Even the places to fly out were limited, with many mountain peaks reaching the spatial boundary, and only a few crevices were passable. No wonder Master Li said that Morning Light Village is like a prison. Qin Shen looked at the distant mountains inside. At this moment, he rode on the back of the phoenix, letting them clear out the undead creatures below. Apart from Gabriel, he did not summon any other summoned beasts, in order to minimize the consumption of mana and maintain the mana consumption of the two phoenixes. Fortunately, so far they had not encountered any flying undead creatures, allowing the Phoenix and Gabriel's advantages to be maximized. Just didn't expect that the Phoenix would also run out of mana. Looking at the Phoenix, which could only spew flames, a hint of helplessness flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. The fire rain technique is powerful, lasting for 10 seconds with each hit causing over 1,000 points of damage, but the mana consumption is equally exaggerated. Each wave of fire rain technique consumes 500 points of mana, and by the time Qin Shen emerges from the Black Tower, more than half of his mana has already been depleted. Therefore, at this point, Qin Shen can only let them use regular fire breath attacks to accumulate mana for future battles. However, this slows down the killing speed significantly, relying solely on fire and Gabriel's sword, it would take a long time to kill. We can charge indirectly, then have Wang Kai and that gorilla block the entrance, while I and the Firebirds deal with the undead mages inside. Gabriel suggested with a hint of breathlessness, as continuing to fight this way would be exhausting. That's a good idea. It's a pity that there are no AoE spells in the 0th tier spells, otherwise, they could help clear out the monsters. Qin Shen nodded helplessly. Summoners can learn mage skills, and he has learned several basic spells, even raising Fireball and Earth Spike to level 1. However, 0th tier elemental spells are mostly single-target basic skills, and apart from consuming his mana, they are of no use. After all, in single-target attacks, he is not needed, even the jungle giant ape is stronger than him. Roar! The commotion of an angel and two firebirds did not go unnoticed, even as they quickly approached from the sky, attracting the attention of the Black Tower, and several stitched monsters had already emerged from the tower. Could it be that all the ordinary Black Towers are a combination of undead mages and stitched monsters? Qin Shen wondered, but the current situation was about to escalate. Send these stitched monsters back into the Black Tower to block the ranged undead creatures inside. Qin Shen shouted loudly. Gabriel, who was preparing to fight the stitched monsters, flapped his wings and rushed into the Black Tower. Roar! The two stitched monsters no longer paid attention to the firebirds in the sky, but instead chased after Gabriel. The remaining stitched monsters looked up at the sky and threw their long hooks at the firebirds, trying to bring them down. However, being high in the air and flying at a considerable height, the hooks missed several times, and the firebirds descended once again with fire rain technique. Roar! The burning flames made the stitched monsters cry out in pain, and the ordinary undead creatures nearby quickly fell, leaving a vacuum outside the Black Tower. Howl! The sound of wolves echoed, as the Forest Wolf King was summoned by Qin Shen to guard the entrance of the secret realm, blocking the path of the stitched monsters trying to return. Following that, two jungle giant apes were summoned in succession, causing Qin Shen to be slightly surprised as he unexpectedly triggered the double summon of the Frost Iron Staff. Taking out a bottle of mana restoration potion, there was no reason to retract the summons once they were out. Letting one jungle giant ape catch him, as the firebirds descended in flight, Qin Shen jumped down. Without any accidents, he landed smoothly in the palm of the jungle giant ape, which carefully placed him on Wang Kai's back. "Let's go!" Qin Shen shouted, riding the forest wolf king as he leaped into the black tower. At this moment, Gabriel was entangled with two stitched monsters. With her strength, she could easily kill them, but she needed their large bodies to block the rear-ranged monsters, so she kept them around. Now seeing Qin Shen coming in, she no longer held back, swiftly striking down the two stitched monsters. The huge bodies fell at the intersection, blocking the skeleton warriors trying to rush up from behind, as well as obstructing the view of the ranged skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Chirp the firebird landed, walked into the black tower, spread its wings again, and spewed flames towards the undead creatures. Two jungle giant apes followed closely behind the firebird, blocking the entrance of the black tower to prevent the outside undead creatures from coming in. With the blessing of Qin Shen's attributes, the attributes of these two jungle giant apes were also greatly enhanced. If they were to charge into a group of monsters, they might not last long, but just blocking a gate, the two of them could hold it for a very long time. Humans who blaspheme the gods, what are you? A helpless expression. The 200 grid storage space was a bit insufficient for him, and he had also discarded a lot of white equipment and materials in the black tower. But complaints aside, what needed to be organized still needed to be organized. The extremely high luck value ensured that he would definitely drop a piece of gold level item when killing this silver tier boss. Most of the time it was equipment, but this time it made him pause. Yin Ming fruit? Wow! Can such a good thing drop too? Qin Shen exclaimed, taking out the fist-sized fruit. Yin Ming fruit, gold tier, introduction, a fruit born in the land of death, containing vitality, and possessing the effect of reviving the dead. Players within 3 ranks can revive within 1 hour after death when consumed, and their bodies will undergo some unknown changes. Normal players can increase 1 point of life growth, 10 points of life attribute affinity, and 10 points of dark attribute affinity after consumption. Each person can eat up to 3 fruits, with no less than 1 month between each consumption, and resurrection is limited to once. This is an ordinary white fruit, somewhat similar to ginseng fruit, looking plain but exuding a rich vitality. Turning adversity into prosperity? Rebirth from death? Interesting. Qin Shen sighed as he looked at the introduction of the Yin Ming fruit. These special items are varied and no one knows how many types there are. Most of them only grow under some fortuitous circumstances. But the effect of the Yin Ming fruit is undoubtedly very powerful, not to mention the improvement in player attributes, just its resurrection effect is enough to drive anyone crazy. Even if there may be some unknown changes, people will die eventually, so who cares about so much? Let it be for now. Qin Shen thought for a moment and put it back into the ring. Although eating it can improve one's aptitude and affinity, it is something that can save lives. Anyway, he doesn't lack attributes now, so it doesn't make much difference whether he uses it or not. He'll decide when there's a real need. Apart from this Yin Ming fruit, there are many other silver level items, but most of them require level 1 or above to use. After a brief look, he lost interest, either keeping them or waiting to sell them in the village later. Do you still want to go to the next Black Tower? After resting for a while, Gabriel asked Qin Shen. Yes. Qin Shen replied affirmatively. There are 32 Black Towers, not a small number. If they don't work hard, they might not finish clearing them even when the novice secret realm closes. Setting off again with many summoned beasts, they ignored the undead creatures along the way, heading straight to the entrance of the Black Tower. This time, even the stitched monster didn't react in time and was killed by Qin Shen and the others. Then the holy light descended, and a rain of fire came down. In less than half an hour, the interior of this Black Tower was destroyed. Qin Shen and his group didn't linger in battle. After collecting what the undead mage dropped, they left directly, leaving the remaining low-level undead creatures roaring in anger. Through the battles in the previous 2 Black Towers, he knew the difficulty of destroying them. Therefore, he only needed to destroy the internal magic array, without entangling with the undead creatures. After all, the only purpose of this magic array is to send these undead creatures to the Blue Star. As long as the magic array is gone, they cannot be transported, and they will eventually be trapped here. Let's take a break. After destroying another Black Tower, Qin Shen felt the fatigue in his body and decided not to continue but to come to a safe area, set up a tent, and rest. Throughout the day, with increasing familiarity, he successfully destroyed the teleportation magic arrays in 5 black towers, turning the silver-level undead mages into his experience points and loot. There were so many things that he couldn't even carry them all, so he had to prepare several large storage bags to share the load. Carrying so many things was quite a physical task. Chingu, it seems that the leveling event will end tonight, right? Can we also get a global ranking? In the chat channel, seeing Qin Shen pop up, the fatty immediately exclaimed excitedly. With Qin Shen leading them to level 9, plus the leveling paradise of the Undead land, the fatty and his group also clearly reached level 9 with full experience and accumulated over 100,000 points, securing a position in the top 4 of the level rankings. Yes, it seems so. Qin Shen nodded. The leveling leaderboard has a countdown, calculated based on natural days, not the time the leaderboard was opened. However, when he looked at the rankings, he was stunned. He originally thought that few people could earn points, but now he found that all the players on the leaderboard had points, and many of them had tens of thousands. This meant that within 3 days, they all filled their level 9 experience points, and even exceeded by a lot. This was not an easy task, as the experience points required for level 9 were already comparable to the sum of all previous experience points. It seems we can't underestimate others. The appearance of the leaderboard has indeed stimulated these people. Qin Shen sighed. He was not sure about those foreigners, but he knew about Ling Yun in China. It was said that he reached level 9 only after the newbie realm opened for 5 days and then filled his experience points to advance to tier 1 2 weeks later. Now it seems that this speed has improved significantly, as it only took a week to fill the experience points for level 9. Fortunately, it was impossible for them to catch up with the 3 fat guys at their pace. And Yun Meng, who ranked second, already had over 100,000 points, significantly more than them. This made global players extremely curious. How did Qin Shen and the others level up? How could they be so far ahead of the second tier? As time passed, with the night falling on the blue star, the clock struck 12, and the system announcement sounded timely. System announcement: the leveling event has officially ended. Huaxia player Qin Shen has won the first place on the level leaderboard with 1,389,213 points. Keep up the good work. System announcement. As soon as this announcement was made, players all over the world erupted in excitement, feeling despair at the terrifying number of points. Damn! Is he even human? The total points of everyone on the leaderboard combined don't even come close to his. Dad! Please take me in. I can serve you tea and water, just let me have a sip of soup. Humph. He must have mastered some special leveling method. Strongly demand this Qin Shen to share it and contribute to all mankind. Without the internet, it couldn't stop the enthusiastic discussions, and Qin Shen's name echoed around the world once again. Many so-called experts even came forward, demanding Qin Shen to share the leveling method. Unfortunately, Qin Shen, who was far away in the land of the undead, couldn't hear them at all, and couldn't be bothered. Several dazzling light clusters suddenly appeared in front of him. 3 smaller light clusters directly merged into his body, which were the divine power rewards for his ranking. The other 2 larger light clusters hovered in the air. As the enveloping light faded, a platinum-colored staff and a skill book appeared in front of him. Ranking rewards. Qin Shen's eyes slightly narrowed. With a hint of anticipation, he held the 2 items in his hands. Staff of Awakening, Platinum Grade, Introduction, descended from the stars, communicating with all spirits. Usage requirements: First tier professional, summoner type, intelligence 100, spirit 150, intelligence plus 50, spirit plus 90, spell power plus 300, all attributes of summoned beasts plus 30, 10% reduction in summoned beasts mana consumption, additional skill, sealing spirit, can summon a summoned beast in advance, seal it in the staff, summon it during battle without conflicting with own summoning skills, lasts for 1 hour, 3-hour cooldown for repeated summoning, no additional mana cost, the summoned beast needs to be resealed after death. Additional skill, Awakening, enhance the quality of the summoned beast, effective for summoned beasts up to the gold grade, lasts for 1 minute, recharge time 6 hours. Durability, 200/200, such a powerful staff. Qin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. The attribute bonuses alone were comparable to a third-tier silver-grade equipment, not to mention the additional skills below. Sealing Spirit is a perfect replacement for the dual summoning of the Cold Iron Staff. Although it only lasts for an hour, it's enough to sustain a major battle. As for Awakening, this is simply a divine skill. Directly enhancing the quality by one tier, I've never seen such a powerful enhancement skill. Qin Shen couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, he was just a nobody, and the strongest equipment he had seen was only silver grade, which only the administrators of their region had. He never expected to use platinum grade equipment in this life. If he could have obtained this kind of equipment in his previous life, he would probably have treated it as a family heirloom. In addition to the Staff of Awakening, another summoning book was equally powerful. Summoning Fire Elemental Spirit, Platinum Grade, Introduction. Summon a powerful Fire Elemental Spirit to assist in battle. Study requirements: Mental Power 100, Fire Element Affinity 20 points, Summon Beast Aptitude, Life Aptitude 7, Attack Aptitude 1, Magic Aptitude 16, Defense Aptitude 2, Magic Defense Aptitude 2, Speed Aptitude 2, Summon Beast Growth 40, Talent Skills: Fireball, Chain Fireball, Exploding Fireball, Level 1, Firewall, Level 2, Resistance to Fire Ring, Level 3, Sea of Fire, Level 3, Flamestorm, Level 4, Racial Talent, Body of Flames, Immune to Fire-based spell damage, Immune to Pure Physical Damage, Fire-based spell damage increased by 100%, Summoning cost, 500 mana points, then 200 mana points per minute, Casting time, 5s, Cooldown time, 20 minutes, with a magic aptitude as high as 16 points and talent skills so numerous that just reading the descriptions in the skill book can make one feel the terrifying power of its flames. It's worth noting that even a golden firebird only has 10 points of magic aptitude, yet its displayed attack power is already extremely terrifying. But the requirement of 100 points of mental power and 20 points of fire element affinity is not low. Ordinary players might need to reach tier 2 to achieve it, Qin Shen sighed in his heart. The attributes of ordinary players are not high, the only way is to grow little by little as their level increases. A summoner gains 3 points of mental power per level, reaching 30 levels only gives 90 points. However, each time a professional advances, they will receive a certain number of attribute points, so it's not necessary to reach tier 3, but for most ordinary players, tier 2 is still needed. Fortunately, I have the Plunder talent, my attributes far exceed those of ordinary players. Qin Shen thought with relief, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind, murmuring as he looked at his attribute bar. Wait, I already have 88 points of base mental power, not far from 100 points of mental attribute. Is it possible to learn to summon a fire elemental sprite now? The real trouble is the fire element affinity. 20 points of element affinity is even more difficult than 100 points of mental power. But I remember that divine power can directly increase attributes and element affinity. 1 point of divine power should be able to increase element affinity by 10 points. Although it's a bit of a loss, but if I can really master a platinum level summon beast at this stage, it seems feasible, right? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he was deep in thought. He had never heard of anyone mastering a platinum level skill at tier 0. On one hand, there are no tier 0 platinum level skills, and on the other hand, the high attribute requirements are rarely met by players. However, summoning a fire elemental sprite, with its higher element affinity requirements, actually lowers its attribute requirements, giving Qin Shen a slight possibility. If I use 1 point of divine power to increase 10 points of mental power attribute, and then use 2 points to increase fire element affinity, my divine power will be depleted, which doesn't seem very worthwhile. Qin Shen quickly calculated in his mind. 1 point of divine power can exchange for 10 points of attribute value, regardless of whether it is an attribute or element affinity. It is definitely more profitable to exchange for element affinity. But in reality, no matter which one is exchanged, it is a loss. The true role of divine power is to improve one's own aptitude on one hand, and to assist in auxiliary items on the other. Not to mention equipment, the attributes that a bottle of holy elixir can enhance already far exceed the benefits of 10 points of mental power and element affinity. Right. Holy elixir? My tiger bone wine? And the Yin Ming fruit? Can I use divine power to enhance them? Xin Shan suddenly had an idea. Unable to sit still, he summoned the firebird and returned to the village of Morning Light. Night fell, and the village became much quieter. Xin Shan returned to the tavern and went straight to find the tavern owner. If I use divine power, can the effect of the golden tiger bone wine be enhanced? Xin Shan asked directly. Divine power? That's a given. It's the power that only gods can control, with the ability to turn the impossible into possible. The tavern owner paused for a moment before replying. I've already had it once. After using divine power to enhance it, can I drink it again in a short period of time? Upon hearing this, the tavern owner chuckled. Of course, the medicinal effect itself can be layered downwards, so continuing to use high-grade cooking, at most, will only slightly weaken the effect. And the tiger bone wine is only at the golden level. After adding divine power, what truly enhances it is the divine power inside, which can maximize the energy of the ingredients and allow the player to absorb them perfectly. So you don't have to worry about this aspect at all. If you really have divine power, I can help you upgrade the tiger bone wine to a sacred level, but of course, a bit of divine power is only enough for 1 cup. Upon hearing the tavern owner's response, Xin Shan felt relieved. What he was most worried about was not being able to drink the enhanced tiger bone wine, considering that there was a 1-year interval. But now, things were different. After strengthening with divine power, he could drink it again at any time, and the attributes would quickly improve. If I wanted to have an additional effect of increasing affinity with the fire element, do I need to add any other ingredients? Xin Shan continued to ask. Affinity with the fire element? The best should be the gallbladder of the black mountain python. As for other ingredients, to be honest, their levels are a bit low. After all, Morning Light Village was just a beginner's secret realm, and even the strongest boss, the Silver Moon Tiger King, was only at the golden level. Where else could they find ingredients that matched it? The gallbladder of the black mountain python? Xin Shan was surprised and took out the gallbladder from the package. The gallbladder was a top-grade ingredient, but there was no specialized alchemist in Morning Light Village, so he had originally planned to keep it for later when he found an alchemist to refine it, but he forgot that it could also be used for brewing. The fame of the snake gallbladder wine was no less than that of the tiger bone wine. Oh! That's convenient. I was originally going to have you make a trip to the dark forest. The tavern owner's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the origin of the gallbladder. Isn't that a coincidence? Xin Shan smiled. Do you need any other ingredients? Just a little sunflower, but that's easy to get. I have some planted in my backyard. The rest is the divine power. Here you go. Thank you. Xin Shan took out a bit of divine power. A golden light the size of a grain of rice shimmered in his hand, the divine radiance giving the illusion of controlling everything. You little rascal. You really came prepared. The tavern owner's eyes lit up, and after giving him a glance, he stood up. I'll take the stuff first. I'll go pick some sunflowers for you. If I hold on to this, I might not be able to resist. Without taking the divine substance in Xin Shan's hand, the tavern owner turned and walked out of the private room, soon returning with some red flowers. The petals were large, somewhat similar to sunflowers, but overall, they were fiery red. There was no warmth when held in the hand, but standing nearby, one could faintly feel a hint of heat. Bring it over, the tavern owner said, taking the already brewed tiger bone wine and snake gallbladder from Xin Shan's hand. Few flames rose in his hand, and the sunflower was quickly dissolved and refined, leaving only a few drops of the most original juice. He poured it into the tiger bone wine, then picked up the snake gallbladder and squeezed out the bile, pouring it in as well. Then the flames in his hand rose again, roasting and refining the wine in the jug. Put the divine power in there. Upon hearing the call, Xin Shan carefully placed the divine power he had prepared into the wine pot, and a mysterious and powerful aura instantly filled the air, causing both of them to shudder. However, the tavern owner seemed to be more experienced, as he managed to stabilize the flames in his hand, continuously roasting the wine pot, making the powerful aura even more distinct and rich. Suddenly, all the auras trembled abruptly, as if they had been suddenly withdrawn from the wine pot. At that moment, the tavern owner also happened to extinguish the flames in his hand and held the wine pot. Alright. It's just a matter of refining it with divine power again, not a big deal. Take a look at the effect, the tavern owner said, placing the wine pot in front of Qin Shen. Thank you. Qin Shen expressed his gratitude, but his gaze was already curiously fixed on the tiger bone wine. Tiger bone wine, epic, introduction, a top-quality tiger bone wine infused with divine power, possessing extraordinary effects. All attributes plus 20, fire element affinity plus 10, life aptitude plus 1, basic life limit increased by 30%, insight plus 1, his seeing the attributes of the tiger bone wine, Qin Shen couldn't help but inhale sharply. Although a 20-point increase in all attributes may not seem like much, it was a direct doubling from the original base. Not to mention the life aptitude plus 1, which was already 10 times the original, as well as additional fire element affinity, basic life limit, and the increase in insight in the hidden attributes. Although it may not compare to true epic potions, after being enhanced by divine power, the efficacy of the tiger bone wine had been completely activated. Anyone who drank it would undergo a drastic transformation. And this powerful tiger bone wine had no restrictions on usage. As long as you had enough materials, you could drink as much as you wanted. It's a pity. If I had one more snake gallbladder, my elemental affinity would be enough. Qin Shen couldn't help but think, but he also knew that such opportunities were rare and could only be wished for. I want to increase my fire element affinity, do you have any way? Holding the tiger bone wine in his hand, Qin Shen asked the tavern owner. Thud. Thud. The tavern owner tapped the table, lost in thought, before sighing and shaking his head after a while. It's difficult. The resources in Dawnlight Village and the Dark Forest are too scarce. At most, you can only increase by 1 or 2 points, and it's too much effort, not worth it. Qin Shen nodded, realizing that the resources in the beginner's secret realm were indeed limited, ultimately serving as a transition for new players. I was too greedy. It's already good to have what I have now. Thank you. After a brief contemplation, Qin Shen stood up, thanked the tavern owner, and left. You're welcome. The improvement with the help of divine power is significant for me too, the tavern owner smiled. What life class professions needed for advancement were these high-quality crafted items, so the assistance of divine power was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. Without rushing to leave, Qin Shen directly requested a room and then drank the modified tiger bone wine. A warm sensation rose from his chest, causing dizziness, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. But there was no discomfort of a hangover, instead, he felt energetic and full of strength. This effect. Truly powerful. Qin Shen looked at his own attributes and couldn't help but exclaim. After drinking this pot of tiger bone wine, his spiritual attribute had exceeded 100, meeting the basic attribute requirements for summoning fire elemental spirits, with only fire element affinity remaining. He only had 13 points in this aspect, with 2 points provided by reaching level 2 in Fireball Art and 1 point from reaching level 3 in Summon Firebird. Learning the corresponding attribute magic, as the skill level increases, you will also gain the corresponding elemental affinity. This is the main way for most mages to improve their elemental affinity. Because of this, there are also distinctions between elemental mages, as improving skill proficiency is not easy, and the growth of elemental affinity naturally becomes slow. Should I use a bit more divine power to increase my elemental affinity? Or should I learn some fire skills? Qin Shen pondered in his heart. Directly increasing it is undoubtedly a waste of divine power, but if you go to learn skills, it will require a lot of time. Spells below silver level do not contribute much to increasing elemental affinity. Unless you find a golden level fire spell, it is still difficult to raise the fire elemental affinity to 20 points in a short time. But golden level elemental spells. This thing is really not easy to come by, even the spells Qin Shen currently masters are not all golden level. Forget it, time buys the future, just 1 point of divine power, I can afford to waste it. Qin Shen made a decision, directly consuming a point of divine power to increase his fire elemental affinity. He was afraid that if he hesitated further, he wouldn't be able to use it. A warm current spread through his body, allowing him to perceive the surrounding fire elements more clearly. It was a wonderful feeling, as if he were immersed in the ocean, able to clearly sense the rhythm of the seawater. Being able to learn a platinum level skill at tier 0, there's no one else, right? Qin Shen thought excitedly, summoned a fire elemental sprite, and immediately chose to learn. Half an hour later, Qin Shen reappeared in the land of the undead, ready to find a black tower to test the waters and see how strong the fire elemental sprite really was. After a few seconds, a palm-sized fire elemental sprite was summoned. Exquisite features, fiery red robes. If you ignore the size, she would be a stunning beauty, but now, she was just a little girl like a thumb-sized doll. Seemingly unfamiliar with Qin Shen, the fire elemental sprite flew in front of him, curiously examining this human. So small. Qin Shen sighed in his heart, looking curiously at the other party. With over 9,000 health points, 2,005 magical power, she was much stronger than the firebird. Most importantly, she naturally possessed a body of flames, not only immune to physical and fire damage but also enhancing fire spells by 100%. Qin Shen curiously reached out his finger to poke her. The warm touch was very peculiar, as if poking a fluffy cotton candy. The little one was poked and tumbled in the air, glaring at Qin Shen angrily, constantly chattering, but Qin Shen couldn't understand a word. Alright. I'm sorry. I was just curious. Qin Shen apologized awkwardly. By the way, let me give you a name. You are a fire elemental sprite, so how about calling you Little Fire? No, it feels like calling a spirited young man. Then how about Little Flame? It sounds like Xiao Yan, the empress of a generation? Gulu? The fire elemental sprite tilted her head, not understanding what Qin Shen was saying, but she could roughly understand his meaning, that he was giving her a name. Very good. You also agree, then you will be called Little Flame. Hearing the other party speak up, Qin Shen immediately confirmed that she had agreed, and then summoned the firebird, riding it towards the direction of the black tower. Geo flames burned the sky, a familiar scene once again played out in the land of the undead. This time, Qin Shen did not trigger the double summon effect of the frost iron staff. Maintaining the fire elemental sprite would consume up to 200 points of mana per minute, and if he triggered the double summon again, he was afraid he would be drained instantly. Seeing the battle start, Xiao Yan seemed very excited, summoning a huge fireball and smashing it towards the undead creatures below. Boom! The terrifying flames directly incinerated a giant corpse. It's worth noting that the undead creatures here were enhanced by the Black Tower's status, with their health increased significantly, not to mention the giant corpse already being a high health monster. Even though it had a health pool of 3 to 4,000, it was still instantly killed by the fire elemental spirit with a single blow, turning into ashes. Such powerful attack. Not to mention Qin Shen, even Gabriel, who was fighting below, couldn't help but look back. Although the fire elemental spirits had not mastered powerful AoE skills yet, with the firebird present, their damage output was more than enough. After entering the Black Tower, they swiftly harvested the life force of the undead mages with their powerful spell damage, and even under the coordination of the Angel's Sword, they couldn't withstand a round of fire rain and were already reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the raging fireballs. Too strong. Qin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Even with just a basic fireball spell, with over 2,600 spell power and the support of the flame body, a single fireball dealt 4 to 5,000 damage. Coupled with Gabriel's Angel's Sword and the constant rain of fire from the firebird, just 3 to 4 fireballs were enough to take down the undead mages. Without triggering the double summon of the frost iron staff, the battle with the undead mages became even easier, something Qin Shen hadn't expected before. I thought I would need a few more days to practice proficiency, but at this rate, I'll be able to visit those 3 large black towers soon. Qin Shen thought to himself. By raising the summoning spell to level 1, the fire elemental spirits would be able to master the bursting fireball with AoE capabilities, making him fearless even if more undead creatures appeared. Let's go to the next Black Tower. Collecting the dropped resources, Qin Shen mounted the firebird and flew towards the next Black Tower. It was only then that he had the leisure to look at the messages in the team channel. Fatty and the other 2 were also on the level leaderboard, so they received corresponding rewards. And Yunmeng ranked 2nd and received a golden tier staff and a first tier skill book, Fire Control. This was a skill that all fire mages needed to master, greatly enhancing their control over fire magic. But the golden tier fire control skill put in Yunmeng far ahead of ordinary players. As for Fatty, who ranked 3rd, he also received rewards of a golden tier weapon and skill, but his divine power point became 1. As for Chin Euro, who ranked 4th, she only received rewards of a golden tier weapon and skill, without the divine power. Hee. Shan Gu. My first tier skill is called Thorn Shield. Watch me reflect all the damage back and kill the enemies. Ha ha ha. Fatty laughed heartily in the team channel. Reflect your head, it can only reflect physical damage. I'll send you a big fireball. And Yun Meng said disdainfully. Fatty was speechless, as the Thorn Shield was different from his talent for reflecting damage, it could only reflect physical damage, leaving him helpless against Yun Meng. Speaking of which, our experience points are already full, and there's no leveling event now. Can we level up? After the playful banter, Chin Euro spoke up. Unlike Chin Shen, they didn't have hidden missions on them. If Chin Euro and the others continued to grind monsters here, it would be a waste of time. Chin Shen thought for a moment. Although it was chaotic and dangerous outside, keeping them by his side all the time wasn't a solution. They had to grow on their own. Then you guys go out. I'll give you a few locations later, and you can go check them out after advancing to the first tier, but be sure to stay safe. Chin Shen said. Blue Star suddenly expanded tenfold, and there are still many opportunities in the endless forest outside the city. Just like the talent divine stone he obtained before, there must be many similar divine items. Anyway, Chin Shen kept all the dropped first-tier silver-grade equipment these days, and with a few people pooling together, they could exchange for most of them, which was definitely enough for self-preservation. Instead of wasting time in the newbie's secret realm, it's better to go out and try their luck, looking for their own opportunities. In the evening, Chin Shen and the others who had tidied up went out. Of course, they did not immediately level up to level 10, they still had to complete a series of advanced trials. With Chin Shen's help, the three naturally chose the most difficult advanced trial content, which would allow them to obtain the most advanced rewards and strengthen their power after advancement. As for himself, he continued to destroy the magic arrays in the Black Tower. After a day, he had destroyed 5 more towers. He was thinking whether he should go and check out the 3 large black towers. The proficiency in summoning fire elemental spirits is not enough, maybe I should go to the mine secret realm first? Chin Shen thought to himself. The mine secret realm also had first-tier monsters, but the number and density of monsters would definitely not be as terrifying as the Undead land. Moreover, there were a large number of flying undead creatures surrounding the large black tower, and there was no good way to avoid them. I'm not sure about the strength of the secret realm boss, but as long as there are not too many summon creatures, their attack power should not be a problem for Little Flame and the others. Making up his mind, Chin Shen no longer wasted time and returned to Dawn Village, rested for a night, and then entered the mine again. The mine was now different from before, with many players leveling up and mining here, making it much livelier than before. Chin Shen did not cause much of a stir, he just summoned the Forest Wolf King to clear the way and headed towards the depths of the mine. Soon, he arrived at the place where he had fought the Corpse King before. There were no players here now, and not many players could come here to level up. In the closed magic array room, Chin Shen took out the heart of the Corpse King and placed it in the center of the array. In an instant, the previously silent magic array lit up, emitting a faint blue light. Boom! A slight vibration came from under his feet, and some rubble fell from the walls from time to time, as if they were about to collapse. Chin Shen ignored the changes around him. How could such a huge mine collapse so easily? As the magic array was activated, he felt a mysterious power coming from under his feet. The light of the magic array became brighter, illuminating the entire mine. Swish! Suddenly, a strong light burst forth. When Chin Shen's vision returned, he found himself in another world. Roar! A distant roar sounded, and as he looked around, he found himself standing on a high platform. The sky was gloomy, surrounded by mountains, but there was no sign of life, only piles of white bones everywhere, which was chilling to look at. A staircase led down from the high platform, connecting to a deep and muddy path that disappeared around a corner. Chin Shen did not rush to leave the high platform, but began to summon. Gabriel, Wang Kai, Little Flame, and Firebird were summoned out. Without triggering double summoning, his mana could still sustain these 3 summoned creatures. Master, the death aura here is very strong, and there is a very powerful aura ahead. Gabriel frowned as he looked ahead, and the fire elemental spirit next to him also looked serious. Only Wang Kai, squatting beside him, kept looking up and rubbing against Qin Shen from time to time, as if he did not sense any danger. Silly dog! Qin Shen couldn't help but smile and thought to himself, reaching out to pat its fluffy head. Let's go! This is a secret realm, there must be powerful enemies here. After finishing speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the bottom of the stairs. Although the firebirds could all fly, he had no intention of flying out to take a look. The spatial realms were generally not large, with a lot of chaotic airflow above. Flying high could easily lead to getting lost. Even if he could move forward, it was easy to trigger a riot of monsters in the entire realm, falling into a situation of being surrounded, not worth the risk. Walking down the stairs, Qin Shen and the others slowly proceeded along the muddy path, but the battle came much faster than he had imagined. Roar! Just as they turned the corner ahead, 2 ghouls roared and pounced towards them. The terrifying face-to-face attack startled him, but Gabriel's reaction was faster, stabbing the front ghoul with a sword. Then he kicked the other ghoul away. Damn! Scared the hell out of me. Qin Shen looked at the 2 ghouls with disdain. These were pure, decaying corpses, somewhat resembling zombies, looking both eerie and fierce. Chirp! The firebirds in the sky spewed 2 flames down, burning the 2 ghouls to ashes. A faint green mist spread out, and Qin Shen, frowning, pulled Wang Kai back, expecting it to be the poisonous gas spreading after the ghoul's death. Fortunately, this kind of toxic mist didn't last long, dissipating after a dozen seconds, allowing Qin Shen and his group to continue forward. Along the way, ghouls occasionally rushed out, but they posed no threat as the firebirds and Gabriel ahead easily dealt with them. After walking for a while, Qin Shen rode on Wang Kai with the fire elemental spirit and took out a tattered diary from the storage ring. This was a diary dropped by the Lich King, sealed with divine power. Li Fuzi had unlocked it for him, but he was advised to open it after entering the mine, to avoid attracting the attention of the gods. Traditional Chinese characters appeared in the diary, surprising Qin Shen, but he could still roughly understand the contents. January 1st, I have been reborn, feeling alive again, living in this village, but can never leave. Should I thank the gods? This kind of rebirth seems somewhat different from what I imagined. The villagers in the village are all good, coming from different eras with different knowledge and insights. Although trapped in this village and only having a short life, at least we are alive. There is a blacksmith in the village, surnamed Wang, willing to buy or to make some daily necessities for everyone. I am a miner, so mining is my duty. Everyone has their own responsibilities, which is good. Returning to the room alone at night, I decided to write a diary, so that when I truly die again, I can leave something behind. Rambling on for more than a page, it was all about the miner's experiences just after being reborn. Qin Shen also learned about the origins of these villagers in the Morning Light Village. They were all resurrected by the gods, and most likely, from the moment of their resurrection, they knew their duties and the fact that they would perish again in the future. Rebirth is something to be celebrated, but knowing the deadline of one's death, I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Qin Shen sighed helplessly and continued to read the next page. January 2nd, I walked towards the direction in my memory, where there should be a mine, said to contain rare cold iron. This stuff was not common in its lifetime, but luckily, I picked up a few scattered pieces, barely enough for Brother Wang to forge me a miner's shovel. In this mine, there are quite a few mutated rats that occasionally come out and bother us. On January 3rd, I continued to mine in the cave, hoping to quickly have Wang Deji forge the tools for the village. January 4th. January 10th. The following days were mostly about mining and daily village chores, with no useful information. Zheng the miner later stopped writing in his diary every day, gradually spacing out entries and only recording important events. It wasn't until 3 months later that the diary's content finally showed some changes. March 4th, today I returned from mining, as usual, gathered with everyone in the village, only to find everyone gathered solemnly at Zheng Shiwei's house. According to Wang Deji, it turns out that Zhang Shiwei, who shares my surname, was injured, and the injury was not light, as if his life was hanging by a thread. I was shocked and quickly put things down, wanting to go in and see, but was told that Masterly was inside treating him. I peeked through the window and saw the usually strong man lying in bed covered in blood, his chest barely rising and falling, exhaling more than inhaling. That night, everyone stood outside Zhang Shiwei's door until past midnight, when Masterly came out looking tired, shaking his head regretfully at everyone. March 5th, Zhang Shiwei passed away, plunging the entire village into a sorrowful atmosphere. Although there were still many guards, Zhang Shiwei was the strongest among them. This incident made us realize that perhaps we might die prematurely without waiting for our time to come. We are all a group of people who have died before, and upon dying again, no bodies are left behind, but instead turn into starlight dissipating in the sky, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, there is no need for any funeral arrangements, but the village held a funeral, and everyone mourned for a day, bidding farewell to Zhang Shiwei, unsure if he would have another chance at life. March 6th, the atmosphere in the village remained mournful, but Masterly brought an even more shocking piece of news, something Zhang Shiwei told him before he died. It turns out Zhang Shiwei was not killed by the mad rabbits at the village entrance, but he had explored the surrounding mountains, ventured outside, and saw a different scene. It was said to be a land of the undead, filled with deathly silence. Unfortunately, before Masterly could finish his words, everyone felt a palpitation, a strong sense of oppression in the sky. I even felt like I couldn't breathe. After a while, the oppression dissipated, and everyone gasped for air as if drowning. At that moment, everyone understood that this was something not to be discussed, at least not openly. Masterly asked us to go back first while he figured things out, but what kind of world is it outside? Through Zhang the miner's diary, Qin Chen roughly understood the origins of Morning Light Village. The entire village consisted of reincarnated individuals who had come back from the River of Time. From the moment of their resurrection, they received a mission bestowed upon them by the gods, which was to maintain the existence of Morning Light Village, welcoming the upcoming players until the end of the novice realm. Being able to live again, everyone felt like they had won, even if it was for a short time. People were trying their best to live in the present and enjoy the brief peace. However, gradually, some unexpected events occurred in the village. Some people ventured outside the village, saw a different scenery, and touched upon the gods' taboos. This made everyone realize that they were living under the gods' watchful eyes, and the idyllic paradise in Morning Light Village was false, laying the groundwork for a series of subsequent changes. But Qin Shen had to stop temporarily when he saw this, because they had arrived in front of a boss. Decaying Corpse King? Could it be another miner's body? Qin Shen couldn't help but mutter. The winding path had come to an end, and ahead was a huge open space with a large number of decaying corpses moving around, the stench of corpses making people frown involuntarily. And the most striking thing was the huge decaying corpse king in the middle, nearly 10 meters tall, covered with decaying and even falling pieces of flesh, looking very terrifying and disgusting. Tisk, are there no undead creatures that are a bit more pleasing to the eye? Like cute little skeletons? Enchanting female ghosts? Qin Shen sneered, looking disgusted. But it had to be admitted that the attributes of the Decaying Corpse King were indeed powerful. Decaying Corpse King, Silver Grade, Level 19, Health 38080/38080, Attack 1092, Defense 280, Magic Defense 224, Talents, Decaying Body, Decaying Poison Mist, Corpse King's Heavy Strike, Roar, Charge, Earthquake Tremor, with 38,000 health points, over 1,000 attack power, 280 defense power. The attributes of the Decaying Corpse King were enough to make all the players in Morning Light Village feel despair. Not to mention breaking through the defense, even if a 100-person team wanted to scratch it, it probably wouldn't be enough, and its powerful recovery ability could only be described as terrifying. Keep the Angel Sword, use other skills as you like, try to clean up the nearby small monsters first. Qin Shen thought for a moment and said. The final boss would definitely be of the gold grade, but this silver grade Decaying Corpse King was already so powerful that some killer moves had to be kept in reserve. Okay. Gabriel nodded and led a group of summoned creatures to kill. However, they did not cause much of a stir, just starting from the periphery and gradually clearing towards the inside, even occasionally luring some decaying corpses out. A whole plane of decaying corpses, if it really attracted attention, would be quite a pressure, and the range of fire rain spell was always limited. The current speed was already quite fast, with the exploding fireballs of the fire elemental spirits. The charging decaying corpses fell in groups, and soon most of the area of the plain was cleared. The bodies burnt to a crisp all over the ground, emitting a nauseating stench. Qin Shen found an upwind position and continued to read the diary of the miner, and the investigation into the death of the guard Zhang in the village had officially begun. March 21st, the atmosphere in the village is still heavy. I went to the mine as usual to dig. Life must go on, and there are still many gaps in iron tools in the village that need to be filled. There are not many ores on the periphery of the mine, so I decided to go deeper to see. The whole Morning Light village was created by the gods. I wonder if there will be anything different in the depths of this mine? As I went deeper, the number of mutated animals decreased rather than increased, and I even discovered something amazing. There were a large number of decaying corpses in the mine. When the first decaying corpse rushed towards me, I was completely stunned. Fortunately, the strength of these decaying corpses was average, and I easily knocked them out. I did not continue to go deeper, but brought this decaying corpse out to let everyone see what was going on. As expected, everyone was shocked and surprised by the appearance of the decaying corpse. March 22nd, led by Li Fuzi, we decided to go deep into the mine to see. Perhaps this could solve the mystery that has been plaguing everyone. Everyone brought their weapons and headed deeper into the mine. Qin Shen read on slowly until everyone discovered the teleportation array located deep in the mine. Everyone hesitated whether to activate it. In the end, it was Li Fuzi who made the decision. He took 2 other willing guards with him to enter and see where this magic array would lead. Unfortunately, only 2 returned in the end, Li Fuzi and a severely wounded guard. The other person was left forever inside. It was only then that everyone realized this was actually a passage to the outside world, although they still didn't know where it led. Inside, there were remnants of divine power and a guardian with divine will. When Qin Shen saw this, Gabriel returned with a group of summoned beasts. It was at this moment that he discovered the corpses on the plain had been mostly cleared, but continuing to clear them would inevitably trigger the central decaying corpse king. Let's go! Let's go meet this corpse king. Qin Shen put away the diary, having a rough idea of the identity of this corpse king. Zhang Guangdong, buried deep in the mine after death, had transformed into the corpse king. Without surprise, this decaying corpse king was likely the guard who had entered the passage. The Firebird took the lead, raining down fire from the sky, turning many corpses into ashes. With such a commotion, the decaying corpse king, not blind, immediately noticed and roared as it charged towards the Firebird. However, the Firebird was flying in the sky, making it impossible for the decaying corpse king to reach it on the ground. It was hit by several flames, losing thousands of health points. The decaying corpse king roared in anger, grabbing a nearby corpse and throwing it at the Firebird, which agilely dodged. Gabriel arrived, thrusting his sword towards the decaying corpse king, but it made a metallic sound upon impact, and the blade slid off to the side. The formidable defense of the decaying corpse king became evident at that moment. Despite having only 280 defense points, its decaying body provided 40% physical damage reduction and a high life recovery of 100 points, making Gabriel's normal attacks somewhat ineffective. Fortunately, Gabriel's Holy Flame sword also carried sacred damage that ignored defense, but the health lost was quickly recovered by the decaying corpse king. As the monster's strength increased, the shortcomings of Gabriel's attack power became more apparent. While she could handle bosses of the same level, she fell short in higher-level battles compared to the violent Firebird in fire elemental spirits. Unlike regular summoned beasts, Gabriel's growth would be influenced by Qin Shen's career advancement. Once Qin Shen reached the first level and became an official summoned beast, Gabriel's attributes would undergo a significant transformation. Unable to attack the Firebird, the decaying corpse king turned its attention to Gabriel, who had just attacked it. It roared and threw a punch at her, only to be intercepted by a fireball flying towards it. The basketball-sized fireball exploded, burning the decaying corpse king's face black. Unlike the Firebird, the fire elemental spirit was not gentle. Just this one fireball took nearly a tenth of the decaying corpse king's health. The massive damage drew the hatred towards the fire elemental spirit, but Gabriel stood in front of it, continuously thrusting her sword. Although she couldn't cause much damage, she effectively restricted the decaying corpse king's movements. The chilled gall had a 50% strength judgment amplification. Even if the decaying corpse king's strength surpassed Gabriel's, it couldn't be knocked back, only restrained by the sword, enduring the continuous bombardment of fireballs from afar. The decaying corpse king roared in anger, losing tens of thousands of health points under the joint attack of the firebird and fire elemental spirit in just a few seconds. The inability to attack the target for a long time made it lose patience to continue chasing, and the raging roar was deafening. Qin Shen, who was riding on Wang Kai's back in the distance, felt dizzy in his brain, let alone Gabriel, who was in close combat, and was instantly stunned in place. Roar! The decayed corpse king unceremoniously slapped it away and rushed towards the nearest fire elemental spirit. Stop him! Qin Shen shouted to the side, but the jungle giant ape, which had been prepared for a long time, rushed out. Although it was only a bronze-level summoned beast, with low aptitude and attack power, under the blessing of Qin Shen's attributes, its vitality was very strong. Even if it couldn't defeat the decayed corpse king, it was not a problem to hold it for a while. This was also a not very smart and aggressive fighter, regardless of the enemy's strength, excitedly rushing out upon receiving Qin Shen's command, still constantly howling. Bang! The sturdy arms blocked in front of the decayed corpse king, but did not cause much damage, instead the decayed corpse king easily knocked it away with a wave of its hand. However, with this delay, the fire elemental spirit, which was already at a distance, recovered from its dizziness, quickly ascended, and the fireballs in its hands flew out in succession, with 5 fireballs exploding on the decayed corpse king. Continuous fireballs, continuously launching 5 small fireball spells with a damage value of 50%, facing monsters with low magic defense, equivalent to doubling the damage, instantly took away thousands of points of the decayed corpse king's health, reducing its health to below half. Roar! Before the fire elemental spirit flew too far, the decayed corpse king, whose health had dropped sharply, roared again. This time it used another skill, earthquake. Qin Shen only felt the ground shaking under his feet, a powerful shockwave rapidly spreading out from the decayed corpse king as the center. The jungle giant ape not far away had just stood up, but was knocked down again by this shock wave, its health plummeting to the bottom in an instant, and Qin Shen quickly waved his staff to dispel it. He himself was also affected by this shock wave, but fortunately he was far enough away, only losing nearly 1,000 points of health. So powerful! Qin Shen exclaimed. Over 1,000 points of damage was not much for his current health of 3,700 points, but considering the distance, it was already 200 to 300 meters away. To receive such high damage from such a distance, even if it were a Tier 1 profession, anyone with less health would be instantly killed. Fortunately, the fire elemental spirit and the firebird were flying in the air. Although they suffered some impact, it was not serious, only losing a few hundred points of health, and the firebird only lost a few tens of points of health. It was Gabriel, who had been in a dazed state before, who was more seriously injured, like the jungle giant ape, directly losing thousands of health points in the earthquake, dropping to 1/3 of his health, and once again falling into a daze. Boom! 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 The firebird and the fire elemental spirit flew into the sky. The jungle giant ape was dispelled by Qin Shen again, and the attention of the decayed corpse king immediately turned to Gabriel, striding towards her. The green mulberry butterfly beside Qin Shen flapped its wings, making a sound like silver bells, and a faint mist rose on Gabriel's body, restoring the health she had just lost. As an auxiliary pet, the green mulberry butterfly's healing ability was much stronger than Gabriel's own recovery skill, pulling back over 1,000 points of her health. However, the dazed state was not so easily lifted, and it was not until the decayed corpse king rushed to her side that she still had not recovered. Bang! The firebird and the fire elemental spirit's fireballs kept exploding on it, but the decayed corpse king ignored them and raised its hand to strike at Gabriel. Boom! A heavy blow came again with a muffled sound, and Gabriel's entire body was pounded into the ground, suffering thousands of points of high damage. Even with the recovery of the green mulberry butterfly, his health had already dropped by more than half. Most importantly, the rotting corpse king's heavy blow skill still carried a stun effect, causing Gabriel to once again enter a prolonged stun state. Help in the past! Qin Shen jumped off Wang Kai and directed it towards the rotting corpse king. The firebird and fire elemental spirit were not summoned beasts with strength, and being in close combat meant only being hit. The only one who could still provide support was the Forest Wolf King. Roar Wang Kai roared as it rushed out, its speed extremely fast, covering hundreds of meters in just a few seconds. Just as the Rotting Corpse King was preparing to strike with a third punch, Wang Kai finally arrived. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it bit towards the opponent's head. Roar! The Rotting Corpse King roared in anger, its whole body swaying, and its heavy fist naturally missed Gabriel. Wu Wang Kai's attacks were definitely not enough, barely breaking through the defense, and even breaking a tooth, whimpering in grievance. However, it did not retreat but continued to entangle with the Rotting Corpse King, buying time for Gabriel. Unfortunately, the silver-ranked Wang Kai was only effective against monsters of the same rank. Faced with a Tier 1 and Level 19 Rotting Corpse King, it was completely powerless, continuously being knocked back by its punches. However, the dog's tenacity was strong, being repeatedly knocked back but also constantly pouncing back, regardless of whether it could win, it just kept fighting. Bang! Bang! The real threat to the Rotting Corpse King was the fire elemental spirit in Firebird continuously throwing fireballs and flames from the sky. The high flame damage was unbearable for anyone, and the Rotting Corpse King's health had also dropped to an extremely dangerous threshold. Gabriel, released from the stun, leaped into the air. His once exquisite Tiger King set was now damaged, and his pristine white wings were also covered in dirt. This was the first time Qin Shen had seen Gabriel in such a sorry state, but the battle did not stop. As the Rotting Corpse King's health reached its limit, the ground trembled once again with a massive roar. Qin Shen's expression changed slightly, not expecting this to be a lower-tier skill based on health, rather than just waiting for the cooldown to end. Run! Qin Shen shouted, quickly running forward himself. Both Gabriel and the Forest Wolf King had unhealthy health levels. And if they were hit by the ground tremor again, they might fall directly. Without hesitation, Qin Shen waved his staff, dispersing the summon like the Forest Wolf King, turning an angel and a wolf into specks of starlight dissipating in the sky. By this time, the ground tremor had been unleashed, and a strong shockwave spread out from the center of the Rotting Corpse King. Qin Shen didn't have time to turn and run, instantly being lifted by this immense force, suffering nearly 2,000 points of high damage, his health dropping by more than half. The green mulberry butterfly immediately healed him, slightly restoring the lost health. But at this moment, Qin Shen only felt his brain shaking uncontrollably, falling into a daze. The Rotting Corpse King, losing its target, had to turn its gaze towards the only remaining Qin Shen, stepping towards him. With Qin Shen's current health and defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand a few hits, especially since he was still in a stunned state. Chirp the Firebird immediately swooped down, continuously spewing flames towards the Rotting Corpse King. The fire elemental spirit in the sky also exerted all its power, summoning fireballs one after another. Bang! 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 Continuous fireballs, flames, exploding fireballs, one attack after another bombarded the decaying Corpse King, instantly depleting its remaining health points. Before it could reach Qin Shen, it collapsed with a loud crash. Boom! The huge body fell right in front of Qin Shen, and several silver orbs dropped out. Qin Shen, who had recovered from his dizziness, looked at his health points and couldn't help but feel scared. The crisis brought by the decaying Corpse King was no less than that of the undead mage, posing a real threat to his life. Phew, I wonder how strong the final boss will be? Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the drops around him. Most of them were first-tier equipment and skills that he currently didn't have much use for, but one divine power fruit caught his attention. Directly gaining a point of divine power? Wow! Is this too powerful? Unable to contain his surprise, he couldn't believe that the first boss had dropped such a good item for him. After all, the third-ranked player in the global level rankings only received 1 point of divine power as a reward, but now this fruit could provide him with 1 point of divine power, which was shocking to think about. It seems the secret realm is not simple, huh? Could the final boss really encounter a god? Qin Shen thought uncertainly, as it was hard to explain why the first boss dropped such a rare item like the divine power fruit. Oh well, I'll know when I delve deeper. But with 0-tier strength, facing such a powerful decaying Corpse King, it's not surprising to have such a reward. He directly consumed the divine power fruit, feeling the increase in divine power within him, and then rested in place to recover. Apart from Gabriel and others who were sent back, the fire elemental spirit and Firebird also suffered significant injuries and needed to restore their mana. Fortunately, for a summoner, the status of summoned creatures could be quickly restored by dismissing and summoning them again. When Gabriel stood in front of Qin Shen again, there was no sign of his previous embarrassment. "Master," Gabriel whispered, her wings now restored to their pristine white color, but the durability lost on her equipment could not be quickly recovered and needed to be repaired by a blacksmith in the village. "It's okay, let's continue forward." Hearing the guilt in Gabriel's tone, Qin Shen smiled and comforted her softly. Summoned creatures had intelligence, especially Gabriel, a wise being awakened from the river of time. In comparison, the forest wolf king Wang Kai was more carefree, constantly rubbing against Qin Shen once summoned, and if not stopped, would have already licked him with his foul-smelling saliva. Riding on Wang Kai's back again, Qin Shen led many summoned creatures forward, while he took out the miner's diary and began to read it again. April 6th, with waves of people passing through the teleportation array and exploring the mountains, Lifuzi finally discovered a shocking fact. The resurrection of Morning Light Village is indeed the work of the gods, but it does not mean that the village is destined to perish. This is the plan of other gods. The unspeakable area surrounding the entire village is the arrangement of that god, designed to collect the divine power that sustains the entire village after the mission of Morning Light Village is completed. As for the teleportation array deep in the mine, it seems to be a passage to the outside world, but unfortunately, it was discovered by the god. He will not allow us to leave. All of us, the entire Morning Light Village, are his nourishment, his captive food. The more Qin Shen read, the more alarmed he became. There was indeed an inexplicable power that shaped the entire Morning Light Village and resurrected these souls from the river of time. According to the investigation of Lifuzi and others, this force is not the work of the gods, and even the gods are plotting against this force. In addition, the mission of the entire novice secret realm is to provide players with an adaptive environment. A month later, the secret realm will close, and the tasks in the entire Morning Light Village will end. However, after the end, it is not a return to chaos as they imagined, but a gradual integration into the main world. Although with various restrictions, they can also be reborn with a special identity. However, the gods are plotting the mysterious power that gathers the novice secret realm, so they have set up a large array on the periphery, waiting to take this power for themselves after the mission of the novice secret realm ends. "Master, there is a mountain stream ahead, with only a small path in the middle, and there are some murals on the cliffs on both sides." Gabriel suddenly spoke, interrupting Qin Shen's thoughts. "Murals? Let's go take a look." Qin Shen came back to his senses, immediately put away his diary, and rode towards the front on Wang Kai. Crossing the large plain where the decaying corpse king is located, it is basically a rugged mountain road behind. Now they have reached the middle of two cliffs, with only a small path about 5 meters wide leading forward. "What is this?" Qin Shen looked at the first mural, lost in thought. It was a peaceful and serene small village, where many people lived quietly and peacefully. Qin Shen could see that this was Morning Light Village, and even the dark forest outside was depicted. He then rode Wang Kai forward and soon saw the second mural. The village was in chaos, with people dead and a group of people gathered together, looking sad. The past of the village? Similar to the contents of the miner's diary. Qin Shen immediately realized that this was the past in the diary, just recorded by another person in a different way. Suddenly, a sharp female voice sounded in his ears. Qin Shen was surprised, looked up, and saw several transparent female ghosts rushing towards them. "Stop it!" Gabriel made a move, sweeping with the sword of holy flame, intercepting the group of female ghosts, and then they were blasted into ashes by the exploding wall behind. Whether nothing happened or no one could continue to paint is unknown. "Master, there is a large gathering of undead creatures ahead." Soon, Gabriel, who was scouting ahead, flew back to inform them of the situation ahead. "It seems we have arrived. It is likely that the next boss will be a witch proficient in spells. Be prepared for battle." Qin Shen nodded as a reminder. As the group emerged from the mountain stream, they arrived in a huge valley where countless undead creatures roamed. The arrival of Qin Shen and the others was undoubtedly a sweet piece of meat, and the nearest white bone skeletons were immediately attracted and roared towards them. Gabriel rushed up first, wielding his sword, easily killing these skeletons. But the noise of the battle quickly attracted more undead creatures, and even those further away began to rush towards them. Ha! Xinshan suddenly felt a shock in his heart. It seemed that the witch shrouded in a cloak in the deepest part moved, but he did not see the opponent coming to attack, thinking it was just his illusion. Chirp! The battle escalated, and Xinshan had to summon the Firebird again. The narrow paths in the mountain stream earlier prevented the Firebird from flying normally, so Xinshan had dispersed it. Now that they were in the open valley, it had a battlefield to fight in. Whoosh! A large rain of fire fell, burning countless undead creatures to ashes. In terms of group attack ability, the fire elemental spirit was no match for it at this moment. A hoarse sigh sounded in Xinshan's ears, but he saw the necromancer turning around, looking towards him, with a flickering blue soulfire in the skull under the cloak. Be careful! Xinshan's heart rang alarm bells. The commotion of the battle ultimately caught the attention of the necromancer. Although it's a game, it's not like guarding your own hatred range waiting for you to come like clearing a dungeon. When encountering intelligent monsters, once they spot you, they will not hesitate to attack. Unlike the decaying corpse king who has basically lost his mind and can only act on instinct, the necromancer is a wise undead creature who wields powerful necromantic spells. You guys, if you had hidden a little, I could have pretended not to see it, to ease your pressure a bit. But now that things have escalated to this extent, I can't just stand by. The necromancer sighed, raising his hand slowly under the cloak, pointing towards Xinshan's direction. In an instant, all the undead creatures in the valley seemed to feel the call of their king and rushed towards Xinshan. Retreat to the entrance of the mountain stream. Xinshan made a quick decision, leading many summoned beasts to retreat to the rear. The mountain stream was only about 5 meters wide, so by retreating into it, they would have to face fewer undead creatures at the same time, giving them enough time to slowly clear them out. Wolf Wankai quickly turned around and ran with Xinshan, while Chongsang Butterfly always followed by his side. As for Xiaoyan and Gabriel, they fought and retreated, eventually holding their ground near the entrance of the mountain stream, fighting alongside the jungle giant ape against the undead creatures. Only the Firebird flying in the sky, unable to squeeze in, could only continuously spew flames in the air. However, facing the ranged units below and other flying monsters like the succubus and skeletal birds, the situation for the Firebird was very grim. In the end, Xinshan had to dismiss and recall it, relying on Gabriel and the fire elemental spirit to block the entrance of the mountain stream, engaging in a protracted battle with the undead creatures. Bang! Xinshan's hands kept releasing small fireballs, contributing his meager output, while his gaze passed over numerous undead creatures, looking towards the necromancer in the distance. Although the necromancer had stirred up all the undead creatures in the valley, he seemed to have no intention of rushing up, just watching their battle from a distance. It seemed that he didn't care about Xinshan and the others, or perhaps he was confident that he could take them down, so he remained calm. Regardless of the necromancer's intentions, the battle on Xinshan's side could not stop. The exploding fireballs of the fire elemental spirit kept bursting in the group of monsters, taking out a large number of undead creatures each time. Xinshan's own small fireball spell, after reaching level 3, also activated the explosion effect, causing a certain splash damage after hitting the target. This was a feature that increased with the skill level, although it didn't have as high damage as a true exploding fireball, it still counted as a small group attack skill. What was truly troublesome were the flying succubus and skeletal birds, as they swooped down from the sky, completely ignoring the pile of undead creatures at the entrance of the mountain stream, quickly forming a large group blocking Xinshan's path. Not only that, these two types of undead creatures also possessed the ability to launch ranged magical attacks. If they focused their attacks, anyone would be instantly killed. Therefore, Gabriel and the fire elemental spirit's main targets were these two types of undead creatures, to be killed as soon as they were discovered. The undead creatures on the ground could only be resisted by the jungle giant ape and Wan Kai. Although there are also some long-range attack monsters, due to the narrow terrain, they cannot gather in large numbers, so there is not too much danger. This won't work, there are too many monsters. Xinshan's face showed a serious expression. It was the first time he had participated in combat at such a high frequency, and he had even been attacked several times. There were too many monsters ahead, even more exaggerated than the density of monsters in the land of the undead. After all, there were only ground forces there, but here it was a joint operation of the Air Force and the Army. Gabriel! Sword of the Angel! Seeing more and more undead creatures, Qin Shen made a decisive decision and shouted towards Gabriel. Now that the Phoenix was not here, the strongest area skill was Gabriel's Sword of the Angel, with a huge range that was enough to cover most of the valley and deal with these approaching undead creatures in one breath. Originally, Qin Shen wanted to save this skill for the final boss, but in the current situation, it was obvious that they couldn't hold on any longer, and if they stayed, they would all die here. Fortunately, this secret realm was large enough. It took him a full half-hour to walk from the Lich King's side to here. If they cleaned up the Lich King, they could just wait here for an hour for the skill cooldown. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Gabriel did not hesitate and immediately stepped back slightly to prepare the Sword of the Angel. The fire elemental spirit also timely unleashed a wave of firepower, temporarily driving back the former succubus and the skeletal birds. Soon, a divine light shone in the sky, and the huge Sword of the Angel fell into the valley, its powerful force even causing the Lich King to look over. The power of the holy light? A murmuring voice came from the Lich King's side, seemingly surprised by this powerful force. But he still had no intention of stopping it, allowing the holy light to descend and slay all the undead creatures in the entire valley. You are much stronger than I imagined. Before Qin Shen could even breathe a sigh of relief, a hoarse voice came into his ears, causing him to tense up again. The divine light dissipated, and the Lich King, who had been standing quietly in the center of the valley, slowly walked towards them. Have you regained consciousness? Qin Shen asked subconsciously, unable to connect this Lich King with the undead creatures that acted on instinct alone. You have probably seen those murals. How do you think your strength compares to ours back then? The Lich King stopped and asked Qin Shen. I don't know. Qin Shen paused before answering. Go back. The gods are not to be blasphemed, or perhaps you are here to submit to the gods' feet? Without directly answering Qin Shen's question, the Lich King spoke again. So you think I am not as good as you were back then? Qin Shen's face darkened slightly, sensing a different meaning in the words. I am helping you make a choice. The gods are the supreme beings, worthy of respect and belief by all, even at the cost of everything. It seems that except for the Lich King, the four of you have all regained consciousness, but only you have chosen to submit, becoming a lackey in the hands of the gods. Qin Shen sneered. You don't understand what you are facing at all. Come on. Let me see your strength and whether you are qualified to be a servant of the gods. The Lich King's voice remained calm, but it was no longer persuading Qin Shen to leave, but urging him to take action. At the same time, as the distance between the two sides narrowed, the opponent's attributes also appeared in his line of sight. Lich, Silver rank level, 19 health, 34720/34720, mana, 8980/8980 spell power, 1316 defense, 224, magic defense, 336, talents, void, undead summoning, frost blast, death decay, frost shield. The Lich's health and defense are slightly inferior to the decaying corpse king, but his magic defense is significantly higher, and he has many long-range high-damage magic skills. Coupled with his own spell power exceeding 1,000, ordinary players are basically doomed to be killed instantly. Be careful, his damage is very high. Qin Shen reminded in a deep voice, jumping down from Wang Kai's back, unable to stay behind and do nothing. Wolf Wang Kai snarled at the opponent, not waiting to get close, it had already rushed out first. Roar watching Wang Kai charging towards him, the Lich calmly raised his hand, summoning two huge undead skeletons to block Wang Kai's path. Bang! Unable to break in time, Wang Kai pounced, biting onto a skeleton's head, flipping the entire skeleton structure over. The damage was not high, but the momentum was strong. Unfortunately, before it could get up, another skeleton had already rushed over from the side, swinging a bone knife towards Wang Kai. At this moment, Gabriel had also caught up, wielding a sword of retribution, sending the skeleton flying. Following closely, a fire elemental spirit threw a fireball, taking out the skeleton. Chirp, a bird call sounded from behind, as Qin Shen summoned the firebird again, bringing the battle back to the valley, giving the firebird space to unleash its combat power. Bang! Another fireball was thrown, incinerating the skeleton under Wang Kai's claws. The summoned creatures followed behind Wang Kai, continuing to charge towards the Lich. Decay. After a long delay, the Lich had fully prepared another spell in his hand. The entire valley gradually darkened, with dark purple petals falling from the sky, causing anyone they touched to emit a painful moan. What is this? Death decay? Qin Shan was surprised. He was far away and not within range, but this skill was one of the most terrifying undead spells, able to rain down death petals over a large area, each touch causing a direct loss of 4% of the target's maximum health. Fortunately, it seemed that the opponent had only used a watered-down version, with very few petals falling from the sky. Otherwise, if it was the full 6th-tier skill, Gabriel and the others' health would have been instantly depleted. Ing Ching Sang Butterfly acted in time, a light green light of life continuously surging on them, restoring a certain amount of their vitality each time. Roar Wang Kai had already charged close to the opponent, roaring and pouncing. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wang Kai crashed into an iceberg, the huge wolf body falling to the ground, dazed and unable to get up for a while. Gabriel was not much better off, as his sword swing failed to shatter the iceberg in front of him, but he managed to step on it in time, avoiding the same fate as Wang Kai. The frost shield was used in a unique way, summoning a huge block of ice to block the enemy's approach. Bang! The scorching fireball exploded, melting the 2-meter-high ice block under the impact of the fireball, but what awaited Gabriel and the others was a bone spear flying out. Ding! Gabriel blocked with his sword, but the immense force of the bone spear sent him flying, crashing onto the ground behind. Is this all the strength you have? The Lich sneered, a chilling cold gathering towards Wang Kai. Armor, causing him to be blasted away by the exploding ice. However, the holy flames had already burned on the Lich's body, taking away a small amount of his life force. Most importantly, Gabriel's powerful force made it difficult for the Lich to stand normally, as he would be pushed back or interrupted each time, making it difficult for him to cast spells. But this impact was not significant, as for a mage, creating opportunities for oneself after being approached was also a required skill. After being hit by Gabriel several times, he was able to calmly deal with it, even managing to cast his spells before Gabriel's attacks arrived. Boom! 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 A series of fireballs finally shattered the ice shield on his body. Gabriel approached, wanting to launch an attack, but found that the Lich's body was covered in condensed ice, quickly sealing himself in a small ice mountain. This is? Ice seal? Qin Shan's face turned ugly as he recognized this skill, the life-saving technique of an ice mage, which could freeze the target, rendering it invincible. As the skill level increased, it would have a series of other effects, and the Lich was slowly recovering his health while frozen. Gabriel's strikes continuously fell on the ice mountain, but left hardly a trace, a protective skill based on rules, even holy damage could not break through. Step back! Qin Shan shouted, anticipating the possible subsequent effects of the ice seal. His decision proved to be correct. As the ice seal ended, the ice layer covering the Lich did not melt slowly, but suddenly exploded like the previous ice armor, shooting wouldn't die. Therefore, Qin Shan ignored this skill, letting the petals fall on him, enduring the occasional intense pain, continuously hurling small fireballs towards the skeletons. Damn, does he think I'm made of mud? Qin Shan said in a deep voice, his attributes already far surpassing ordinary mages. Although he couldn't deal with the Lich, just 2 summoned skeletons should be manageable. Soon, under his powerful fireball bombardment, the first skeleton finally shattered into bone fragments, and his firepower turned towards the other skeleton. On the other side, Gabriel and the others made the same choice as Qingming, especially the petite fire elemental spirit, not even worrying about the falling petals, showcasing the advantage of their small size at this moment. Under Gabriel's relentless attacks, the Lich's health points began to rapidly decrease, soon losing tens of thousands of life points, and the bloodline began to look precarious. Come on! If even I can't defeat you, what qualifications do you have to defile the hands of the great gods? The Lich fought against Gabriel and the others, saying various disdainful and reverent words. Most of them were contemptuous of Qin Shan and the others, as well as worship of the gods, but Qin Shan sensed a different meaning from them. Bang! The fireball engulfed the other skeleton. Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the Lich once again bitten by Wang Kai, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Is he testing our abilities? Wanting to know if we can defeat the gods? Qin Shen thought to himself. The Lich seemed to be struggling desperately, not holding back at all, yet leaving many loopholes in his attacks. Otherwise, after so long, skills like Ice Shield should have cooled down, and he had many means to escape Wang Kai's pursuit. There is also an Ice Seal. Although this skill has a long cooldown time, the opponent, as a boss, has a mechanism for lowering health. Now that the health has dropped by more than half, the opponent can definitely use this skill, but has not used it yet. Not to mention the missed attack opportunities in between, it seems fierce but has actually spared Wang Kai many times, otherwise this silly dog would have been sent back to the summoning space long ago. All this indicates one thing. The Lich in front of him did not intend to leave him here, but was testing his strength. Is this all your strength? If you have no other skills, then I will leave you here forever. The bloodline dropped to less than 1/3. The Lich broke free from Wang Kai's pursuit and said to Qin Shen in a deep voice. Qin Shen's heart sank. Whether true or not, at least the other party's words indicated one thing: his current strength is not enough to confront the divine. He couldn't even defeat a silver tier boss like him, let alone confront a golden tier divine projection. Rather than going to die, it's better to die at his hands. Maybe he can suffer less. True prediction. Qin Shen's eyes narrowed, his deep gaze looking at the Lich, as if seeing through everything about him. Then he raised the cold iron staff in his hand. A deathly aura began to spread in the valley. The Lich, who was preparing a spell, was suddenly stunned, the soul fire in his skull flickering. Interesting. Once again, petals symbolizing death fell from the sky, and this time the range and density were not less than before. But this time, Gabriel and the others did not dodge, letting the petals fall on them, but causing no harm. On the contrary, the Lich's health continued to decrease, each falling petal taking away a large amount of his health. Bang! The Ice Shield condensed again. Although Death Decay is based on a percentage of maximum health damage and can ignore magical defense, it is not unstoppable. At least shield-type skills are a good defense. The bleeding temporarily stopped, but the Ice Shield on his body kept shattering and recondensing. The true prediction has the ability to replicate target skills, and Qin Shen had not encountered a suitable skill until now, and the Death Decay on the Lich was just right. This was originally a truncated version of an advanced skill. If he could really master it, with the subsequent increase in skill levels, he might truly learn this advanced skill. The damage from a single petal was not high, but the Lich's remaining health was already low, and it could effectively consume the layers of shields on the opponent's body, preparing for the subsequent attacks of Gabriel and the others. In fact, the ranged attack fire elemental sprites had already started to act, fireballs flying towards the Lich, with 3 of them hitting at the time when the Ice Shield shattered and reformed, taking away thousands of the Lich's health points, bringing the bloodline down to less than 10%. If 2 or 3 more petals of Death Decay fell on him, they could directly take him out in one wave. The Lich himself also felt his life in danger, no longer holding back his spells, a burst of ice directly knocking off nearly half of the fire elemental sprite's health, immediately putting it in a severely injured state. Then bone spears flew out, once again stopping Wang Kai from pouncing. He then summoned another bone spear and fought with Gabriel. But he was only a magic class profession. How could he compare in close combat abilities with the seasoned Gabriel? Defeat was only a matter of time. Perhaps he had already anticipated such a result, without a word of complaint or reproach, as if silently waiting for his own demise. Finally, as a thread of life force faded away, the Lich floated in midair, silently, looking towards Qin Shen's direction. This passage is just to prevent his plan from being discovered and destroyed. Your real enemy is not here, but deep in the dark forest. Please, I beg you. As the voice fell, the last trace of soul fire dissipated, and the whole body slowly fell in midair, with scattered light shining, all the items he dropped. Safe travels. Qin Shen silently said in his heart, but before he could pick up the dropped items, he suddenly stopped, looking solemnly towards the depths of the secret realm. Blasphemer of the gods! You shall forever fall into darkness. The majestic and angry voice echoed in the sky, a black shadow-cloaked figure faintly visible in the distant sky. Qin Shen couldn't help but feel a desire to worship, feeling as humble and insignificant as facing a deity. Deity? Xin Shen came back to his senses, looking towards the distance with a serious expression, where the deity should be located, the enemy he would face next. It seems that the enraged Death King and Lich's dead have provoked him? Or is it the reminder from the Lich at the end? Xin Shen pondered, the latter possibility should be greater. The roar of the projected deity did not last long, gradually dissipating. Xin Shen did not pay it much attention, starting to sort out the gains of this trip. In addition to the usual equipment and materials, the things left by the Lich were much more than the Death King. Perhaps due to being resurrected by the deity, he also left a divine power fruit for Xin Shen. Xin Shen unceremoniously consumed it, then looked at the remaining items. One black needle about the length of a palm caught his attention. Godslayer Needle, Introduction, condensation of the full body strength of a Lich, only to one day be able to slay a god. When used on a target of divine nature, it can weaken their divine power, causing damage equal to 50% of current health, and reducing all attributes by 50%, lasting for 3 minutes. Has a very low chance of a fatal effect occurring, Godslayer Needle? Is it really prepared for slaying a god? Xin Shen couldn't help but murmur. The Lich seemed to be subservient to the deity, not rebelling with the others, but that was because he knew he didn't have enough power yet, always accumulating, waiting for the day to rise up in rebellion. Unfortunately, the resurrected body was constrained by the deity. It was no longer possible on his own, until Xin Shen's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. But this Godslayer Needle, it shouldn't be prepared for the secret realm, but for the altar outside, right? That should be the real projection of the deity? Xin Shen thought in his mind, his gaze shifting to another bead. Chrono Orb, Introduction, possessing the ability to traverse the river of time, allowing one to review past history. Only usable in the secret realm of Dawnlight Village. After use, it can unlock all NPCs' full abilities, giving them the peak combat power they had in life, lasting for 3 minutes. Without a doubt, this bead was the ultimate weapon left by the Lich for everyone. The villagers who could be resurrected to Dawnlight Village were not ordinary people in their lifetime. Perhaps there was a period of extraordinary years in the history of the Blue Star that had not been recorded. But there was no doubt that these people had extremely powerful strength in their lifetime. If fully unleashed, not to mention slaying a god, at least taking down a deity projection would definitely be possible. It's a pity, this bead probably won't be used. Xin Shen looked at the properties of the Godslayer Needle, then at the Chrono Orb in his hand, couldn't help but smile. His lucky talent could definitely trigger a probability event. The fatal effect of the Godslayer Needle could definitely be triggered. The deity projection was just a formality. Therefore, the effect of the Chrono Orb was not of much use. He could only wait to see if Li Fuzi had a way to use it for other purposes later on. However, it's still too early to talk about these things now. The most urgent task at hand is to pass through this secret realm as quickly as possible. The final divine shadow can only be defeated by real power. Let's rest here for a while and wait for the angel's sword to cool down, Xin Shen said to the many summoned beasts. Then he leaned against Wang Kai's soft belly, recovering his own state while continuing to read the unfinished miner's diary. The remaining diary entries were few, detailing the successive exploration failures and the various experiences of those who returned alive, leading everyone to abandon this possible path. Everyone returned to the village, living their established lives, waiting for death to come while also seeking other ways out. Except for the altar deep in the dark forest, no one made any other discoveries, and that altar had long existed as the core of the formation for summoning the divine projection. People considered destroying it, but Li Fuzi observed that simply destroying it was meaningless. Its purpose was only to summon the divine projection to harvest the final victory fruit. The great formation had long been laid out around the village. Moreover, everything they did was under the observation of the divine beings. The occasional spread of divine power and heavenly condemnation in the sky constantly touched the hearts of the people. Anyone who tried to act against the altar often met with misfortune. The only place that could evade the gaze of the divine beings was the passage deep in the mine, enveloped in a special power that even the divine beings could only leave a bit of power to guard. However, even this bit of power was not something the villagers of the current Morning Light Village could contend with, and many villagers ultimately had to give up. But Chun, the miner who had been digging in the mine, never gave up. He tried his best to open up this passage, even planning to dig another passage from inside. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. The strand of consciousness left by the divine beings discovered him, and he eventually became a ghostly monster. Fu Qin closed the diary, exhaling slightly. The whole situation in the Morning Light Village secret realm was now basically clear. The divine beings were like a sword hanging over the heads of all NPCs, and unfortunately, they did not have the ability to confront them, so they had to rely on the player's power. However, it was almost impossible for players to confront the divine beings, and the disappearance of the villagers had become a foregone conclusion. If every novice secret realm is targeted by a divine being, Qin Shen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. How many novice secret realms were there? How many ancestral spirits had vanished? And the game was created by the will of the gods. If the villagers are coveted by the gods, then what is the will of the gods? What kind of relationship exists between the divine beings? More and more mysteries emerged in his mind. The will of the gods that created the novice secret realms and the death god who stole power were obviously not on the same side. With so many novice secret realms, they were definitely not only targeted by the death god. What did they covet in this secret realm? Did they belong to different divine power systems, or were there other unknown relationships? Temple of the Gods. Qin Shen suddenly focused his gaze, recalling a very powerful anti-human force from his past life. They believed in the descent of the gods, preached that humans should submit to the grace of the divine beings, and offer everything they had to the gods in return. They even incited several horrifying sacrificial events, leading to the destruction of several human cities, and were classified by the major city lords as the largest rebel organization and jointly wanted. Qin Shen had always thought that they were just a group of players who had special methods to gain power, but these methods came at the cost of the lives of the blue star creatures. But now it seems that things may not be so simple. Perhaps they truly believe in certain deities, becoming followers of these deities, offering sacrifices of the blue star creatures to their deities in exchange for rewards and hidden tasks. Perhaps the tasks in the newcomer's secret realm have not gone untouched, but most people, after encountering them, choose to stand on the side of the deities. Qin Shen sighed in his heart. In the face of Doomsday, it is understandable for everyone to act in their own interests. Ultimately, it is just a matter of different perspectives. But as a blue star person, using the blue star creatures that nurtured them as sacrifices to please the gods is something he cannot tolerate. It is acceptable to be selfish, but there should be a basic bottom line, which is fundamental to being human, otherwise, one will only lose oneself in the end, and even forget who they are. Not lost, not forgotten, stay true to the original intention. Qin Shen murmured, then stood up with a firm gaze. Let's go. It's time to meet the final boss. After resting for so long, both he and many summoned beasts had gradually recovered, including Gabriel's angel sword, which had finished cooling down. All that was left was to defeat the final deity projection to clear the secret realm and continue to destroy the Black Tower, saving the entire Dawnlight Village. At this moment, Qin Shen suddenly felt that his strength was improving too slowly and he urgently wanted to enhance his strength quickly, to see the figure behind the game sooner, to see what the deities really were. In his past life, he was just an unknown cannon fodder, let alone the deities, even powerful players were too far away from him. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally would not want to miss it. Indeed, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the bigger the heart, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Compared to before, the path ahead seemed somewhat unremarkable, just various undead creatures rushing towards him, hindering his progress to no avail. Half an hour later, he arrived outside a grand hall with many summoned beasts. His gaze passed through the open hall and he could see the majestic statues of the deities inside, with a vast divine might emanating from the temple. Mortal! Have you blasphemed against the deities? Are you here to atone and offer your life? A majestic voice resounded in the hall, accompanied by a tremendous pressure. The weaker forest giant ape was already prostrated on the ground. Qingsang Butterfly and Wan Kai also involuntarily stepped back slightly. Only the Firebird and Fire Elemental Sprite could remain in place, but a solemn expression had appeared on the Fire Elemental Sprite's face. You are mistaken, I am here to take your life. Qin Shen took a deep breath and said calmly towards the hall. How dare you! A thunderous roar shook the hall, and a huge deity's shadow appeared above, exuding a terrifying aura. The weakest forest giant ape even emitted a foul smell, indicating it was scared. Just a mere shadow, not even a true deity projection. What are you pretending to be, you big bad wolf? Qin Shen sneered, summoning a fireball on his staff that whistled towards the opponent. Boom! Hundreds of points of damage did not even budge the opponent's health bar, but the taunting effect was in full swing. How dare you! You blasphemous ant, I decree death upon you all. The shadow roared in anger, and the scythe shadow in its hand slashed towards Qin Shen, enveloping him in a sense of death. Let's see if you have what it takes. Qin Shen continued to taunt, clenching his legs, and Wang Kai immediately jumped with him to the other side. At the same time, Gabriel had already rushed forward with his sword in hand, striking the scythe shadow horizontally. A loud metallic clash rang out, and intense energy fluctuations spread out. Let's go together. I don't need protection. Jumping down from Wang Kai, patting the wolf's head to help, and starting to prepare the small fireball technique again, contributing his meager damage. Divine Projection, Gold Level, Introduction, a shadow left behind by the God of Death, guarding the entrance and exit of the passage. Level 19, Health 145600/145600, Attack 3408, Spell Power 2760, Physical Defense 1064, Magical Defense 1064, Divine Body, all attributes increased by 100%, damage received reduced by 50%, Power of Death, all attribute damage increased by 100%, ignores target defense by 50%, immune to dark and undead damage, damage from light and life attributes increased by 100%, talent skills, Death Combo, Death Decay, Undead Catastrophe, Shadow Cloak, Dark Restraint, Death Gate, Sing. The opponent's attributes, Qin Shen was dumbfounded. No wonder his fireball technique didn't do much damage to the opponent. It seemed like he hadn't broken through the defense at all. The damage of the small fireball technique is 100 points plus 100% spell power. Even after upgrading the skill to level 2, it was only 200 points of base damage. With his spell power of over 600, it was just over 800 points of damage. Even with the bonus from his 23 points of fire element affinity, it was still less than 1,000 points of fire damage. This was truly not breaking through the defense. Damn it! 145,000 health, over 1,000 in both defenses, and a damn 50% damage reduction? How am I supposed to fight this? Coming to his senses, Qin Shen couldn't help but feel the urge to curse. Not to mention him, even the gold-level Firebird could barely break through the defense. The only ones who could deal high damage were the fire elemental spirits, and even Gabriel could only rely on his own divine damage to ignore the opponent's defense. As for Wang Kai, he was basically just a mascot, and the jungle giant ape was trembling on the ground, completely lacking in combat ability. Truly a godly being, this damn projection can increase all attributes by 100%. How strong would a real god be? Qin Shen cursed, feeling despair at the power of the divine projection, making him almost want to use the Godslayer needle. But thinking of the stronger divine projection in the dark forest, he resisted the urge. Let's give it a try first, and see how it goes. Qin Shen thought to himself, raising his hand to retrieve the jungle giant ape lying on the ground, then continuously summoning fire elemental spirits to trigger the double summoning effect of the cold iron staff. Currently, the biggest output came from the fire elemental spirits. Even without a critical hit, a single fireball could cause thousands of points of damage, making it the main source of damage at the moment. As for Gabriel, he could only deal a wave of high damage when using the Sword of Retribution, while the rest had to rely on the Sword of Holy Flame to slowly wear down the enemy. Fortunately, the divine projection was considered dark, and the Eye of Divine Punishment could reduce its overall attributes by 10%, easing some pressure on Gabriel. But it was only a slight relief. With an attack power of over 3,000, a casual swing could take away a quarter of her health, even without using skills. No! Can't win! Qin Shen quickly realized that the difference in attributes was too great. Not to mention crossing a tier, the opponent's attributes were comparable to a second-tier boss, something he, at 0 tier, couldn't handle. Taking out the Godslayer needle from the ring, activating the lucky talent, he unhesitatingly threw it towards the divine projection. The shadow fighting with Gabriel suddenly felt a great sense of crisis, but the Godslayer needle, once activated, seemed to lock onto its target and flew precisely towards it. No! What is this? No! In the faint voice of the shadow, there was a hint of fear and anger. This was the first time Qin Shen felt emotions other than dignity and arrogance from the divine being. Gods? Are they afraid of death too? Qin Shen sneered. His lucky talent allowed him to specify the instant death probability of the Godslayer needle without hesitation. The almost full health bar of the divine shadow instantly depleted, and the entire shadow quickly faded until it dissipated. Blasphemer, I will personally capture you. The final voice of the divine shadow gradually faded away, followed by a grand explosion. Qin Shen heard the system prompt for clearing the secret realm. Perhaps no one expected that the powerful divine shadow would be so easily eliminated. Congratulations player, Qin Shen, for successfully defeating the final boss and clearing the secret realm. You have obtained the title reward Godslayer and 5 divine attribute points. Unexpectedly receiving another title, but it was not surprising considering the nature of this secret realm. This secret realm was clearly not meant for novice players, and it was considered a deadly realm. Without the lucky talent's guaranteed trigger effect, even holding the Godslayer needle, Qin Shen might not have been a match for the divine projection. Phew, thankfully, it's time to reap the rewards now. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the title reward, the most valuable reward for clearing the secret realm was the 5 divine attributes. Including the 2 previous bosses, he had already obtained 7 divine attributes from just this one secret realm, more than the reward for the first place on the level leaderboard. If he used these 7 divine attributes wisely, it would be enough to drastically change his strength. In addition, the drops from the divine projection were equally tempting. Despite being only a gold level boss, the drops exuded a dazzling light due to the special nature of the divine identity. Qin Shen approached and collected all the drops with his platinum ring. After rummaging through the ring, he finally held a coin-sized emblem in his hand. Secret Realm Emblem, Dawn Village, Epic, an emblem exclusive to the Dawn Village Secret Realm. Possessing it allows unrestricted travel within the Dawn Village Secret Realm. Luck +5, Insight +5, all attributes increase by 10% in the Dawn Village Secret Realm. Does not occupy the character's equipment slot, never wears out, cannot be looted, dissipates upon death. This thing? Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Although it had hidden attributes of luck and insight, allowing him to increase all attributes by 10% in the Dawn Village, it didn't look like an epic item at all. What is an epic level item? It should have equipment attributes comparable to diamond level, along with exclusive epic level effects. This emblem, aside from the added hidden attributes and travel to Dawn Village, seemed to have no other use. Wait? Unrestricted travel to Dawn Village? A sudden realization flashed through his mind. Could it mean I no longer have to abide by the restrictions of the 0th tier profession? Novice secret realms were only accessible to 0th tier players. Once they passed the profession trial and reached level 10, they would be directly teleported out and unable to continue staying in the secret realm. Therefore, although Qin Shen had already accumulated a lot of experience points, he still couldn't undergo the professional trial in order to avoid being teleported out, which would prevent the subsequent tasks from being carried out. But if this badge could allow him to stay in the secret realm even after advancing to the first rank, its function would be different, and it could also reduce the difficulty of the subsequent tasks to a considerable extent. I can't try it randomly, but I can ask Masterly, he must know if it's feasible. Qin Shen thought to himself as he repeatedly rubbed the badge in his hand. The badge was small, only the size of a coin, made of a special material he had never seen before, depicting the entire Morning Light Village and the Dark Forest, including the outside land of the Undead. After looking at it for a while, Qin Shen put it away. As long as this badge was placed in the inventory, it would take effect. With this badge, his luck value finally broke through 10 points. The cooldown time of the luck talent appeared to be shortened for the first time, directly having from 24 hours to 12 hours. This change was even more surprising to Qin Shen than obtaining an epic level item. He had originally thought it would only be reduced by an hour or two, but he didn't expect it to be halved directly. If it continues like this, Will the next time require 100 luck points? And the next time, 1,000 points? After the excitement, Qin Chen furrowed his brows. If it continued like this, it seemed that there wouldn't be much difference from having full luck directly. Forget it, twice a day is also fine. One shouldn't be too greedy in life. The brilliance of the epic level item directly overshadowed everything else, but the drop from the projection of the deity naturally couldn't be just this. Compared to the disappointing Secret Realm badge, the remaining 2 platinum level items were the main event of killing the deity's projection. Ring of the Reaper, Fake, Grade, Platinum, Usage Requirement, Professional level reaches first rank, all attributes 200, Dark Attribute Affinity 10 points, Attack plus 300, Spell Power plus 300, within 3 ranks, increase the level of death magic skills below diamond level by 1, increase the damage of death magic skills below platinum level by 30%. Increase all attributes of undead summons by 10%, special effect, Soul Harvest, reduce the cooldown time of all regular skills by once for each enemy killed. Special effect, Soul Absorption, absorb the soul of the enemy killed, gain soul points, up to 100 points. Special skill, Soul Healing, cast the collected soul points, each point can restore 1% of the target's health. Special skill, Soul Impact, release the collected soul points, dealing damage equal to spell power *1, each point of soul points increases damage by 1%. Durability, 100/100, TSK. I would call it the strongest Undead series ring. Seeing the attributes of the Ring of the Reaper, he couldn't help but exclaim. Although it was only a platinum level equipment with limited basic attribute bonuses, its special effects and skills had completely surpassed the category of attributes. If one could accumulate 100 soul points, they could even fully restore the health of a target, something that even the strongest healing professionals would find difficult to achieve. Not only that, the cooldown reduction brought by Soul Harvest and the high damage of Soul Impact also played crucial roles. Especially Soul Harvest, when combined with powerful group monster skills and recovery abilities, it would be a stationary cannon perpetual motion machine, truly grasping the truth within the range of artillery fire. In addition to the Platinum Ring, another platinum level item appeared even more rare, and could even be described as heaven-defying. First rank skill scroll, Platinum, upgrade a first rank skill grade by 1 rank, up to a maximum of Platinum grade. A very brief introduction, but straightforward, equivalent to directly mastering a Platinum level skill, and it is the most familiar skill used year-round. I remember in my past life, and Yunmeng seemed to have mastered the brilliant level Fireball spell, right? A first level Fireball spell could directly kill a 6th level warrior. Qin Chen recalled. The title of Flame Phoenix Lady was not just for show. Even the lowest grade Fireball spell was forcibly raised by her to the brilliant diamond level, able to kill a warrior of the same level with one shot, which was shocking at the time. However, the price of skill scrolls was also high. A first level Platinum skill scroll could even exceed the value of a first level Diamond skill book. But it seems like it has nothing to do with me. Summoners' summoning skills do not have a concept of grade, so you can use skill scrolls of any level to enhance them, unless it is another summoner skill with a grade. Qin Chen thought thankfully, this was also one of the rare advantages of summoners. After all, a summoner's strength relies entirely on summoned beasts, and the aptitude of summoned beasts is often fixed. With the improvement of strength, more and more summoned beasts will be gradually eliminated. If you follow the rules to improve, the summoner profession is not worth playing. Let's not rush, for now, the only golden level summoned beast is a Firebird. Let's see if there are any other skills that can be improved. Qin Chen put away this invaluable scroll and continued to look at other items. Most of the remaining items were of golden level. He couldn't use these first level equipment and skills. The only thing that interested him was a peculiar fruit and a golden level summoning technique among them. The fruit is called the Dead Spirit Fruit, which, when consumed, can increase the affinity for dark attributes by 10 points and also increase the physical damage reduction of the same level by 1%. But this kind of enhancement comes at a cost. The person's body will become stiff after consuming the Dead Spirit Fruit, and reaction speed and movement speed will be somewhat sluggish. What dead spirit? Clearly, it's a zombie. It seems that this effect is much worse than the Yin Ming fruit, but I should be able to find a way to remove the toxicity and refine it into a divine projection, Xin Shen thought, ending with a bit of sarcasm. The skill book is a necromancy summoning technique that can summon a powerful nightmare knight to assist in battle. He can learn this skill book. The necromancer also belongs to a branch of summoners, but the core benefits of the profession are different. There are many branches of summoners, such as contract summoner, elemental summoner, necromancer, heroic spirit summoner, etc., each with different core benefits and focuses. For example, Xin Shen's Forest Wolf King, Green Mulberry Butterfly, and Jungle Giant Ape belong to the contract summoner category, while the Firebird and Fire Elemental Spirit belong to the elemental summoner. The Archangel Gabriel summoned by fate belongs to the heroic spirit summoner. Learning summoning techniques is not picky about summoners, but their learning requirements are often difficult to balance. Losing the core benefits of the profession, many times, they cannot unleash the true power of such summoning techniques. Especially in the branch of necromancy summoning, the strength of summoned beasts is often not strong, and their growth value is slightly lower than other summoned beasts of the same level, but their quantity is their biggest advantage. The level advancement of most necromancy summoning techniques does not improve the aptitude of summoned beasts like general summoning techniques but increases their summoning quantity. However, these quantities are not enough to cause a qualitative change. Only by matching the core assistance of the necromancer can a true necromantic disaster be created. Although I do not have the core assistance of a necromancer, the core assistance of the Fate Summoner can greatly enhance the strength of these summoned beasts. Perhaps I can also create a different kind of necromantic disaster? Xin Shen looked at this summoning book with excitement. Although the Nightmare Knight of level 0 can only summon one, at level 1, 2 can be summoned, and each subsequent level can summon an additional 2. Moreover, the skill level cap for this skill has been raised to level 20, meaning he can summon up to 40 Nightmare Knights at once, truly forming a formidable little army. Royal Knights? Sounds pretty cool, huh? Xin Shen thought to himself with a self-satisfied expression. And I can even use skill scrolls to upgrade this summoning technique to platinum level. By then, I'll be unstoppable. Despite the slightly lower quality of undead summoning creatures, a team of 40 platinum level Nightmare Knights is already a powerful army at this stage. After organizing his belongings, Xin Shen entered the Grand Hall of the Gods. The statues around had already shattered, seemingly losing the divine power that sustained them, and they would decay and crumble over time. The stone hall was empty, with only a faintly glowing magic circle at the center, which was the teleportation circle to leave this secret realm. This must be a poor god, right? Xin Shen said mockingly. Seeing that there was nothing valuable around, he didn't bother to linger and walked straight into the magic circle. His vision changed, and when he reappeared, he was deep in the mine, at the entrance of the passage where he had entered the secret realm. As expected, once you go in, there's no way out. I wonder if Li Fuzi and the others can still use this magic circle to leave. Xin Shen looked around and said, as the smooth ground was no longer showing traces of the magic circle, indicating that access to this secret realm was limited to one entry. Originally, he thought he would be teleported to the undead land outside the village, but unexpectedly, he returned to the mine, not knowing if it was because of his player status. Drawing his long sword for protection, Xin Shen turned and walked towards the exit of the mine. With his strength, he was not afraid of the ordinary undead miners, so he didn't summon any creatures. However, not long after he started walking, he arrived at the underground room where Zhang the miner had died, only to stumble upon a disgusting scene. The mine was deep and dark, and as long as you found a passage without people, no one would know what you did. Therefore, crimes often occurred in the mine, and even the whole world was gradually losing the constraints of the law. Xin Shen never expected to encounter such a scene so soon, especially during this novice period. Instead of focusing on improving his strength quickly, he was venting his desires here. At this moment, 3 people were forcibly dragging a woman into a passage, preparing to do something despicable. The woman's desperate screams and cries for help were particularly piercing. Such incidents were common in later times, and even if he encountered them and chose to ignore them, the innocent would not survive long. Unfortunately, the mine was deep, and the 3 people were blocking his way back. Trying to avoid them would mean taking a longer route, and the clear sound of footsteps had already caught the attention of several people. The three were startled and turned to look at Qin Shen. They had thought their plan was ruined, but upon seeing only Qin Shen, they breathed a sigh of relief. Kid! What are you looking at? Get lost, a man with a scar on his face said menacingly. Qin Shen frowned slightly, a hint of disgust in his eyes. While he was used to such things, it didn't mean he wanted to witness them, let alone have them happen right in front of him. Hey! Everyone gets a share of such things. Don't worry, we won't leave you out. You can watch from the side, and after we're done, we'll let you have some fun too. Look at you, still a rookie, huh? Ha ha ha. Without waiting for Qin Shen to speak, a tall, thin man who was pulling at a woman's clothes patted the scar-faced man and grinned, saying he wanted to drag Qin Shen into the water together. He. You're lucky today, kid. This one looks like a real beauty. Probably just like you, a rookie, ha ha ha. The fat man who was grabbing the woman also laughed, his fat, greasy hands constantly groping her. Let me go. Let me go. Ah. The woman kept struggling and screaming, looking at Qin Shen with pleading eyes. Save me. Please. Save me. What's wrong? Still standing there doing nothing? Although you're the last one to have fun with, you can still have a go first. This girl, so big and fair. Have you touched her? Come and feel it. Seeing Qin Shen not moving for a while, the tall, thin man grabbed him roughly and laughed, while the scar-faced man looked at him with a dangerous gaze. At that moment, Qin Shen's expression suddenly relaxed, his gaze sweeping over the woman, and he said with a faint smile, I don't have the habit of sharing with others. I prefer to dine alone. It must be said that this woman was indeed fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and dressed in exquisite clothing and jewelry, a typical beauty from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, after entering the novice village, she somehow fell into the hands of these three men. If no one rescued her, her life would probably end here. Even if she managed to survive, she would likely become a cruel, murderous woman in the future, and most likely be silenced without a trace. Oh. Greedy, aren't you? Qin Shen's words made the three men laugh, and the tall, thin man put down the woman and stood up, looking at him with a playful gaze. Of course. Who as an adult would want to endure a vast grassland alone? Of course, one would choose to enjoy it alone. Qin Shen said, already forming a hot fireball in his hand, illuminating the entire mine. Fireball spell? Not bad. The man was surprised, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness as he looked at Qin Shen. Although the minor fireball spell was only a basic 0-level spell, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to learn, as it wasn't typically rewarded as a skill in bookstore quests. But do you think that just because you have a more powerful spell, you can dominate here? Today, I'll teach you what it means to be a mage's bane. After the tall, thin man finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. This was the assassin's skill of stealth, which allowed the user to blend into the darkness and launch attacks on enemies. Mage classes were known for having low health and defense, so once they were approached by an assassin class, they could be easily taken out under the enemy's high burst damage. This was one of the reasons why the tall, thin man dared to confront Qin Shen without fear. However, what he didn't expect was that he had chosen the wrong target. Qin Shen, who possessed the true prediction eye, was not afraid of this type of stealth skill. Not to mention that stealth was not true invisibility, just a way to hide oneself in the shadows and not be easily detected. With his poor stealth skills, even the naked eye could recognize him. Bang! The fireball was accurately thrown into the darkness, and a figure was blasted out of the darkness. Ah! The body, engulfed in flames, rolled on the ground, and without much struggle, it was burned into a pile of ashes. Is this it? The mage's bane? Qin Shen sneered. These days of struggling with bosses had made him forget that his attributes far exceeded those of ordinary players. Even before the fireball's subsequent burning damage, the explosion had already emptied the opponent's health. Just a mere assassin, whose health wasn't much higher than that of a mage class, thought he could prance around in front of a mage wielding spells? Sun Gu! The scar-faced man exclaimed, instantly summoning a shield and a short axe in his hands, charging towards Qin Shen. Boom! A new fireball was quickly condensed and exploded on him before the opponent could reach him, causing 700 to 800 damage. Although it didn't kill him instantly, his health was already at the bottom, with flames still burning on his body and painful screams coming from his mouth. Ah! Scarface fell to the ground, rolling continuously in an attempt to alleviate the burning sensation on his body. However, Qin Shen had no intention of giving him a chance, and he threw out an energy ball to kill him instantly. Wow! At this moment, strange noises could be heard in his ears. Qin Shen looked up and saw a green-skinned goblin. Interesting, summoner? Qin Shen chuckled, preparing to kill him with a wave of his hand, but suddenly hesitated. Looking up, he saw that the fat man who had just grabbed the woman had disappeared without a trace. There were footsteps echoing in the deep passage, but it was not easy to catch up. Qin Shen frowned, not because he couldn't catch up, but because it was unnecessary. His actions just now could be considered as these people seeking death. Saving the woman was just a casual act. As for chasing after them, it would be a waste of time. He didn't think the other party would dare to cause trouble for him, and as for this woman, her life or death was not his concern. Forget it. He casually threw an energy ball to kill the goblin, then put away his staff, glanced at the woman in tattered clothes on the ground, and walked towards the exit of the mine. Wait. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Seeing Qin Shen about to leave, the woman immediately got up to follow him, but found that Qin Shen had already disappeared into the darkness. Darkness always evoked fear in people. The woman, holding her clothes, continued to follow for a while but got stuck at a fork in the road. She could only follow the faint footsteps, but found that the person had long gone. Qin Shen naturally wouldn't let her catch up. He could imagine the trouble that might come next. If she could survive and get out, she would have plenty of opportunities to repay him. Women who could enter the secret realm at this stage were either lucky and fierce enough to kill mutant beasts, or they had powerful forces behind them. Judging by the woman's appearance, she most likely belonged to the latter category. Therefore, once she could escape, she would definitely be able to find him through her own connections. At that time, he would have a basis for formal contact with the forces behind her. After the advent of the game, various forces emerged. Although the Kingdom of Dong was still reliable, he had to make more preparations himself. Today's events served as a wake-up call for him. The order established in peacetime was rapidly deteriorating, and he had to establish new rules as soon as possible. Otherwise, the subsequent reintegration would be more troublesome, and more people would die. In this new life, he not only wanted to save those he wanted to save but also hoped to live a better life with everyone. Therefore, he had to become one of those who set the rules. You, with a conscience, you won't live long in this apocalypse. The voice from his memory echoed in his mind. Qin Shen walked out of the mine and looked at the bright sunlight, unable to help but smile. Old man, what do you think if I take out all those heartless people? Will those with a conscience be able to survive? Coming out of the mine, Qin Shen went straight to the academy. Li Fuzi was still reading and drinking tea in the shop, feeling a bit surprised by Qin Shen's sudden arrival. However, when he placed the new novice secret realm badge in front of Li Fuzi, the old man stood up excitedly. Which passage did you take? Li Fuzi asked. Why? Is this badge also left by your people inside? Qin Shen smiled and asked. No, but in his hands. It's unlikely that he would have given it to you voluntarily, right? Li Fuzi shook his head. Well, I guess there's nothing in this secret realm that can escape your notice. Qin Shen shrugged. I did go through that passage and luckily made it back alive. Qin Shen shrugged and took out the time-space pearl, placing it on the table. I encountered a witch in the secret realm, and he left me two things. One has already been used, and the other is this time-space pearl. I think it might come in handy when we open the altar in the dark forest ahead. Li Fuzi's gaze shifted from the badge and took the time-space pearl handed over by Qin Shen, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. This pearl. Li Fuzi trembled all over, his hands holding the pearl slightly shaking, a hint of tears in his eyes. Which? Lu Xiaocai. Qin Shen watched him quietly without saying a word. It was not surprising that this person was also from the village. Living in the same village, everyone knew each other well. Moreover, Li Fuzi calling the other person Lu Xiaotsai indicated that he was probably a book lover, with a deeper relationship with Li Fuzi. After a while, Li Fuzi finally regained his composure and placed the time-space pearl back on the table. It can indeed be of some help, but we were just ordinary people in our lifetime, and the power we can exert is very limited. I'm not sure if it will work. Xin Shen nodded, as this was something he had anticipated. The villagers of Morning Light Village must have other ways to break through their limits. If they approach the situation with a never say die attitude, there might still be a chance for victory. However, they had never directly confronted the god of death, indicating their lack of certainty. That's why the witch created the God-Slayer needle, which Qin Shen had already used. By the way, is that passage still usable? Can you still escape through it? Qin Shen asked. However, Li Fuzi shook his head. You should know that the passage only leads outside Morning Light Village, not out of the secret realm. It's not significant whether you leave or not. Instead of us old bones struggling, it's better to leave it to you, Li Fuzi said, pointing to the secret realm badge on the table. It represents the access rights to the entire secret realm. With it, you can come and go in the secret realm anytime, anywhere, without any restrictions. Qin Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he took the badge in his hand again. So, can I advance to Tier 1? And the undead creatures outside Morning Light Village will be the experience points I need to level up? Li Fuzi smiled and nodded, pointing upwards. This is our last hope. I hope you can lead us in repelling the so-called gods. I hope I have that opportunity. Qin Shen smiled and replied, putting the secret realm badge back into his inventory. By the way, is there a way to create a weapon with an instant death effect? Qin Shen asked. This type of weapon would be a perfect match for his lucky talent, but apart from the Godslayer needle, he had not seen any such weapon drop. Instant death effect? Li Fuzi was puzzled for a moment, then Qin Shen told him about the Godslayer needle. Learning that it had already been used, the old man also felt regretful. You coming back alive is already making the most of it, otherwise, you might not even be able to bring out this time-space pearl. Li Fuzi comforted. As for the instant death effect you mentioned, you should ask Wang the blacksmith. He is the expert in this field. Alright. I'll go find him and ask. Qin Shen nodded, then got up, glanced at the time-space pearl on the table, and didn't take it. I'll leave this pearl with you. Use it whenever you see fit. Finding Wang the blacksmith, Qin Shen explained his request, but the result was not as satisfactory as he had hoped. The instant death effect has already involved the power of the rules, making it difficult to forge through conventional means. It can only be crafted through later divine blessings, with significant limitations. How much divine power is needed to forge a weapon capable of countering divine projections with instant death effects? Qin Shen asked unwillingly. He already had 8 points of divine power and could afford the cost. However, the blacksmith Wang's next words made his expression freeze, suddenly feeling less wealthy. At least 10 points of divine power, and the weapon itself needs to have the corresponding characteristics. Even then, it's only a probability, and I can't guarantee it. Let's think of other ways. Qin Shen furrowed his brow, reluctantly putting this plan on hold. Through his conversation with the blacksmith Wang, he learned about the limitations of the instant death attribute, often restricting the class level and monster grade on weapons, such as first-tier gold level monsters. But to make it effective against divine projections, one needs to remove these restrictions with a vast amount of divine power. Yet, not only did he lack sufficient divine power, but he also didn't have a weapon with these restrictive instant death effects. Compared to instant death, weakening is slightly easier. Lu Xiaotsai's initial idea was correct, but I have limited materials here, and I'm afraid I can't create a god-slaying needle with a weakening effect exceeding 50%. Wang the blacksmith shook his head with a sigh. What materials do you need? Can I get them for you? How about the materials from the Black Tower in the land of Undead? Qin Shen asked. I'm not sure about the materials there. Can you tell me what they have? Sure. Xin Chen nodded. The monsters in the land of Undead mainly consist of undead creatures like skeletons, ghouls, undead mages, and so on. The two chatted for a long time, and in the end, Wang the blacksmith asked him to bring back the materials from the bosses of 3 large black towers, which might be useful. As for the others, their levels were too low. Even if they could be crafted, they would hardly have any effect on divine projections. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Xin Chen returned to the tavern for a good night's sleep and then began preparing for his career advancement challenge. Previously, he had not reached level 10 due to concerns about his tasks. Now that he could stay in the newbie secret realm indefinitely, he could level up earlier. The career challenge from 0 tier to 1 tier has only 3 difficulty levels, easy, normal, and hard, each involving a one-on-one battle with a level 10 common, bronze, or silver monster. Xin Chen murmured as he looked at his challenge options. This option had been available since he reached level 9, but he had been hesitant to choose it. Once the difficulty was selected, he would be teleported to a different space to battle the chosen monster. Winning would lead to advancement, while losing meant failure, resetting his experience points to 0 at level 9 and imposing a 1-month cooldown. The cooldown increased to 1 year after the second failure, 5 years after the third, and 10 years after the fourth. In addition to regular career growth, the easy difficulty grants an additional 1 point to all attributes, while the normal difficulty grants 3 points plus an additional 0.5 life growth. But with my strength, I naturally have to choose the hard level. After a moment of thought, Xin Chen decisively chose the hard level challenge. The spatial force pulled him, and soon he felt a blackout before reappearing on a platform surrounded by mist. In front of him, a dense white mist was gathering, forming a giant beastly body. Roar! A roar sounded as a nearly 10-meter-long giant lizard appeared in front of Xin Chen. Earth dragon? Subspecies of the Asian dragon? It seems that this first-tier silver-level monster is not easy to find. Xin Chen chuckled lightly. The silver-tier monsters are different from bosses, representing the growth potential of the species rather than individual strength, just like the bronze-tier stitched monsters, which are far stronger than regular monsters even without a boss template. The earth dragon, on the other hand, is a large lizard with a trace of dragon lineage. Not only do many dragon species not recognize their identity and lineage, but even many sub-dragon species do not acknowledge them. However, their power cannot be denied, as they have already surpassed most monsters by far. Disgusting reptiles. Gabriel, summoned with a look of disgust, had a good relationship with angels and dragons, but that didn't mean she could stand these dirty low-blood creatures. Then let's end this boring trial early. Xin Chen smiled. It's only a 0-tier trial, so there's no real difficulty. In essence, it's just a benefit for players, with the highest level being hard. There are still levels like Purgatory and Abyss in the advanced stages, where the difficulty is truly high. Yes. Gabriel nodded, flapped her wings and charged forward, easily taking down the powerful Earth Dragon with 3 strikes. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the Professional Advancement Trial, Hard. Your professional level has been raised to Tier 1, and your personal level has been raised to level 10. Congratulations, your professional level has been raised to Tier 1, and your professional core has changed. Please check it yourself. Congratulations, your professional level has been raised to Tier 1, and your player talent has changed. Please check it yourself. The continuous system prompts rang in his mind, but before he could check, his vision changed, and he was back in the room of the tavern. Really, not even staying a bit longer to check the attributes, bad review. Xin Chen grumbled as he lay back on the bed and checked his attribute panel. Feeling the warm flow surging in his body, Xin Chen looked at his attributes with satisfaction. By completing the hard level trial, he gained a 5-point bonus to all attributes, something that regular players would need to level up 2 or 3 times to achieve. Of course, these attribute points were somewhat insignificant to him, and what really excited him was the improvement in his aptitude. Compared to Tier 0, his attributes at this point finally showed some resemblance to a mage class, with life and mana aptitudes both reaching 1 point, defense aptitudes at 0.5, and spell power aptitude reaching 3 points. In addition, each level up would also increase his life and mana by 20 points, greatly enhancing the survival ability of a mage class. Moreover, the hard level trial also increased his life aptitude by 0.5 and spell aptitude by 1 point, resulting in a significant change in his attributes. My health has exceeded 5,000, and my spell power has reached over 1,100 points. Even a real elemental mage might not be able to match me, right? Qin Shen thought excitedly. These attributes already far exceeded those of a Tier 1 player, and even most Tier 2 players couldn't compare to him. And this was just the attribute when wearing Tier 0 equipment. When he put on Tier 1 equipment, his attributes would once again experience a leap. However, compared to attributes and aptitude, the last reward is the most important, an additional summoning skill learning slot. Qin Shen murmured as he looked at the empty summoning skill slot in his skill bar. Different professions receive different rewards when passing advanced trials above the hard level, such as Elemental Mage's choice of elemental affinity, Summoner's summoning skill slot, Warrior's maximum rage value, and so on, all of which are crucial. For summoners, the most important thing is the summoning skill slot. This is only from Tier 0 to Tier 1. When advancing to different difficulties in subsequent professional advancements, the number of summoning skill slots obtained will also vary. Each level of 5 summoned beasts is just calculated based on the maximum value that ordinary summoners can achieve. For most ordinary people, being able to obtain 1 to 2 summon slots through simple or ordinary trials is already impressive. In that case, I can go learn the summoning technique of the Nightmare Knight. But I'll need to ask the tavern owner for help, process the Death Spirit fruit, and enhance my own affinity with dark elements. Qin Shen thought to himself, making a note of it, then looked at his professional core and talents. The change in the lucky talent was not significant, but the plunder talent had been refreshed. The first level plunder talent could plunder 300 attribute points again, which may seem insignificant, but transitioning from 0th to first level is just a transitional phase, and having 500 total attributes is already quite exaggerated. As for the professional core, although it didn't allow him to perform another destiny summon, after the first level, all summoned creatures would enjoy an additional 10% boost to his spiritual attributes. This bonus was somewhat negligible for him, not only limited to spiritual power attributes but also distributed evenly among the 5 attributes of the summoned beasts. With his over 200 spiritual points, each attribute's increase was less than 5 points. Tasteless to eat, a pity to waste, it's just a chicken rib. He sighed and shook his head. His divine professional core was just like this, let alone others. Relying on just a few dozen points of attributes, even the lowest 2% increase in spiritual power for a common professional core probably wouldn't even increase by 1 point. But Gabriel's talent improved, different from the first grade silver grade, and also many rare equipment skills or characteristics, so there is no need to change for the time being. The most precious platinum grade ring of the Reaper, fake, cannot be worn temporarily due to insufficient affinity with dark elements. After finding the tavern owner to mix tiger bone wine, the affinity with the elements can be increased before it can be worn. With a health value of 7,000 and both defenses exceeding 150, I should be even meatier than most shield warriors now, right? Qin Shen nodded satisfactorily and walked out of the room. He found the tavern owner and asked him to help melt the Yinming fruit and necromancy fruit into the tiger bone wine. The medicinal effect of tiger bone wine is extremely strong in yang, which can indeed neutralize the toxicity of Yinming fruit and necromancy fruit, but it may damage the medicinal effects of both. You need to be prepared mentally, the tavern owner reminded. It's okay, my main goal is to increase the affinity with dark elements, I'm not too concerned about the attribute increase. He didn't lack divine power at the moment, so the key was to quickly increase his strength. Alright, it's a pity that there is no alchemist in the village. Otherwise, without tiger bone wine, there would be a way to completely remove the toxicity from them. Now we can only make do with it. The tavern owner shook his head regretfully and began to reprocess the tiger bone wine. Soon, a cup of gray-white medicinal wine, even bubbling, appeared in front of him. Not only did it not have the fragrance of tiger bone wine, but it also emitted the stench of a corpse. Just smelling it made people nauseous, let alone drinking it. Are you sure this is really okay? Qin Shen asked uncertainly, his eyes already looking at the properties of the wine jug. Tiger Bone Medicinal Wine, Sacred, all attributes +10, double defense +50, maximum health +1000, dark element affinity +25, life and death element affinity +10, perception -5, luck -1. You will definitely get the dark element affinity you asked for, but I can't guarantee the rest. After all, without the harmony of divine power, these three medicinal ingredients cannot be mixed together for processing, the tavern owner said helplessly. Alright. I can accept these negative effects. Shin shrugged, 1 point of luck and 5 points of perception, he could handle it. He picked up the cup of tiger bone wine that looked like poison and drank it in one gulp with his eyes closed. The nauseating stench exploded in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a piece of rotting flesh full of maggots. The impact on his taste buds almost made him vomit. Fortunately, thinking about the value of the ingredients and divine power, he tightly covered his mouth, forcing himself to swallow the disgusting taste. A cold feeling instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel like a walking corpse losing consciousness, sinking into endless darkness. When the sensation returned to his body, it was already an hour later. Phew, this stuff is not meant for humans to drink. Shin gasped heavily, feeling the taste in his mouth lingering. The tavern owner had already left, leaving a cup of warm water prepared on the table. Shin didn't hesitate to pick it up and drank it down, feeling the taste in his mouth fade a bit. I will never drink this kind of potion again. Shin silently resolved in his heart, vowing not to drink any potion in the future that didn't have the taste of happy water. The improvement effect is not discounted. Not only the attributes have been greatly improved, but also the affinity with dark elements has been successfully increased to 25 points, meeting the qualifications for learning to summon the Undead Knight. Furthermore, rare affinities with life and death attributes have been obtained, which are more advanced attributes than conventional elements. The death attribute can even directly replace dark elements in many cases, which is a necessary condition for learning some rare and powerful skills. After sorting out the gains from the advancement, Shin walked out of the tavern. He found Wang Guodong's contact person and handed over some unused items to him. Then, riding the Firebird, he once again headed to the land of the undead. Regardless, the Black Tower in the land of the undead must be destroyed, as it is the key building for summoning undead creatures to the Blue Star. And if he wants to continue leveling up, he cannot do without the large number of monsters here, as there are no monsters above level 10 in the Dark Forest for him to level up with. Minions, time to work. Returning here, Shin released all his summoned beasts, and Wang Kai immediately pounced on him, licking him with a mouthful of saliva. Get away! Have you not brushed your teeth for days? Why are you licking me like this? Shin's good mood was instantly ruined as he pushed Wang Kai away, letting it go play with those undead creatures. Whimper Wang Kai ran away with a look of grievance, thinking that his master must be hungry, otherwise why would he let it play with those skeletal creatures? It must bring back some delicious bones for the master. Compared to Wang Kai, the other summoned beasts were more normal. The jungle giant ape was pounding its chest and roaring, the green mulberry butterfly and firebird were happily flying around, and the most intelligent fire elemental spirit was sitting on his shoulder giggling, finding the interaction between him and Wang Kai very amusing. After sending away the summoned beasts, he summoned Gabriel. Master! Gabriel! Greeted softly, feeling her own surge in strength. You should practice too, it's a good time to level up. Shin smiled and said, as with the increase in attributes, Gabriel also needed some time to adapt to the new attributes. Okay. Please take care. Gabriel nodded and joined the team to level up. Meanwhile, Shin took out a few skill books, all of which were first-tier summoner skill books that could enhance the summoned beasts to a certain extent. Deepen damage, increases the damage caused by a summoned beast by 100 points plus mental power *1, lasting for mental power *1 second. Protection, reduces the damage received by a summoned beast by 10 points plus mental power *0.5, lasting for mental power *1 second. Both are first-tier bronze level skills that affect the summoned beasts, with a base cooldown time of 10 minutes and a cost of 100 mana points. Reaching the first tier is considered a formal professional player, so they can master some basic professional skills. Summoners naturally strengthen their summoned beasts through various skills. Despite these two skills being bronze level, the enhancement effects are still significant. At least for Qin Shen's mental power, increasing several hundred points of damage and defense is not a problem, and this bonus is enough to make ordinary players feel desperate. In addition to these two status-type skills, he also took out the summoning book for the Undead Knight and the platinum-level skill upgrade scroll. Even if the Firebird advances to platinum level, it is nothing more than an additional output similar to the Fire Elemental Spirit. What I really lack at the moment is a frontline unit that can stand firm. Qin Shen, with a thud, splattering a large amount of green corrosive fluid. The toxic corrosive fluid that is full of toxicity to other summoned beasts has no effect on the two Death Knights at all. The long spear in their hands was swung without any pause, flipping over the two huge stitched monsters on the ground. Bang! Bang! Two fireballs fell from the sky, and the Firebird and Fire Elemental Spirit each harvested one of the two stitched monsters with a fireball. The speed was so fast that even before the stitched monsters behind could rush forward, they found that the path ahead had been cleared. Great! Qin Shen sat on Wang Kai's back, leisurely following behind the Death Knights, slowly walking towards the Black Tower. The almost overpowered defense of the two Death Knights made the monsters in the Black Tower helpless, as most of them couldn't break through the defense, and the small amount of damage inflicted was quickly recovered by the Qing butterfly. If it weren't for the lack of powerful offensive skills, just these three summoned beasts would be enough to slaughter the entire Black Tower. You who have forsaken the god of death, you should not live. The angry voice of the undead mage rang out, and a large number of undead creatures surged towards Qin Shen. Die! A deep voice sounded from under the helmets of the two Death Knights, and with their spears, they almost lifted the skeletons in front of them one by one. Although limited by their attack power, they successfully blocked the charge of these undead creatures. In the name of the holy light, purify the darkness. Gabriel in the rear was much easier this time, and skin connecting them to maintain the flight they needed. In fact, skeletal birds were considered a type of skeleton, but they were mostly in the form of beasts and their flying ability was centered around the soul fire in their skulls. When the soul fire extinguished, their lives would end. No rush, take a break after a while, and explore the depths of these undead creatures. Qin Shen looked at the swarm of birds surrounding the Black Tower in the distance and said. The closer he got to the large Black Tower, the denser the undead creatures he encountered, and the skeletal birds were the sentinels guarding the tower. He didn't want to encounter these things. He decided to treat himself as an ordinary player leveling up, boldly exploring the dangerous edges. Ah! Let's camp here tonight, even though it's a bit noisy. Finding a giant rock, Qin Shen stretched lazily and set up camp directly. Without the goblin ring of law, he had to take care of these trivial matters himself. He couldn't rely on the stupid forest giant ape, who didn't even care if the tent was torn down. The undead creatures near the large Black Tower refreshed quickly. If he wanted, by deliberately controlling the situation, he could even find a suitable location and turn this place into a perpetual motion machine for leveling up. In fact, that's what he was doing. After packing everything up, he took out a rocking chair and lay down, watching the summoned beasts fighting the undead creatures below. The rock was 2 to 3 meters high, and ordinary undead creatures couldn't climb up. If a 2-meter-high undead appeared, it would have been taken care of by Gabriel and the others long ago. The Fire Elemental Sprite has reached level 2. It's impossible to raise it to level 3. I should focus on leveling up the Death Knight first. Qin Shen thought as he looked at his skill proficiency. A level 1 Death Knight, combined with the Ring of Death God, could summon 3 at once and master the skill charge, which would be very useful for both attacking enemies and supporting defense. In the end, it still depends on the Firebird. I wonder if raising it to platinum level will bring any changes? Qin Shen thought, waving the awakening staff in his hand, and the scorching flames immediately rose up on the Firebird. Chirp! The cry of the Firebird echoed in the sky, and the rolling heat wave rushed towards him. The brilliance of the flames illuminated the nearby sky, even catching the attention of some skeletal birds in the distance. Impressive! Qin Shen looked excitedly at the Firebird's attributes, as the awakening staff had a skill that could temporarily raise a summoned beast's grade by 1 level. The golden Firebird was instantly raised to platinum level. Not only did FA's strength increase to over 4,000 points, but he also mastered the skill of Flame Body in advance. At this point, the entire Firebird had truly become like a composition of flames, and one could even see the sky on the other side through the rolling flames. Chirp! The fire rain poured down once again, covering an area the size of 2 football fields, instantly killing all undead creatures that touched it. The flame body increased the Firebird's fire spell damage by 100%, coupled with FA's current over 4,000 points of spell intensity. These ordinary undead creatures were no match for the onslaught of fire rain. Soon, a large area was cleared, with charred bodies littering the ground, emitting a foul stench. The damage is enough, but it can only last for 1 minute, which means only one wave of fire rain. Without the blessing of Flame Body, achieving an instant kill won't be so easy, and the 10-minute cooldown time is also an issue. Qin Shan thought to himself. Even a small black tower could give nearby undead creatures a bonus of over 1,000 health points, so the large black tower here would provide an even higher bonus. With the Firebird's over 2,000 points of spell intensity, it was basically impossible to achieve an instant kill. Wanting to mass kill undead creatures on a large scale was still unrealistic. Master, how about I take over? Let the Firebird cooperate with Little Flame and directly take down the boss? Gabriel suggested, standing by his side, but Qin Shan shook his head. We still don't know the situation inside the Black Tower. From the outside, there are at least 3 layers. Who knows how many monsters are inside? Where is the real boss? Let's just clean up the periphery first. At least if we encounter danger, we still have some retreat. But the undead creatures here respawn quickly. It's probably impossible for us to clear them all. It's okay, consider it a leveling exercise. We still have time. If it really doesn't work out, we can always ask those NPCs for help. After all, this is a matter concerning Morning Light Village. We can't be the only ones making an effort. Qin Shan said. He had already opened the passage from the mine to the outside, so he believed that those NPCs could come and go freely. They might not be able to directly destroy these black towers, but helping him clear some of the undead creatures on the periphery should not be a problem. At this point, the new player's secret realm had only been open for less than 2 weeks. He could stay here for about half a month and upgrade his skills. If he was lucky and his skill proficiency increased quickly enough, reaching level 4 and mastering the real wide-range fire advanced spell Flamestorm, the whole situation would be completely reversed. In that case, I'll continue to lead them to grind monsters. Gabriel nodded. Go ahead, just remember not to overexert yourself. We're not in a hurry. Qin Shan reassured. The following time went as Qin Shan had said. He really focused on gaining experience here, not moving for 2 full days until he got bored on the 3rd day and took his summon creatures to clear a few small black towers. After all, these black towers had to be destroyed, it was only a matter of time. In 3 days, his level had only increased to 12. The experience required for each level up was increasing, so his leveling speed was already quite terrifying. Most people, after reaching Tier 1, would take weeks or months to level up. Therefore, Qin Shan was not in a rush. He continued to grind here until a week had passed, and with the Summon Death Knight reaching level 3, he finally decided to take on the large black tower in front of him. With a level 3 Summon Death Knight, coupled with the Ring of Death, he could summon 7 Death Knights in one go, forming a small cavalry unit. It's worth noting that in ancient Western countries, an elite cavalry unit consisted of only about 5 people, enough to deal with a group of dozens of bandits. In addition, the other summoned beasts have all reached level 3 or above, with the bronze level forest giant ape reaching level 4. Unfortunately, its quality is too low, even at level 4 it is just cannon fodder and not very useful. I should find a skill scroll to upgrade it to silver level someday. Qin Shan muttered, looking at the vast array of summoned creatures in front of him, finally resembling a summoning army. Let's go! Let's see how many undead creatures are in this large black tower. Waving the awakening staff in his hand, he summoned another fire elemental spirit, with the Death Knight squad leading the way towards the direction of the large black tower. Kill! The cold and murderous voice of the Death Knight echoed in the air, as undead creatures along the way were knocked flying and crushed by the spear. 2 fire elemental spirits were too lazy to fly, each sitting on the head of a Death Knight's horse, waving their hands to unleash exploding fireballs like missiles in the midst of the monsters. With the fire elemental spirit at level 3 and an increase in aptitude, the spell intensity had reached nearly 6,000 points, coupled with its innate flame body, each fireball could deal over 10,000 points of damage. Even the splash damage around, even if only 30%, was over 3,000 points, far beyond what these ordinary undead creatures could withstand. The Forest Wolf King howled in the rear, providing a status boost to everyone, while Qin continuously enhanced the damage and defense of the two status skills. With the soul harvesting feature of the Ring of Death, these two skills could be said to have almost no cooldown time, quickly enhancing all summoned creatures. The attacks and defenses of everyone were once again boosted, and the whole team shot towards the Black Tower like a released arrow. Gah! 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 As Qin and his team approached, the skeletal birds surrounding the Black Tower finally noticed the anomaly. A deep, hoarse cry echoed in the sky as a swarm of them rushed towards Qin and his team. Chirp, the firebird chirped in the sky. It was the first to come into contact with the skeletal birds, and a scorching rain of fire descended from the sky, not enough for an instant kill, but enough to halt the dive of the group of skeletal birds. Hiss, these skeletal birds have psychic attacks. Qin rubbed his throbbing head, watching his rapidly decreasing health with a sense of dread. If it weren't for the firebird's intervention, he and many summoned creatures would likely have been killed under that cry. Kill! Gabrielle shouted, and a dazzling holy light descended from the sky. In a critical moment, she directly used the strongest angel's sword, and the skeletal birds that filled the sky disappeared under the purifying light. A brief moment of clear and bright sky appeared, but as the holy light dissipated, the deep darkness of the universe returned. Charge in! Qin ordered. Although the skeletal birds had been temporarily dispersed, they would soon gather again. He couldn't give them that chance, otherwise, he wouldn't know how he would die in the end. The combined cry attacks of these skeletal birds were too terrifying. Although the individual damage was not high, it could stack indefinitely and had a certain control effect. We must not let them regroup. Qin shouted loudly. Gabrielle and the firebird flew back and forth in the air, continuously attacking the skeletal bird formations trying to regroup. The two fire elemental spirits that were originally sitting on the heads of the Death Knight's horses also took flight, their targets no longer ground units but turning towards the sky, prioritizing dealing with the skeletal birds preparing to regroup. The pressure on the Death Knights increased significantly without the support of firepower, but the momentum of the squad's charge was already established, and these ordinary skeletons could not stop the advance of the 7 Death Knights. Roar! As Qin and others continued to approach the large Black Tower, other undead creatures near the Black Tower also began to move. The first to charge were the huge stitched monsters, which were responsible for guarding the gates in the small Black Tower but were just wandering like ordinary monsters here, not even qualified to enter the Black Tower. Kill! 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 The Death Knight squad roared lowly and soon clashed with these stitched monsters, toxic green pus splattering everywhere, tearing them into pieces almost instantly. However, the huge size of the stitched monsters was a trouble, as they were considered war weapons among undead creatures. The charge formation of the Death Knight squad was shaken, gradually coming to a halt. Without the powerful impact of the charge, the Death Knight's own attack power was not strong, and the entire team seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, constantly fighting off the surrounding undead creatures. Wu Wankai kept attacking, crushing one undead creature after another, but its range of movement was getting smaller. If it weren't for Qin's assistance nearby, they might have been killed by the chaotic blades. The Death Knight squad ahead was not faring much better, enduring damage far exceeding that of archers and spellcasters. If it weren't for the skill blood sacrifice learned after reaching level 3, their high health and defense might not have held up. Blood sacrifice was a passive skill that allowed the Death Knight's attacks to have a certain lifesteal effect and increase their own life recovery rate, complementing their high defense to sustain the battle. This won't work, the undead creatures near the large Black Tower respawn very quickly. Staying here will only lead to being dragged to death. Qin felt a sense of urgency and looked up at the sky, choosing to call the firebird. We can't go on the ground, let's go through the air. Qin shouted to Gabriel and the others, as Wang Kai leaped up and was caught by the diving firebird. Then, waving his staff, he dispersed the summoned creatures on the ground, sat on the firebird's back, and flew directly towards the Black Tower. The difference between the large black tower and the small black tower was too significant, with its vast coverage area and fast respawn rate, making it impossible to clear it like the small tower. Direct aerial insertion was the only choice. As for the naturally occurring skeletal birds, fire elemental spirits, and Gabriel, they would certainly not allow them to gather, as a small number of skeletal birds posed no threat to them. Chirp the firebird swooped through the air, quickly approaching the black tower. Enter from the top floor, we'll fight our way down. Qin Chen ordered. The black tower had 3 floors in total, and due to its large size, upon approaching it, the scenes on each floor could be roughly seen. Besides the large number of undead creatures moving on the bottom floor, the upper 2 floors were relatively empty, with only a few undead mages present. On the top 3rd floor, in addition to the occasional moving undead mages, there was also a huge skeletal figure, which sent a chill down one's spine just by looking at it. Who dares to disturb the great skeletal dragon, Stevens' slumber? Before Qin Chen could examine closely, a heavy and majestic voice resounded in his ears. Skeletal dragon? Qin Chen was surprised. Attack power had reached 2,600 points. With the blessing of the angel's body, facing the skeletal dragon, the damage was directly quadrupled. One sword strike could cause thousands of points of damage. If it weren't for Stevens' dragon's body having a 50% damage reduction effect, Gabriel alone could have taken him down. Little angel. You've angered me. Struck twice in a row, Stevens roared in anger, spraying a cold breath towards Gabriel. Bang! 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 Gabriel's figure constantly shuttled through the black tower, dodging Stevens' frost breath, leaving a trail of frozen ice behind. It wasn't until the frost breath ended that she once again launched a new round of attacks against Stevens. Roar! Stevens was furious, his vast dragon might spreading throughout the entire black tower, but it had little effect on Qin Chen and Gabriel, just causing some palpitations. Come out! Death Knights, go clear out these small fry. Qin Chen, who had landed on the platform, immediately summoned the Death Knights once again. The 7 Death Knights pulled on the reins and charged once more, but this time their target was the undead mages surrounding the edge of the entire 3rd level of the Black Tower. These undead mages generally had bronze level or higher strength, mainly responsible for assisting Stevens in constructing the large Black Tower and carving magic arrays. Actually, to put it bluntly, Stevens is just a foreman, and they are the unfortunate laborers. As war approaches, these unfortunate laborers have to put on armor and rush to the battlefield, sacrificing their lives for the power of the god of death. So touching. Truly selfless, not caring about life and death. Let the Death Knights come to release you. Fight for a wealthy rebirth in the next life. Qin Chen said with a look of compassion, watching the group of undead mages being shattered into bone fragments under the onslaught of the Death Knights. Of course, even so, he didn't forget to explode some equipment for him. Truly a great person, a great skeleton. You damn holy light lackey, dare to face me head on? I'll crush you with one claw. Stevens roared. Gabriel, being smaller in size, was more agile in such a confined space than Stevens. Several attacks in a row were dodged by the opponent, making the ancient skeletal dragon, who had lived for countless years, increasingly angry. Foolish apostle of darkness, the holy light will eventually purify you. Gabriel said as well, once again cutting off one of the opponent's dragon bones with the sword of holy flame in his hand. Roar! Stevens stood in the center of the hall, flapping his wings continuously, and a terrifying cold wind swept through the entire 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Riding on Wang Kai and charging behind the group of Death Knights, Qin Chen couldn't help but shiver. Looking up, he found that a thin layer of ice crystals had covered everything around him. Isn't it too cold? Unable to bear it, Qin Chen hugged himself and pressed against Wang Kai, whose thick fur felt particularly warm. But the cold did not end there. In just a few seconds, the ice crystals in the hall had turned into a layer of frost and were still being reinforced. Firebird. Little flame. Ignoring the skeletal birds outside, Qin Chen immediately shouted to the firebird in fire elemental spirit outside, feeling the decreasing health of himself and many summoned creatures. Chirp hearing his call, the firebird outside immediately flew back, temporarily dispelling the cold with its warm flames. However, it quickly became apparent that even the fire elemental spirit in Firebird could not withstand this kind of cold. This is damn ridiculous. Qin Shen cursed, looking at Steven's health and quickly activating his platinum shield. This shield could withstand over 11,000 points of damage, so surviving in this cold wind was definitely not a problem given the current rate of health loss. Their health and resistance were not low, and although the freezing winds seemed overwhelming, turning the entire third floor into a world of ice and snow, trying to take them down was still not enough. Enduring it would only result in some health loss. But Stevens, who could only maintain the skill for more than 10 seconds, was not doing well. Under Gabriel's continuous attacks, his health plummeted rapidly. Originally intending to clear the field with a full-screen AoE move, he ended up losing a third of his health after using it, leaving Stevens looking confused. Of course, Gabriel was also in a tough spot. The protection of the holy light prevented her from being frozen like the Death Knights, but her health loss was still high, with tens of thousands of points of health dropping, directly putting her health at a critical level. Xingsang Butterfly, go heal! Seeing the skill effect end, Qin Shen shouted outside the Black Tower. Realizing that the Firebird was only providing temporary relief, he immediately called out the flying summon creatures to avoid being trapped on the third floor of the Black Tower. Now, under Steven's freezing wind, the undead mages no longer needed to be concerned, so there was no need to rush to save him and the Death Knights. Supporting Gabriel was the top priority. As for him and Wan Kai, the dog's limbs were frozen, covered in frost, and shivering in place, trying to pull out its paws. Don't lick randomly. Is your tongue frozen? Qin Shen lowered his head and immediately slapped towards the dog's head. This stupid guy licked an ice cube with his tongue and ended up freezing his own tongue on it. If he pulled it out, did he not want his tongue anymore? He immediately called a fire elemental spirit to thaw them. As he looked towards the center of the three layers, before Qing Sang-Dai arrived, Gabriel had already stopped attacking, dodging, and evading while using holy light spells to restore his own health as Steven regained movement. Unfortunately, she was not a specialized healing angel, and the amount of recovery from her skills was limited. After consuming a large amount of mana, she barely stabilized her health. After a few seconds, Qing Sang-Dai finally arrived, and a large amount of life energy flowed towards Gabriel, visibly restoring his health. Damn ants! Steven roared, turning to try to swat Qing Sang-Dai, but found it always kept the farthest distance and would flee if things went wrong. This was Qin Shen's instruction: healers were too easy to attract hatred, and a careless move might result in Qing Sang-Dai being finished off with just one blow. Only by staying alive could healing be provided, otherwise, it would be a flash in the pan, and they might wither before having a chance to save anyone. Evil dragon, surrender your head! Gabriel shouted, once again breaking a rib with his gallbladder. Qin Shen watched from afar as most of the ribs on the huge skeletal body of the opponent were broken, leaving only a thick spine supporting it. Gabriel kept trying to see if he could break this rib. If he could, even if Steven did not die, he would lose the ability to move completely. This was the biggest advantage and also the biggest weakness of skeletal creatures: their bodies were just tools, and once they lost their bodies, their combat power would greatly decrease. Ding! Ding! Like the sound of hitting metal, Gabriel's gallbladder kept striking the spine bone but struggled to cut it. Roar! Little angel, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Great Steven, even if it's temporary submission to death, you can't cut off this dragon bone. Steven roared, swinging his dragon tail, narrowly missing Gabriel. The loss of over 5,000 health points, just the excruciating pain of his internal organs shifting was enough to make him want to die. Fortunately, his past life in the slums had made him accustomed to hardships, and after a brief feint, he quickly stood up, scanning the surroundings. The entire third floor of the platform was now silent. Except for the recently arrived skeletal bird and Gabriel, the two fire elemental spirits were also in a severely injured state, and 7 Death Knights had fallen, with the remaining ones in critical condition. The green mulberry butterfly flew back, followed by a large number of skeletal birds, dodging their pursuit while trying to restore everyone's health. The skeletal dragon was dead, and the only remaining threat was these skeletal birds flying in the sky. Their respawn rate was too fast, making it impossible to clear them all. Moreover, the 3 levels of the large black tower were open platforms, allowing them to fly in directly from the sky. Gabriel didn't even have much time to rest. He turned around with his sword and went back to fight, not even looking at the bodies on the ground. Meanwhile, Qinshen quickly rescued the nearby fire elemental spirits, instructing them to help Wang Kai and the Death Knights as soon as possible, then went to support Gabriel. Phew, we can't stay here for long. As the situation gradually stabilized, Qinshen breathed out and said, running towards the skeletal dragon's corpse, raising his hand to use a gathering technique. The massive dragon skeleton was instantly decomposed into materials and collected into the platinum ring, along with a pile of loot. Gabriel, look at the magic circle on the ground, can you destroy it? He shouted towards Gabriel in the sky. As many summoned beasts were rescued, she finally got a moment to catch her breath and study the magic array beneath her. This looks like a sacrificial magic array, quite complex. With my current abilities, I can't decide. Just as Qinshen finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and a familiar system alert sound rang in his ears. Announcement: the God of Death has officially begun to invade the Dawnlight Village. In 24 hours, a large number of undead creatures will respawn in the Dark Forest. Please protect the villagers in Dawnlight Village. If the village is destroyed, the beginner's secret realm will be closed, and all players in the secret realm will be wiped out. Announcement: the God of Death has officially begun to invade the Dawnlight Village. The repeated system announcements ignited fear among all players in Dawnlight Village. What the heck? What's going on? The invasion of the God of Death? A major expansion? Damn, beginner village benefits? Are there any rewards or achievements? Reward my foot, didn't you see the announcement? If we don't defend, we're dead. Hurry to the secret realm entrance to see if we can still get out. Oh my god, I don't want to die yet. Let me out. Just as he returned to the village, Qinshen's ears were filled with the players' discussions, and even his communicator started ringing, with Wang Guodong looking for him to inquire about the situation. But Qinshen didn't have time to deal with him at the moment, so he went straight to the academy to find Master Li. Don't rush. Sit down first and tell me what happened. Master Li had already prepared a cup of tea on the table, motioning for Qinshen to sit down and explain. There are 32 black towers outside and 3 large black towers. Destroying the black towers has never been a problem before, but today I killed the ruler of one of the large black towers. Qinshen finished speaking and took a sip of tea. I found that the 3 large black towers are connected. When one tower is destroyed, the other 2 towers react and gather all undead creatures to try to trap me there. After destroying 3 layers of the magic array, I directly rode the Firebird back to Dawnlight Village, and what followed was the announcement you heard earlier. Listening to Qinshen's description, Master Li nodded silently. That's normal. How could they not react when you've destroyed their home? But to directly bring undead creatures into the Dark Forest, it's like a desperate move. Master Li looked out the window at the sky and chuckled. You mean? They found out? And started taking action? No need to be so cautious. Although they can see everything here now, they can't do anything? They can only wait until after the undead disaster, and if they win, they can take the entire Dawnlight Village in one go. As long as we are within the range of Dawnlight Village, even if they are angry, they can't do anything. Even the gods must abide by the rules. Alright. What should we do next? If they are really first-tier undead creatures, players won't be able to stop them. Qinshen sighed in relief and then asked. Despite how easy it was for him to level up outside the village, if he were to release this group of undead creatures into the beginner's secret realm, they would easily slaughter the players. After all, the players remaining in the beginner's secret realm were ordinary players below level 10, struggling even to fight monsters of the same level, let alone higher tier ones. Moreover, the undead creatures outside the village were endless, outnumbering the players by countless times. It was a fantasy to rely on them to block the creatures. Have you seen any creatures above the first tier in Dawnlight Village or the Dark Forest? Master Li asked Qinshen. What do you mean? Except for a few NPCs like us and players holding secret realm badges like you, creatures above the first tier are not allowed in Dawnlight Village and the Dark Forest. Of course, for us, level 10 is the limit for tier 0, so the strongest undead creatures you encounter should only be at tier 0. But their strength is ultimately suppressed by one level, so the quality will automatically increase by one level. Of course, platinum level is the limit. So, this will be a group of bronze level undead creatures? That's right. Lifuzi nodded. However, there may be some unexpected situations, just like the secret realm badges in your hands. They also have some means to retain their strength, but reaching the peak of the first level is the limit. And we NPCs are also restricted in strength. Once unleashed, we will quickly suffer the backlash of the rules. So, the front line of the battle can only be left to you players. We will only intervene when facing the projection of the gods at the end. For them, this is also a good opportunity for training, isn't it? Qin Shen shrugged with a smile. Dealing with a few bosses above the first level is no problem at all, as long as the projection of the gods does not appear, he can handle it. As for when the projection of the god of death really descends, there are these NPCs to stand in the way, so he still has a chance. It's good that you can think like this. How can one grow without experiencing storms? The arrival of the will of the gods means that your world has been targeted. Only by becoming stronger quickly can you protect your world. Lifuzi looked at the sky outside, reminiscing. After leaving Lifuzi, Qin Shen thought for a moment and contacted Wang Guodong, asking him to meet at the tavern, preferably with a few other influential figures. He needed the ability to coordinate all the players in the new player's secret realm. While waiting for the others to arrive, he took the opportunity to organize his gains. After all, Stevens is a first-level golden level boss, and with the lucky talent activated, the drop rate is very good. At least one platinum level item is guaranteed. Dragon Soul Spear? Qin Shen took out a golden long spear that shimmered with a faint platinum light. Dragon Soul Spear, platinum level, requirements, first level professional, strength 200, attack plus 350, spell power plus 100, constitution plus 100, strength plus 100, special effect, armor break ignores 30% of the enemy's physical defense when attacking, effect reduced to 3% for enemies above the second level, special effect, Dragon Devour deals additional damage equal to 1% of the enemy's maximum health when attacking, effect reduced to 0.1% for enemies above the second level, skill, Dragon Soul summons a Dragon Soul to assist in battle, dealing an additional 10,000 points of damage with each attack, lasting 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Durability 300, not bad, Gabriel's first level weapon. Qin Shen nodded as he looked at the attributes of the Dragon Soul Spear. After reaching the first level, Gabriel's equipment was clearly not sufficient, but her own attributes were strong enough to support her dominance. Qin Shen had been thinking about upgrading Gabriel's equipment, but the attributes of the Tiger King set were too strong, and he had not found a suitable replacement. Now, with the Dragon Soul Spear, he could at least change her weapon. He did not take it out of the platinum ring, as the strength requirement of this spear was too much for him to handle, and it would be embarrassing if he dropped it on his foot. His gaze continued to scan over the other items, and besides the platinum-level Dragon Soul Spear, the remaining few golden-level items were among the most valuable. A Dragon's Saliva Grass, a top-grade alchemy material that can significantly boost a player's attributes. A golden-level Team Formation Scroll, which could replace the Team Formation Scrolls of him and the others. The golden-level Team Formation Scroll provides a maximum of 50% experience bonus, far superior to the silver-level ones, towards Qin Shen. I don't have a specific plan, just doing my part to help everyone survive. Qin Shen smiled bitterly. Only he knew how brutal the upcoming war would be. This? Wang Guodong was taken aback, his expression gradually becoming serious. Is this matter very dangerous? Qin Shen did not speak, just nodded quietly, and by this time, the people behind had already started to come in one after another. One of the girls widened her eyes in surprise upon seeing Qin Shen and exclaimed, "It's you!" Qin Shen, who was talking to Wang Guodong, raised his head in confusion and upon seeing the other person's face, felt a sense of familiarity. "It's me!" In the mine, the girl said excitedly, then looked at the handsome young man next to her and said, "Brother! It's him, he saved me in the mine." Upon hearing this, Qin Shen suddenly realized and thought to himself how familiar she looked. The girl's appearance was indeed changeable. The dim light in the mine, coupled with her disheveled hair, made it difficult for him to connect the current youthful and energetic girl in front of him with the girl he had saved in the death mine. This girl was none other than the girl Qin Shen had saved in the death mine. At that time he had also hoped to establish a good relationship, perhaps to get in touch with the power behind her, and unexpectedly, they had actually met. Brother! I am deeply grateful for saving my life. In the future, if there is anything I, Zheng Xija, can help with, just ask. Upon hearing the girl's words, the young man immediately looked at Qin Shen and said solemnly, "What is this?" Wang Guodong looked puzzled in the middle, while the others also had confused expressions, but Qin Shen had already smiled and reached out to help the other person up. No need to be polite. It was just a small effort. In this ever-changing world, survival is the key. As for those sinister characters, it's better not to mention them. Well said. In today's world, survival is already difficult, so it is rare to find someone like a brother who is willing to lend a helping hand. I will never forget it. Ha ha. You called us here just to witness your act of kindness? Let's get to the point. I'm quite busy. On the other side of the round table, a slightly bald and chubby man chuckled, having seen enough of backstabbing. Did he really think people were here to express gratitude? You. Zheng Xija's sister was furious. They had just met, and she was expressing her gratitude to her benefactor. What was the problem with that? But before she could speak, Wang Guodong next to her had already spoken up. Lao Sun, what's the rush? We haven't even started yet, right? After speaking, he looked at the others and gestured for everyone to sit down. Please, have a seat. Today, Qin asked me to gather everyone here for the upcoming invasion of the God of Death. Let's first hear what he has to say. Wang Guodong explained. Upon hearing this, many people showed a curious expression, not knowing what kind of information this young man had that could make Wang Guodong gather them all here. To be honest, although Qin Shen's name was well known worldwide, very few people actually knew him, at least among the people present. Only Wang Guodong had more contact with him. They were sizing each other up, and Qin Shen was doing the same. It had to be said that as a representative figure of the military, Wang Guodong had gathered mostly prominent figures from Xinjiang County, at least on the surface. The girl and her brother Zheng Xija were well-known second-generation wealthy individuals in Xinjiang County, heirs of the largest private enterprise, the Lianian Group. Their industries included supermarkets, shopping centers, real estate, making them one of the largest tax-paying groups in Xinjiang County, and even in the entire Gaoning city. As for Lao Sun, as referred to by Wang Guodong, he was the director of the Xinjiang County Police Bureau, currently the person with the most armed forces besides him. After the county mayor's death, he became the true ruler of Xinjiang County. The other people present also held high positions, such as group directors, university presidents, and heads of institutions. Qin Shen looked at these people, many of whom were figures he had looked up to in his previous life. Now, just because of a few words from him, they had been gathered here by Wang Guodong, showing the change in status brought about by strength. The system announcement has been seen by everyone. I called everyone here today to tell you some news. The level of undead creatures starts at least at the bronze level and will last for 3 days, so if you want to survive, everyone will have to fight hard. Qin Shen's words brought great shock to the crowd. Many people were still fantasizing about how to gain the most benefit in the disaster, but Qin Shen told them straight away, you are going to die. They had to admit that if it was really a bronze-level undead creature, they indeed did not have the certainty to hold on to the Morning Light Village, even though they had the strength to defeat the Silver Moon Tiger. But this was limited to one-on-one fights, struggling against 2 or 3 at the same time would be pushing it. With the undead invasion, it was clear that it would be a large-scale war, and they might be facing enemies 10 times or 100 times their own number. Not to mention bronze level, even ordinary monsters, they might not survive. The meeting did not last too long. After all, the God of Death would start invading in 24 hours. Qin Shen began his deployment directly after explaining the stakes. I called everyone here today not to ask for your opinions, but to inform you. Make sure to organize and coordinate all players, strive to defend the Morning Light Village in the next battle, otherwise the price paid will be everyone's lives. You are not ordinary people, since you are here today, there is no room for regret, otherwise I don't mind finding someone else to take over your forces. My demand is to defend the Morning Light Village, to keep everyone alive. As for how many people die in the process, I don't care. Until everyone left, Qin Shen's words continued to echo in everyone's minds. The leaders of various factions left the tavern with a heavy heart. Qin Shen didn't care if they would follow his instructions after returning. But as he said, he could always find another leader. His strength gave him enough confidence to say that. Qin Shen, is the situation really that serious? As people left one by one, Wang Guodong, who stayed behind, asked with a worried expression. It's even more serious than you can imagine. Qin Shen nodded. He had been to the entrance of the secret realm, which had been completely sealed off. Even the advancement of professions after reaching level 9 with full experience was impossible. The entire Morning Light Village was completely sealed off, either defend the village or be destroyed along with it. Wang Guodong sighed and patted Qin Shen's shoulder. As long as we can all survive, I will support whatever you decide to do. Among the players, there are still many dark forces. You definitely can't gather them all, but in the current situation, you may have to put in more effort. After all, they are a force to be reckoned with. Qin Shen thought for a moment and said. Wang Guodong was from the military, so the forces he could gather were naturally positive. But in this world, there was not only light, especially in this Doomsday scenario, dark forces would only grow stronger. Qin Shen had to prepare early. Don't worry, I will definitely handle these people for you. Wang Guodong nodded solemnly and left. In the private room, only Zhang Xizha and his sister were left. Seeing that everyone had left, they sat down next to Qin Shen. I want to express my gratitude for saving my sister. Thank you. Zhang Xizha said, raising his glass and drinking. No need to be polite. The world has changed, and people's hearts are treacherous. It's better for her to be more careful in the future. Qin Shen smiled. I will be more careful in the future. My name is Wang Xiyu. Thank you. The girl drank the wine, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes showing a hint of infatuation. Qin Shen smiled and ignored her, turning his gaze back to Zhang Xizha. How many people are in your Liaoning group now? Do you need any equipment? Who doesn't need equipment? Do you have any? Zhang Xizha smiled bitterly. The drop rate of this game is not high. Even with a luck of 10 points, it is rare to see drops from killing small monsters, and the drops are mainly materials. It's manageable for solo players, but if you have to support a group, there will be a shortage of equipment. Yes, and there are quite a few. If you are interested, we can cooperate long term. Of course, I am interested. I was just thinking about how to get equipment for the company's employees. You have solved my urgent need. But the equipment I have now may not be suitable for your people. Let me sell you some other things first, which I originally planned to sell to Captain Wang. Qin Shen said, taking out some materials, skill books, and profession scrolls, many of which can be used at level 0 and are of considerable value. With the relationship of being a lifesaver, Zhang Xizha did not haggle, basically accepting whatever Qin Shen said. Of course, the price he offered was also very fair. Thank you very much. Although we don't have equipment, with these items, everyone's strength will definitely improve, and we will have a better chance of defending Morning Light Village. After the transaction, Zhang Xizha said excitedly. There were many profession scrolls and team scrolls, which would undoubtedly help recruit more players outside and improve the strength of players in team mode in the secret realm. Moreover, this trade cooperation is long-term, meaning he will have a stable source of equipment. In terms of high-quality equipment and various rare items, he believes that Qin Shen's drops are definitely better than theirs. This is what I hope for, and I hope our future cooperation will be pleasant. Qin Shen said with a faint smile. He didn't expect that the girl he saved would turn out to be Zhang Xizha's sister. In his previous life, he was quite a prominent figure in Xinjiang County, but unfortunately, he died too early, and he had never heard of him having a sister. It seems she died in the mine in the novice secret realm. However, Zhang Xizha's character was still good, at least he was a conscientious entrepreneur. Unfortunately, in a world where human nature is gradually distorted, conscience is mostly used to feed dogs. Many big shots acted quickly. When Qin Shen came out of the tavern, he saw that Morning Light Village was spreading news about the invasion of the God of Death. All major forces began recruiting people and consolidating the strength of all solo players. In addition, in the Dark Forest, Wang Guodong was chasing various major criminal forces. Those willing to surrender were recruited as laborers, and those unwilling to surrender were killed directly. As a soldier, he was very clear that in the face of a great enemy, he would not allow the existence of those who lag behind or shake the morale of the army, otherwise everyone would only face destruction. It seems like there's suddenly nothing to do? After wandering around for a while, Qin Shen was surprised to find himself with some free time. Thinking about this, he found Zhang Xizhe and asked him to prepare a batch of herbs for him. He planned to practice his newly learned alchemy during this time. Let's not consider the Ghost Soul Elixir and the Dragon Giant Elixir for now. Let's start with the basic Life Elixir and Mana Elixir. Qin Shen looked at his alchemy skill and said. The golden level alchemy gave him a total of 8 formulas, 2 for each level from white to gold. Among them, the Ghost Soul Elixir and the Dragon Giant Elixir were both gold level formulas, with the former allowing the user to enter a ghostly state, increasing movement speed, wall penetration, and immunity to physical attacks. The latter could allow players to master a skill that transformed them into a giant dragon, increasing all attributes by 20% for a short period of time. Shooting, not a single undead creature fell. Wang Guodong was not worried about this. The skeletons moved slowly, and they could still get a few more rounds of shots in before they got close. They should be able to take down a few, right? However, the actual result was shocking. After 3 rounds of chaotic shooting, only a few scattered skeletons fell, and most of them were taken down by a few players with better equipment. Damn! They are too strong. Wang Guodong cursed. Several minutes later, after more than a dozen rounds of simultaneous shooting, hundreds of skeletons finally fell. However, the fallen skeletons were just a drop in the bucket, and most of them were due to the traps on the ground. The slow-moving skeletons easily fell into the large pits. If there were some killing moves in the pits, they might be able to kill some skeletons. But if it was just a big pit, they were just undead creatures buried deep underground, and climbing out would just take some time. The black magic rabbit plane was unable to stop the approach of these undead creatures. Wang Guodong finally saw the attributes of these skeletons, with over 1,000 points of health, enough to make most players feel despair. Mage Squad, get ready! Attack! Without much time for stay in your world, the real answers have to be found by you. That's right. Qin Shen nodded, so I have to first lead my swarm to protect you fruit trees, so you won't be cut down by the farmers. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he stood up, brushed off the dirt on his robe, and looked towards the black demon rabbit plane. The warriors at the forefront were already fighting fiercely with the skeleton army. A large number of melee professions rushed up, fighting the endless horde of skeleton monsters with the help of the makeshift walls and fences prepared in advance. In the rear of the skeleton army, a 3-meter-tall skeleton commander emerged from the dark forest, emitting a silver-level aura that made many powerful players stand up. Elite team, get ready, don't let that skeleton approach. Mage team, prepare to provide fire support. Wang Guodong shouted loudly from the command post. The so-called elite team is composed of a group of powerful players, aiming to deal with these boss-level monsters. As Wang Guodong's voice fell, a large number of spells changed direction, clearing a small area on the path of the skeleton commander. Soon, a well-equipped team of 10 rushed into the midst of the monster horde. Before the horde could gather, they were already fighting the skeleton commander. Let's see the strength of these players. Qin Shen, who was walking towards the village, stopped in his tracks, curiously observing the black demon rabbit plane, wanting to see if this elite team could defeat this silver-level boss. Attack! The warriors in the team roared and charged forward, using their taunting skills. He is the main tank in the team, always at the forefront of the team, and without any surprises, he will definitely fall in front of everyone. The archers and mages in the back almost simultaneously launched their attacks, hitting the skeleton commander and taking away a large amount of health points. Good health and defense, substantial DPS damage, no problem dealing with a 0-tier silver level boss. Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction, judging the strength of these players in just a moment. In fact, it is true. Apart from the 2 tanks and 2 healers, the remaining 6 DPS can each cause hundreds of points of damage, totaling up to thousands of points of damage per second. As long as the 2 warriors in the front can withstand the damage and the healers in the back can stabilize the health, victory does not need to take too long. Roar! A large amount of green ghostly fire surrounded the bone knife of the skeleton commander, and he fiercely slashed towards the warrior in front of him. Bang! The ghostly fire splattered, not only taking away 2/3 of the warrior's health, but also shattering his shield. Moreover, the soul in the ghostly fire entwined around him, bringing him immense pain while continuously consuming his remaining health. The healers in the back were somewhat panicked, wanting to quickly restore his health, but the weak healing amount seemed like a drop in the bucket, and the skeleton commander had already raised his butcher knife again. Die! Another warrior beside him roared, swinging his golden long sword to block the skeleton commander's fatal blow, while also taking over the aggro. He was Zhang Xizha, whom Qin Shen had only met during the day, and how could a young man be willing to cower in the back like Wang Guodong? He had always been a warrior at the forefront. And the sword he held was the one Qin Shen had lent him. After consulting Gabriel's opinion, this long sword was replaced with a stronger dragon soul spear. After some thought, he chose to sell it to him in order to better deal with the upcoming undead invasion. A golden grade weapon is definitely top-notch at this stage, and the characteristics of the sword allowed him to easily block the skeleton commander's attacks. Truly the leader of a faction, to be able to put together half a set of silver-level equipment under such scarce resources. Qin Shen, seeing his damage and defense, had already roughly guessed the equipment on the opponent. Most of the high-level bosses in the Dark Forest had already been defeated by him, and it was not easy for the remaining bronze-level bosses to drop silver-level equipment. But he still managed to put together most of a set, which is the benefit of establishing a faction. The higher-ups in the faction will definitely be able to lead most people and become the beneficiaries. Ordinary people in the faction can also receive the protection of the entire faction, gaining more opportunities to survive in this doomsday, and even living better than ordinary people, just like the so-called elite in peacetime. Bang! As expected, a few minutes later, Zhang Xizha slew the skeleton commander, and the elite team of 10 quickly retreated. Ordinary undead creatures were not worth their effort, and those ordinary players needed this opportunity to quickly level up and strengthen themselves. The invasion of the undead calamity is inevitable. Now we have just moved the battlefield from the Blue Star to the Secret Realm, but no matter how you say it, it is a good opportunity for leveling up. I hope everyone will have gains in 3 days. Qin Shen said softly. The silver-level skeleton commander is just a very ordinary small boss, placed in the land of the undead, probably only at the first-tier bronze level in strength. Therefore, such bosses are not uncommon in the undead calamity. Not long after Zhang Xizha and the others retreated, another skeleton commander emerged from the Dark Forest. Another team took action this time, although they didn't have golden-level weapons, their strength was equally strong. They managed to kill the target without any serious injuries and also obtained a piece of silver-level equipment. This is how large-scale team wars go. Fighting to improve is the best way. With the improvement in the strength of many players and the updates in equipment, the upcoming battles won't be as difficult as imagined, and the chances of each player surviving will be higher. Of course, the premise is that you can safely pass through the initial period, which has the highest death rate. In just 1 hour, more than a dozen skeleton leaders were killed, and various elite teams also obtained a lot of silver-level equipment, enhancing their overall strength. At this moment, Qin Shen stood up, staring intently into the Dark Forest. Finally, it's here. A larger skeleton emerged from the Dark Forest, towering at 5 meters high, with a bone knife gleaming with a cold metallic light in its hand. The blue soul fire seemed to overflow from its skull, even spreading to its throat. Roar! A hoarse growl echoed, causing all players on the front lines to feel a palpitation. A level 0 golden level boss, perfect to test the current strength of the jungle giant ape. Qin Shen thought to himself as he waved his staff, summoning a huge jungle giant ape. Roar! Beating its robust chest, the jungle giant ape roared and leaped into the battlefield. Damn! What is this? Jungle giant ape? Isn't it too big? Isn't it the boss of Monkey Mountain? Who tamed this as a pet? Impressive. This must be at least bronze level, so cool. The commotion caused by the jungle giant ape attracted the attention of many players. Its huge and robust body gave a sense of security that was hard to ignore. Meanwhile, Wang Guodong and others looked towards where Qin Shen was, waving at him. After fighting for so long, the tyrant of the newbie village finally showed up. Qin Shen didn't hesitate and walked towards the direction where they were. It was the temporary command post where the leaders of various factions gathered. Roar! The jungle giant ape charged into the group of monsters, swatting away the skeletons blocking its path. Its attack power wasn't high enough to instantly kill the skeletons, but its huge size gave it the confidence to charge through the dense sea of skeletons. Roar, the golden level skeleton leader, also looked towards it, making this giant ape the most threatening among the crowd. Bang! They quickly clashed, the collision of bone knives and giant claws creating a huge shockwave that sent nearby skeletons flying. However, neither of them came out unscathed. The skeleton leader's knife was knocked away, and the jungle giant ape had a finger chopped off. Roar! Both the skeleton and the ape were fearless, exchanging blows despite their injuries, leaving the onlookers in awe. Wow! Is the bronze jungle giant ape so cool? It's got some skills. Damn, I just took a look. This isn't a pet, it's a summoner's summoned beast, and I can't even see its level. I can't see it either, but I'm already level 9. This must be a level 1 summoned beast, and its summoner is already at level 1. Incredible! Do we have a level 1 player in our village? And they can still stay in the newbie village? Wasn't it said that players above level 1 would be kicked out? Who knows? Maybe you received some special task? But this jungle giant ape is really strong. I also want to get a skill book. What are you daydreaming about? How can the white quality jungle giant ape be so strong? It's only bronze level, and it's just a first tier jungle giant ape. I don't care, it's just so cool. Look at those muscles, so reassuring. Wow! I have muscles too. I love working out usually. Do you want to see my 8-pack abs? Really? I heard that for every 10 people who work out, 9 are gay. Can I see your boyfriend? Me? Do you have thoughts about my boyfriend? Wow! Really? Are you a 0 or a 1? The atmosphere around gradually deviated, but Qin Shen had already arrived at the command post. Your jungle giant ape is really strong. It can actually go head-to-head with a golden level boss. Wang Guodong watched the battle on the plain with relish. Strong? Just 1 tier higher, and with the blessing of a professional core, it's not certain it can beat the opponent. Qin Shen shrugged and smiled. You kid, this is a summoned beast, just 1 summoned beast can deal with a golden level boss. If you all join in, won't you tear apart this newbie secret realm? Wang Guodong pointed at him and teased. Tear apart what? Do you really think these NPCs are just decorations? They can wipe us out with a wave of their hand. Oh? Are these NPCs really strong? Qin, my friend, seems to have had a lot of contact with them. Have you received any hidden tasks? Sun Ju looked at Qin Shen and asked. Hidden tasks? Isn't it just like everyone else leveling up? Qin Shen's tone was slightly cold. It was clear that the other party's question was not well-intentioned. Sun Ju is currently the leader of the entire Xinjiang County, and also has police forces strong enough to rival Wang Guodong. But he is not a good person. Even in the subsequent migration, he fought for power and profit, leading to the deaths of many people. If it weren't for the invasion of the Undead catastrophe, Qin Shen really didn't want to cooperate with him, and even wanted to kill him. Qin, this is your fault. Sharing information can help everyone improve their strength, so there can be more opportunities. Sun Ju said discontentedly, clearly not believing Qin Shen's words. I wonder if Sun Ju has any tasks to share with everyone? After all, Xinjiang County is under Sun Ju's control now, There must be plenty of good things in his hands, right? Qin Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone already filled with coldness. What are you talking about controlling Xinjiang County? How could I have that ability? Nowadays. Enough. Whatever he has is his own. Are you, a public servant, planning to rob him? Don't forget, our duty is to serve the people. Before he could finish, Wang Guodong sternly reprimanded. His gaze towards Sun Ju also carried a hint of vigilance. He was not convenient to intervene in the internal affairs of Xinjiang County, so he did not pay much attention to Sun Ju's rise to power, as long as it could make the entire county run better. But now it seems that this person's selfishness and greed are not small. Captain Wang is right, I was just a little impatient, I hope Qin doesn't mind. Sun Ju paused, then turned to Qin Shen, his tone heavy but without a hint of apology. Boom! Qin Shen wanted to say something, but before he could speak, a violent rumbling sound suddenly came from the battlefield ahead. Everyone looked up, only to see the jungle giant ape had already pulled out a hand bone from the skull leader, and it had been blasted out by the skull leader. Not only that, it was covered in blood, with green vengeful spirits clinging to it, and its aura was continuously weakening. It seems relying on this stubborn monkey is not enough after all. Qin Shen said lightly, waving the staff in his hand, and a series of status skills were applied to the jungle giant ape. After receiving Qin Shen's command, the jungle giant ape withdrew the status enhancement, naturally bringing the skeleton leader closer to Morning Light Village. Being able to observe the battle between these two giant beasts up close brought even greater shock to many players. Qin Shen's status enhancement made the jungle giant ape more fierce, while the skeleton leader found itself in an embarrassing situation of being unable to break through the defense. Despite having over 20,000 health points, the skeleton leader's attack power was suppressed to just over 600 points due to being suppressed to level 0. Although terrifying for level 0 players, the first level jungle giant ape, under Qin Shen's attribute enhancement, had a defense of around 500 points. With Qin Shen's defense enhancement, no matter how the skeleton leader attacked, it couldn't break through its defense. Roar! The jungle giant ape excitedly pounded its chest muscles. Due to the battlefield closing in, many healing players even restored some of its health. This quickly restored the jungle giant ape's status, and its attacks on the skeleton leader became more intense. Although it's at level 1, it's still just bronze rank. With the Destiny Summon and Plunder talent, it's really powerful. Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction. A level 1 bronze summon normally wouldn't be able to defeat even a level 0 bronze boss, but the jungle giant ape was already able to go head-to-head with a golden level boss. With various status enhancements and health recovery, the subsequent battle didn't last long. The skeleton leader couldn't even break through its defense and was soon reduced to a pile of bones. This jungle giant ape of yours is really strong. This shouldn't be your strongest summon, right? Wang Guodong stood beside Qin Shen and exclaimed. Qin Shen nodded, but didn't say much more, as he couldn't just reveal all his cards at once. However, unintentionally, many people nearby showed subtle reactions and looked at him with surprise. Qin Shen casually dismissed the jungle giant ape and then displayed the equipment it had brought back in front of everyone. Does anyone want this equipment? Highest bidder wins. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and their attention was drawn to these items. The jungle giant ape had slain a golden level boss, and the several golden level items dropped were truly tempting. 20 gold, I'll take this golden bone bow. Wang Guodong immediately spoke up, as with this golden bow, he could train a powerful archer. This is a golden level equipment, 20 gold isn't enough. I'll offer 30 gold. Sun Ju, standing nearby, immediately countered. The police and military mainly used close combat and firearms as their primary combat methods, so their soldiers and archers were the most numerous, leading to a high demand for archers. Wang Guodong wanted the bow to train subordinates, and Sun Ju had the same idea, with both already having suitable candidates in mind. No need to rush, this undead catastrophe has just begun, and there are still many high-level bosses ahead. If you empty your pockets now, what will you do with the things that come later? Qin Shen said, then directly threw the golden bow to Sun Ju. Since you want it, take it. Following Commander Wang's pricing, all the golden level equipment ahead will be 20 gold each. You guys can negotiate among yourselves. Easily obtaining the bow, Sun Ju was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and smiled at Qin Chen. As Qin Friend said, there are still many good things ahead. I'll accept this bow for now. Regardless, being able to obtain a golden tier weapon is a huge boost for our own forces. Qin Chen immediately handed the bow to a subordinate beside him. Watching the young figure leave, a faint smile appeared on Qin Chen's lips, although everyone just took it as a smile after completing the transaction. The items dropped by a boss are limited and were quickly divided among the major forces. Although Wang Guodong did not get much, he was still satisfied with the result. Being able to survive with the people was the most important thing in his heart. Moreover, this was only the first boss that Qin Chen killed. As he said, there were countless bosses waiting ahead, and upgrading equipment was just a matter of time. Skeletons are just the vanguard of the undead disaster. The subsequent battles will become increasingly difficult. You should try not to let too many ordinary players die, and it would be best to enhance their strength as well, Qin Chen reminded a few players who were in battle. The entrance and exit of the village were limited, and teams were rotating by default, giving some a chance to rest. However, those currently at the forefront were mostly solo players with limited strength, both in level and equipment, and casualties were starting to appear. On the other hand, although the major forces had a strong presence, they mostly sent out peripheral players recruited temporarily just to show their presence, pretending not to let the solo players realize they were being used as cannon fodder. The number of players entering the secret realm is not large. This is also to prepare for the prolonged battle ahead, a leader of a force said, echoing the sentiments of most people. If there had to be casualties, preserving one's own living forces was the most important, otherwise, what would happen if the subordinates below took over in the end? What if other forces took advantage after the disaster ended? Since those who died were not their own people, the solo players who were consumed were just consumed, and it was their own bad luck. Then you better protect them, otherwise who will sell their lives for you later? Qin Chen's words immediately cooled the atmosphere around him. However, many people still harbored fantasies about the new world, so they still held patriotic thoughts, like Wang Guodong, who immediately nodded to indicate a pause. You are right. Defending the homeland is our duty. We should not let ordinary people rush to the front. Wang Guodong said with a guilty face, then looked at his deputy. Let our people go up and try to ensure the safety of ordinary players. Although he wanted to save people, he was not a fool and would not take the lives of his soldiers lightly, so he said try to instead of must. However, with Wang Guodong taking the lead, others could not say much, and even if it was just symbolic, they sent out some people. Qin Chen ignored them and found a secluded place to set up a table, chairs, tea, and melon seeds, leisurely enjoying them. It was already good enough to have this. If all these people came, how could ordinary players level up? They could just watch and wait for death. Isn't that right? Are you just drinking tea and eating melon seeds here? Aren't you going to kill monsters? Zheng Siyu followed him over, looking puzzled. Kill what? If I kill them all, what will you use to level up and farm equipment? Will you still have money to buy my things? Qin Chen said impatiently. It was as if he knew that the major forces were not giving their all, but this was enough. If they really went all out, what would ordinary players use to level up? They could just watch and wait for death. But isn't this attracting too much hatred? Look at the looks on those people's faces. Zheng Siyu gestured to the players waiting to rotate, many of whom looked surprised. What are you looking at? If you can solo a boss, come over and I'll treat you to tea and melon seeds. Qin Chen shouted loudly, causing many players to immediately lower their heads. They all saw the mighty jungle giant ape, knowing it was Qin Chen's summoned beast, so no one dared to cause trouble for him, as no one wanted to be slapped by the jungle giant ape. Seeing this, Zheng Siyu couldn't help but purse her lips, not saying anything more, casually picking up some melon seeds to sit down, but was stared at by Qin Chen, making her feel uncomfortable under his strange gaze. What? What's wrong? Can you solo the boss? No. Then how can you sit here and eat melon seeds? Sorry for the disturbance. Zheng Siyu stood up speechless, angrily picked up her staff, and joined the mage team for leveling up. Really, you don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. Qin Shen said with a sigh, but continued to eat melon seeds. His words were not quiet, and many passing players heard them, which also fell into Zhang Siyu's ears. Many people gradually understood that Qin Shen was giving them an opportunity to quickly improve their levels and equipment through this undead catastrophe. For a while, the surrounding voices gradually quieted down, but discussions continued, spreading further and further. Soon, a saying spread among the players. Whoever can solo a golden level boss can have tea with the owner of the jungle giant ape. This saying undoubtedly brought great motivation to many players, especially the girls, whose actions in killing skeletons became more fierce, hoping to quickly improve their strength to have tea with the owner of the jungle giant ape. This little guy really stirs up jealousy. Wang Guodong looked at Qin Shen's relaxed appearance and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Humph. I think these young people don't know their place, thinking that being a little stronger means they can contend with the whole country? Sun Ju said disdainfully, inadvertently labeling the other party. Sun Ju. It's a good thing that young people have this strength, we should support them more. Wang Guodong frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Only the two of them present were official representatives, so naturally, he wanted to get closer to the other party. After all, the police were also the country's soldiers. Unfortunately, Sun Ju didn't think so. He also found Wang Guodong annoying, and he was very envious of the soldiers under his command. If he could get his hands on them, he would truly dominate the entire Xinjiang county. Therefore, after hearing Wang Guodong's words, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Support him sitting there drinking tea and slacking off? How would other players think? If he's not my person, I'll definitely call him in for a good scolding. Sun Ju's words had both supporters and opponents, but everyone present was a big shot, so no one would argue with him. Although Wang Guodong didn't agree, he didn't say anything. After all, this was a matter for Xinjiang County, and even if something happened, he believed he could protect one person. Qin Shen sat on a high ground not far from the battlefield, overseeing the entire scene. Any golden level boss that appeared was taken care of by him. The dropped equipment was naturally sold to various forces to help them quickly improve their strength, while he gathered funds for himself. But as he said, skeletons were just the vanguard of this undead catastrophe, and the monsters behind them would be even stronger. Just experiencing half a day of peaceful monster grinding mode, in the afternoon, a dark cloud had already risen above the gloomy forest, and the grating calls echoed above the entire Morning Light village. They've already teleported the bone crows over so quickly? Qin Shen stood up with a serious expression. Having suffered losses from these bone birds before, he knew how terrifying a group of bone crows could be. Caw! Caw! The densely packed flock of birds began to approach Morning Light village, the feeling of the dark clouds pressing down on the city making everyone's scalp tingle. Many people were already feeling timid even before they had a real confrontation, and their attacks were not as decisive as before. Chirp, the clear phoenix cry echoed in everyone's hearts, and people looked up to see a huge firebird flying overhead, diving into the darkness ahead. Boom! A rain of fire poured down from the sky. Although scorching, it brought a sense of warmth and light in such darkness. Damn! I told you there was a phoenix in the village, right? Look! It's right there! A player exclaimed. Qin Shen riding the firebird out of the Morning Light village was no secret, and he couldn't truly conceal it. So many players could see the firebird taking off and landing. However, his comings and goings were not frequent, and he mostly chose places where no one was around, so few people could see him, gradually turning into a legend in the village. Now that they really saw a firebird soaring into the sky and charging towards those terrifying skeletal birds, many players were excited. So cool! I didn't expect there to be a phoenix in the newbie village. Is this also a summon of a big shot? Obviously. Where did this skill book come from? I want to raise a phoenix too. Are you daydreaming? This is at least a silver level summon. Don't you even have a bronze level summon? Sorry, I'm not a summoner. But I can fantasize a bit. Many players discussed excitedly, some even forgot they were in the middle of a battle just to see the firebird, and were harshly taught a lesson by the skeleton's big swords. After regaining their composure, the firebird had already charged into the group of skeletal birds. Chirp! Another clear bird cry sounded, and flames rained down from the sky. The scorching flames scattered in the sky, brightening the dim sky that had darkened due to the calamity. Impressive! Those strange birds are instantly killed as soon as they touch the flames. Many sharp-eyed players noticed the high damage of the fire rain, which meant instant death for the skeletal birds. However, Qin Shen's face showed no relaxation, as he waved his staff and summoned the fire elemental spirit. Fire rain spell has a cooldown, but the skeletal crows are endless, go help them. Gurgle Little Flame responded, then soared into the air towards the group of skeletal crows. Her petite figure was hard to notice, but the occasional appearance of huge fireballs in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Sending out the fire elemental spirit, Qin Shen didn't stay put, but returned to the command post. Shao Qin, your firebird is so powerful. With this continuous fire rain spell, this undead catastrophe is nothing. Seeing Qin Shen coming over, Wang Guodong laughed heartily. Yeah. This undead catastrophe sounds fierce, and it looks imposing, but as long as you master AoE spells, it's not a big deal. Sun Ju also said, and others showed a hint of relief on their faces. However, upon hearing this, Qin Shen's gaze swept strangely over the few people. You guys don't think spells have no cooldowns, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the fire rain spell in the sky came to an end, gradually extinguishing, leaving only the flames spewed by the firebird and the occasional exploding fireballs hindering the advance of the skeletal bird group. But everyone could see that without the lost wide-range AoE spell, even with the firebird's high damage, it was difficult to resist such a large-scale bird group. The fire elemental spirit did have some AoE spells, but the firewall was more effective against ground units, and the exploding fireball was just a pseudo-AoE skill with a very limited attack range. This? Everyone was stunned, and Sun Ju and others looked at Qin Shen in confusion. The fire rain technique can only last for 15 seconds, but it has a cooldown time of up to 10 minutes. Relying on firebirds alone won't be able to stop these skeletal birds. We must gather all the ranged players. Qin Shen looked at everyone and said. Wang Guodong was the first to react. As the strategic commander, he immediately gave the order. Execute the Falcon plan immediately. Although Qin Shen's meeting with a few people was brief, Wang Guodong competently took on the role of the strategic commander and formulated several battle plans based on the possible situations. In fact, the Falcon plan was specifically designed to deal with aerial units. Qin Shen had already informed him of some information about the Undead Scourge's troops and approximate numbers. As a seasoned commander with years of combat experience, he naturally wouldn't miss these details. Understood. The deputy immediately responded, and other faction leaders also issued their respective orders to cooperate. They could all see that although the formation of the skeletal birds had been disrupted by the fire rain technique, relying solely on firebirds and fire elemental spirits wouldn't hold up for long. Once the skeletal bird flock regrouped, they would face a disaster. The frontline players quickly received the instructions. With the withdrawal of the ranged classes, the melee classes defending against the skeleton army suddenly faced increased pressure. But this was only temporary. Seeing that the personnel were almost assembled, Qin Shen ordered the fire elemental spirit to retreat, while the firebird slowly withdrew the front line, putting the skeletal birds within range of the attacks. Archers, prepare to fire. With a command, a rain of arrows poured down. This time, the major factions did not hold back, sending out all their elite forces, causing significant casualties among the skeletal bird flock. At the same time, large flames began to rise on the ground, forming a wall of flames in the middle of the Black Demon Rabbit Plain, preventing countless skeletons from advancing. Although the firewall has no cooldown time, there is only one fire elemental spirit, and the plain is wide. She alone cannot block it. Qin Shen reminded. Don't worry, you little guy, you've blocked half of the plain. We can't even handle these few monsters. Wang Guodong said. It was only at this moment that they discovered the existence of the fire elemental spirit. It was hard to imagine that it was another summoned creature as powerful as the firebirds. I'll say it again, you need to be mentally prepared. Whether it's skeletons or skeletal birds, this undead scourge has only just begun. If we don't quickly strengthen ourselves during this time, we won't be able to hold them back. After speaking, Qin Shen no longer paid attention to them and waved his staff again, summoning Gabriel. Although the situation on the ground had stabilized, relying solely on firebirds in the sky was not enough. Not to mention that the skeletal birds were also a type of undead army, and they also had their own commander. Damn! It's an angel! Gabriel's appearance once again attracted everyone's attention, with his handsome figure, white wings, and long legs captivating all the werewolves' gazes. Damn, so beautiful. I could play with those legs for 10 years. Whoa, I'm also a summoner. Why does it feel like I'm not playing the same game as him? What kind of creature is my summon? Are you a fake summoner? What the hell is a goblin? I'll cut you with one slash. Where did you buy the angel? Do you have any sisters? No, I'll be your sister. Nerd, with your physique, you can't even fly after cutting down a tree, right? Not only were ordinary players surprised, but many faction leaders were also equally astonished, their curious gazes scanning over Qin Shen. It was as if they wanted to know what kind of summon creature he could bring out and what kind of shock it would bring them. Angels and firebirds are indeed stronger than I imagined. Wang Guodong looked at Qin Shen and smiled. When he first saw Qin Shen in the dark forest, he noticed Gabriel and Firebird by his side, but the battle had already ended at that time, so he was not sure how strong these two summoned beasts were. But today, he saw Firebird intercepting a rain of fire, stopping the sky full of bone birds. And Gabriel even cut down a golden tier bone bird boss with 3 swords. Not to mention the jungle giant ape that was previously sold, and the fire elemental spirit that single-handedly sealed off half of the plane. Golden tier summoned beasts are just a matter of time for you to control with your status, Qin Shen said lightly. At this moment, Gabriel, who had killed the bone bird king, flew back and scattered the things the opponent had exploded on the ground, then killed back again. The bone birds were endless, and naturally, there was more than one boss, with a new bird king even appearing in the dark forest. Qin Shen looked and took some high-quality materials, then pointed to a golden tier skill book. Here it is? This was a golden tier lightning flash skill book, a relatively rare lightning-based spell. If it didn't feel like a waste, he really wanted to learn it himself. Lightning spells had attack power second only to fire spells, with even greater penetration. Moreover, lightning spells often had additional damage bonuses against undead creatures, which would be very useful in the upcoming battles. 20 gold, I'll take it. Faced with a golden tier skill book, Wang Guodong didn't hesitate and immediately bid to acquire it. After some thought, the others gave up on bidding against him. After all, it was just a tier 0 skill book, and there would be plenty of opportunities after the undead catastrophe had just passed half a day ago. The items were quickly distributed, but the players' battles gradually became more difficult. Unlike skeletons, bone birds were originally bronze tier monsters, and after being downgraded, their tier had increased by 1 level. At this point, they were all a group of silver tier monsters, much stronger than the skeletons on the ground. And they had air control abilities, completely ignoring the players' formations and swooping down from the sky, throwing the entire player group into chaos. Everyone, don't panic, attack nearby, focus fire on killing the monsters in front of you. Many players shouted loudly, all of whom were arranged by Wang Guodong and the team, with much better mental resilience than ordinary people, and had to remain calm in the face of crisis. After all, they had already considered the aerial enemies, so being attacked from the air was inevitable, and stabilizing people's minds in the chaos was the most important thing. But Wang Guodong ultimately underestimated the strength of these bone birds. How could silver tier monsters be so easily defeated? Although they were not as good as bronze tier summoned beasts, they were not far off. It was one thing to deal with 1 or 2, but with a group charging down, the ordinary players couldn't handle it. Before they could kill one, more bone birds flew down. Even though they were well organized under their respective captains' commands, lack of strength was still lack of strength, and if they couldn't kill the bone birds, they would only be dragged down. Go gather some warrior-class players back to help resist the bone birds. Wang Guodong immediately ordered, and not just him, the other leaders also had a serious expression. It wasn't until now that they gradually understood why Qin Shen had repeatedly emphasized that this battle would be difficult. Not to mention ordinary players, many bone birds even charged up to their command post, and they had to fight back against this group of bone birds, which left them somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, only Qin Shen could handle it calmly. Without summoned beasts, he held a staff and, relying on his high magic power, could easily harvest these bone birds with a fireball. But how many could he kill alone? Qin Shen frowned slightly and found Wang Guodong. It won't work like this. Go and see if there are any formation mages among the players who have learned the formation of the trapped array, and have them try to set up the formation at the village entrance. There are various other professions as well. Don't always focus on the traditional warrior and mage classes. Some of the unique professions we have in our country can often play a huge role. Upon hearing this, Wang Guodong's eyes lit up. You're right. I remember I have a few of them here. I'll arrange it right away. As a seasoned battlefield veteran, Wang Guodong was just lacking in online gaming experience. Many times, he could only listen to the opinions of his subordinates, but most of what they told him were just basic attempts. They didn't understand some of the more niche professions. Now, hearing Qin Shen's words, it opened up his thinking. Not only did he bring in formation mages, but he also recruited many niche professions such as musicians and poets. These professions had weak combat abilities in the early stages and had high entry barriers, but the sound-based spells they wielded had a wide attack range. They didn't need to kill enemies, just weakening bird flocks with their voices could already relieve a lot of pressure for the players as a whole. And in order to motivate these players, Wang Guodong even ordered that the drops from their respective professions be prioritized for them, to make up for their lack of experience points. After all, without teaming up or monster hunting, their level advancement would lag far behind others, so they could only make up for it through drops. Do you know if there is a large-scale team tool that can allow all players to share experience points and drops? Finally catching his breath, Wang Guozhu asked Qin Shen. The most difficult part of this process was in mobilizing personnel and sharing resources. Without teaming up or a command channel for group battles, communication mainly relied on shouting, which even made him feel parched. Yes. It's a pity. We don't have drops right now. Qin Shen shrugged, saying that this kind of tool was essential for large-scale group battles, and even the will of the gods probably didn't expect it to be used so soon. That's a shame. I hope we can drop one soon. Wang Guodong sighed. Commanding like this was really exhausting, but Qin Shen was taken aback by his words. Wait. The will of the gods will adjust drops based on the player's actual situation. Perhaps when we encounter a boss later, there might be a chance for something like this to drop? Qin Shen thought to himself. Just as this thought arose, Gabriel flew back, having once again killed a golden-level boss, and the drops scattered all over the ground. Qin Shen's gaze swept over these items one by one, finally landing on a scroll. Alright. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Here's the team command tool you wanted. Take it, no charge. Qin Shen said lightly, handing the scroll to Wang Guodong. Temporary team scroll, silver grade, can accommodate up to 10,000 players in a team. Opening a temporary team channel, user can obtain team management authority, can appoint up to 10 administrators. Experience points obtained from killing monsters will be evenly distributed, or allocated by the manager. Monster drops will be allocated by the manager. User can set corresponding distribution rules, can allocate additional resources. Multiple scrolls can be used together, with the number of users stacking, and the usage time averaged. Temporary teams can last up to 7 days. Great stuff. With this, we have hope for the battles ahead. Seeing the attributes of the temporary team scroll, Wang Guodong exclaimed excitedly. Don't rush, take some time to study how to set up the distribution rules for this. Qin Shen smiled, feeling relieved himself. The effect of the temporary team scroll is not as simple as forming a team in ordinary games. Many rules inside can be set by the user. You can set it to distribute evenly, or randomly, or even set your own contribution value system, exchanging through complex and cumbersome contribution values. Once set successfully, it cannot be changed again. Therefore, Qin Shen let them study the allocation rules, as he didn't understand this aspect. After all, he didn't have the qualification to use this kind of scroll in his previous life. You're right. Sun Bureau. Everyone, Let's all study how to use this scroll. Implement it quickly to reduce player casualties. Wang Guodong responded immediately, pulling the big shots to start a heated discussion. Xin Shen watched for a while and then ignored them, wandering among the players, constantly rescuing teams in crisis. The drop of the team scroll was somewhat unexpected but also reasonable. This was originally an item that would only drop after the end of the novice secret realm, mainly used to deal with monster attacks after the secret realm ends. However, the will of the gods will autonomously make up for deficiencies. When they realize that players already need such items, corresponding drops will appear. There is a strange feeling of manipulation, but when people are asleep, artificial intelligence may be more suitable? Not quite. The gods control the world through rules and authority. Perhaps the rules themselves have a function to compensate for loopholes? It may also be that we triggered certain drop conditions, such as rare professions in the team? And leveling activities? Xin Shen's thoughts drifted. Wang Guodong and others acted quickly. Under such tense circumstances, they couldn't afford to discuss a more perfect contribution system, so they directly chose to evenly distribute all experience points. As for the dropped items, they were rolled by the players of their respective professions, and players who killed monsters and those designated by the administrators would receive additional point weight bonuses to ensure that their gains were not obtained by those who were not contributing. In addition, based on the number of monsters killed, all players would receive a certain amount of contribution points, which could be exchanged for rare items prepared by major forces, most of which were drops from bosses killed by the public. When the team scroll was announced, all players were instantly excited, especially those in support roles, who cheered even more. Great! As a priest who couldn't afford a team scroll, I can finally stop rushing to kill monsters. Exactly. You know, as a musician, it hurts so much to go up and hit monsters with a guitar. Me too, I'm a Taoist, but I only learned one healing spell, so I have to go up and hit monsters with a wooden sword. I've already broken 3 wooden swords. Stop, I'm a formation mage, and today is the first time I've set up a formation. I never had the chance before. The formation wasn't even set up, and the monsters were already dead. Tears in my eyes, I'm a low-level healer, finally found a group. With more and more players joining the team channel gradually became lively. Unfortunately, this temporary team scroll was only silver level, and only 10,000 people could join, but there were far more players in the Morning Light Village. Wang Guodong could only prioritize adding players from major forces and support classes to ensure the normal operation of the entire team, while hoping that Xin Shen could produce another team scroll. The appearance of the team scroll brought about a certain improvement in the situation on the field. Whether it was the enthusiasm of support classes or the adjustments made by the commanders and personnel, the battle was guided towards a favorable direction. Although there were inevitably some casualties in the middle, the overall strength was increasing, both in levels and equipment. Especially an hour later, the second temporary team scroll was exploded, and finally all players could be brought into the team. With the joining of mainstream battle players, experience points and loot acquisition were improved, and everyone entered a rapid growth phase. Boom! A white day passed by, and the rumbling sound coming from the dark forest made all players look weary. Don't worry about it, focus on your own tasks. Xin Shen said in a deep voice, as Gabriel had already flown towards the depths of the forest and quickly returned with information. It's stitched monsters, and there are quite a few. Xin Shen's expression darkened slightly. Although stitched monsters were not a big deal to him, these big guys were formidable weapons on the battlefield. Their huge size and powerful strength could easily tear through anything in front of them, and their grappling hooks could easily hook targets that they couldn't reach. If the stitched monsters really charged over, it would be a disaster for ordinary players. Boom! The rumbling sound rang out again. Trees near the outskirts of the dark forest fell, and the 5-meter-high flesh balls had already walked out of the forest. What is this? Many people exclaimed. Just looking at it made them tremble. Stitched monsters were golden tier monsters, and unlike bone birds, they were very powerful in size and strength, even surpassing the average monsters of the same level. If bone birds were at the bottom of the golden tier, then stitched monsters. Days? A leader from the side said, immediately drawing a round of eye rolls from the crowd. This is a battle. Have you ever seen anyone take a break during a battle? Wang Guodong retorted impatiently. Exactly, do they think they're playing an online game? Even in an online game, there are full server battles that last 1 or 2 weeks. Another big shot next to him said. Xin Shen looked at him. He didn't have much of an impression of this person, probably died early in his past life, didn't achieve much, so he didn't bother to care. But there are still things he needs to remind them about. Undead creatures don't get tired without physical strength, so their nighttime attacks won't be much weaker than during the day. You need to be prepared. Make sure to rest well yourselves. Xin Shen said. In addition, you can leave my Death Knight on the ground and focus on the ones in the sky. Firebird and Fire Elemental Spirit are living beings, different from these undead creatures. They will get tired. In fact, without him saying, the Firebird and Fire Elemental Spirit were already showing signs of fatigue. Fortunately, they didn't need to be the main force in the war, so they managed to hold on. What? Without your summoning beasts, what do we do at night? Can players alone hold them off? Sun Ju frowned and asked. Light mantra of the Buddhist class, although specters are troublesome, if you can find a way to counter them, they are actually easier to kill than other monsters. Xin Shen reminded, for traditional warriors and assassin classes, specters are indeed a headache. But for some special Eastern classes, they are actually good monsters for leveling up. A level 10 gold tier specter only has a few hundred health points, with 0 defense and a self-enhancing damage effect. A Taoist holding a ghost talisman can easily kill a specter with a few strikes, leveling up rapidly. Thanks to you, otherwise we would have suffered a lot dealing with these undead creatures. With everything arranged properly, Wang Guodong looked at Qin Shen with a hint of emotion. Unlike yesterday, today Qin Shen did not summon any other creatures except for the Undead Knight. He only cleared them out when the golden tier boss appeared. After a day of training yesterday, the players' strength had improved significantly. At least they were no longer in a panic when facing the bone birds. Even when the Death Knight deliberately let them pass, some melee professions could still block the skeleton army. We still don't have enough manpower. If there were tens of thousands of players in the secret realm, this undead catastrophe wouldn't be so difficult. Qin Shen shook his head inside. In the past, the cities that blocked monster attacks were all large cities with populations of over 1 million. Few small county towns survived, usually only when extraordinary individuals appeared who could decisively change the course of the battle. Wang Guodong was stunned. He hadn't felt this way before, but now that he heard Qin Shen's words, he realized it was true. The entrance to the secret realm and Morning Light Village was limited. Even if there were more undead catastrophes, the throughput would remain the same. Once the number of players increased, rotation would be much easier. You're right. It seems inevitable to move towards the city center. Wang Guodong said solemnly, grateful that he had listened to Qin Shen and made some preparations in advance. You handle the matter in Xinjiang County, but after the novice secret realm ends, I will leave directly. Along the way, I will leave some marks. If you decide to move, following my marks should be relatively safe. Qin Shen thought for a moment and said. Unlike Wang Guodong, he was alone and could go anywhere with just a small team. But Wang Guodong was different. He clearly wanted to bring the entire population of Xinjiang County, most of whom were ordinary people without player status, and it wouldn't be easy to lead such a team through mountains and valleys. Thank you very much. On behalf of the people of Xinjiang County, thank you. Wang Guodong sincerely thanked him. Don't thank me yet. If you really plan to move, Gaoning City is not the final destination. You need to go to the provincial capital, Jiangnan City. So I won't stay in Gaoning City for long. After reaching Tier 2, I will head to Jiangnan City. If you're interested, you can bring your people with me at that time. Jiangnan City? Wang Guodong looked puzzled. It's impossible for Gaoning City to develop without at least a decade. But Jiangnan City is different. It's the nearest provincial capital, and high-level players from nearby areas will gather there. With the largest population and the strongest players, the reconstruction of Jiangnan City will be the fastest and offer the most opportunities. So don't linger in Gaoning City for too long. After settling your people there, consider moving to Jiangnan City. In these chaotic times, the earlier you go, the better chance you have to establish yourself amidst the chaos. Wang Wodong fell into deep thought instead of speaking. The information contained in Qin Shen's words was immense, including the differences between Jiangnan City and Gaoning City, player gatherings, city reconstruction, and power divisions. In the apocalypse, any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. By the way, if you're really planning to bring Xinjiang County to Gaoning City, it's best to eliminate Sun Ju, Shaonai, Principal Lin, and others beforehand. Secure the internal before dealing with external threats. If you don't remove them, your journey won't be smooth. After saying this, Qin Shen patted the old man's shoulder and left the command post. Several powerful auras rose in the dark forest, indicating the arrival of some major bosses. Qin Shen couldn't afford to stay idle here any longer. Wu the sobbing echoed in the dark forest. A day and night of battle had turned this once peaceful forest into a sinister and terrifying place. A faint green figure flew out from the forest. Different from the ordinary resentful spirits, she transformed into an exquisite dress, with a pair of lively eyes. Succubus Monica, Platinum level 10, health points, 28800/28800, spell power, 1040, defense, 0, magic defense, 0. As expected, Monica should be one of the tower masters of the 3 large black towers, holding a similar status to the skeletal dragon Stephen. Naturally, the two should have almost equal strength. Although Monica was forcibly suppressed to level 10, her grade had been raised to platinum level, surpassing the limit of 0 tier units, and even faint spatial fluctuations could be seen in her every move. This was due to the overwhelming energy suppression, and Monica was currently under immense pressure herself. Little one, did you take down that stupid dragon, Stephen? To die by your hand, I feel truly honored. Monica immediately spotted Qin Shen. In the crowd, her voice filled with a seductive smile. Qin Shen felt a moment of dizziness in his mind, but quickly regained his composure, surprised by the opponent's strong charm ability. If he hadn't been suppressed to only level 10 at the moment, a single word might have made him willingly surrender. It seems you are looking forward to it, Qin Shen said solemnly, as Gabriel had been summoned and stood by his side. Seeing her tactics fail, a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Monica's eyes. Of course. Stephen is no match for you, and my fall is also destined. Monica laughed, seemingly ignoring the ongoing battle around her, slowly flying towards Qin Shen. The players who overheard their conversation were stunned. No one had expected such a powerful and beautiful succubus to have any connection with Qin Shen. A story of humans and ghosts, an inevitable tale, began to unfold in the minds of many players. Filthy ghost, halt your steps. Gabriel flew forward, blocking Monica's path, the dragon soul spear in his hand pointed directly at her. Oh! Isn't this Stephen's incomplete dragon soul? Tell me, what should Monica leave for you? Seeing the dragon soul spear, Monica showed no fear, but instead laughed and asked. If you are sincere, why not leave behind a means to slay gods? Qin Shen sneered. As he spoke, Gabriel had already rushed forward with the spear, the dragon soul spear thrusting out, shining with sacred flames. Little angel, you are quite impatient. But a quick battle suits me fine. Monica flew back, her voice now filled with piercing screams. Ordinary undead methods were clearly ineffective against angels, so she chose sound-based and mental attacks. Sharp sound waves converged into lines rushing towards Gabriel. Sensing the threat, he chose to dodge, but still had a golden strand of hair cut off by the sound waves. Qin Shen's expression darkened slightly. Being able to cut hair with sound waves was something even current bards couldn't achieve. Sneaky creature, accept purification. A hint of anger flashed in Gabriel's eyes as the illusory sword of retribution slashed out, burning a large gap in Monica's soul body. This was the sword of retribution, possessing a certain ranged attack capability. With Gabriel's high attack and the divine blessing of his angelic body, this strike cut off 7,000 to 8,000 of Monica's health points. Hiss, little angel, you are ruthless, that hurts. Monica said with a look of grievance, her delicate voice exciting the surrounding players, some of whom were already pointing at Qin Shen and cursing loudly. Shut up! Qin Shen sternly reprimanded, surprised that the other party could easily charm the surrounding players to turn against him. Fortunately, over the past 2 days, his strong power had earned him considerable respect among the players, so although they cursed at him, no one dared to truly attack him. Qin Shen was not one to back down, and he directly summoned the fire elemental spirit in Firebird, rushing forward to eliminate Monica. The succubus had lost her physical immunity talent, leaving her with only speed as an advantage, with limited attack methods at her disposal. Under the joint siege of the 3 summoned beasts, her health quickly depleted, gradually dissipating in the sky. Even when slain, Monica's face showed no hint of pain, instead giving Qin Shen a parting flying kiss. Cootie! I'll be waiting for the day you come to rescue me. Monica's appearance did not bring much pressure to the crowd, as Gabriel easily took her down. However, Monica's drop surprised Qin Shen greatly, as the platinum-grade Monica unexpectedly dropped 2 epic items for him. Did I activate the extreme luck talent? Qin Shen looked at the items in his hand with a puzzled expression. Heart of the Succubus, sealed, grade, epic, can summon an epic-level succubus to assist in battle, summoned beast level fixed at 1st tier 19th level. Lasts up to 1 hour, cooldown of 1 month, bound, cannot be abandoned or traded, release crystal, grade, epic, by consuming one's own divine power, can release certain items usage restrictions, cooldown of 1 month. How does it feel? These 2 items seem like they were intentionally left for me by that succubus, Qin Shen thought with doubt in his heart. A platinum-grade boss shouldn't have been taken down so easily, let alone dropping 2 epic items in one go, which was quite beyond expectations. Recalling the words before her death, although her voice was full of charm, it seemed like there was not much of a threat. Rather than saying that the succubus came to destroy the Dawn Village, it was more appropriate to say that she came to meet her end. It seemed from the beginning that her goal was to find Qin Shen and then die by his hand. But, why? Qin Shen pondered, unable to understand, and ultimately had to put away the 2 items. After all, they were epic-grade items, even obtained at the expense of other drops, so they couldn't be wasted like this. It should be noted that Monica, a platinum-grade boss, besides these 2 items, did not drop a single platinum-grade item, only silver-grade equipment. I feel like I've been greatly taken advantage of. Qin Shen shrugged, greeted Wang Guodong and the others, then turned and walked towards the village. The heart of the succubus was one thing, but the use of the release crystal needed to be carefully studied. Could it possibly remove the usage restrictions of second-tier equipment in advance? A day passed in the blink of an eye, and although no powerful boss appeared, many players still felt physically and mentally exhausted. 2 days of non-stop fighting were a great test for both their spirits and stamina. Even some like Sun Ju, who harbored sinister intentions, had no energy to scheme and only wanted to survive in this war. Over 3,000 people have died, and the remaining players number less than 10,000, with many injured. Can we really hold on tomorrow? Standing beside Qin Shen, Wang Guodong asked warily. The mortality rate is as high as 30%, and this is only the 2nd day. I can't imagine how many people will survive until this undead calamity is over. Many players have already fallen into grief, with their loved ones, friends, and lovers all perishing in this calamity. They have survived the disasters on the Blue Star, obtained the identity of players by good luck, but fell on the road to greatness, which is truly lamentable. The closer you are to success, the easier it is to fail. You should be well aware of this. The darkness before dawn is the hardest to endure. Wang Guodong asked this not to seek any answers, but just to find someone to chat with. Heavy emotions need to be released. As a teacher, he must have experienced battles more difficult than this, so he didn't come to Qin Shen for solutions, but he still needed to understand some relevant knowledge. You're right, there are quite a few who fall at the final step. But I find that you seem to be very adaptable to this situation, not at all like a recent college graduate. You can think of me as someone who has played a lot of games or read a lot of Doomsday novels, so I have more theoretical experience. Now I can finally put that experience to practical use. Ha ha ha. Your experience is indeed quite rich. Wang Guodong laughed. So, experienced senior, will there be any powerful undead creatures coming next? Yes. Qin Shen nodded. The Bone Bird and the Resentful Spirit belong to 2 different undead forces, and from what I understand, there are actually 3 undead forces in total. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow we will see the appearance of the Stone Gargoyle. Stone Gargoyle? Wang Guodong looked puzzled. Yes, it is a kind of undead creature similar to a bat, but much larger in size. Unlike the resentful spirit, which is immune to physical damage, they have innate high magic resistance and can completely resist magic damage through petrification. Wow, these undead creatures are really diverse. Indeed, these are just the ones we can currently see. There are many different undead creatures, with levels too high to appear in novice dungeons. Like your Death Knights? Ha ha ha. Yes. The two chatted back and forth, enduring this long night together. Wang Guodong learned a lot about undead creatures from Qin Shen, and Qin Shen was also intentionally spreading relevant information. Only when people can understand them can they master how to fight against them. Moreover, this was also a way for Wang Guodong to build relationships. If he could survive in the future, or even go to Jiangnan City, it would be a great help for him. The two did not rush to sleep, but quietly waited until late at night, until the first stone gargoyle appeared in sight. Here it comes. Qin Shen stood up, looking at the huge figure in the sky. Unlike the skeletal structure of the bone bird and the ethereal body of the resentful spirit, the stone gargoyle had a complete and very powerful and sturdy body. The stone gargoyle with its wings spread out was about 5 meters in size, and its power when swinging was no weaker than that of a jungle ape. Squeak, a bat-like sound rang out, and the massive body of the stone gargoyle directly swooped down into the battlefield. What is this thing? Such great power. Mages, focus fire. A nearby warrior was knocked away and immediately shouted to his companions. Bang! Bang! Faced with such an unknown creature, the group of mages did not hesitate. Several energy balls were thrown over, but they found that the opponent's health bar didn't even budge. What? 4,000 health points, 50% magic reduction, 240 physical defense? Wang Guodong saw the attributes of the stone gargoyle and was shocked, truly realizing the strength of the stone gargoyle. Different from the bone bird and resentful spirit, which are limited by their own talents and have certain weaknesses in their attributes, their health and defense levels are far below that of normal golden tier monsters. However, the stone ghost is different. Apart from the suppression of the secret realm rules, its attributes can be said to have no weaknesses at all, making it appear particularly powerful and tricky. Despite its seemingly low 240 attack and physical defense, nearly 2/3 of the surviving players are unable to break through its defense, and even the main tank, MT, who can withstand such attacks is also in the minority. Arrange an elite team. Although the stone ghost is powerful, its numbers are not as many as the bone bird and resentful spirit. After all, it is a race with almost no flaws. Qin Shen spoke up. We really don't have enough manpower. Wang Guodong arranged with a pained expression, foreseeing that the appearance of the stone ghost would bring about huge casualties. Damn it! Have you all not eaten? Where's the attack? Fight back! The team that intercepted the stone ghost could vaguely hear the MT's roar. Forget it! With over 200 defense, it's like scraping against a stone. The assassin beside him shouted impatiently, as his dagger struck the opponent, feeling as solid as hitting a rock. Even the arrows shot by the archers from a distance were deflected, unable to cause effective damage. In fact, when calculated, the damage from magic-based professions is higher. Although reduced by 50%, fortunately, it did not lead to an embarrassing situation of being unable to break through the defense. Hold your shield up higher, I can't keep up with healing. The priest at the back shouted, feeling immense pressure from the huge amount of damage. The entire team struggled for over 10 minutes, finally reducing the stone ghost's health to around 20%, only to find it suddenly stopped in place, turning into a huge stone. What? Petrification? With the ability to probe, everyone could see the basic information of the stone ghost, including the skill of petrification in its skill bar. No! It's health! Damn, it's recovering so fast. The MT, with free hands, looked at the stone ghost's health, his tone already tinged with despair. Oh no! I'm out. This thing is impossible to kill. The archer cried out in pain, his hand pulling the bowstring almost breaking, only to be told that this thing could regenerate health. Stop dawdling. Quickly output while it's immobilized, this skill definitely has a cooldown. The mage in the team shouted, sending out energy balls once again. However, the huge immune completely stunned him. What the hell is going on? Just a moment ago, the damage was low, and now you're telling me it's immune to spell damage? After a few seconds, the stone ghost resumed its actions, but its health had already recovered to 80%. In other words, this petrification skill had actually restored 60% of its health. Especially when the team once again reduced its health, only to see it enter the petrified state again, they suddenly realized that they couldn't handle this monster. You guys go deal with the bone bird. We'll take care of this stone ghost. Zhang Sai's led his team over, taking over the stone ghost's aggro, then turned to the others and said, "Thank you. Thank you. We're so grateful. We definitely couldn't handle this on our own." The team members breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zhang Sai's and the others with gratitude in their eyes. If they hadn't arrived, they would have definitely been worn out here. "You're welcome," Zhang Sai said, his dagger already piercing the stone ghost, cutting through it like cutting tofu, dropping large chunks of debris. The attacking power of the stone statue ghost is quite considerable, and after 2 days of battle, Zhang Xija has already changed into a set of silver-level equipment, and even has many pieces of gold-level equipment, with strength not much different from the original Fat Man. The other members of the team are also powerful, not to mention the high output of the mage. The physical DPS can also deal hundreds of points of damage. In less than a minute, this stone statue ghost was killed, not even waiting for the cooldown of petrification. So strong. The previous team had not gone far, witnessing the process of Zhang Xija and others killing the stone statue ghost all the way. Amazed, they also understood the huge gap between the two sides, and worked harder to kill monsters to improve their strength and end this invasion of the undead as soon as possible. The night is long, with the increasing number of stone statue ghosts. The elite team alone is starting to get overwhelmed. The next morning, when they woke up, the number of players remaining in the novice dungeon was less than 8,000, with 2,000 lives lost. Fortunately, with the arrival of dawn, the invasion of undead creatures also slowed down, and everyone got a rare breather. However, Xin Shen and the others did not dare to be careless, but instead felt a faint sense of crisis, which seemed more like the calm before the storm. Stone statue ghosts fear light. This is not an impact on combat power, but a difference in living habits. So we can rest a bit during the day, the real crisis should come at night. Qin Shan reminded after careful consideration. That being said, they couldn't afford to be unprepared, so he summoned the Death Knight to station. Fortunately, the daytime passed in a flash, and as night fell, the crisis finally arrived. A large number of stone statue ghosts flew out from the dark forest towards the direction of Morning Light Village, the terrifying number making many players feel despair. Squeak! The sound of monsters filled the sky, as if everyone had returned to the moment when the bone birds descended, the countless terrifying sounds making people's scalps tingle. And the stone statue ghosts were not just making noise. As they approached, their immense power sent numerous players flying. The defense line that had been held for 3 days and 2 nights collapsed in an instant. No! Many people roared with red eyes. Just this moment of defeat led to the deaths of hundreds of players, and this casualty was still expanding. Sword of the Angel. In the midst of despair, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in everyone's sight. A huge sword of holy light descended from the sky, shattering countless stone statue ghosts, not even giving them a chance to petrify. This was the first time in 3 days that the Sword of the Angel appeared in everyone's eyes, not because Qin Shen didn't want to use it, but because of the 1-hour cooldown, which made this skill ineffective, and might even make players develop a sense of dependence. And now the crisis had reached a point where it had to be used. If Gabriel did not act, the morale of the players would completely collapse, and holding Morning Light Village would become an empty phrase. The powerful Sword of the Angel directly cleared the field, leaving all the players stunned, with only the figure bathed in holy light remaining in their eyes. It's an angel. It's Qin Shen, the boss. Many players cheered. The fear of escaping death filled them with gratitude and even admiration for Qin Shen. At this moment, Wang Guodong stepped forward, holding a horn and shouting to the crowd. Everyone has worked hard for these 3 days. I know that many people have lost their loved ones, friends in this war, but this is war. There is no time for us to mourn and grieve. If we want to survive, we have to fight for our lives. According to the information obtained from the villagers of Morning Light Village, the invasion of the Undead disaster will continue for 3 days, and tonight is the last moment of the Undead invasion. As long as we survive tonight, we can return to Blue Star. With the levels and equipment we have improved, with the belief that we will win, let's go back to protect more of our loved ones and friends. This is the last moment before dawn. We have persisted for 3 days and 2 nights. We must not give up at this last moment. We must return to Blue Star alive together. Return to Blue Star alive. Return to Blue Star alive. As Wang Guodong's voice fell, a uniform shout resounded at the village entrance. The words "return alive" touched everyone's hearts. Since ancient times, China has had the saying of falling leaves return to their roots. Even in death, many people prefer to die in their hometown. The shouts of the crowd echoed throughout the Black Demon Rabbit Plain, and the new undead creatures had once again attacked. The people, under the leadership of their respective captains, reorganized their defense formations to resist the invasion of the undead creatures. This night will be difficult to endure. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to help you. Standing beside Wang Guodong, Qin Shen said in a low voice. Such a united scene is rare in later generations. He suddenly wanted to protect this group of people, or rather, protect the sincerity in everyone's hearts. Don't worry, after all, I've learned about the game for a month. With such a huge undead invasion event, there must be a powerful boss behind it. If we can't handle it, we can only rely on you. Wang Guodong said with a smile. There were many people standing beside them, including Sun Ju and other powerful figures, but at this moment, everyone was cheering for Qin Shen. After 3 days and 2 nights of battle, even if there were many internal conflicts in their hearts, they had to temporarily set them aside. Surviving was the only goal for everyone at the moment. External crises are the key factor that drives internal unity and progress. This sentence flashed inexplicably in Qin Shen's mind, causing a great impact, and some unknown changes occurred in his mind. It seems, the future may also have different paths, he murmured in his heart, unable to restrain himself. The crisis of the night came much faster than expected. Less than half an hour after the sword of the angel fell, a powerful aura had already appeared in the dark forest, forcing Gabriel to be on high alert. However, this figure had not appeared yet, as if it was always hidden in the dark forest, waiting for the moment of their negligence to deliver a fatal blow. No! It should be waiting for the projection of the gods? Qin Shen was shocked in his heart, suddenly sensing a crisis. If that was the case, facing a platinum-level boss like Monica, combined with the infinitely powerful projection of the gods, he might really be unable to defeat them. Thinking of this, Qin Shen immediately summoned the Firebird, jumped on it, and with his many summoned creatures, rushed into the dark forest. The soaring flight of the Firebird and Gabriel attracted many people's attention, and many also saw Qin Shen on the Firebird. Wang Guodong and others' faces changed slightly, but they had to continue to maintain the morale of the crowd, while also hoping that Qin Shen could return alive. As soon as he stepped into the dark forest, Qin Shen felt a strong death aura and a large number of stone statues attacking him. The entire forest has been engulfed by the power of the undead. Even if we defend the Morning Light Village, it may take a long time to recover. Qin Shen looked down at the forest below, filled with silence. The once dangerous dark forest was full of birdsongs and fragrant flowers, full of vitality. But now it was a completely dead and silent place. With a loud bang, Gabriel killed a powerful stone statue. Qin Shen did not want to entangle with these things, so he quickly followed Gabriel and flew towards the depths of the forest. Boom! Suddenly, a slight tremor in the mind, as if a strong spiritual wave passed by. Before he could react, Gabriel had already stood in front of him. Guardian of the Death Gate, Obsidian Destroyer. A solemn voice came from Gabriel's mouth, surprising Qin Shen. Through her wings, he could already see the figure opposite. It was a giant monster about 10 meters tall, with a body that was half human, half beast, shining with a black diamond luster, a rare obsidian. Its huge wings flapped slowly, and its gaze was filled with deathly silence and coldness. It seemed that in front of it was not a person, but a soul waiting to be collected, about to be led into the world of death. Hiss over 70,000 health points, defense of 600. Qin Shen took a deep breath. This attribute was not much different from Steven's back then, even surpassing it. It was worth noting that Steven relied on the body of a powerful dragon to have such high health points, and the Obsidian Destroyer was not far behind. Although it did not have the body of a dragon, it had a talent in its skill bar called Obsidian Body, which could directly grant it 90% magic immunity. Coupled with its high defense, it was enough to make all players feel despair. Boom! The Obsidian Guardian seemed not to speak. With the appearance of Qin Shen and Gabriel, it directly waved the staff in its hand. Qin Shen was surprised to find that his mana was rapidly depleting, while the opponent had already begun to gather a huge magical sphere in their hand. This? Mana absorption? Using my mana to attack me? He quickly realized, and Gabriel was even faster, charging towards the opponent. Bang! Gabriel's attack was still very powerful. The Dragon Soul Spear pierced out, directly shattering the magical sphere thrown by the opponent, causing a huge shockwave that swept around, even lifting Qin Shen on the back of the Firebird. Clear the undead creatures on the periphery, leave the Obsidian Guardian to Gabriel. Qin Shen shouted to his summoned creatures. Knowing that he couldn't help, he didn't force his way in to drag them down. The undead creatures on the periphery were endless, and what he needed to do was create an undisturbed battlefield for Gabriel. He believed that Gabriel, who could defeat the skeletal dragon Steven, would surely be able to slay this Obsidian Destroyer. The damage of the magic units was limited, and the melee Death Knights and Wonkai couldn't attack airborne targets, so the only one who could battle the Obsidian Destroyer was Gabriel. Fortunately, Gabriel's strong strength did not disappoint. With the Dragon Soul Spear in hand, she was less delicate and more courageous. The sharp spear easily pierced the body of the Obsidian Destroyer, and the sacred flames continuously eroded the darkness within it. Boom! The staff in the hands of the Obsidian Destroyer continuously struck Gabriel's Dragon Soul Spear, causing intense energy shocks, but she was never pushed back. In the exchange between the two sides, Qin Shen and the summoned creature's mana points were rapidly decreasing. It's the secret magic celestial sphere. Qin Shen was surprised to recognize the blue magical sphere summoned by the staff of the Obsidian Destroyer, which was one of its skills. This skill required a large amount of mana to deal spell damage equivalent to the mana consumed to the target, and the required mana could be its own or the enemy's. Although there was a limit to the amount of mana that could be absorbed, the extraction of tens of thousands of mana points, even if Qin Shen and the others had more mana points, could not withstand such consumption. Similarly, Gabriel could not withstand such high damage. Increase the attack frequency, deplete the mana points as soon as possible. Qin Shen shouted to the many summoned creatures, while waving his hand to dismiss all summoned creatures except Gabriel, the Firebird, and the Qing-Sang Butterfly. Their limited mana values could not support the Black Obsidian Destroyer using several skills, while the Qing-Sang Butterfly was there to stabilize Gabriel's bloodline. The damage from the Arcane Heaven Sphere was too high, with spells easily reaching tens of thousands of points of magical attack. Even Gabriel's high magical defense couldn't withstand it, so they had to be careful to avoid it. Once they couldn't dodge, they needed to consume a large amount of mana to restore their health, putting immense pressure on both her and the Qing-Sang Butterfly. Use the life potions. Qin Shen shouted to Gabriel, taking out a bunch of life potions and throwing them towards her. Although limited by the materials in the novice dungeon, they could only produce tier 0 life potions, but it was better than nothing, always a means of recovery. As the Qing-Sang Butterfly's mana was depleted, Qin Shen also dispersed her, leaving only him, the Firebird, and Gabriel on the field, minimizing their mana consumption. As everyone's mana was depleted, the Black Obsidian Destroyer's Arcane Heaven Sphere could no longer be used normally, so they could only confront Gabriel with the staff in hand. But its attack power was far inferior to Gabriel's. How could it win against Gabriel in a direct confrontation? Basically, with each shot Gabriel took, she could take away thousands of points of its health, quickly reducing its health to below half, while Gabriel's health slowly began to recover. Boom! Suddenly, the Black Obsidian Destroyer waved the staff in hand, a black stargate appeared, and Gabriel couldn't avoid it, rushing into it headfirst. Gabriel! Qin Shen exclaimed, quickly realizing that this was another skill of the Black Obsidian Destroyer, spatial confinement, which could imprison the target in a dead silent void and take a long time to find a way back. After exiling Gabriel, the Black Obsidian Destroyer naturally turned its gaze to Qin Shen, who was fleeing in all directions, flapping its black wings and chasing after him. Summon! After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Shen quickly reacted and immediately used summoning again. Summoning could purify most of the abnormal statuses on the summoned creature by repeatedly summoning it, which was a major advantage of summoners over beast tamers. After a brief casting, the gate of heaven opened, and Gabriel emerged bathed in holy light, facing the Black Obsidian Destroyer that was chasing after her. Bang! The long spear swept, directly knocking the Black Obsidian Destroyer away, then rushing up, the divine light scattered, and the just cold angel's sword descended from the sky, taking away tens of thousands of its health points, nearly emptying half of its health bar in an sharp wind, and the decaying forest around collapsed under this shockwave. Qin, my friend, we will go first. The fat tavern owner patted him on the back and smiled, also holding a kitchen knife as he charged forward. Qin Shen looked around, the old tailor from the tailor shop, the fat tavern owner, the pharmacist from the pharmacy, the carpenter from the woodworking workshop, almost all the NPCs in the Morning Light village who could be named had come. Unlike the usual tranquility and kindness in the village, at this moment, everyone was holding weapons, exuding a powerful aura. And in Li Fuzi's hand, a semi-transparent gem was emitting a strange light. Fellow villagers, we only have 3 minutes, life or death, it's up to you. The number of villagers in Morning Light village was not large, only about a dozen people who could come to fight here, but each of them had the strength of level 19. Not only that, each of them was basically equipped with golden level equipment, and their weapons had reached platinum level. Even Qin Shen would have a hard time matching them if they all attacked together. However, they usually could only live in the village. Except for the village gate guards, the others could only act as ordinary NPCs and could not easily release their own power. The time-space gem gave them the opportunity to unleash their own power and gave them the confidence to fight against the projection of the gods. Although there was still a disparity in strength, at least they were no longer powerless villagers. How dare a group of wandering souls in the river of time offend the dignity of the gods? Who gave you the courage? The projection of death roared, sweeping away 2 guards with the scythe in his hand. However, when a dozen NPCs attacked at the same time, what awaited him was a more continuous and relentless assault. Bang! An axe from a guard struck him, and the thick health bar finally showed a slight looseness. He. Just a false god, thinking highly of yourself? The tavern owner chuckled, and his kitchen knife even cut out a piece of finger bone from the opponent. Ah! You damn ants, you will forever fall into darkness. The projection of death was furious, and the already dark sky became even darker as he spoke. This is the dark sky, which can create a dark environment, enhance the strength of dark creatures, affect the vision of other creatures, and have a particularly significant impact on light creatures. Standing next to Qin Shen, Li Fuzi explained. Before the words fell, the whole world had plunged into darkness. Although it was not to the extent of not being able to see one's fingers, the visible range was only a small area around oneself. Not only that, the dense dark energy spread, giving people a cold sensation of falling into an abyss. A spark can start a prairie fire. After explaining, Li Fuzi took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, a spark shining in the palm, and quickly grew larger. Then it quickly split and scattered on top of everyone's heads, not a dazzling flame, but it illuminated the area in front of everyone, dispelling the darkness around. This? Qin Shen looked up, surprised to see the fire above his head. Although he couldn't dispel the darkness, he could stabilize his spirit and resist the darkness. This is the means of a Confucian scholar. It's my turn now. Li Fuzi smiled and stepped into the battlefield. The moon rises over the sea. A bright moon rose from the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. 1 man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. Another huge axe appeared above the guard's head, greatly enhancing his strength, and he even managed to deflect the scythe of death with one swing. He draws the bow like a full moon, aiming at the northwest to shoot the celestial wolf. A large bow appeared in the hands of a hunter in the village, sharp arrows with the sound of dawn pierced through the projection of death. So strong! Qin Shen exclaimed. Although Li Fuzi did not show any powerful attack, each of his moves was a heavy blow to the projection of death. Among the players, there is also the profession of a Confucian scholar, but unfortunately, they mostly have auxiliary abilities, far inferior to the genuine auxiliary professions. But now, seeing Lifuzi using it, this profession still has great potential waiting to be explored. The white snow of spring returns to the green tomb. With another poem shouted by Lifuzi, the temperature in the dark forest suddenly dropped, and thick snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the forest in white. The grand battle revealed a scene that Qin Shen rarely saw. The butcher's boning knife, the seamstress's sewing thread, the carpenter's wooden puppet. Even life professions are not completely without combat power. When used properly, they are no weaker than combat professions. It's just a pity, at this time. Qin Shen looked at the time pearl beside him, and the light was gradually dimming. The time pearl unlocks their power beyond themselves, just like many of Lifuzi's methods that a first-tier Confucian scholar cannot use. Once the energy of the time pearl is depleted, their power will be greatly limited, and it is impossible to defeat the projection of the gods with only first-tier power. Even the strongest fire elemental spirits have difficulty breaking through the defense when facing the projection of the gods, let alone others. At this moment, Lifuzi and the others used all their means, seemingly suppressing the projection of the gods, but in fact, nearly 2 minutes have passed, and the damage caused is less than 1/3 of its health. Typical. Fierce operation, look up and it's 0 to 5. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. The powerful attributes of the projection of the gods can only be described as insurmountable, which is also the reason why Lifuzi and the others lack confidence. Without powerful skills, anyone who goes up can only be at a loss. Lifuzi's vast snowfall only caused over 10,000 points of damage. Among the many NPCs, Gabriel had the highest damage, the sort of retribution that ignores defense. Each strike could take away over 10,000 points of health. Unfortunately, Gabriel had few opportunities to act, and the powerful attack of the projection of the gods forced everyone to be cautious. Otherwise, once hit by the scythe, it would be either death or severe injury. One village guard was unfortunate to be hit, his legs were directly severed, his health was at the bottom. If it weren't for Lifuzi's timely intervention, he would probably have perished there. This won't work, the time of the time pearl is running out. Qin Shen looked at the glowing time pearl in a panic. Not to mention that more than half of the time had passed, the projection of the gods had not yet used any major moves, so it was almost impossible to kill it within 3 minutes. Bang! Another guard was knocked back. Although he blocked with his weapon, there was a noticeable dent in his chest, and he had lost most of his health. The Qingsang butterfly had long been summoned, exerting its utmost effort to heal his injuries, but the projection of the god of death seemed to no longer want to play around, as the attacks in its hands became more fierce. You people who blaspheme the gods, originally I intended to let you all live eternally in my divine kingdom, but now I will suppress you all in darkness for eternity. The projection of the god of death roared. Petals fluttered in the sky, the death withering that the witch had once used, but this time the petals were denser and covered a wider area. And this was just one of the least noticeable skills of the projection of the god of death. Countless lost souls emerged from the darkness, skeletons emerged from the earth, and with just him alone, he summoned a calamity of undead comparable to a large black tower. Then a huge gate of the underworld rose in the forest, with a tall lintel reaching to the sky, even pressing against the spatial barrier above the secret realm. Powerful undead creatures walked out from the gate of the underworld, the weakest of them having the strength of a silver-level boss, and there were many golden-level ones as well. If the undead calamity summoned by the gate was made up of cannon fodder, what came out of the gate of the underworld were true commanders and strong warriors, each of whom required Qin Shen to be on high alert. This? Everyone retreated one after another, looking in horror at the scene before them, with a total of 72 golden-level bosses blocking their way. Everyone, it seems that we will all perish here today. Will you regret it? There was a hint of despair in Lifuzi's eyes. He knew that Morning Light Village was already defeated, and this kind of divine projection was simply something they couldn't handle. Ha ha! Lifuzi, what's there to fear? We are all people who have died once already, are we afraid to die again? The old carpenter from the carpentry workshop laughed heartily. All the wooden crafts he had brought had been destroyed, and as a carpenter, his options were very limited, but he never gave up. Exactly. What's there to fear? It's just a pity for these kids, they might have to stay here with us old bones. The old lady from the tailor shop also spoke up, looking at Qin Chen with a hint of regret in her eyes. That's right, Qin kid. Are you afraid? In the prime of your life, you're going to be buried with us old ghosts, maybe you won't even have a chance to be reincarnated. The owner of the tavern said loudly. Besides Li Fuzi and Wang Taijiang, he had the best relationship with Qin Chen in the village. Ha ha! What's there to fear? I've died once already. It's better to live boldly than to live timidly, at least we can stand out in front of millions of people. Qin Chen laughed heartily, turned to look behind him, where thousands of players were resisting the invasion of the undead calamity, waiting for the outcome on their side. You, kid, are quite open-minded. Li Fuzi smiled. Then let's fight this final battle. Let these false gods see the spirit of our Huaxia. Even as time changes and gods descend, the legends of Huaxia will still stand on this continent, enduring through the ages. Charge! The people wielded their weapons, ignoring the death petals falling all around them, and once again rushed towards the projection of the god of death. Qin Chen glanced at the time pearl beside him, its light already very dim, sighed softly, picked up his staff ready to join the battle, but suddenly hesitated. Turning around, a figure was flying towards them from the direction of Morning Light Village. Qin kid. It's a success. Hurry! Wang Taijiang shouted excitedly, his rough voice echoing through most of the dark forest. Hearing this, Qin Chen's face lit up with joy, immediately summoning the firebird to fly towards him, but he did not notice that the time pearl beside him was growing dimmer. Qin kid. Keep going. Qin Chen didn't notice, but Wang Taijiang felt his own strength rapidly declining. In his heart, he made a decision and used all his remaining strength to leap up, throwing the black sword box in his hand towards Qin Chen. Chirp! The firebird swiftly flew by, accurately catching the sword box. And the fiery body passed over Wang the blacksmith. Bang! Wang the blacksmith fell to the ground, ignoring the pain, and shouted towards Qin Chen in the sky, "It's up to you now." Don't worry. Qin Chen didn't say much, took the sword box thrown by the firebird, turned and flew towards the direction of the death god's projection. As their strength waned, the NPCs they were fighting against no longer displayed their previous might. A single golden level boss could easily hold them back, and without the death god's projection, 72 golden level bosses were enough to trap them. Qin Chen ignored the others and opened the sword box in his arms. Inside lay a dark and worn long sword, with many notches on it and a crooked blade, not as straight as a typical long sword. If one didn't know better, they might mistake it for a discarded sword or a failed piece in the hands of a blacksmith. However, when Qin Chen saw the sword, he showed a pleased expression. Black magic sword, bronze level, description, finely crafted but hastily forged treasure sword. Attack plus 20, has a very low chance of instant death effect, only effective against targets within one level, durability 5/5, you're amazing. Firebird, let's go, slay the god. Qin Chen took out the black magic sword and excitedly said to the firebird below him. Chirp! Following Qin Chen's command, the firebird rushed into the shower of petals, each petal bringing intense pain. Yet it paid no attention, silently took a potion, and charged towards the death god's projection. Many golden level bosses noticed his presence and blocked his path, only to be blasted away by summoned fire elemental spirits. Li Fuzi, send me over. Qin Chen shouted to the people fighting below. Although the time pearl was dimming, the villagers still had some fighting spirit left. An arrow piercing through the clouds, thousands of troops coming to meet. Li Fuzi recited loudly, and an arrow with the sound of dawn shot straight into the sky. Boom! Countless war souls appeared, and Qin Chen, riding the firebird, transformed into numerous clones rushing towards the death god's projection. The momentum of thousands of troops was no weaker than the terror of the undead calamity, intimidating many golden level bosses. Tricks of a mere mortal, be destroyed by me. The death god's projection roared, and a visible wave spread out from him, dissipating all the war soul illusions. These were just summoned phantoms without actual combat power, meant to confuse the undead creatures and create an opportunity for Qin Chen to break through. Now, with the death god's projections attack, under the terrifying energy shock, everything shattered, and the people also suffered significant damage from the shockwave. However, with the myriad illusions in the sky, there were still gaps. A brief disturbance allowed Qin Shen to easily leap over the defenses of many undead creatures and reach the death god's projection. Chirp the firebird dove down from above at high speed, and Qin Shen, using this force, leaped directly from its body, pouncing towards the death god's projection. Life or death, it's up to you now. Qin Shen said softly, raising the black magic sword in his hand and thrusting it towards the death god's projection. Boom! The whole world seemed to freeze in that moment, and everyone turned to look at Qin Shen slowly descending from the sky. No! In just an instant, the death god's roar resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. Qin Shen felt a huge force in front of him, holding the black magic sword. He was instantly lifted off by this force. Stupid ant! I will suppress you in the abyss of death forever. The angry and icy gaze looked at Qin Shen, making his body hair stand on end, a cold feeling spreading throughout his body. However, this process came and went quickly. The projection of the god of death suddenly dissipated, and the gate of the underworld next to it collapsed suddenly. Countless undead creatures disappeared at a visible speed, and the chaotic dark forest suddenly quieted down. Chirp the firebird caught Qin Shen falling from the sky, along with the scattered golden light from the falling projection of the god of death. Announcement: player Qin Shen successfully killed the divine projection, ending the undead invasion, and obtained the title Guardian of Morning Light Village. Announcement: congratulations to all players successfully defending Morning Light Village, all player levels +1, all attributes +1. 2 consecutive system announcements rang in the ears of the crowd, but before they could admire their loot, they suddenly felt the whole world tremble. Boom! A clear vibration sounded, and Li Fuzi and others standing on the ground fell one after another. Absurdly, Qin Shen and the firebird flying in the air also felt the vibration, almost falling from the sky. The god of death is attacking the spatial barrier, trying to force its way in. Li Fuzi shouted loudly, and everyone looked up at the sky, as if they could see an incredibly huge face. Will it come in? Jumping down from the firebird's back, Qin Shen helped up the fallen Li Fuzi and looked up at the sky. The terrifying pressure pervaded the sky, the dark and quiet night sky giving a palpable sense of dread, as if Doomsday was about to descend. It can't come in. It's just the rage of the powerless, otherwise it wouldn't waste so much effort trying to make the secret realm its own. Li Fuzi shook his head and said, "That's good." Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. If it had forced its way in, it would have been difficult to even think of dying. This is the god of death. There are ways to manipulate its body and soul. However, although it can't forcibly take over the secret realm, it will still cause damage to the secret realm. Your journey as newcomers seems to be ending early. Li Fuzi suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Shen. Just as he finished speaking, a new system prompt sounded, and Qin Shen's expression changed slightly. Announcement: the newcomer's secret realm is being invaded by unknown forces and will enter self-protection mode. All players will be teleported out of the secret realm within 1 minute. Announcement: the newcomer's secret realm is being invaded by unknown forces. 3 consecutive system announcements left many players still in a state of confusion, showing a face of puzzlement. How could they have one, only to face what seemed like the end of the world? Even the newcomer's secret realm was about to collapse? At this moment, Qin Shen turned to Li Fuzi beside him and asked, "Are you sure everything is okay?" "Don't worry." Li Fuzi smiled. Even the gods cannot stop the inevitable. The will of the gods will not allow the secret realm to be easily taken over. But this small world probably needs to seal itself for a while, until it can break free from the gaze of the gods and reintegrate into the main world. By guarding the entire secret realm, your secret realm badge should have been upgraded. When the time is right, the whole village will be your ally. As his words fell, Qin Shen felt the repelling force from the secret realm, with the power of space surging around him, his figure gradually becoming ethereal. Qin Shen opened his mouth to say something, but found that he could no longer make a sound. He could only wave his hand towards the other person, his vision darkened, and he disappeared from the newcomer's secret realm. Swoosh! 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 Figures appeared in the central square, and nearby people showed curiosity, looking at the sudden appearance of the crowd. "I'm back! I'm finally back," exclaimed a player, hugging their companion with tears of excitement. Great! I don't have to die. Long live Qin Chen. Wah! I thought I was done for, Wah Chuanli. Chuanli. I'm back. Where are you? Wah Lao Wang, why didn't you hold on a little longer? I'm back. Just a little more, and you could have come back. Some were crying, holding the belongings of their loved ones, some were looking for relatives who hadn't entered the secret realm, some were cheering for their second chance at life, and some were thanking Qin Chen for saving everyone. The 3-day invasion of Undead Calamity resulted in nearly half of the players dying, leaving a huge shadow in everyone's minds. Qin Chen looked around and saw the chubby person and Yun Yunmeng waving at him. He was about to walk towards them when he noticed Wang Guodong holding a megaphone and walking up to a nearby platform. Hello, everyone. I am Wang Guodong. I believe many of you have heard of my name. I am the commander of the XX division and was trapped here while passing through Xinjiang County. Everyone knows about the world's changes. Please trust the country. The country will not abandon any of its people. I will lead everyone to self-rescue. I promise, I will not abandon anyone. Upon hearing Wang Guodong's words, everyone looked up, and the expressions of Sun Ju and others changed slightly. This was a great opportunity to win people's hearts, but it was unexpectedly seized by Wang Guodong. It's been a month. Why hasn't any rescue team come yet? Can you guarantee our safety? Someone asked. These were ordinary people who had not obtained the status of players, and these days had been a nightmare for them. Exactly, still no rescue. All my family members are dead. What can you do to help? Can you bring people back to life? Bah! You officials don't care about us common folks at all. Just talk, do you know how many people have died? Seeing that Wang Guodong's words had no effect and instead stirred up anger and dissatisfaction among the crowd, Sun Ju and others who were hanging in suspense relaxed. They looked at Wang Guodong on the platform with a playful gaze, wondering how he would handle the situation next. Facing this situation, Wang Guodong had long anticipated it. It could even be said that from the moment he decided to step forward, he had already guessed the outcome. Too many people had died in the past 2 months, yet the country had not taken any rescue action, leading to a loss of national credibility. This was not something he could restore with just a few words. But he didn't need to save the country's credibility. If the country couldn't do it, he would do it himself. As long as he still believed in the country, then the people who believed in him would naturally believe in the country. Everyone, I hope you can understand the difficulties the country is facing. This is a disaster that has spread worldwide, not just in our Xinjiang County. People all over the world need to be rescued. I believe that in various parts of the country, there are our soldiers who are risking their lives to rescue people. But the disaster has spread too widely, and there are inevitably places that cannot be reached. So today, I am standing here to lead everyone in self-rescue. I dare not guarantee that I can definitely lead everyone to survive, but I will absolutely not abandon any of the people of Xinjiang County. I will definitely take you to a safe place. Where is there a safe place now? Are you trying to scare us? Someone loudly questioned. You're right. In the current world, there is no place that is absolutely safe, but there are relatively safe places, Wang Guodong said loudly, raising his hand. Believe everyone has heard the system announcement that the newly disappeared novice paradise will only appear in gatherings of over 100,000 people. Therefore, according to our speculation, the more densely populated areas will have more opportunities and a greater chance of survival. So next, I will organize everyone to migrate towards Gauning City to help everyone settle there. This statement immediately caused a noisy discussion among the crowd, and Sun Ju and others frowned slightly, as moving to Gauning City was not what they had initially thought of. However, the speculation mentioned by Wang Guodong had been discussed by each of them, and indeed there was such a possibility. It's just that they had just come out of the novice paradise and hadn't had time to think about migration. They didn't expect Wang Guodong to take the lead and even make it public. But not everyone believed what Wang Guodong said, especially the older ordinary people who did not have player status. They couldn't fight the monsters outside and didn't have the confidence to cross mountains and rivers to migrate to Gowning City. Are you sure? Is Gowning City safer? Can't we stay in the county to develop? This is where we have lived our whole lives, a tearful old man said. Yes. My children are not with me. It would be very difficult for me to go to Gowning City alone. These are just your speculations. My grandmother is already 80 years old. Making her cross mountains to Gowning City would be risking her life, right? Exactly, talking about not abandoning anyone, do you know how many people will die on this journey? The crowd's cursing was not less than before, as there were more elderly people stranded in the county town, and the returning young people were only a minority. Therefore, many people did not want to leave their hometown, especially worried that their children would not be able to find them if they returned. I know leaving your hometown will be a difficult choice. If possible, who wouldn't want to stay in their hometown? But times are changing. Adapting to change is the only way to survive in this unknown era and have more opportunities to see your loved ones who left their hometown. Therefore, leaving is inevitable, but I can also understand everyone's feelings. So, I won't force those who want to stay, but instead, I will do my best to settle you all. So I hope everyone can cooperate more and settle down as soon as possible, which is also a good thing for everyone. How can you ensure that we can safely reach Gowning City? The wilderness has been magnified tenfold, and there are countless powerful monsters, someone asked loudly. For ordinary people, even wanting to leave the city was a problem, as they would have to face a monster every time they encountered one. Don't worry, we will gather the strength of most players in the entire county and do our best to ensure everyone's safety. Not only that, the strongest player, Qin Shen, will also set off first to explore the dangers outside for everyone and find a relatively safe route. For all those who want to leave together, you can find our staff to register and explain your situation later. The migration action will begin in 3 days, and during these 3 days, we will do our best to settle those who want to stay and ensure your safety to the fullest extent. At this point, Qin Shen knew he couldn't stay here any longer. Since he had promised to cooperate with Wang Guodong, he had to show up. He then stepped onto the platform, nodded to Wang Guodong, and then turned to the crowd. Hello, everyone, I am Qin Shen. I don't have as many great principles as Chief Wang, nor do I have his great love. In the face of the apocalypse, I only live for myself. So for all of you, I have only one thing to say: migration is imperative. If you want to live, and live well, then go. Otherwise, stay here and wait for death. This is the end of the world, no one will be responsible for your life and death. Whether you want to fight to survive depends on yourselves. I dare not say that staying here means certain death, but it's a slim chance of survival. Going out, I can't guarantee you will definitely survive, but at least the odds are better than staying. So, cherish the journey. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he didn't say much more. He returned the horn to Wang Guodong and walked away, but everyone's gaze remained on him. Some looked up to him, some envied him, some were jealous, some were disdainful, but his strong power and the formidable prestige he had built during the battle with the Undead calamity could not be denied. I'll follow Qin Shen's lead and go to Gowning City with you. We were able to survive the newbie secret realm thanks to Qin Shen defeating the final boss. I believe in you too. Exactly, with Qin Shen leading the way, what do we have to fear? Let's go. Let's go to Gowning City together. Actually, what Captain Wang and Qin Shen said is right. Times have changed, and if we want to survive, we must adapt to the changes of the times. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Following the leader is definitely the right choice. The leaders of many forces did not expect that the crowd, who had not been persuaded by Wang Guodong's lengthy speech, would be swayed by Qin Shen's few words. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Just this speech completely confirmed Wang Guodong and Qin Shen's positions in the hearts of the people. When they migrated to Gowning City, there would be no place for them. Fortunately, those with such thoughts were ultimately in the minority. Many people still prioritized survival. And Wang Guodong was clearly a strategist. Each force would still be under their own control, just with the addition of a country and laws. Captain Wang is right. Our Union Prosper group will actively cooperate with this migration operation and assist everyone in moving to Ganning City, Zhang Xizha said loudly in support as he walked to Wang Guodong's side. Other leaders of forces also gradually reacted and voiced their support. The trend was clear: leading the entire New Jiang County was out of the question, but at least they could consolidate their positions and reputation within their own forces, preparing for the future. Our New Jiang County government will also firmly support Captain Wang's proposal, Sun Juwu said with a serious face, unable to do otherwise. With the official endorsement of the county, Wang Guodong's proposal gained much more credibility, and over 80% of the people in the county had already agreed to migrate. The remaining few were elderly residents who were unable to move and had to stay behind. Wang Guodong could only create a temporary shelter for them, leaving enough food to ensure their safety. Fortunately, among the young people who stayed behind, many had obtained player identities. They couldn't bear to leave their elderly relatives and had to stay in the county to take care of them temporarily. With them around, safety in the short term was assured. As for the future, who could say for sure what would happen? Them? Xin Shen, who had come to the side of the chubby guy, frowned slightly. The team of 3 had unexpectedly doubled in size to 6 people? Hey. Xin Shen, not bad. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're already the top guy. Even those of us who haven't entered the secret realm have heard of your name. The only male among the 3 hooked his arm around Xin Shen's shoulder and chuckled. Top guy? Just an empty title. Xin Shen said helplessly, memories from the past gradually resurfacing. The young man in front of him was named Huang Lei, his and the chubby guy's classmate, a well-known rich second generation in the county. If it weren't for their family's business not being in the county and not having entered the company for training, they should have already become a big shot like Zhang Xizha. Hey! Are you still pretending? I don't care. I've already set my sights on this big thigh of yours. Huang Lei laughed familiarly. Their relationship in school was quite good, and because of Fatty, they often had to ask him for help, so they ended up hanging out together. That's right, Xinsheng, we'll rely on you to cover for us in the future, a girl next to Huang Lei coquettishly shouted. Xinsheng turned to look, and it was Huang Lei's girlfriend Zhang Rou, who was also considered a beauty in the class. Standing next to her was the real class beauty, Fu Shitong, who almost died trying to lose weight. The 2 girls were inseparable best friends, which was why they had some interaction with Huang Lei before, wanting to use Zhang Rou to bridge the gap between Fatty and Fu Shitong. Unfortunately, Fatty didn't lose his weight and almost lost his life. Do your best, I'm not as strong as you think. Xinsheng said with a wry smile. Huang Lei was very loyal, and their relationship was good. Most importantly, he had helped him in his past life, so Xinsheng was very willing to help him. But the 2 women beside him made Xinsheng feel a little headache. Take Zhang Rou, for example. In his past life, in order to survive, not only did she publicly put a forgiving hat on her boyfriend, but she also publicly humiliated him, forcing him to flee into the wilderness, and his whereabouts were unknown. As for Fu Shitong, she wasn't any better, publicly fighting with her best friend, but working together with the same man, staging a thrilling palace intrigue. Keeping these 2 people around was undoubtedly like having 2 huge time bombs. Even for someone like him who had been reborn, it was hard to control. However, before he could figure out how to deal with it, he heard Wang Xizha's voice behind him. Xinsheng, shouldn't you go to Ganning City in advance? Can you let my sister go with you on the road? I need to assist General Wang in coordinating the people. After thinking about it, you are the safest option.